One evening, just as Cheng Cheng was about to close the shop, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a small green creature, none other than the legendary Pokémon Celebi. In the process of following Celebi into the Pokémon world, a slight mishap occurred, transforming him into a 15-year-old boy. Witness how the boy rises to become the foremost psychic-type Pokémon breeder within this enchanting realm. Chapter 1. Celebi, wait for me. As the moon ascended higher in the sky, the streets grew increasingly desolate, and one by one, the quaint little shops prepared to close their doors for the night. Among them was a pet store, readying itself for closure. Surviving in a bustling metropolis proved to be quite a challenge. Fortunately, with the assistance of friends, Cheng Cheng had found a position as a caretaker in a local pet shop. From a young age, he harbored a profound affection for animals, and during his time as a caretaker, he relished the joy of being in their company. On this particular night, as Cheng Cheng was about to lock up and head home, he suddenly heard an unusual sound. Curiosity piqued, he approached the source of the noise, discovering it emanated from the back room where the small animals were kept. Could it be that some little creature has escaped? Upon opening the door, he was astonished to find a small green being devouring dog food. Upon closer inspection, he realized with amazement that it was indeed Celebi. Though in his 20s, Cheng Cheng was a devoted fan of Pokémon, and he instinctively recognized this green little creature as the time-traveling phenomenon, Celebi. Just as he was about to voice his astonishment, Celebi was startled first. The sound emitted by Celebi opened a portal through time and space. Startled, Celebi's powers surged exponentially, pulling Cheng Cheng into the temporal rift. Within the time tunnel, Cheng Cheng maintained his consciousness, realizing he might be transported to many years in the past or future. Suddenly, he felt something rush into his mind, followed by a collision that sent a sharp pain through his head, causing him to lose consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself sprawled on a bed. Rubbing his sore head, he hastily rose, scanning his unfamiliar surroundings. The room felt utterly alien to him. Suddenly, he noticed he seemed to have shrunk. Hastily, he sought out a mirror. To his shock, the reflection staring back at him was an entirely different visage. Isn't Celebi supposed to possess the ability to traverse time? Logically, I should remain unchanged. Cheng Cheng recalled how in the anime, Celebi had brought others back to the past without altering their forms. He opened the window, gazing outside. The sight of quaint little houses and Pokémon frolicking about made it clear he had indeed entered the Pokémon world. Sitting back on the bed, he pondered the bizarre events that had transpired. He remembered traveling through time with Celebi, yet, having watched the Pokémon anime, he knew Celebi had the capability to journey to both the past and future. However, he found himself neither in the future nor the past, but instead transformed into another person entirely, leaving him in a state of profound confusion. He suddenly recalled the sensation of something entering his mind during the time travel, as well as the impact that it caused his headache. He searched the vicinity, but found nothing. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. While lost in thought, he suddenly discovered other memories within his mind that did not belong to him, seemingly belonging to the original occupant of this body. The original owner of this body was also named Cheng Cheng, with the full name of Kiki Cheng Cheng, and he was the heir to this breeding house. This breeding house had been established by his father, who had tragically passed away shortly after its inception, leaving him alone. Despite inheriting the breeding house, it had remained dormant due to the absence of any Pokémon to care for. Ding dong. Suddenly, Cheng Cheng heard the doorbell ring. It appeared someone was at the door below. Cheng Cheng resided on the second floor, which was where he and his father had lived, while the breeding house was located on the first floor, separated by an external staircase. Just as he was about to answer the door, a lovely woman entered, having unlocked it with her key. Cheng Cheng, I rang the doorbell and received no answer. I thought you might be asleep, so I let myself in. Cheng Cheng quickly matched the woman before him with the memories in his mind, recalling who she was. Aunt May Shuzi, what brings you here? I came to prepare a meal for you. I know you struggle to take care of yourself alone, so I wanted to check in on you. At that moment, more memories of Aunt May Shuzi flooded back to him. Aunt May Shuzi was their neighbor. When Cheng Cheng's father and he moved here, they became acquainted with her, and the two families maintained a close relationship. As for why she possessed a key to his home, the reason was simple. Aunt May Shuzi's husband had passed away many years prior, just as Cheng Cheng's mother had before they moved here. Thus, both having endured the loss of their spouses, they formed a bond. However, considering Cheng Cheng's feelings, they never officially came together. Nevertheless, Aunt May Shuzi treated Cheng Cheng with great kindness, frequently coming to care for him after his father's death. Reflecting on this information, Cheng Cheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. His parents had passed away shortly after his arrival in this world, leaving him with a woman who was not quite a stepmother but still played a maternal role, evoking a complex mix of emotions. He watched as Aunt Mei Shuzi effortlessly prepared a meal in the kitchen, making him feel like an intruder in his own home. "Don't mind me. Go on and play for a while. I'll call you when it's time to eat." "Oh, okay." Cheng Cheng retreated to his room, where he approached the table and noticed a few photographs. One was of him as a child, another featured him with his parents, and a third depicted him alongside his father and Aunt Mei Shuzi. What a family resemblance, Cheng Cheng mused. He opened a nearby drawer and suddenly spotted a small ball, half red and half white, recalling that it contained a Bellsprout. "Come out, Bellsprout." Bling, bling. A Pokémon resembling a wind chime appeared before him. This Pokémon was indeed Bellsprout, a gift from his father. Initially just a simple bell, under Cheng Cheng's care, it had successfully evolved into a beloved companion. Ding! A Psychic-type Pokémon, Bellsprout detected. The Psychic Breeder System is now officially activated. A voice resonated in Cheng Cheng's mind, accompanied by a cascade of data appearing before his eyes. Bellsprout. Psychic-type. Level, 34. Tier, Yellow. Rarity, Rare. Ability, Levitate. HP, 37/65. Attack, 18/50. Defense, 30/70. Special Attack, 67/95. Special Defense, 40/80. Speed, 47/65. Total, 239/425. Held item, none. Skills, Bind, Growl, Scare, Telekinesis, Tackle, Noisy Yawn, Psywave, Body Slam. Is this the data for Bellsprout? Its attack power is rather feeble. Cheng Cheng remarked, taken aback by the paltry attack value of 1/8. As a devoted Pokemon enthusiast, Cheng Cheng is undoubtedly well aware of the significance of these statistics. While it is evident that the various attributes of Bellisum require enhancement, it is imperative to first comprehend the intricacies of this system. Chapter 2. The Psychic Pokemon Breeder System. Are you there? Beep beep, came the response, imbued with a certain tone. May I inquire why you are residing in my mind? Suddenly, the system burst into tears. I was on vacation, but then you unexpectedly summoned me, and I accidentally found myself within your head. Cheng Cheng felt a twitch on his left cheek upon hearing the system's lament. Could you perhaps introduce yourself? He chose to ignore the system's sobbing. Certainly. I am the all-powerful system, ranked 9,767th in the universe. As this dimension is populated with Pokemon, I have transformed into a Pokemon system. The first Pokemon you encountered was Psychic-type, and since you have established a breeding house, I have officially adapted to become the Psychic Pokemon Breeding System, here to assist you in becoming a Psychic Pokemon Master. What functionalities do you possess? My system encompasses several features, namely Pokemon data, monthly lotteries, tasks, achievement point lotteries, and a shop. Is there a novice gift package? Cheng Cheng asked eagerly. Of course. As the universe's 9,767th ranked all-powerful system, I naturally provide a novice gift package. The system boasted with pride. Quickly, let me see it. There's no need to be overly excited. I shall unveil the gift package now. Ding. The novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations. You have received one opportunity for a 10-time achievement point draw, the Psychic Breeder's Code, and a discount coupon for the shop. That's fantastic. Cheng Cheng exclaimed with joy upon hearing the first reward. A 10-time draw was indeed a splendid prize. System, initiate the 10-time draw immediately. Very well. Commencing the achievement point 10-time draw. Congratulations, you have received one Super Broom. Congratulations, you have received one Krogunk watering can. Congratulations, you have received one ordinary stone. What on earth? Cheng Cheng was momentarily taken aback by the first three items. Congratulations, you have received one cherry berry. Can be used to cure one Pokemon suffering from paralysis. One orange berry. Can be used to cure one Pokemon suffering from sleep. One Pecha berry. Can be used to cure one Pokemon suffering from poison. One citrus berry. Can be used to cure one Pokemon suffering from burn. One icy rock. Can be used to cure one Pokemon suffering from freeze. What kind of items are these, system? Cheng Cheng exclaimed. Rest assured, all items from my system are of exceptional quality. Even an ordinary stone is a fine product. Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary Pokemon Rayquaza. Rayquaza? No way. I struck gold. Cheng Cheng leaped with joy. Ding. Rayquaza is a dragon and flying type Pokemon, and does not belong to the Psychic type. Thus, it will be immediately eliminated by the system. System, come out and explain this. I can overlook the previous items. But why did I draw Rayquaza only for you to take it away? My system is dedicated to the Psychic Pokemon Breeding System. and your goal is to become a psychic Pokémon breeder master. Therefore, you cannot possess any non-psychic Pokémon. Any such occurrence would result in immediate elimination. The system patiently explained to Cheng Cheng. So you mean I can only keep psychic Pokémon? What about the legendary birds, legendary beasts, and others? I cannot have them. Correct. You may only cultivate Pokémon with psychic attributes. Fine, let us see the last item. Cheng Cheng's mood dipped slightly. Congratulations, you have received one Pokémon egg. Psychic type? Indeed. Thank goodness. Cheng Cheng sighed with relief. Had he drawn a Pokémon of another type, he was unsure of his reaction. Cheng Cheng, come out for dinner. Called Aunt May Shuzi from outside. Coming. Cheng Cheng put away his wind chime Pokémon, opened the door, and took a seat at the table. Several plates of common Japanese cuisine were laid out before him, marking Cheng Cheng's first experience with authentic cuisine. I shall begin, Cheng Cheng said absent-mindedly, realizing only after he spoke why he had uttered those words. Cheng Cheng, what are your plans going forward? I wish to become a Pokémon breeder and continue my father's breeding house. Opening a breeding house is no easy task. You must not only care for the Pokémon, but also navigate the complexities of buying and selling. I understand. I will work hard. Well, if you need any assistance, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, Aunt May Shuzi. She smiled in response. After dinner, May Shuzi tidied up the dishes and took her leave. Cheng Cheng returned to his room to continue studying the system. System, extract the Pokémon egg. Ding. A yellow Pokémon egg appeared before Cheng Cheng, accompanied by its data. Pokémon egg. Pokémon, Abra. Attribute, psychic type. Grade, light blue. Only these 4 pieces of information were available prior to the egg hatching. So it's an Abra. Not bad at all. Evolving into Kadabra allows it to Mega Evolve, a quite remarkable Pokémon indeed. Plus, it's light blue. The initial starters only reach light green. So this is considered a high-grade Pokémon. Indeed, products from my system are always of superior quality. Suddenly, the Pokémon egg began to stir, and its shell cracked open, revealing a small Abra nestled within. Pokémon, Abra. Attribute, psychic type. Grade, light blue. Rarity, rare. Level, 1. Ability, synchronize. Hidden ability, magic guard. HP, 1225. Attack, 220. Defense, 315. Special attack, 20105. Special defense, 1355. Speed, 390. Total, 43310. Held item, none. Skills, teleport. 1 skill. Ah, right. Abra only has 1 skill until it evolves into Alakazam, after which it can learn more skills, unless it uses a technical machine. Another useless one, oh my. Cheng Cheng sighed dramatically. Chapter 3. Designing the breeding house in the Hoenn region lies Verdanturf Town, a natural city where Pokémon frolic amidst the treetops. The entire town is akin to a forest, making Pokémon a prominent feature of the scenery. Cheng Cheng opened the window, inhaled deeply, and gazed upon the beautiful landscape, feeling his spirits lift considerably. Good morning, Wind Chime. Chime. Last night, Cheng Cheng had released his Wind Chime Pokémon, deciding to keep it outside from now on, for Pokémon thrive in the great outdoors. Good morning, Abra. At this moment, Kecleon was leaning against the wall, eyes closed and head drooping, leaving one to wonder whether it was awake or asleep. After thoroughly familiarizing himself with the 2 little sprites yesterday, Cheng Cheng resolved to recommence the breeding house operations today. He hastily completed his breakfast, and then took Wind Chime and Kecleon down to the first floor. Although the first floor was devoid of clutter, the prolonged vacancy had left both the floor and the furnishings coated in a layer of dust. Come forth, Super Broom. Cheng Cheng summoned the Super Broom, a prize from his earlier lottery. This broom was distinct from ordinary ones, crafted from vibrant green leaves. Cheng Cheng was initially apprehensive that the leaves might fall off before he finished cleaning, but his worries proved unfounded. The Super Broom exhibited remarkable cleaning prowess, rendering the floor impeccably clean, almost as if it had been mopped. Indeed, products from the system are always exceptional. Cheng Cheng marveled. An hour later, he had thoroughly tidied the shop. Wind Chime had expressed a desire to assist, but its peculiar physique did not lend itself to any help. Nonetheless, with Wind Chime's company, Cheng Cheng found time passing swiftly. As for Kecleon, well, it was still quite new to the world, and its abilities were limited. If Kecleon remained this way in the future, Cheng Cheng would not hesitate to take decisive action. However, reality would soon reveal itself to be different from what he anticipated. After completing the cleaning, Cheng Cheng began to sort through the usable items and suddenly realized that the shop was lacking in equipment. With only a few empty shelves and counters to be found, he proceeded to compile a list of necessities. First and foremost, a substantial quantity of Pokémon eggs was essential. Acquiring them through legitimate means was no simple task, especially since Cheng Cheng could only purchase Psychic-type Pokémon, which intensified the challenge. Additionally, he needed to acquire storage devices for the eggs, starting with a Pokémon device to hold the eggs, as they would be required for sale. He also needed fixed racks for the eggs to ensure they could be properly displayed in the shop. Next on the list were Pokeballs, which might be necessary when customers wish to purchase Pokémon eggs or acquire little sprites. Finally, there was the matter of food for the Pokémon. A large supply of standard Pokémon food was required, followed by energy cubes, the creation of which necessitated an energy cube machine and a plethora of berries. In total, the financial burden appeared substantial, and Cheng Cheng did not possess such funds. Just as he was lamenting this predicament, a task was issued by the system. Ding. Hosts needs detected. Taskbar activated. Ding. Commencing task distribution. Task 1. Equip a complete set of Pokémon breeding gear and establish the breeding house, with a reward of 1,000 achievement points. Upon seeing this task, Cheng Cheng felt a headache coming on, while the allure of 1,000 achievement points was enticing. He simply lacked the necessary funds. Ding. Host detected to be financially challenged, proceeding to issue Task 2. Task 2. Venture into the wild to capture Pokémon. Captured Pokémon will be repurchased by the system at official prices. Task duration, 3 days. Upon hearing this task, Cheng Cheng's spirits lifted. If he could capture a sufficient quantity of Pokémon within these 3 days, the financial issue would be resolved. The system truly was considerate. System, could you kindly disclose the acquisition standards? Certainly. Below are the recycling standards for Pokémon. Light red Pokémon, 2,000 alliance coins, red, 3,000, dark red, 4,000, light orange, 6,000. Orange, 8,000, dark orange, 10,000, light yellow, 20,000, yellow, 50,000, dark yellow, 80,000, light green, 200,000, green, 400,000, dark green, 800,000, light cyan, 200,000, cyan, 500,000, dark cyan, 8 million, light blue, 200,000, blue, 500,000, dark blue, 100 million, light purple, 100,000, purple, 500,000, dark purple, 100,000. Furthermore, the prices would multiply according to the rarity of the Pokémon. Common Pokémon, standard, rare Pokémon, double, epic Pokémon, triple, legendary Pokémon, tenfold. Upon reviewing this pricing chart, Cheng Cheng calculated the worth of his 2 Pokémon. Windchime was yellow and classified as a rare Pokémon, valued at approximately 100,000 alliance coins, while Kecleon was light blue and also a rare Pokémon, worth around 40 million, which meant he had over 40 million in total. This thought brought him some joy. However, when he calculated the value of the previously owned Rayquaza, classified as blue and legendary, it would be worth at least 500 million, which caused his spirits to plummet once more. Cheng Cheng glanced at the prices for purple Pokémon, which were astonishingly high. Yet, did such purple Pokémon truly exist? Even if they did, they would likely be legendary Pokémon, far beyond his financial reach. Nevertheless, while high-tier Pokémon were indeed difficult to encounter, orange and yellow Pokémon were relatively common. Capturing one would yield roughly 10,000, meaning that capturing 100 would net him 1 million. With this thought, Cheng Cheng felt an irresistible urge to venture out and capture Pokémon immediately, but he knew he needed to make adequate preparations first. He purchased enough food for 3 days, along with a considerable quantity of standard Pokeballs. After organizing everything, he set off with Windchime. As for Kecleon, he opted to place it in a Pokeball. He did not wish to leave this little creature at home, especially considering Kecleon's ability to teleport, which could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Cheng Cheng's destination was the forest outside Inu City. Within this forest lay a section designated as a Pokemon sanctuary where capturing Pokemon was prohibited. But he directed his path toward the wild area where capturing was allowed. Thus, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, Cheng Cheng embarked on his journey alongside Windchime and Kecleon. Chapter 4. All of you shall be mine. As Cheng Cheng and Windchime ventured deeper into the forest, the quantity and variety of Pokemon increased. Naturally, he was determined not to miss this opportunity to capture little sprites. He decided to tread along paths previously traversed by many, minimizing the chances of encountering social Pokemon. Although Windchime possessed a commendable level, neither Cheng Cheng nor Windchime had any combat experience. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the bushes. Windchime, prepare for battle. Ding ding. Cheng Cheng sensed that a Pokemon might be lurking in the foliage, thus entering a state of readiness. With a rustle, a brown rodent burst forth, a colossal front tooth revealing its identity as Rattata. Simultaneously, information about Rattata appeared in Cheng Cheng's field of vision. Pokémon, Rattata type, normal level, 27 rank, dark orange rarity, common ability, guts HP, 3755 total, 236413 held item, none moves, tackle, tail whip, quick attack, hyper fong, focus energy. Fortunately, Rattata was slightly weaker than Wind Chime, and there was no type disadvantage, but caution was still warranted. Rattata's front tooth was not to be underestimated. Wind Chime. Use Yawn on Rattata. As Cheng Cheng seized the opportunity while Lotta was not attacking, he instructed Wind Chimes to unleash a yawn, which successfully struck Lotta. However, Lotta seemed entirely unaffected by drowsiness. Wind Chimes, use Psywave, he commanded. The waves of psychic energy successfully hit Lotta, who began to feel drowsy. Now's our chance. Go. Pokeball. Cheng Cheng shouted, echoing the familiar calls of trainers capturing Pokémon. Yet, as he finished his exclamation, he felt an inexplicable sense of discord. After a couple of shakes, the Pokeball settled, and Cheng Cheng had captured his first Pokémon since entering this world. Hooray, that's splendid. 10,000 Alliance coins in the bag. He exclaimed. Well done, Wind Chimes. Let us keep pushing forward. Wind Chimes, delighted by Cheng Cheng's praise, began to float joyfully in the air. Following the same strategy, Cheng Cheng took advantage of the Pokémon's momentary distraction, repeatedly utilizing Yawn and Psywave, ultimately capturing the hypnotized Pokémon. However, this method could not always be relied upon, as they soon encountered a Pokémon that demanded a direct confrontation. Pokémon, Scyther type, Bug. Flying level, 28 rank, yellow rarity, rare ability, Technician HP, 3270 total, 276500 held item, none moves, quick attack, Leer, Swords Dance, Pursuit, Night Slash, Agility, Fury Cutter, Wing Attack. That's quite formidable, Cheng Cheng noted, feeling a pang of anxiety upon reviewing Scyther's data. He contemplated abandoning this challenge, but ultimately decided to take the plunge, recognizing the value of capturing such a Pokémon. Wind Chimes, let us give it our all, he encouraged. Wind Chimes responded affirmatively. You sing. The melodious sound of Wind Chimes echoed through the forest. Suddenly, Scyther lunged at Wind Chimes. Dodge quickly, Cheng Cheng urged. Scyther executed Fury Cutter, but Wind Chimes adeptly evaded the attack with its petite stature. Wind Chimes used Tackle. Wind Chimes collided forcefully with Scyther, sending it sprawling. However, Wind Chimes' attack seemed to provoke Scyther, who then activated Agility. Wind Chimes was unable to evade and was struck directly. Are you alright? Cheng Cheng asked with concern. Wind Chimes shook its head, signaling it was fine. Alright, let us keep up the momentum. Use Psywave. The psychic waves disrupted Scyther's focus, causing it to crash into a nearby tree. Seizing the moment, Wind Chimes executed a body slam. The second impact rendered Scyther incapacitated. Cheng Cheng threw a Pokeball at Scyther, successfully capturing it. Well done, Wind Chimes. That will be all for today. Let us set up camp and prepare for the night. With the assistance of Wind Chimes, Cheng Cheng swiftly prepared dinner and erected the tent. During dinner, Casey finally revealed itself. After a long day of capturing Pokémon, Cheng Cheng soon succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. The following day, after a hearty breakfast, Cheng Cheng set out once more on his quest to capture Pokémon. After some time, he encountered a Pokémon that filled him with excitement, Ralts. Although not exceedingly rare, its evolved form, Gardevoir, was one of Cheng Cheng's favorites, and this particular Ralts had commendable attributes. Pokémon, Ralts type, Psychic. Fairy level, 14 rank, light green rarity, rare ability, Telepathy, hidden ability, Synchronize HP, 2028 attack, 1325 defense, 1225 speed, 2540 special attack, 1845 special defense, 1735 total, 105198 held item, none moves, Howl, Confusion, Shadow Sneak, Teleport. Go Wind Chimes. We must capture Ralts. Cheng Cheng urged. Wind Chimes initiated a tackle, sending Ralts flying. However, just as Cheng Cheng was ready to attack again, Ralts used Teleport to escape. Darn it! Cheng Cheng exclaimed, feeling frustration at Ralts' swift retreat. Psychic Pokémon often posed a challenge during capture attempts, as they frequently utilized Teleport to evade capture. Wind Chimes, it's alright, he reassured. Wind Chimes swayed, seemingly communicating something. You mean you can track it down? Cheng Cheng asked, and Wind Chimes nodded. Waves of Psywave radiated outward, so Psywave can also be used to locate Pokémon. How marvelous! Cheng Cheng praised, eliciting delight from Wind Chimes. Have you found it? Let us go. Wind Chimes floated in a particular direction, and Cheng Cheng followed closely behind. Before long, They encountered the same Ralts again. This Ralts, not being particularly high in level, did not teleport far, and soon they were face to face once more. Ralts, you want to escape this time. Go, wind chimes, use tackle. Cheng Cheng commanded. Wind chimes struck Ralts again. Now, wind chimes, use bind. Wind chimes ensnared Ralts tightly, preventing any movement due to the pain of the binding. Go, Pokeball. As the Pokeball made contact, wind chimes released Ralts, but after 2 flashes, the Pokeball opened once more, and Ralts darted away. Such resilience. Cheng Cheng remarked. Wind chimes, deliver the final blow with body slam. Wind chimes crashed into Ralts decisively, rendering it unable to battle. Let us try again. Go, Pokeball. This time, after 2 flashes, the Pokeball remained still. Wind chimes gently rolled the Pokeball back to Cheng Cheng. I finally caught Ralts. Cheng Cheng beamed with joy. Chapter 5, A Bountiful Harvest. The previous day, after capturing Ralts, Cheng Cheng managed to secure several Pokémon. He utilized wind chimes against the stronger ones and Ralts against the weaker. Just when his luck seemed to be holding, Cheng Cheng encountered a troubling situation. The most terrifying encounter in the forest region, a swarm of Beedrill. Buzzing loudly, a horde of Beedrill pursued Cheng Cheng relentlessly. Initially, he had no intention of provoking these fearsome Pokémon, but upon spotting a particularly green Beedrill, he could not resist. Cheng Cheng planned to defeat the Beedrill swiftly and escape, but it quickly caught on to his intentions. Darn it! With no other options, Cheng Cheng found himself relying solely on wind chimes, Ralts, and the newly hatched Casey. If other types of Pokémon were also usable, I would have released all the Pokémon I captured over the past 2 days to confront this swarm of Beedrills without a hitch. However, Cheng Cheng was left with no choice but to flee. Cursed be the situation. No more running. Wind chime, unleash your confusion on the Beedrills. The wind chime's psychic wave successfully affected the Beedrills, albeit not in a favorable manner, as they became enraged. Run for your life. Cheng Cheng grasped wind chime firmly and dashed away at breakneck speed. What to do? If this continues, it will be disastrous. Cheng Cheng felt a surge of anxiety. There was a river. What a stroke of luck. Salvation was at hand. He sprinted toward the river and leaped into its depths. Quickly, he returned wind chime to its Pokeball and submerged, holding his breath. 3 minutes later, Cheng Cheng resurfaced for air, and upon inhaling the fresh breeze, he noticed dozens of Beedrills floating nearby. He chuckled, hello there, before plunging back underwater. This time, he did not remain stationary but swam downstream. After swimming for 100 meters, Cheng Cheng emerged once more. The Beedrill seemed not to have pursued him. He made his way toward the shore, climbed out, and then ventured away from the Beedrills. As nightfall approached, Cheng Cheng refrained from lighting a fire to dry his clothes, aware that the flames would attract numerous Pokémon. Instead, he reluctantly removed his damp garments, grateful he had packed an extra set. Otherwise, he would be shivering in the cold night breeze. The following morning, Cheng Cheng returned, backpack slung over his shoulder, accompanied by wind chime. His 3-day wilderness expedition yielded significant rewards, allowing his Pokémon to grow in strength. With a clang and a click, he arrived back at the breeding house, ascended to his room on the 2nd floor, and tossed his backpack aside before heading for a shower. The sound of water splashing filled the air. After a refreshing bath, Cheng Cheng reclined on his bed, savoring the comfort of home. Come forth, wind chime, Kadabra, Ralts. After several days, all 3 had shown signs of growth. Pokémon, wind chime type, psychic level, 35 rank, yellow rarity, rare ability, levitate HP, 4065 total, 260425 held item, none moves. Bind, screech, fear, psychic, impact, noisy, yawn, confusion. Sacrifice charge. Pokémon, Kadabra type, psychic rank, light blue rarity, rare level. For ability, synchronize hidden ability, magic guard HP, 1425 total, 50310 held item. Curved spoon moves, teleport. Pokémon, Ralts type, psychic, fairy level, 16 rank, light green rarity, rare ability, trace special ability, telepathy HP, 2128 total, 114198 held item, none moves. Howl, confusion, shadow clone, teleport. Next, it was time to submit the task. System, submit the task. Ding. The Pokémon capture task is complete. Data statistics are as follows. Red, 2 ordinary. Dark red, 1 ordinary. Light orange, 2 ordinary. Orange, for ordinary. Orange, 1 rare. Dark orange, 5 ordinary. Light yellow, 7 ordinary. Light yellow, 2 rare. Yellow, 6 ordinary. Yellow, 1 rare. Dark yellow, 2 ordinary. Light green, 1 ordinary. Green, 1 rare. Total value, 1,900,000. Successful exchange. 1,520,000 successfully credited to the host's account. Additionally, the host has captured a psychic-type Ralts, which the system will not reclaim. It belongs to the host. Cheng Cheng felt a wave of relief knowing that the psychic-type Pokémon he had captured was his to keep. Even without the system's reassurance, he would have requested this, for he had grown quite fond of Ralts. System, why is the amount of money I received less? Are you taking a cut for reclaiming Pokémon? What cut? This system operates with integrity, refusing any form of bribery. The reduction of 20% is merely a processing fee. Moreover, the prices I provide are standardized for all Pokémon of the same rank, yet significant disparities exist among them. The prices fluctuate, and I calculated the value without considering Pokémon levels, automatically setting them at level 30. How many do you have that exceed level 30? Thus, receiving 80% is already quite favorable. After reflecting on the system's explanation, Cheng Cheng acknowledged its validity. The realization that he had received over 1 million sparked excitement within him. He had never seen such a sum before. It was time to begin arranging the breeding house. Although renovations would be no simple task, the system detects the host's intention to renovate the breeding house. To enhance the breeding house and expedite the host's journey to becoming a psychic Pokémon breeding master, the system offers a comprehensive renovation service, allowing the host to select a design style. Wow, how wonderful! The system can resolve issues as they arise. Truly remarkable. Cheng Cheng opened the system interface to browse 5 renovation options. Each was appealing, yet upon discovering that the most economical plan cost 500,000 alliance coins, he hesitated. However, after reviewing all 5 options, he found himself unable to appreciate the ordinary plans. Without the system's offerings, he felt something significant would be missing. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and purchased a 600,000 plan, negotiating an additional 100,000 to have the second floor refurbished as well. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the comprehensive renovation service. Please rest, and the renovations will be completed by morning. Due to the considerable noise from the renovations, the system will assist the host in entering a deep sleep. Please prepare for this. Cheng Cheng, already fatigued, found the system's arrangement fortuitous. After quickly finishing a meal, he lay down to sleep. The system applied hypnosis, inducing a profound slumber, and then commenced the transformation. Chapter 6. This is my house. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, rousing Cheng Cheng from sleep. He rubbed his eyes and stretched, and as he rose, a refreshing scent enveloped him. He recognized it was not the artificial fragrance of air fresheners, but the pure, invigorating aroma of nature. His room was immaculate, devoid of any clutter, and astonishingly clean, defying the expectations of a male inhabitant. The predominant light blue hue connected seamlessly to a small living room and bathroom. His bed, though modest, was exquisitely crafted. On the blue nightstand rested 3 Pokeballs, while light blue curtains were drawn aside, revealing expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Sunlight delicately filtered in, uplifting Cheng Cheng's spirits. Cheng Cheng stepped out of bed and into the living room, which contrasted significantly with his bedroom. While his bedroom exuded an air of tranquility and elegance, the living room showcased a touch of refinement. Upon entering the living room, Cheng Cheng was immediately captivated. The floor was adorned with wooden planks, and a large television hung on the wall, complemented by a soft and comfortable beige sofa. A purple bookshelf stood against one wall, while warm sunlight streamed through the intricately carved crimson wooden windows, casting a gentle glow. The pink sheer curtains swayed gracefully in the breeze, carrying with them a refreshing scent of nature. Come forth, Buneary, Espion, and Ralts. Cheng Cheng released his 3 Pokémon. The tinkling of bells echoed as they marveled at the transformation of their surroundings. There's no need to be anxious. He merely altered the style of the room. From now on, we shall officially reside here. Espion and Ralts, having just moved in, quickly acclimated to their new environment. But Buneary, who had lived here for 5 years, felt a profound attachment to the previous room. Initially, Buneary found it challenging to adjust, but after some gentle persuasion from Cheng Cheng, it too embraced the changes. All right, everyone. Let us explore the breeding room downstairs. That is where you truly need to familiarize yourselves. Cheng Cheng led his Pokémon down to the first floor, eager to see how the $60,000 renovation compared to the beautifully adorned second floor, which had cost $100,000. Descending the staircase, Cheng Cheng arrived on the ground floor and unlocked the shop door, revealing the transformed breeding room. Upon entering, he was greeted by green flooring and a blue ceiling. As he stepped inside, the floor beneath him felt like lush grass, and looking up, he saw the once static ceiling now flowing with clouds, creating an ambience reminiscent of nature. The entire space exuded a refreshing aroma, soothing both body and mind. Shelves crafted from intertwined vines lined the walls, each featuring indents that eliminated the need for special stands to hold Pokémon eggs. Glimmering stones hung from the vines, enhancing the visual appeal of the shelves. Cheng Cheng believed that placing Pokémon eggs on these shelves would make them even more exquisite. On the inner wall hung 3 photographs of his psychic Pokémon, one of Buniri, another of Ralts, and the last of Espion. Whenever Cheng Cheng acquired a new psychic Pokémon, its photograph would adorn the wall. Near the back wall, a long glass counter served as a cash register, with space beneath for other items, such as evolution stones. Cheng Cheng then entered the inner room, designated for storing and preparing Pokémon food. Large cabinets, each secured with a lock, lined the area, while several workbenches sat empty, awaiting the equipment Cheng Cheng would need to purchase. After a thorough inspection, Cheng Cheng deemed the ground floor satisfactory, though it certainly did not justify a price tag of 60,000. Other than the atmospheric flooring and ceiling, the remaining aspects fell short compared to the second floor, which had cost only 100,000. System, could you explain why the model you provided earlier differs from what I see now? This shabby place is worth 60,000? Well, host, that cannot solely be attributed to me. The originally displayed content incorporated a plethora of high-tech features, which, given the current technological advancements in the Pokémon world, are only found in top-tier locations. To prevent you from attracting excessive attention, the system made some slight adjustments. Slight adjustments? Where are my 360-degree, all-encompassing surveillance, 2 robotic attendants come bodyguards, and the laser cannons embedded in the walls? Please, host, refrain from impatience. Allow the system to explain. The items you mentioned are not suitable for your establishment. Hence the modifications. The 360-degree surveillance has been concealed, but you can still monitor the happenings within the shop through the system. As for the robots and laser cannons, they have been entirely removed. Rest assured, the system has fortified the entire house, rendering it impervious to water and fire, as well as resistant to seismic activity. After hearing the system's explanation, Cheng Cheng's mood calmed. Although it diverged from his expectations, there was no need for heavy artillery in a Pokémon shop. Reflecting on this, he found solace. Ding. Please expedite your task completion. Task. Equip the full suite of Pokémon breeding equipment and establish the breeding room. Reward. 1,000 achievement points. Alright. I understand. I'll go this afternoon. Cheng Cheng returned his Pokémon, locked the shop door, and began to ascend to the second floor, only to encounter Aunt Mei Shuzi. Cheng Cheng, are you heading out? No. I just finished renovating the breeding room and was about to go back upstairs. Oh, in that case, let us go in together. I bought some of your favorite ingredients today. I'll cook for you. Cheng Cheng intended to decline, but Aunt Mei Shuzi climbed the stairs and opened the door before he could protest. Cheng Cheng, what is going on with your room? He suddenly remembered that his house had undergone renovations. I just renovated the breeding room on the first floor, so I decided to redo the second floor as well. Really? Who did the renovations? It looks much better than before. A friend recommended someone. Ah, I see. Aunt Mei Shuzi did not linger on the topic for long and soon began preparing lunch. It must be said that Aunt Mei Shuzi's cooking was exquisite, especially after 3 days of eating dry rations. Cheng Cheng, how is the preparation for the breeding room going? It's nearly complete. I'll buy a few more things this afternoon, and in a couple of days, we'll be ready to open. Cheng Cheng answered while enjoying breakfast. That's great. Do you need any help? No, Aunt Mei Shuzi, I can manage on my own. Alright then, but since you're opening a breeding room, you won't have time to cook. I'll come over often to prepare meals for you. Cheng Cheng wanted to refuse, but Aunt Mei Shuzi's gentle demeanor made him swallow his words. By the way, have you taken care of the paperwork? Paperwork? Yes. The breeding room license is still in your father's name. You need to transfer it. Then I'll take care of it this afternoon. In the afternoon, Cheng Cheng completed the paperwork, officially acquiring the breeding room and changing its name to Psychic Breeding Room. Chapter 7. The Great Shopping Expedition. Due to the paperwork being finalized in the afternoon, Cheng Cheng only went shopping the following day. He organized a list of items to purchase, as many needs had already been addressed with the room's renovation. Cheng Cheng calculated that he still needed machines and raw materials for making Pokémon food and energy cubes. Additionally, he required various Pokémon devices and Pokeballs. Most importantly, he needed to acquire some eggs of Psychic-type Pokémon, which posed a significant challenge, as Psychic Pokémon were relatively rare. Initially, Cheng Cheng had no channels for such acquisitions, making the prospect of purchasing a large quantity of Psychic Pokémon eggs quite daunting. Buniri. We're off to shop. Buniri. It appeared that Buniri was quite excited. Cheng Cheng's destination this time is the bustling heart of Inu City. Residing merely a few hundred meters from the city center, he opts for a leisurely stroll. The streets are teeming with numerous trainers and Pokémon. With a flying gym situated in Inu City, it naturally attracts many trainers, ensuring a steady market for his breeding facility. Before long, Cheng Cheng arrives at a large shopping supermarket, the largest in Inu City, renowned for its comprehensive selection, making it his preferred choice. Accompanied by his Pokémon, Bellisum, he enters the store, where a dazzling array of items ignites his excitement, fueling his shopping desire. Approaching a counter, he is greeted by a charming young lady. "Good day. How may I assist you?" She inquires warmly. "I would like to purchase 30 standard Pokeballs and 30 Poke devices," he replies. "Certainly. Each standard ball is 300 Alliance coins, and each Poke device is 500 Alliance coins, totaling 24,000 Alliance coins," she informs him. "Additionally, I require devices for crafting Pokemon food and energy cubes. Of course, please follow me." The lady guides Cheng Cheng to the second floor, where an array of large machines awaits. "What kind of devices are you interested in?" she asks. "I'll need a low-level energy cube machine, a mid-level energy cube machine, and a high-quality Pokemon food maker." "Understood. The low-level energy cube machine is 500,000, the mid-level is 800,000, and the Pokemon food maker is 500,000. Cheng Cheng calculates his finances, originally allocated 500,000 for purchasing Pokemon, and with an additional 200,000 he possessed, he had 700,000. However, after renovating his house, only 100,000 remained. Realizing he cannot afford these items along with his other necessities, he decides to forego the mid-level energy cube machine. "Very well, the total comes to 100,000. I also wish to purchase some raw materials." Cheng Cheng hands her a list and acquires a few other essentials before leaving his contact information. Though he initially intended to buy some Pokemon eggs, he soon finds himself devoid of funds. His earlier belief that 100,000 was ample now seems woefully insufficient. Cheng Cheng resolves to install the items he has purchased first, deferring the acquisition of Pokemon eggs for another time. Remarkably, the supermarket's delivery service is swift. Shortly after his return to the breeding facility, a delivery person arrives. "Good day, are you Mr. Cheng Cheng?" "Yes, I am. These are the items you purchased from our supermarket. Please check them and sign here." Cheng Cheng briefly inspects the items before signing. He places the Pokeballs in a drawer at the counter and stores the Poke devices and raw materials in a large box inside. Following the instructions, he successfully sets up the two machines. Phew, it's finally done. Cheng Cheng takes an hour to complete the installation of the two machines. Ding! Congratulations. The host has completed the task and earned 1,000 achievement points. Wait, the task is completed? Oh right, the objective was merely to prepare the devices for raising Pokemon, without any requirement for Pokemon eggs. Ding! Congratulations, the host has earned achievement points and officially opened the achievement points lottery page. Open it. The system unveils the lottery page, revealing that each draw requires 100 achievement points, and with 1,000 points, he can perform a 10 draw. Without hesitation, Cheng Cheng opts for the 10 draw. Ding! Congratulations. The host has acquired a water stone. Congratulations, the host has obtained a psychic-type Pokemon egg. Congratulations, the host has received a bottle of Moo Moo milk. Congratulations, the host has obtained a common stone. Congratulations, the host has acquired a recipe for crafting low-level psychic energy cubes. Congratulations, the host has received a Pecha berry. Congratulations, the host has obtained another bottle of Moo Moo milk. Congratulations, the host has acquired another psychic-type Pokemon egg. Congratulations, the host has received yet another psychic-type Pokemon egg. Congratulations, the host has obtained a Bulbasaur. Ding! Due to the host's inability to acquire non-psychic Pokemon, the Bulbasaur has been automatically converted into Pokemon exchange fragments. Pokemon fragments? System, what is going on? Didn't you eliminate the Pokemon drawn previously? Ding! All non-psychic Pokemon obtained via the lottery have been converted into Pokemon exchange fragments. The initial instance was to reinforce the host's understanding, ensuring the host remembers the restriction against utilizing non-psychic Pokemon. At this moment, Cheng Cheng's feelings resemble being trampled by 100 Arceus. All Pokemon are converted into a single fragment? He inquires, attempting to calm his emotions. Not exactly. The fragments differ based on the rarity of the Pokemon. Common Pokemon yield 1 fragment, rare Pokemon yield 5, epic Pokemon yield 10, and legendary Pokemon yield 100. Additionally, the system adjusts slightly based on the Pokemon's level. Are you suggesting that I missed out on at least 100 fragments last time? No, system. You must compensate me, otherwise, I will not comply. Ding! Please note, host, Do not threaten the system. The system is quite pitiable. Ding. Detecting the host's strong dissatisfaction, therefore, issuing an additional 50 Pokémon exchange fragments. That's still half of what I was owed. Do I want it or not? Yes, how could I refuse? Cheng Cheng's spirits lift considerably. He had not anticipated that the system would genuinely provide the fragments. System, what can these fragments be exchanged for? Every 20 fragments can be automatically exchanged for a Psychic-type Pokémon, with the tier and level of the Pokémon being random. I see. Then I shall exchange once. Initiating Pokémon Fragment Exchange. Ding. The host has obtained a Bellossom. Exchange again. Pokémon Fragment Exchange in progress. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired a Gothita. How delightful, a Gothita. Pokémon. Bellossom type. Psychic level. 10 tier. Yellow rarity. Rare ability. Levitate held item. None skills. Bind. Yell. Scare. Pokémon. Gothita type. Psychic level. 12 tier. Light green rarity. Rare ability. Insight hidden ability. Shadow step HP. 1845 physical attack. 930 physical defense. 1150 special attack. 1555 special defense. 1965 speed. 1545 total. 87290 held item. None skills. Strike. Telekinesis. Scratch. Fake cry. This Gothita is quite impressive. I shall keep it as my own Pokémon. As for the Bellossom, with both being yellow, I shall put it up for sale. Cheng Cheng then examined the remaining 3 Pokémon eggs, discovering they were all identical. Pokémon egg, Pokémon, Ralts type, Psychic tier, yellow rarity, rare. Given this, I shall sell it. It seems the system has planned this well. Cheng Cheng paid no heed to whether this was a system arrangement. Regardless, with 3 Pokémon eggs and a bell chime, he could devise a way to procure more Pokémon eggs and officially commence operations at the breeding house. Chapter 8. Acquiring Pokémon eggs. Cheng Cheng withdrew the bell chime into its pokeball, placed the 3 Pokémon eggs on a shelf, then closed the shop door and ascended to the 2nd floor. He returned to his father's room, opened the computer, and prepared to search for information regarding the purchase of Psychic-type Pokémon eggs. Upon accessing the official website of the league, he searched for locations selling Pokémon eggs. The first result indicated sales at the Research Institute in Inu City, followed by several large stores that also offered a selection. Lastly, a few other breeding houses had them for sale, but Cheng Cheng naturally had no interest in tending to others' businesses. Thus, the only viable options appeared to be the Research Institute or the major stores. Cheng Cheng refined his search, altering the keyword to Psychic-type Pokémon. However, not a single vendor was listed under that category. The majority were Flying-type Pokémon. Wait a moment, he spotted a type of Psychic Pokémon known as Natural Sparrow. The Natural Sparrow was not only a Psychic type, but also a Flying type. In the avian paradise of Inu City, their population was quite abundant. It was decided, Natural Sparrow it would be. Cheng Cheng quickly pinpointed a store selling Flying-type Pokémon eggs that included the Natural Sparrow. But therein lay the dilemma. He currently lacked the funds. Ding. Task issued. Task 1. Officially commence the sale of Pokémon and sell 3 Pokémon eggs or Pokémon. Completion will yield 500 achievement points. Task 2. Clear the backyard by expelling or capturing the indigenous Pokémon within. Captured Pokémon will be redeemed at 1/10 of the standard value. Completion will grant 10 fruit tree seeds. System, why has the redemption price dropped to 1/10? The initial price was set for novice activities. Thus, it adhered to the standard rate. Once the host formally begins to progress, the acquisition will be at 1/10 of the price. Cheng Cheng pondered. Since he had no money for the moment, he resolved to tidy up the backyard first. His breeding house comprised not only this 2-story building, but also a vast expanse of land behind it, which his father had previously acquired for raising Pokémon. This land connected to the forest behind, allowing some wild Pokémon to wander into the area. Cheng Cheng needed to evict these wild Pokémon to safely nurture his own. However, he had not considered driving them away, for after all, each Pokémon represented potential profit, and he was currently in dire need of funds. Early the next morning, Cheng Cheng brought along his wind chime, Ralts, and Gothita to the backyard, where the lawn was overgrown with various weeds, and some flowers were blooming. Cheng Cheng began to scout the area, searching for any Pokémon that might be present. Rustle, rustle. A sound emerged to his right, likely indicating a Pokémon was on the move. Rustle. Cheng Cheng stealthily approached and spotted a purple Pokémon in his line of sight. Pokémon, Rattata type, normal level, 12 rank, deep orange rarity, common very well, it shall be you. Go Ralts. Ralts appeared before the Rattata, which, startled, prepared to flee. Ralts. Don't let it escape. Use telekinesis. With a swift motion, Ralts employed telekinesis to seize the Rattata, lift it up, and throw it. Ralts obeyed. raising the Rattata and forcefully hurling it down, causing it to lose its fighting capability. Cheng Cheng tossed a pokeball, successfully capturing the Rattata. Thank you, Ralts. Now, let us continue. Come forth, Windchime and Gothita, let us work together. With the assistance of his 3 Pokémon, Cheng Cheng swiftly cleared the wild Pokémon from the backyard, fortunate not to encounter any formidable opponents. Given his current strength, encountering a powerful Pokémon would have spelled disaster. Ding. Task 2 complete. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 random fruit tree seeds. Ding. Calculating Pokémon harvest. Deep red, 2 common orange, 3 common orange, 1 rare deep orange, 12 common light yellow, 8 common light yellow, 2 rare yellow, 5 common deep yellow, 1 common total, 728. 000. Host's earnings, 72. 800. Upon seeing the amount earned, Cheng Cheng felt a surge of joy. He now had sufficient funds to purchase Pokémon eggs. The greatest contributors to this success were the Rattata and Raticate, as Cheng Cheng's backyard had practically transformed into their sanctuary. When Cheng Cheng returned to the second floor, Aunt Mei Shuzi had already prepared lunch for the day. He wasted no time and began to eat. Cheng Cheng, here, this is for you. Aunt Mei Shuzi extended a card toward him. Aunt Mei Shuzi, there is no need for that. I have my own money. Oh, do you think I don't know how much your father left behind? Establishing a breeding house requires considerable funds. This card contains 200,000. It's the least I can do to help you. Very well, thank you, Aunt Mei Shuzi. I'll consider this a loan. And I promise to repay you once I've earned some money. Cheng Cheng accepted Aunt Mei Shuzi's goodwill, as his own funds were limited. And given the price of the natural sparrow eggs, this assistance would expedite the establishment of his breeding house. After finishing lunch, Cheng Cheng proceeded to the store he had previously noted. Upon arriving at the shop, he observed the sign reading Flying Garden and noticed 2 Noctowl perched outside on a shelf. Entering the establishment, he found shelves displaying a couple of Pidgey and Noctowl. Hello. How may I assist you today? A middle-aged man approached Cheng Cheng. Greetings, I wish to purchase some Pokémon eggs. Buying Pokémon eggs? Certainly. Which type are you interested in? I require some natural sparrow eggs. Natural sparrow? That is quite a rare Pokémon. They do not come cheaply. I am aware of that. I seek to acquire some quality natural sparrow eggs. Very well, please follow me. The man led Cheng Cheng down a long corridor lined with several rooms. Stopping at one door. Come in. These are the natural sparrow eggs. Cheng Cheng saw 8 eggs displayed on a shelf and reviewed the information provided by the system. All 8 eggs were indeed natural sparrow eggs, comprising 2 orange, 1 deep orange, 3 light yellow, 1 yellow, and 1 deep yellow. The prices beneath these eggs increased with their respective ranks, indicating that the store possessed a machine capable of assessing Pokémon ranks. Cheng Cheng had initially hoped for a bargain, but that was evidently not feasible. He opted not to purchase the orange eggs and instead acquired the 5 yellow-ranked eggs. According to the system's standard pricing, these eggs would amount to 380,000, but given that the system's standard price applied to level 30 Pokémon, these were merely eggs. After much deliberation, it was ultimately decided to purchase these Pokémon eggs for the sum of 100,000. By the way, what kind of Pokémon eggs are these? Cheng Cheng noticed another shelf where several Pokémon eggs were haphazardly arranged. Oh, those are substandard Pokémon eggs. In fact, these eggs are either difficult to identify, or of too low a grade, or incapable of hatching. Hence they are sold at a very inexpensive price. Is that so? How much are these Pokémon eggs? They are priced at 1,000 each. Then I shall select a few. Is that acceptable? Of course. Cheng Cheng examined the system's data and discovered that, aside from the natural sparrow eggs, there were also eggs belonging to other flying-type Pokémon. He carefully selected all the hatchable natural sparrow eggs. Among them, he found several promising natural sparrow eggs, and he also came across one particularly special egg. Pokémon egg, natural sparrow, mutation, abnormal state, attribute, normal grade, light cyan rarity. Epic. Upon seeing this data, Cheng Cheng was instantly exhilarated. The mutation indicated that this egg had a high likelihood of being shiny, and with its grade being light cyan, its rarity was indeed epic. However, the egg's abnormal state likely explained why it was found here. What is this? Cheng Cheng discovered an egg resembling a stone. Pokémon egg, unknown attribute, unknown grade, unknown rarity, unknown, covered by mysterious forces. The system is currently unable to identify it. Upon viewing the system's data, Cheng Cheng was momentarily taken aback, as it was the first time he encountered such a situation. System, what is the matter with this Pokémon egg? This egg is obscured by an unknown force, rendering it unidentifiable by the system at present. Can I still acquire this Pokémon? Temporarily, yes. If the Pokémon that hatches is not a psychic type, the system will disassemble it. I see. Then I shall purchase it. Cheng Cheng ultimately selected 10 Pokémon eggs, paying a total of 10,000 Alliance coins, and left his address for the uncle to deliver them to his breeding house. Subsequently, he visited another shop and bought 5 yellow-grade natural sparrow eggs, although this time he did not find any hidden gems. Returning to the breeding house, Cheng Cheng placed the 10 yellow-grade natural sparrow eggs on the shelf and proceeded to price them accordingly. Natural sparrow, light yellow, priced at 20,000. Natural sparrow, yellow, priced at 30,000. Natural sparrow, dark yellow, priced at 50,000. Cheng Cheng's pricing mirrored that of the previous shop. If he set his prices too high, others might not purchase from him. He then priced the 3 Ralts eggs he had previously obtained. Ralts, yellow, priced at 2,500. The rarity of the natural sparrow was somewhat higher than that of Ralts, prompting Cheng Cheng to set the price of Ralts slightly lower. The 8 defective natural sparrow eggs he had purchased could not be hatched for the time being. Even if they did hatch, they would likely struggle to survive due to their inherent deficiencies and genetic flaws. Nevertheless, Cheng Cheng had fortuitously discovered a gene repair potion in the system shop, which is precisely why he had dared to buy these flawed eggs. However, these potions required achievement points for purchase, and Cheng Cheng currently possessed none, so he would have to attend to that later. He thus placed the flawed Pokémon eggs into a large cabinet in the inner room. Having completed these tasks, Cheng Cheng returned to the second floor. Chapter 9. The first pot of gold. Cheng Cheng returned to his room on the second floor and took out the 2 Pokémon eggs. After examining the data of the 2 eggs, he found no changes. System, can this natural sparrow still hatch? Yes, this egg has reached the point of hatching. But due to the mutation, it is in an abnormal state, which has rendered the Pokémon's strength quite fragile, making it incapable of emerging from the shell normally. What should I do? The breeding manual provided by the system contains relevant data. You may consult it at your convenience. A breeding manual? Cheng Cheng suddenly recalled that he had won a manual during his first lottery, but had never looked at it. He retrieved the breeding manual and opened the table of contents, locating the section on Pokémon abnormalities. There are numerous reasons for Pokémon abnormalities, each exhibiting different symptoms. After considerable effort, Cheng Cheng found a solution for the Pokémon's inability to break free from its shell. Method 1. Use an energy potion to enhance the Pokémon's energy, enabling it to have the strength to break free from the shell with a success rate of 30. Method 2. Employ a special technique to crack open the eggshell, assisting the Pokémon in hatching, with a success rate of 100 and a mortality rate of 20 post-hatching. Method 3. Wait for the Pokémon to break free on its own, with a success rate of 1. The third method was certainly not viable. As for the first method, it required a significant amount of energy potions, and the success rate was rather low. Cheng Cheng immediately opted for the second method, as the mortality rate, while present, was not excessively high. Given that he currently had limited achievement points, and since the second method was feasible, he resolved to proceed with it. Cheng Cheng continued to read the manual and came across the special hatching technique. After half an hour of study, he decided to assist the natural sparrow in emerging from its shell. He retrieved the ordinary stone he had won from the lottery. The method to help the natural sparrow out was quite simple. He would crack it open, but the key lay in the force and position of the strike. The Pokémon's position within the egg varied, and he needed to locate the empty space within the egg. It was simple to find the empty space among Pokémon. He merely had to place the egg in water, and the floating part would indicate where there was some void. Having identified the empty area, he gently tapped the eggshell with the stone, creating a crack, and then used a fine needle to meticulously pry open the shell little by little. As he worked, he glimpsed some downy feathers through the opening. Cheng Cheng continued to carefully peel away the eggshell until a faintly breathing natural sparrow appeared before him. He did not destroy the entire eggshell, but left half intact to serve as a small bed for the Pokémon. However, this natural sparrow lay there, as if devoid of life. Cheng Cheng hurriedly utilized the system to assess the natural sparrow's condition and discovered that it was still alive, albeit exceedingly weak. After consulting the manual, Cheng Cheng learned that Pokémon hatched using this method were typically very frail and required something to restore their energy. Fortunately, he had previously drawn Moo Moo milk. Cheng Cheng took a straw, drew the milk into it, and gently placed the straw at the natural sparrow's beak, administering the milk. He repeated this process 5 times until the milk filled the natural sparrow's belly. He found some soft cloth to place beside the natural sparrow to help maintain its warmth. After the natural sparrow hatched, he had to feed it milk every half hour, so Cheng Cheng stayed up all night, ensuring that he fed the entire half bottle of milk to the natural sparrow. The following morning, when Cheng Cheng opened his eyes, He found the natural sparrow on the bedside table awake and staring at him with its two eyes. Elated, Cheng Cheng sprang to his feet, inadvertently startling the natural sparrow. He then saw the data of the natural sparrow at that moment. Pokémon, natural sparrow, mutant, type, psychic. Flying level, 1 grade. Light cyan rarity, epic ability. Synchronize hidden ability, magic mirror HP, 43, 540 attack, 24, 0, 50 defense, 54, 0, 45 speed, 36, 570 special attack, 108, 0, 70 special defense, 44, 0, 45 total, 24, 300, 320 held item, none skills. Peck. Glare upon observing the natural sparrow's statistics. Cheng Cheng noticed discrepancies compared to other Pokémon, prompting him to consult the system for clarification. The system elucidated that this Pokémon, due to its mutation, had incurred certain flaws, compounded by its emergence from an external force, resulting in inherent deficiencies in its abilities. Furthermore, the mutation had led to an unexpected augmentation in its special attack, surpassing its typical stat range. Cheng Cheng confirmed this observation. Indeed, the final metrics of the natural sparrow were inferior to its standard values, with its special attack notably exceeding them. What implications might this hold for the natural sparrow? This Pokémon would inevitably be quite feeble, yet it possessed unique capabilities in the realm of psychic powers. Hence, the system advised that the host focus on specialized training in psychic abilities. After considering the system's explanation, Cheng Cheng contemplated the necessity of abandoning its flying prowess in favor of honing psychic skills. Subsequently, Cheng Cheng retrieved another Pokémon egg, the data of which remained unknown. System. When will this Pokémon hatch? Surely it won't be another unknown? The system, unable to detect the egg statistics due to a unique energy enveloping it, assessed that it would require approximately 3 months to hatch. Additionally, it suggested that introducing certain energy potions could expedite the hatching process. 3 months, you say? Very well. I shall wait. Cheng Cheng then acquired a Pokémon device and carefully placed the egg within, setting it upon the table. He noted that the natural sparrow's aura was still rather weak, prompting him to pour out a portion of the remaining moo milk and present it before the natural sparrow. The creature tentatively pecked at it before drinking eagerly. Oh, come forth, wind chime. Ding ding. The appearance of wind chime startled the natural sparrow, causing it to retract its neck in surprise. Wind chime, this is our new companion. The natural sparrow. It is still quite frail, so please take good care of it. Ding ding. Ding 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 ding. Wind chime emitted a soothing resonance, enveloping the natural sparrow in a wave of comfort that also eased Cheng Cheng's own tension. Is this a healing chime? No, that is not right. The healing chime is a skill learned at level 38. This must be a psychic wave. Cheng Cheng was taken aback by the resemblance of wind chime's psychic wave to a healing chime, though it appeared to induce relaxation rather than actual healing. Under the influence of wind chime's psychic wave, the natural sparrow began to relax further and continued to drink the moo milk. The hatching of the natural sparrow disrupted Cheng Cheng's preparations for the opening of his establishment, leading him to postpone the grand opening to the following day. In the afternoon, Cheng Cheng logged onto the official website, entering his nursery and name to announce the sale of psychic-type Pokémon eggs, specifying that only natural sparrow and Ralts were available. With only these 2 Pokémon at his disposal, he had no choice but to focus on selling them. Upon browsing various shops on the website, Cheng Cheng discovered a conspicuous absence of natural sparrows and other psychic-type Pokémon for sale. It seemed that while these shops might possess some, their numbers were scarce enough not to warrant listing. It appeared that he would need to devise his own strategies moving forward. The next morning, Cheng Cheng opened the doors of his nursery, hanging the sign declaring its official opening. Unlike other establishments that might host grand events or offer meals, Cheng Cheng refrained from such activities, primarily due to his financial constraints. He brought the natural sparrow along, feeling reassured by caring for it personally, and also released wind chime to assist in tending to it. Throughout the morning, Cheng Cheng received no customers, spending his time either languishing over the counter or entertaining the natural sparrow. After some reflection, he came to terms with the situation. The nursery's location was not particularly advantageous, with few passers-by, and its recent establishment meant that few were aware of its existence. Thus, the morning slipped by uneventfully. In the afternoon, Cheng Cheng remained at the nursery, feeling bored as he repeatedly perused the data on wind chime and the natural sparrow. He posed questions to the system, which, growing weary, eventually shut itself down. Remembering that he possessed a nursery handbook, he picked it up and began to read. After a while, wind chime playfully flicked its ribbons at Cheng Cheng. Ding ding. What is it, wind chime? Upon glancing up, Cheng Cheng noticed 2 women approaching the nursery. one of whom was the ever-kind Aunt May Shuzi, while the other was unfamiliar to him. Cheng Cheng, how has business been today? Aunt May Shuzi inquired. What can I say? The nursery hasn't officially opened yet, and there aren't many who seek to purchase Pokemon eggs. Is that so? Well, I just happened to bring someone along for you. Jingzi, this is the nursery I mentioned to you. This is Cheng Cheng. Hello, Cheng Cheng. Greetings, Aunt Jingzi. Aunt Cheng, I understand that your business might be slow today, so I brought someone for you. Really? Thank you, Aunt. Cheng Cheng was pleasantly surprised by Aunt May Shuzi's kindness. I wonder what kind of Pokemon Aunt Jingzi is looking for. The only ones I have available are Ralts and the natural sparrow. Is that so? Neither of those particularly appeals to me. Do you have any other Pokemon? Apologies. But I do not. My nursery specializes in psychic-type Pokemon, and as it is newly established, I have a limited selection. I see. Oh, this wind chime looks quite nice. Would you consider selling it? At the mention of Aunt Jingzi's request, Wind Chime froze, staring blankly at Cheng Cheng. I'm sorry, Aunt Jingzi, but this wind chime has been my companion since childhood. It is not for sale. However, I do have a bell chime that can evolve into a wind chime. Would you consider that instead? Bell chime, you say? Very well then. Thank you, Aunt Jingzi. Come forth, bell chime. Ding. A bell chime appeared before the group. All right. I shall take this bell chime. Here is the Pokeball for bell chime. Its original price is 25,000. But since Aunt May Shuzi referred you and you are my first customer, I will let you have it for 20,000. All right. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Jingzi completed the transaction. Then I shall take my leave. I'll see you off. Aunt May Shuzi said to Jingzi. Let us be on our way then. Goodbye to both of you, aunties. Once the two women departed, Cheng Cheng leaped in joy, embracing Wind Chime and planting a kiss upon it. The first pot of gold has thus been secured. Chapter 10, Capturing Pokemon. Ding. Task issued. Venture into the verdant city forest to capture 10 psychic-type Pokemon. Completion will yield 500 achievement points. This task was assigned to Cheng Cheng following the successful completion of his previous assignment, which involved selling 3 Pokemon or Pokemon eggs. After selling his first Pokemon, it took Cheng Cheng an entire week to finally part with 2 natural sparrow's eggs, while not a single egg of Ralts was sold. Following the sale of the 2 eggs, Cheng Cheng received this new task. The essence of this assignment was clear. Cheng Cheng's collection of psychic-type Pokemon and eggs was woefully inadequate and required substantial replenishment. For this endeavor, Cheng Cheng decided to bring along all 5 of his Pokemon. After a week of diligent effort, the situation with the natural sparrows had stabilized, and the other Pokemon had also made significant progress. Pokemon, Wind Chime. Type, Psychic. Level, 36. Rank, Yellow. Rarity, Rare. Ability, Levitate. HP, 4065. Attack, 3050. Defense, 3570. Special attack, 6995. Special defense, 4680. Speed, 5065. Total, 270425. Held item, none. Moves, Bind, Screech, Scare, Psybeam, Tackle, Noisy, Yawn, Psychic Wave, Sacrificial Charge. Pokemon, Abra. Type, Psychic. Rank, Light Blue. Rarity, Rare. Level, 7. Ability, Inner Focus. Hidden ability, Magic Guard. HP, 1325. Attack, 820. Defense, 615. Special attack, 30105. Special defense, 1655. Speed, 1490. Total, 87310. Held item, Curved Spoon. Moves, Charm, Teleport. Pokemon, Ralts. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Level, 14. Rank, Light Green. Rarity, Rare. Ability, Synchronize. Special ability, Telepathy. HP, 2028. Attack, 1325. Defense, 1225. Speed, 2540. Special attack, 1845. Special defense, 1735. Total, 105198. Held item, none. Moves, Howl, Psybeam, Shadow Clone, Teleport, Lucky Chant. Pokemon, Gothita. Type, Psychic. Level, 13. Rank, Light Green. Rarity, Rare. Ability, Insight. Hidden ability, Shadow Tag. HP, 2045. Physical attack, 1030. Physical defense, 1350. Special attack, 1755. Special defense, 2065. Speed, 1545. Total, 95290. Held item, none. Moves, Pound, Psybeam, Scratch, Fake Cry. Pokemon, Natural Sparrow Variant. Type, Psychic, Flying. Level, 3. Rank, Light Cyan. Rarity, Epic. Ability, Synchronize. Hidden ability, Magic Mirror. HP, 43540. Attack, 24050. Defense, 54045. Speed, 36570. Special attack, 108070. Special defense, 44045. Total, 24300,320. Held item, none. Moves, peck, glare. Cheng Cheng was elated to witness the growth of his Pokémon. During their time together, he felt as if he were reunited with beloved pets from a past life, and his bond with the Pokémon had deepened profoundly. Cheng Cheng's ambition was to acquire at least 10 Psychic-type Pokémon, prompting his decision to delve deeper into the forest. However, as he ventured further, the dangers increased, compelling him to procure various equipment that might prove useful. This time, he retraced the path he had previously traveled, a familiar route that provided him with a sense of reassurance. Soon, Cheng Cheng encountered his first Pokémon, a Rattata. The population of Rattata within this forest was notably abundant, serving as prey for numerous avian Pokémon. While a single ordinary Rattata might not hold much value, every little bit counts. And Cheng Cheng was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. With a swift Psybeam, Wind Chime incapacitated the Rattata, and Cheng Cheng promptly tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing it with ease. As he journeyed deeper into the forest, he remained vigilant, aware that danger could strike at any moment. Thus, Wind Chime stayed close by his side, ready to assist at a moment's notice. After capturing the Rattata, Cheng Cheng continued onward. Along his path, he encountered a Pokémon of similar stature, a Caterpie. Despite its diminutive size, Caterpie, too, was a food source for many bird-type Pokémon, and Cheng Cheng added it to his collection. Subsequently, he spotted a plethora of Caterpie, as well as their evolutionary forms, Metapod, Butterfree, and Venomoth. Cheng Cheng did not let any of them escape. With Wind Chime's Psybeam, they all fell to the ground. If one Psybeam was insufficient to defeat them, he would employ two. Cheng Cheng noted the overwhelming numbers of Caterpie, which were nearly ubiquitous. Faced with a swarm of them, he dared not attack and instead opted to retreat with Wind Chime. Of course, aside from bug-type Pokémon, the forest was also teeming with flying types. Swellow and its evolved form, Talonflame, ruled the skies. When confronted by one or two Swellow, Cheng Cheng would seize the opportunity to capture them without hesitation. However, if he stumbled upon a flock, he would swiftly make his escape. As Cheng Cheng and Wind Chime traversed the forest path, the trees began to dwindle in height, giving way to patches of shrubs and grass. Chime. What is it, Wind Chime? Do you sense something? Chime. Wind Chime floated gently toward a certain direction, and Cheng Cheng followed closely behind. However, the path chosen by Wind Chime, while easy for it to navigate, proved quite arduous for Cheng Cheng. After maneuvering past a couple of small bushes, he spotted a bouncy Pokémon. Pokémon, Spoink. Type, Psychic. Level, 11. Rank, Light Yellow. Rarity, Rare. Ability, Thick Fat. Cheng Cheng had finally encountered his first Psychic-type Pokémon. Upon reviewing its data, he hesitated not for a moment. Go Theta. Cheng Cheng chose not to deploy Wind Chime, as he wished to nurture other Pokémon in the presence of this solitary creature. As for Abra, he deemed it unnecessary. With just one teleport, it was better suited for escape. Go Theta, use Psybeam. Go Theta unleashed a Psybeam, successfully striking Spoink. However, it appeared to have little effect, as Spoink seemed remarkably resistant to Psychic-type abilities. With a startled squeak, the jumping pig, frightened, bounced away from Cheng Cheng in a spring-like manner. Cheng Cheng gazed at the fleeing creature, finding it utterly adorable, to the point of momentarily forgetting they were in the midst of a battle. Just as the jumping pig was about to leap out of Cheng Cheng's sight, he suddenly regained his focus. Go Theta. Don't let it escape, he commanded. Go Theta seemed to retort. It wasn't me who let it go. Hurry, Go Theta. At that moment, Cheng Cheng realized that Go Theta's little legs were not quite as swift as the leaping jumping pig. Never mind. Wind Chime, it's your turn. Go Wind Chime. Use Bind. With a swift motion, Wind Chime dashed forward, ensnaring the jumping pig with its flowing ribbons. Cheng Cheng scooped up Go Theta and hurried over, gently placing it down. Now, Wind Chime, release the jumping pig. Wind Chime complied, letting the creature go, which stood there, seemingly at a loss. Now, Go Theta, use Pound on the jumping pig. Go Theta, with its tiny legs, approached the jumping pig step by step, raising its small hands high before delivering a gentle pat to its face. Smack. After this delicate strike, Go Theta twirled in delight, raising its hands in celebration. Cheng Cheng facepalmed, utterly astonished by Go Theta's antics. The jumping pig appeared entranced, bouncing alongside Go Theta in a joyous spin. Cheng Cheng watched as the two Pokémon twirled together until the jumping pig collapsed, its eyes swirling in a daze. Go Theta too came to a halt, performing a little bow. Cheng Cheng felt an urge to give Gothita a thumbs up. It was truly impressive. He took out a Pokeball and, with a gentle tap on the jumping pig, successfully captured it. Although this particular jumping pig did not boast remarkable qualities, out of respect for Gothita, Cheng Cheng decided to keep it as his Pokemon. Return, Gothita. He recalled Gothita into its Pokeball, deciding to keep it nestled away for the time being. Regaining his composure, Cheng Cheng set off once more, having spotted a path. The forest at night held an eerie charm, with the occasional hoot of an owl and the howls of coyotes and wolves echoing through the darkness. Cheng Cheng sought refuge in a treehouse. In the verdant city of Greenleaf, some individuals resided in treehouses, relishing the pleasures of nature. The treehouse where Cheng Cheng stayed had been constructed by former trainers, providing a resting place for adventurers in the wild. He released all 6 of his Pokemon and, retrieving the food he had prepared earlier, distributed it among them. Cheng Cheng's Pokemon were all relatively small, thus consuming little food. If he had a Snorlax, he would either have left it behind or dared not release it to feed, as it seemed he could not possess one anyway. After sharing the Pokemon food, they all devoured it eagerly, while Cheng Cheng pulled out food from his backpack, creating a heartwarming scene of one boy and his 6 Pokemon enjoying a meal together. After feasting, entertainment naturally followed, with Gothita dancing joyfully, followed by the jumping pig joining in until it became dizzy and collapsed. Cheng Cheng and the other Pokemon erupted in laughter. As night deepened, Cheng Cheng chose not to recall his Pokemon into their Pokeballs, allowing them to sleep beside him. He noticed the jumping pig appeared quite content, and pondering what it might be dreaming of, he smiled before drifting off to sleep. With the first rays of sunlight, Cheng Cheng and his Pokemon awoke together. Rising in the morning forest was undeniably a delightful experience. Previously, he would awaken to the dark confines of a room, the sounds of rushing cars and towering buildings. Now, he greeted the day amidst lush green trees and Pokemon engaging in their morning exercises. Taking a deep breath, he expelled the stale air from his lungs, feeling invigorated. With his Pokemon eagerly anticipating breakfast, Cheng Cheng prepared a meal, and after they finished, he resolved to continue his quest to capture more Pokemon. Let us all give it our best today. Chapter 11. Pokemon Hunter. In the almost entirely arboreal Pokemon city of Greenleaf, some individuals lived in treehouses, savoring the tranquility of nature. However, not everyone shared such affection for the trees, particularly Cheng Cheng, who was out capturing Pokemon in the forest. Somewhere within the depths of the Greenleaf forest, a 15-year-old boy wandered aimlessly with a floating Pokemon in tow. They were Cheng Cheng and Wind Chime, having come to capture Pokemon. Cheng Cheng had always prided himself on his sense of direction, believing he would never get lost. Yet, the dense foliage had ensnared him completely, leading him astray. Initially, he had intended to follow a carefully mapped route, but a high-tier Pokemon had captivated his attention. In his pursuit of this armored bird, he deviated from his planned path and subsequently lost his way, while the armored bird escaped, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected. Cheng Cheng was uncertain of his whereabouts, only aware that he was likely deep within the forest. To navigate his way out, he instructed Wind Chime to lead the way, yet they remained ensnared. To compound his misfortune, the weather was uncooperative, obscuring the sun and rendering direction impossible. Wind Chime, let us try this way. I believe we can find our way back. Wind Chime cast a dismal glance at Cheng Cheng, who had uttered this assurance countless times before, with no success. Please don't give up, Wind Chime. You must trust me. This time, we will surely find our way out. Cheng Cheng offered a somewhat awkward smile. Suddenly, a cacophony of noises erupted around them, heightening their alertness. Chirp, chirp. Cheng Cheng noted the multitude of sounds surrounding them, yet nothing was visible. Tinkle. Wind Chime seemed to have sensed something. Is it a Pokemon? Wind Chime? Wind Chime nodded. But why can't we see it? Could it be a chameleon Pokemon? In Cheng Cheng's memory, only chameleon Pokemon possessed the ability to become invisible. Just then, a figure charged towards Cheng Cheng. He swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly evading the attack. Is that a Trico? Cheng Cheng recognized that the creature which had just assaulted him was one of the starter Pokemon from the Hoenn region, Trico. As a grass-type Pokemon, Trico held a significant advantage in the forest, blending seamlessly with the greenery of the leaves, giving it an almost camouflaged appearance. Data appeared in Cheng Cheng's view, yet he refrained from hastily examining it. Go, Wind Chime. Use Psywave. Tinkle. Suddenly, Cheng Cheng observed Wind Chime being flung away, and as it landed, another Trico appeared in its place. Another Trico? This is becoming troublesome. Cheng Cheng noticed that Trico was now surrounding them from the trees. When did their numbers swell to so many? However, just as Cheng Cheng prepared to flee, more Pokemon emerged from the surroundings. Trico's evolved forms, Lurantis and Serena. This situation had truly taken a turn for the worse. Cheng Cheng gazed at the ever-increasing number of Pokémon surrounding him, his heart growing heavier with each passing moment. He did not harbor any illusions about his ability to escape from such a formidable gathering of creatures. "Everyone, please remain calm. We did not intend to intrude," he implored. With no other options available, he resorted to employing the method of communication suggested by Ji Yi. The gentle chiming of his wind chime seemed to echo his peaceful intentions. Yet, it appeared that the Pokémon did not comprehend Cheng Cheng's words and launched an assault instead. The attacker was a lizard king, which unleashed a barrage of seed bombs, hurtling towards Cheng Cheng. He and the wind chime had no choice but to evade relentlessly. Cheng Cheng wished to avoid a direct confrontation with the lizard king, for such a skirmish would spiral out of control. "We truly harbor no malice. We simply stumbled into this place and can vacate immediately," he reiterated. However, the lizard king paid him no heed, continuing its relentless assault, while other Pokémon nearby appeared eager to join the fray. In that moment, Cheng Cheng felt utterly helpless. It seemed that not everyone possessed the affinity for Pokémon that Ji Yi did. Just then, the lizard king suddenly lifted its head, seemingly sensing something. Soon after, the forest lizard and the Trico also raised their heads high, as if receiving some vital information. With a commanding cry, the lizard king ordered all the Trico and forest lizards to retreat. As the Pokémon withdrew, Cheng Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. This could be deemed a narrow escape. Yet, he was left puzzled as to why the Trico had suddenly attacked him, only to leave so abruptly. From what he knew, these grass-type Pokémon were generally gentle and would not easily resort to violence against humans. It seemed likely that they had been provoked by someone. Could it be? To validate his suspicion, Cheng Cheng decided to follow the path taken by the Lizard King and the Trico. As he trailed the Trico, he noticed that the surrounding trees bore signs of damage. Logically, as guardians of the forest, the Trico should have treasured every aspect of their habitat. Yet it was evident that these minor damages had been inflicted by them. Gradually, Cheng Cheng began to hear sounds of a struggle. Something was crashing into the trees, producing a loud noise. "Return, wind chime," he commanded, recalling it to facilitate his own movement, for he might encounter further dangers ahead. He cautiously approached the source of the noise, only to be met with a shocking sight. 2 Blazikens and 3 Dojo were battling against a Lizard King, presumably the very one he had encountered earlier, while a wounded Lizard King lay nearby. It appeared that the fallen Lizard King had emitted a distress signal, summoning the Trico back to this location. In addition to that Lizard King, dozens of Trico and several forest lizards lay incapacitated on the ground. The true aggressors were not the Blazikens and Dojo, but rather 2 humans, clearly Pokémon hunters, whose profession was both perilous and lucrative. Many succumbed to temptation, opting to become Pokémon hunters, while countless others were driven by necessity to capture Pokémon for sale on the black market. Despite the Alliance's stringent efforts to suppress Pokémon hunting, the profession persisted. As Cheng Cheng contemplated this, he observed that the earlier Lizard King had also sustained injuries. Yet, this Lizard King seemed astute. It let out a piercing cry, prompting all the Trico and forest lizards to launch a coordinated attack, catching the Pokémon hunters off guard. However, just as Cheng Cheng thought the Lizard King was preparing to fight alongside the Trico, it led all the Pokémon in retreat, abandoning those who were too injured to move. Although forsaking one's companions is undeniably reprehensible, Cheng Cheng believed the Lizard King had made a wise decision. Had it chosen to stand its ground, the entire Trico population might have been captured that day. The 2 hunters did not attempt to stop the fleeing Trico. Their Pokémon were nearing their limits, and they had already amassed a significant haul, deeming further pursuit unnecessary. Concealed within the underbrush, Cheng Cheng watched as the 2 hunters collected the Pokémon into their Pokeballs and departed. He refrained from intervening, not out of reluctance, but because his strength was insufficient, and he risked endangering himself. Once the hunters had moved far enough away, he pursued the direction taken by the Lizard King. After half an hour of tracking, he was confronted by 2 forest lizards blocking his path. "Please, do not be agitated. I am not associated with those individuals. I merely wish to see if you require assistance. I have healing ointments for your wounds," he offered. However, the 2 forest lizards ignored him, preparing to attack. At that moment, a Lizard King approached, interposing itself between Cheng Cheng and the forest lizards. This was the very Lizard King that had just battled the Pokémon hunters, its body marred with scars. "Lizard King, I possess healing ointments for your injuries. If you are willing to trust me, I can apply it for you," Cheng Cheng said. Noticing that the Lizard King remained still, he cautiously approached, kneeling before it and applying the ointment to its wounds. "Do not worry, it may sting a little, but it will soon feel better," he reassured, continuing to administer the treatment. The Lizard King seemed to signal for Cheng Cheng to follow it. After a moment's hesitation, he complied. Under the Lizard King's guidance, Cheng Cheng encountered a multitude of trico and forest lizards, some bearing visible injuries. It became evident that the Lizard King wished for his assistance in healing them. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Cheng retrieved all the healing ointments from his backpack, applying them according to the nature of each wound. Soon, the Pokémon's injuries were tended to, and he had exhausted all the ointments he had prepared. All done. Please make sure to rest and avoid further aggravating your wounds, he announced. The Pokémon responded with joyful movements, clearly delighted. A few trico then approached, bringing with them various berries, some of which Cheng Cheng had never encountered before. They presented the berries to him as a token of gratitude. I shall not refuse. However, I will not take these berries away. Let us enjoy them together, he declared. Come forth, everyone. Wind Chime, Kadabra, Ralts, Gothita, Natural Sparrow, and Spoink. Cheng Cheng released all his Pokémon, believing that a feast should be shared by all. Initially, his Pokémon were somewhat apprehensive upon seeing the trico, but once Cheng Cheng explained and offered them berries, they quickly engaged in playful antics. With the performances of Spoink and Gothita, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious, prompting Cheng Cheng to decide to rest for the night on trico territory. As he gazed at the starry sky, he attempted to locate the Big Dipper to discern his bearings, only to find himself unable to do so. Consequently, he resolved to await the sunrise the following morning. At dawn, the sun rose splendidly from the east, and after orienting himself, Cheng Cheng prepared to depart. Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again. Cheng Cheng waved farewell to the Wood Guardians. It was not that he did not desire one or more of the esteemed starter Pokémon, but rather he found himself in a predicament where he could not accommodate them. Nevertheless, this experience seemed to enhance the bond he shared with the Wood Guardians. As he strode forward beneath the rising sun, accompanied by 6 Pokémon of his own, he continued on this journey. Chapter 12. The First Encounter with Hippowdon. Situated to the north of the forest, Inu City was Cheng Cheng's intended destination after bidding adieu to the Wood Guardians. Although unfamiliar with the path, he believed that as long as he ventured northward, he would eventually arrive. However, at that moment, Cheng Cheng began to doubt his assumptions. He seemed not to be retracing his steps to Inu City, but rather delving deeper into the heart of the forest. The reason for this was clear. The Pokémon he encountered along the way were growing increasingly formidable. Just moments prior, he had encountered an exceptionally powerful Slytherin, only to find himself amidst an entire pack of them. Having just departed from the Wood Guardians group, to stumble upon the Slytherin was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Moreover, the Slytherin was far from the gentle nature of the Lizard King. Fortunately, Cheng Cheng swiftly summoned his Ralts, who teleported him a short distance away. Given Ralts' still diminutive stature, the distance covered was limited, and the direction remained uncertain. After exerting itself with the teleportation, Ralts was quite fatigued, prompting Cheng Cheng to return it to its Pokeball. He then released his Bellossom to remain vigilant of his surroundings. Cheng Cheng was uncertain of his current location after the teleportation. Continuing his trek northward, he found solace in the dwindling number of Pokémon around him, a sign that he was nearing the forest's exit. Yet, he pondered whether he might be encroaching upon the territory of some powerful Pokémon, which gave rise to a tinge of concern. Cheng Cheng walked alongside Bellossom, their pace deliberate and cautious, ever vigilant of their surroundings. After traversing several layers of thickets, a vast lake came into view, with an island at its center dominated by an enormous tree. This setting was akin to paradise for Pokémon, and Cheng Cheng steeled himself. Cautiously advancing, he soon beheld a multitude of Pokémon congregating in this locale. His arrival did not go unnoticed. Several timid Pokémon swiftly concealed themselves, while others emitted warning calls, and some merely observed him from a distance. Cheng Cheng stood still, paralyzed by the sheer number of Pokémon compared to the previous Lizard King's territory, where he had encountered far fewer. The diversity of Pokémon present was staggering. On the shoreline, he spotted Beedrill, Scyther, Rhydon, Bellossom, Ralts, Oddish, and their evolved forms, all in abundance. The sky was filled with various Pokémon, such as Butterfree, Venomoth, and Swellow. The lake teemed with even more Pokémon, including Magikarp, Swablu, and their evolutions, as well as the jubilant Goldeen and Gyarados, and even the elusive Feebas, which could evolve into Milotic. Cheng Cheng was particularly delighted to see a large gathering of Slowpoke on the island. These Slowpoke were engaged in fishing, dipping their tails into the lake. He watched one catch a Magikarp, only to shake it off into the water and resume fishing. Observing their fishing prowess, Cheng Cheng noted that some were successfully reeling in Magikarp, others catching Feebas, and even some snagging Psyduck. He wondered if the tales of Slowpoke's tails being delectable were true. given that they could even lure in Swablu. Then, he witnessed a slowpoke catch a shelder, which caused it to thrash about in apparent discomfort. Cheng Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the hapless slowpoke. Suddenly, both the slowpoke and shelder emitted a brilliant white light, merging to evolve into a slowbro. As the slowpoke celebrated with joyous cries, a few more slowbro emerged from the island, seemingly to welcome the newly evolved Pokémon. Cheng Cheng's heart raced at the sight of so many slowbro and the copious number of slowpoke. Although their primary typing was water, they also possessed psychic attributes, which were certainly within his reach. Moreover, slowpoke were quite rare. At that moment, Cheng Cheng felt a trickle of drool escape his mouth, unsure whether it was a desire to capture a slowpoke or an anticipation of the taste of their tails. Yet, he remained acutely aware of the futility of attempting to catch them. Any rash actions could easily result in a brutal mobbing by the hundreds of Pokémon present. Suppressing his desires, he found tranquility, realizing that while he could not capture them, witnessing so many Pokémon living joyously together was a source of happiness in itself. Huh. 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 At that moment, all the slowbro raised their arms, emitting harmonious calls of ha, ha. The slowpoke lay on the ground, heads held high, joining in the chant. It appeared they were engaging in a rain dance. Watching so many slowpoke and slowbro together, Cheng Cheng worried whether he might be swept away by an impending downpour. Wait, a rain dance? Scanning the gathered slowpoke and slowbro, he noticed that the highest level among them was only in the 40s, while the rain dance move required a level of 50 or above to learn. Reassured, Cheng Cheng realized that while slowpoke and slowbro possessed an innate ability to summon rain, it was merely a legendary trait. Without having learned the move, they likely could not conjure a storm. At that moment, the water Pokémon began to leap joyfully, their exuberance seemingly a celebration. He caught sight of two Milotic gracefully dancing in the water, a breathtaking scene that stirred his heart. Suddenly, a massive tentacruel emerged before him, gliding toward Cheng Cheng and stopping right in front of him. The tentacruel gently nudged its enormous head with its tentacles, inviting him to take a seat. Cautiously, Cheng Cheng mounted the tentacruel's head, followed by his Pokémon. The tentacruel then swam toward the island at the center of the lake, depositing Cheng Cheng safely on shore. Thank you, Tentacruel. Upon reaching the island, he had a close-up view of the slowpoke and slowbro engaged in their rain dance. Cheng Cheng's fondness for them deepened as he observed their adorably vacant expressions. Initially, he thought it was merely a typical ritual. Yet the darkening sky signaled the success of the Pokémon's rain dance. How could this be? They should not have learned the art of summoning rain. Cheng Cheng meticulously examined the system once more, scrutinizing not only their levels, but also their attributes and skills, and he found that none possessed the ability to invoke rain. It was then that he noticed the appearance of two dull hippopotamuses, both exceeding level 50, thus qualifying to summon rain. However, what astonished Cheng Cheng even more was the presence of a Pokémon, Hippowdon, situated between the two dull hippopotamuses. Data swiftly materialized before Cheng Cheng's eyes. Pokémon Hippowdon. Type, Water. Psychic. Level, 74. Rank, Blue. Rarity, Epic, Special. Ability, Thick Fat. Hidden ability, Regenerator. HP, 8795. Attack, 6275. Defense, 6980. Speed, 2530. Special attack, 85100. Special defense, 94110. Total, 422490. Held item, Mind Gem. Moves, Curse, Roar, Water Gun, Telekinesis, Bind, Head Smash, Water Pulse, Teleport, Mind Headbutt, Laziness, Super Forgetfulness, Psychic Disturbance, Rain Dance, Self-Suggestion. Special skill. The statistics of this Hippowdon left Cheng Cheng utterly speechless. The sheer magnitude of its power rendered him incapable of harboring any thoughts beyond astonishment and confusion. What could this special skill signify? Hello, little one. How is it that you? Do not be alarmed, little one. I truly comprehend your language. I cannot explain why, but ever since I evolved into Hippowdon, it has come naturally to me. Is that so? How impressive. There is no need for astonishment. Every individual or Pokémon possesses their unique abilities. I simply happen to have the gift of communication with humans. Could this be the special skill? Cheng Cheng pondered. Little one. Now is not the time for surprise. A drop of water fell upon Cheng Cheng's face, and at that moment, he remembered that the rain had officially commenced. Raindrops began to fall more densely, soon transforming into a torrential downpour, compelling Cheng Cheng to remain where he stood and brace himself for the deluge. However, after a while, he felt no rainwater at all. He noticed a peculiar barrier surrounding him. The raindrops slid off the barrier, cascading to the ground. Is this telekinesis? It is merely one application of psychic ability. The telekinesis you speak of is a facet of psychic power, and I have employed it to deflect all the rainwater. Cheng Cheng was rendered speechless by the sheer strength of this Hippowdon, both in level and ability. At that moment, the air thickened with unspoken words. Little one, what is your name? Cheng Cheng, Hataki Cheng Cheng. You may simply call me Cheng Cheng. Very well, Cheng Cheng. Do you know why I summoned you here? You called for me. It was I who instructed Tentacruel to bring you here. This island belongs to Dull Hippopotamus. Other Pokémon have no right to ascend, let alone you humans. Then, what business do you have with me? I have a favor to ask of you. A favor? Cheng Cheng felt perplexed. What could a Hippowdon of such power possibly need from him? Allow me to share a tale. Hippowdon began narrating its story. Chapter 13, Homeward Bound. Let me tell you a story. Many years ago, a trainer arrived here. He accepted the charge of the previous Hippowdon, tasked with caring for a dull hippopotamus. Subsequently, with the assistance of this young man, the dull hippopotamus grew strong. When the dull hippopotamus resolved to evolve, it returned here and transformed into a Hippowdon. And that Hippowdon is I. You mean? Indeed, just as you surmised. I need you to accompany a little one on a journey, aiding in its growth. Much like the previous me. Upon hearing Hippowdon's request, Cheng Cheng felt a stirring in his heart. Although the dull hippopotamus would return here to inherit the throne upon evolving, forming a profound friendship with the next Hippowdon seemed appealing. Are you not afraid that I might take the dull hippopotamus away and never return? I trust you, and I trust my judgment. While you may differ greatly from my trainer, I believe you will care for it well. Very well, you need not worry. I shall care for it and assist in its growth. Once it evolves into Hippowdon, I will bring it back. There is no need to wait until it evolves. As soon as it reaches a sufficient level of growth, you may bring it back. We shall conduct the evolution ceremony ourselves. All right, I accept your request. Cheng Cheng was somewhat surprised to hear that Hippowdon would conduct the ceremony themselves, which implied they possessed the certificate of kingship. However, even with such a powerful Hippowdon, no one would dare harbor ill intentions. As a token of my gratitude, I shall bestow upon you a gift. Hippowdon removed the necklace adorning its neck and handed it to Cheng Cheng. What is this? This is a mind gem. A token of gratitude from the previous Hippowdon to my trainer. He entrusted it to me, and today I present it to you as a gesture of thanks. Thank you. But what is its purpose? This should be something only Pokémon can utilize. Indeed, the Mind Gem enhances the abilities of Psychic-type Pokémon, but it also expedites learning psychic powers for humans. Learning psychic powers. Cheng Cheng was taken aback. Although he was aware that some individuals in the Pokémon world could indeed wield psychic abilities, he had not anticipated encountering it so soon. But how can I learn these powers? Do not worry, I shall assist you. I will plant a seed of thought within your being, which will enable you to access psychic abilities. However, continuous practice will be required to cultivate these powers. Hearing Hippowdon's words, Cheng Cheng felt elated. Astonished that he would soon be exposed to psychic abilities, and he began to envision the possibilities that awaited him. The rain intensified in the air, and the Pokémon reveled in the downpour, particularly the water-type Pokémon, who appeared exceedingly joyful. The scene resembled a carnival amidst the rain. The rain persisted throughout the day, and by the following morning, the clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky, with a radiant rainbow arching across the horizon, pristine and beautiful. Simultaneously, Hippowdon's telekinesis sustained throughout the night, further impressing Cheng Cheng with Hippowdon's prowess. Cheng Cheng, how did you sleep last night? Quite well, thank you. Not at all. Just remember to care for the dull hippopotamus diligently. Now, I shall leave a seed of thought in your mind. Thereafter, await its blooming. Hippowdon approached Cheng Cheng and placed a finger on his forehead, while the gemstone atop its head glimmered. Cheng Cheng felt a sensation entering his mind, a refreshing coolness enveloping him. Moments later, Hippowdon withdrew its finger, and Cheng Cheng remained rooted in place. After a few minutes, he finally regained his senses. I hope you nurture this seed well. I will. Hippowdon gestured, and a dull hippopotamus approached. Cheng Cheng, this shall be your companion henceforth. Upon encountering the dopey beast, Cheng Cheng noted its formidable data. Pokémon, dopey beast. Type, water, psychic. Level, 20. Rank, blue. Rarity, rare. Ability, sluggishness. Hidden ability, regeneration. HP, 4090. Attack, 3165. Defense, 3765. Speed, 515. Special attack, 1040. Special defense, 940. Total, 132315. Held item, none. Skills, curse, howl, water gun, psychic, bind. Thus, I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. Cheng Cheng gently patted the dopey beast's head, feeling a wave of delight. Cheng Cheng, it is time for your departure. Ah, indeed, I must take my leave now. I shall return to visit you soon. You are always welcome back. Let us be on our way, everyone. Cheng Cheng stored all his Pokémon, including the newly acquired dopey beast, into their Pokeballs. Then boarded the stinging jellyfish that had brought him yesterday, returning to the shore. Farewell, everyone. Cheng Cheng waved goodbye to the King Hippo, the dopey hippo, and the dopey beasts on the central island, as well as the other Pokémon along the shore and in the water. Following the path indicated by the King Hippo, he traversed the forest for half a day until he finally returned to the home he had longed for. Cheng Cheng spent half an hour refreshing himself with a bath, then settled onto his bed to tally the spoils of his journey. This time, Cheng Cheng had captured a total of 11 Psychic-type Pokémon, 3 Ralts, 2 Natural Sparrows, 1 Jumping Pig, 1 Abra, 2 Qingling, and 1 Wind Chime, along with the dopey beast entrusted to his care by the King Hippo. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and earning 500 achievement points. You now have a total of 1,000 achievement points. Would you like to choose a 10 consecutive draws? No draws. After much effort to accumulate 1,000 achievement points, I need to purchase gene repair potions to complete the genes of the previous Pokémon eggs. Ding! The Pokémon recovery process is now commencing. Red, common, 2. Dark red, common, 5. Dark red, rare, 1. Light orange, common, 2. Orange, common, 2. Orange, rare, 2. Dark orange, common, 3. Light yellow, common, 7. Light yellow, rare, 4. Yellow, common, 7. Yellow, rare, 3. Dark yellow, common, 5. Dark yellow, rare, 4. Light green, common, 2. Light green, rare, 1. Green, common, 1. Total, 338,4000. Congratulations, host, you have earned 338,400. This time, excluding the psychic Pokémon, Cheng Cheng earned over 300,000, which should have been more than 3 million, but that is of little concern. With this over 300,000, Cheng Cheng can procure more Pokémon, even though he still owes Aunt May Shuzi 200,000. However, the psychic Pokémon he has captured are not eggs, thus requiring daily sustenance, which has begun to trouble Cheng Cheng. He suddenly realized that managing so many Pokémon alone was quite challenging, especially since he sometimes needed to venture out, leaving the breeding house unattended for days, which was rather inconvenient. Hence, Cheng Cheng decided to hire 1 or 2 employees to assist him. He retrieved his computer, logged onto the official website of the Alliance, and drafted a recruitment announcement. Position 1. Sales clerk, tasked with selling Pokémon, ages 15 to 30, salary of 10,000 Alliance coins per month, plus a 2 sales commission, females preferred. Position 2. Sales clerk, tasked with preparing Pokémon food, while also feeding and cleaning, ages 20 to 35. Salary of 20,000 Alliance coins per month, males preferred. Contact information, location, Psychic Breeding House, Yanyu City. After posting the recruitment information online, Cheng Cheng shut down his computer and awaited applicants. Subsequently, he ventured into the backyard and released all the Pokémon he had captured, allowing them to acclimatize to their new environment. To assist in their adjustment, he enlisted the help of Wind Chime and several elders. Observing that the Pokémon swiftly adapted to their new lives, Cheng Cheng felt a sense of relief. Returning to the interior of the breeding house, Cheng Cheng took out the problematic Pokémon eggs he had purchased earlier and purchased 8 gene repair agents from the system shop, each requiring 100 achievement points, leaving him with only 200 achievement points. He segregated the Pokémon eggs into 8 wooden basins, added some water, and poured in the gene agents. After 3 hours of soaking, he retrieved one of the eggs. Pokémon egg. Pokémon, Natural Sparrow. Type, Psychic, Flying. Rank, Yellow. Rarity, Rare. This egg has returned to its normal state. Cheng Cheng examined the next egg, Pokémon egg, deceased. Pokémon, Natural Sparrow. Type, Psychic, Flying. Rank, Dark Yellow. Rarity, Rare. Deceased? What could be the reason? System. Why is this egg dead? I require an explanation. Repairing a Pokémon's genes is a notoriously challenging task. The gene repair agents purchased by the host have only a 30 success rate. Should the repair fail, the Pokémon inside will perish. 30? Why did you not mention this earlier? Very well, it is my fault for not inquiring. Cheng Cheng preemptively spoke the words the system intended to convey. Only a 30 success rate. Cheng Cheng felt a pang in his heart, having not only lost 100 achievement points, but also a dark yellow natural sparrow. It is well known that a dark yellow natural sparrow is worth 240,000 Alliance coins. Cheng Cheng anxiously scrutinized the data of the remaining 6 eggs, discovering only 2 were viable. However, he was pleased to note that one of them had reached the light green rank, a level that even the initial Pokémon of the 3 starter types could only attain. The other was dark yellow, which was still commendable. Cheng Cheng felt reassured. Considering these Pokémon had only cost him 8,000 Alliance coins, plus an additional 800 achievement points. He carefully transported the 3 viable Pokémon eggs back to the front store, placing them on the shelf previously occupied by the Natural Sparrow eggs and marking their prices. Natural Sparrow, yellow, 30,000. Natural Sparrow, dark yellow, 50,000. Natural Sparrow, light green, 100,000. Ding. What is it, system? Is there another task? Ding. The system will be undergoing an upgrade shortly. Please arrange your time accordingly. An upgrade? Never mind. I can take this opportunity to relax. After tidying up the breeding house, Cheng Cheng ascended to the 2nd floor to rest. Chapter 14. The Arrival of Miss Junsha. Another sunny day dawned. Cheng Cheng rose early, prepared himself a breakfast, and then descended to prepare food for the Pokémon. After feeding them, he officially opened the store at 8 o'clock. Today, Cheng Cheng had no other tasks. He simply needed to remain in the store to sell Pokémon while also recruiting staff. However, as he had only just posted the recruitment notice yesterday, he presumed no one would arrive today. Around 9 o'clock, a gentleman entered Cheng Cheng's breeding house, not to purchase Pokémon eggs, but to apply for a position. Greetings. I am here for an interview, he stated. Welcome, Cheng Cheng replied. Could you please introduce yourself? My name is Guan Muzwa, and here is my resume, he said, handing over the document. Cheng Cheng reviewed the materials, which detailed his basic information and some work experiences. This individual had previously been a Pokémon trainer, suggesting he possessed a certain level of understanding regarding Pokémon. After perusing the resume, Cheng Cheng found him to be quite promising. Very well, do you have any questions? I would like to inquire about the number of Pokémon I would be responsible for caring for. Approximately a dozen, though that number may increase in the future. I occasionally venture out to capture more Pokémon, so the count will likely grow. Depending on the situation, I may hire additional staff, Cheng Cheng explained. Is this establishment newly opened? In a sense, this shop originally belonged to my father, but he passed away shortly thereafter, and I inherited the breeding house. Have you taken the breeding qualification assessment? Not yet, but I do possess a license to sell Pokémon. I plan to take the assessment for breeders in the future. I understand, but I would like to consider this further. You need time to think? Cheng Cheng felt a bit disheartened, wondering who was applying for the position. Well then, here is my business card. If you decide, please feel free to call me. All right, goodbye. Thank you for your visit. Cheng Cheng sighed, surprised that the first applicant nearly turned the tables on him, realizing that recruiting someone was indeed a challenging endeavor. Throughout the morning, Cheng Cheng encountered no other applicants and did not sell any Pokémon or eggs. In the afternoon, he continued to keep the shop open, and to alleviate his boredom, he brought Gothita and Swinub inside, finding joy in watching the interactions of the 2 Pokémon. Suddenly, an alarm rang outside. Cheng Cheng intended to step out to see Miss Junsha, one of the most renowned figures from the Junsha family, when she unexpectedly entered his shop. Cheng Cheng felt a surge of anxiety. What could Miss Junsha want? Was she here to purchase Pokémon eggs? That seemed unlikely. Perhaps she was here to check his business license? Fortunately, he had taken care of that beforehand, so he was not overly concerned. Good day, sir. Miss Junsha greeted as she approached Cheng Cheng, performing a standard bow. Is there something I can assist you with, Miss Junsha? Indeed. I am here because someone reported that you are illegally selling Pokémon, and I have come to conduct an inspection. How could that be, Miss Junsha? I possess a valid license for selling Pokémon, which I can show you. Cheng Cheng felt apprehensive upon hearing her words. I am not referring to the selling of Pokémon, but rather to the capture of wild Pokémon for sale. Am I not allowed to capture wild Pokémon for sale? Not at all. Anyone can capture wild Pokémon, just like trainers do. However, to sell Pokémon, official documentation is required for proper record keeping. As the proprietor of a breeding house, you must also register any captured Pokémon intended for sale with the league, and there is a limit to the number of Pokémon you may sell each month. I see. I apologize. I was unaware of this regulation, as my breeding house has only just begun operations. I regret to inform you, sir, that we must account for any wild Pokémon you have sold and issue corresponding penalties. Miss Junsha, I have yet to sell a single Pokémon. All the ones I have caught are still being cared for in my backyard. Is that so? If you have not sold any wild Pokémon, there will be no penalties. However, you will receive a warning. I assure you, I have not sold any wild Pokémon. You may investigate, Cheng Cheng reiterated. I will conduct a thorough investigation. If you have sold wild Pokémon without authorization, I will enforce the law strictly. If not, please be advised that any future sales of wild Pokémon must be reported to the league. Understood, I will be cautious and cooperate fully. After 2 hours of meticulous inspection, Miss Junsha issued a few more warnings before finally allowing Cheng Cheng to resume his day. Once she departed, Cheng Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. He decided not to reopen the shop for the day, closing the breeding house's door and returning to the backyard to tend to the Pokémon. Sensing his less than cheerful mood, the Pokémon gathered around to comfort him, lifting his spirits somewhat. Cheng Cheng pondered the prospect of owning other non-psychic type Pokémon, wishing he could have them all. Suddenly, he recalled that the system had taken away those Pokémon, but had not informed him of their whereabouts. He intended to inquire, but remembered that the system was still upgrading. So he set the matter aside for later. That evening, after finishing dinner, the system announced its completion of the upgrade. Ding! System upgrade complete. This upgrade has expanded the variety of items available in the shop and made slight adjustments to the lottery system. Additionally, the host's profile panel has been activated. Host profile? My information? Cheng Cheng queried, and the system displayed the details. Ding! Opening host profile, Cheng Cheng. Gender male. Age, 15. Achievement points, 200. Psychic ability level, Seed. Found Pokémon, none. Cheng Cheng found himself puzzled by the information. What did male signify? Was that even necessary to state? The psychic ability level being Seed likely referred to the thought seed in his mind. Could there be other forms? He recalled Hippowdon mentioning hoping his seed would sprout. Could it eventually grow into a grand tree? System, what does binding a Pokémon mean? The host may choose a Pokémon for binding. Once a Pokémon is bound, it confers significant benefits to the host. Benefits? What kind of benefits? That information will not be disclosed at this time. Cheng Cheng felt exasperated. Will the host choose to bind a Pokémon? Of course. Bind the following Pokémon: Bellossom, Ralts, Abra, Gothita, Swinub, and Snorlax. The Pokémon are now officially bound. After binding with the Pokémon, Cheng Cheng sensed a newfound connection with them. He contemplated the Pokémon once more. System, may I ask where the Pokémon you collected have gone? That is a secret of the system. It has its own means of accommodating these Pokémon. System, can't you reveal it to me? You haven't disassembled all those Pokémon into energy, have you? Certainly not. The energy required by the system was replenished long before the vacation. It could last for decades without issue. As for those Pokémon, they are placed in a special environment after collection, where they continue to thrive. So the host need not worry. Is that true? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Of course not. The system's goal is to cultivate you into a top-tier Pokémon breeding master. To become a breeding master, one must first possess absolute affinity with Pokémon. If the host were to act unfavorably towards them, it would adversely affect the host's affinity, making the journey to becoming a top breeding master all the more arduous. Given this, I am now at ease. I shall proceed to prepare dinner for the Pokémon. After hearing the system's words, Cheng Cheng felt a significant relief in his heart. If the Pokémon he had captured were to suffer under his care, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Today, Cheng Cheng was in high spirits and decided to prepare a delightful meal for his Pokémon. He retrieved a special flour dedicated to crafting Pokémon food. This flour was not the kind intended for human consumption, but rather ground from various plant roots, stems, and leaves, containing essential nutrients for Pokémon growth. Cheng Cheng planned to create 3 distinct flavors of food, so he also gathered kiwi, mango, and lekra fruits. These berries not only served to create energy cubes, but also acted as flavor enhancers for Pokémon cuisine. The sweet yet slightly bitter kiwi was a favored taste of Ralts, while the sweet and tangy mango was adored by Gothita. As for lekra, Cheng Cheng had yet to sample it. This was his first encounter with this berry, and he was uncertain of its appeal. He mixed the flour with water, then juiced the 3 different berries, incorporating each into the flour mixture. After warming the concoction in a heating pot for a while, the 3 varieties of Pokémon food were ready. Cheng Cheng had tasted the dishes made from kiwi and mango, but had not yet tried the one made with lekra. Upon tasting the Pokémon food crafted from lekra, he found the flavor mild, accompanied by a subtle fragrance and a hint of bitterness, leaving him curious as to which Pokémon might enjoy it. He carried the prepared Pokémon food to the backyard, placing the 3 dishes directly on the ground for the Pokémon to choose from. Naturally, Ralts opted for the kiwi-flavored dish, while Gothita and Bellossom selected the mango creation, leaving the dish made with lekra untouched. However, Cheng Cheng then witnessed a curious sight as Kecleon ambled over, extending its hand to sample a piece of the lekra-flavored food. To Cheng Cheng's surprise, it found the taste agreeable and began to consume it. Cheng Cheng noted this particular Pokémon's flavor preference in a small notebook, ensuring that he could prepare suitable meals for them in the future. In the days to come, it seemed he would need to spend more time with these Pokémon to understand their habits and dietary preferences, thus enabling him to care for them more effectively. Concurrently, due to Miss Junsha's recent visit, Cheng Cheng felt hesitant to venture outside for the time being. Chapter 15, The Daily Care of Pokémon. Welcome. How may I assist you today? I would like to purchase a Pokémon. Do you wish to acquire a Pokémon that is already hatched, or an unhatched egg? Hatched Pokémon are preferable. If none are available, an egg will suffice. Boss, there's a customer interested in purchasing a Pokémon. The female attendant shouted, her voice echoing through the establishment. Soon after, a man descended the stairs with a thud. Greetings, I am the owner of this breeding facility. You are indeed seeking a Pokémon. Please follow me. The speaker was Cheng Cheng. After receiving a warning from Miss Junsha, he had remained within the breeding facility, subsequently hiring a female and a male attendant. With their arrival, Cheng Cheng felt a significant relief and often spent his time on the second floor when there were no customers. At our psychic breeding facility, we exclusively sell psychic-type Pokémon. Currently, as we are in the initial stages, our stock is limited. This way, Cheng Cheng guided the customer to the backyard and called out, everyone, gather around. Soon, 8 or 9 Pokémon assembled, including a natural Pidgey and a Ralts that Cheng Cheng had hatched from eggs. These are the Pokémon available in our breeding facility. See if any catch your fancy. The customer approached and examined several Pokémon up close, then shook his head. I do not fancy these Pokémon. Do you have any others? Apologies, but these are the only Pokémon we have at the moment. The only eggs in stock are for Ralts and natural Pidgey. Very well then. I shall take my leave. Take care, and we hope to see you again. Cheng Cheng sighed softly at the lost opportunity, and the Pokémon, sensing his disappointment, felt a tinge of sadness themselves, lamenting their failure to attract a buyer. Do not fret, since they chose not to purchase you. You now have more time to keep me company. Cheng Cheng comforted the Pokémon by gently patting their heads. In recent days, business had not been thriving. However, thanks to Miss Junsha's visit, more people became aware of his shop. Otherwise, it was likely he would have sold not a single Pokémon. Cheng Cheng returned indoors, where the attendant, Xiao Li, noticed his solitary return and recognized that yet another deal had fallen through. Boss, did the customer not make a purchase? No, he did not like the Pokémon we had. Boss, why not stock some other types of Pokémon? Psychic types are scarce, and few people are interested. At this rate, we might not sell anything. Xiao Li was the female attendant Cheng Cheng had hired to sell Pokémon, while Ali was brought in to care for them. Through several tests, he had successfully recruited both. My dream is to become a master in breeding psychic-type Pokémon, and our facility specializes in this type. So we only sell psychic Pokémon and their eggs. Oh, very well. Cheng Cheng replied with a faint smile, dismissing Xiao Li's concerns. He chose not to return to the second floor, but instead sat by the counter, propping his head with one hand, his gaze distant. How dreadfully boring. I miss the excitement of my time in the forest, though fraught with danger. That thrilling and vibrant life is something I yearn for. Wait, I could arrange battles for my Pokémon. It would not only enhance their strength, but also help pass the time. With that thought in mind, Cheng Cheng returned to the backyard, bringing forth all 7 Pokémon he had bound to him. The Pokémon gathered around Cheng Cheng, bouncing with joy. Observing his current Pokémon, Cheng Cheng noted that Bellisum's level was quite high, so he allowed it to practice on its own. The natural Pidgey's condition was still subpar, so he instructed it to engage in some light exercises. As for Kecleon, it would remain in its Pokeball for now. Alright, let us commence the first match, Snubbull vs Gothita. Pokémon, Snubbull. Type, Psychic. Level, 13. Rank, Light Yellow. Rarity, Rare. Ability, Thick Fat. HP, 2460. Physical Attack, 1025. Physical Defense, 1235. Special Attack, 2470. Special Defense, 2680. Speed, 2260. Total, 118330. Held item, none. Skills, Water Splash, Charge, Illusion Wave, Scent Detection, Illusion Light. Pokémon, Gothita. Type, Psychic. Level, 14. Rank, Light Green. Rarity, Rare. Ability, Insight. Hidden Ability, Shadow Step. Skills, Strike, Telekinesis, Scratch, False Cry. Now, you two are forbidden from any further antics. It's time to be serious, do you understand? Gerda exclaimed. The little creature, known as Goad Baby, swiftly employed a slap against the jumping pig. Goad Baby surged towards the jumping pig with newfound speed, much quicker than one might expect for its size. Yet, the jumping pig nimbly evaded the attack with a leap. Goad Baby continued to wave its hands energetically, while the jumping pig danced around, dodging with ease. The jumping pig unleashed a Psywave upon Goad Baby. With a soft sound, the Psywave successfully struck Goad Baby, leaving it in a state of confusion. Come on, wake up, Goad Baby. Goad Baby struggled to break free from the effects of the Psywave. Seizing the moment, the jumping pig executed a charge. Compressing its tail with great force, it leapt forward, colliding directly with Goad Baby and jolting it back to awareness. However, Goad Baby was left unable to continue the battle. This round concluded with the jumping pig emerging victorious. The jumping pig expressed its joy, bouncing excitedly next to Cheng Cheng, while Goat Baby, feeling dejected, lay atop Cheng Cheng's lap. It's all right, Goat Baby. There's always next time for us to try harder together. After comforting Goat Baby, Cheng Cheng initiated the next match. In this upcoming battle, the contenders were Dull Beast and Ralts. Pokémon, Ralts type, Psychic, Fairy level, 16 rarity, rare ability, Synchronize hidden ability, Telepathy moves, Howl, Confusion, Shadow Sneak, Teleport, Lucky Chant. Pokémon, Dull Beast type, Water, Psychic level, 20 rarity, rare ability, Oblivious hidden ability, Regenerator moves, Curse, Growl, Water Gun, Confusion, Bind. Ralts, you shall attack first. Let's go. Ralts uses Lucky Chant. Ralts cast the spell to gain an advantage. Dull Beast responded with Water Gun, spraying a torrent of water. Ralts countered by using Shadow Sneak, dividing itself into 3 images, causing Dull Beast's Water Gun to miss. Dull Beast attempted again, directing Water Gun at all 3 Ralts simultaneously, successfully dispersing the illusions. Ralts levitated using Confusion to avoid the incoming assault. Dull Beast aimed a Confusion at Ralts. Cheng Cheng anticipated the move, yet nothing transpired. Dull Beast, try using Confusion again. What is happening? Why is Dull Beast not obeying? Cheng Cheng ceased the battle and rushed toward Dull Beast. Can you use Confusion? Dull Beast appeared blissfully oblivious, leaving Cheng Cheng uncertain if it had responded. It's fine. You've worked hard today, Dull Beast. And you too, Ralts. Keep up the good work. All right, everyone. Today's battles conclude here. I shall prepare a meal for you all. The Pokémon rejoiced at the prospect of Cheng Cheng cooking, as he had rarely done so lately, leaving most of the culinary tasks to Ollie. Upon returning indoors, Cheng Cheng found Ollie preparing Pokémon food. Ollie, I'll take over today. Very well, I'll assist you. Ollie placed the Pokémon flour on the table. What flavors do you intend to prepare? Let's make some odd berry, mango, and lepa berry dishes. Additionally, I should prepare extra servings of mebry berry and lychee berry, as I've promised the Pokémon a treat today. I haven't made these 2 dishes before, so please help me record their flavors and note which Pokémon enjoy them. Understood. Cheng Cheng began mixing the flour while Ollie prepared the berries into a puree. With Ollie's assistance, Cheng Cheng swiftly completed the Pokémon food. They brought the dishes to the backyard and served the Pokémon. The first 3 varieties were quickly chosen, while the remaining 2 awaited sampling. Windchime, do try the lychee berry dish. Windchime sampled the lychee berry food, then gently shook its head, indicating it was not to its liking. Then let us try the mebry berry. After tasting the mebry berry dish, Windchime shook its head even more vigorously, producing a melodious chime. Ah, so neither of these dishes appeals to you? Casey, would you care to try? Cheng Cheng offered the dishes to all the Pokémon and soon discovered that the jumping pig favored the mebry berry flavor, while none enjoyed the lychee berry dish. Perhaps Psychic-type Pokémon had an aversion to this fruit, or Cheng Cheng had yet to capture any Psychic Pokémon that might enjoy it. After the Pokémon finished their meal, Cheng Cheng handed the dishes to Ollie for cleaning. Once they were done, they concluded their day. Cheng Cheng returned to the second floor, savored a meal prepared by Aunt Mei Su, and planned to take a bath before retiring for the night. In the past, he would have simply gone to sleep, but now he needed to train his psychic abilities. Following the method provided by King Hippo, he focused intently, retrieving the bent spoon that Casey carried for practice. Initially resistant, Casey agreed after Cheng Cheng offered 3 portions of Pokémon food in exchange. Thus began Cheng Cheng's psychic training for the evening. Chapter 16, Journey to Water Tranquil City. Ding! It's the beginning of the month. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1 draw for the monthly lottery. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Today marked Cheng Cheng's first monthly lottery opportunity. Had it not been for the system's reminder, he might have forgotten entirely. During this period, he had been diligently caring for the Pokémon at the nursery. Although sales had not been particularly robust, some Pokémon had found new homes. Currently, only 1 Ralts and 2 natural sparrows remained, with merely 5 or 6 Pokémon eggs left. Cheng Cheng decided it was time to venture out once more in search of potential purchases. Yet, with the monthly lottery available today, he opted to draw first. System, commence the lottery. Ding! The monthly lottery begins. Congratulations, host. You have won a stuffed doll. Pokémon, stuffed doll, suction cup doll. Type, Psychic, Fairy level, 30 rarity, green. Rarity, rare. Trait, soundproof. Hidden ability, technical mastery. HP, 2440. Physical attack, 1845. Physical defense, 2365. Special attack, 33100. Special defense, 35120. Speed, 3490. Total, 207460. Item held, none. Skills: Psychic, Barrier, Slam, Light Screen. It appears to be a Mr. Mime, a Pokémon that is likely absent from the Hoenn region. The only one that Cheng Cheng knows of is the one owned by Ash. Mr. Mime typically resides in the Kanto region and is predominantly owned by various circuses, given its innate talent for mime performance. This particular Mr. Mime is of a high level, ranking second among Cheng Cheng's Pokémon, and boasts exceptional qualifications, surpassing those of his beloved Bellossom. Cheng Cheng was elated to encounter this Mr. Mime, relieved that it was not a pure Psychic-type Pokémon. Cheng Cheng reviewed his own profile. Name: Cheng Cheng. Gender: male. Age: 15. Achievement points: 500. Psychic ability level: Seed. Bound Pokémon: Bellossom, Ralts, Abra, Gothita, Swablu, Spoink, Slowpoke. In recent days, Cheng Cheng had completed 2 minor tasks, earning an additional 300 achievement points. He noticed that the shop offered potions to enhance Pokémon ranks, albeit at a steep price. Cheng Cheng was eager to upgrade Bellossom's rank, as it was his first companion Pokémon. After breakfast, he descended to the breeding house, where he planned to arrange another battle between Gothita and Spoink. Gothita had lost the previous match and was quite unwilling to accept defeat. Insisting on a rematch, Cheng Cheng had no choice but to oblige. Alright, this match will feature Gothita versus Spoink, and I will serve solely as the referee, offering no guidance to either of you. Gothita believed that it had lost last time due to Cheng Cheng's instructions, so this time it resolved to let the two duel independently. Prepare yourselves, begin. Upon Cheng Cheng's command, Gothita initiated the battle with a slam, which Spoink effortlessly evaded. Seizing the opportunity, Spoink charged forward, striking Gothita with a tackle. Gothita was infuriated and retaliated with another slam, which Spoink also dodged before lunging at Gothita once more. However, Gothita's consecutive slaps landed squarely on Spoink. Gothita, 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 Gothita. This was a barrage of slaps. Cheng Cheng was astonished to see that Gothita had mastered the consecutive slap technique. Gothita continued to unleash its flurry of slaps upon Spoink, who ultimately succumbed and lost its ability to battle. Enough, Gothita. You have emerged victorious. Cheng Cheng observed Spoink's cheeks, which had once been slightly puffy, now swelling even more. I hereby declare Gothita the winner of this match. Gothita. Gothita danced with glee. Now, Spoink, do not despair. Allow me to apply some medicine. Your injuries will heal swiftly. Cheng Cheng produced a healing ointment and applied it to the sides of Spoink's cheeks. Ding. Task announcement. Task 1. The host must capture 20 Psychic-type Pokémon within 1 month. Completing this task will yield 500 achievement points. Task 2. The host must capture 10 Pokémon of a light green hue or above within 1 month. Completing this task will also yield 500 achievement points. Upon reading these tasks, Cheng Cheng felt a twinge of anxiety. Completing both tasks would grant him 1,000 achievement points, allowing him to purchase a potion to elevate his Pokémon's rank. However, the challenges presented were formidable. The variety and quantity of Psychic-type Pokémon were exceedingly limited, making the capture of 20 within a month a daunting endeavor. Moreover, capturing 10 Pokémon surpassing the initial forms of the starter trio within the same time frame would be even more difficult, although there were overlapping aspects to the tasks. Without further ado, Cheng Cheng resolved to embark on his journey the following day, but first, he needed to ponder his destination. Most Pokémon in Verdanturf Town were flying types, making it improbable to capture 20 Psychic types within the Verdanturf Forest. He would have to consider alternative locales. Upon returning to the second floor, Cheng Cheng opened his computer to search for areas abundant in Psychic-type Pokémon. However, he found little information, as most searches yielded locations inhabited by powerful Psychic types. While he sought quantity over strength, since he could not determine the types of Pokémon to capture, he decided to focus on the quantity first. Cheng Cheng scoured the Hoenn region for locations renowned for high Pokémon capture rates. Apart from the vast forests, there remained one promising location, the Route 120. Upon seeing the name Route 120, Cheng Cheng suddenly realized his oversight. The abundance of Pokémon in Route 120 was remarkable, and despite certain limitations, he could still capture a considerable number. He checked the nearest access point to Route 120, which was Waterflower City. Cheng Cheng promptly researched the route to Waterflower City. The distance from Verdanturf Town was not prohibitive, so he opted for a journey on foot. To avoid losing his way again, he meticulously mapped out his route. After a brief preparation, packing some travel clothing, he descended with his Pokémon companions. This time, Cheng Cheng did not intend to take all his Pokémon. He would only bring Bellossom, Mr. Mime, Slowpoke, and Ralts, leaving the others at the shop. Ding. Task announcement. Task 3. Undertake a journey. As aspiring breeders of Psychic-type Pokémon, Travel is an indispensable part of the process. The duration of the journey is at the host's discretion, and the system will evaluate the quality of the journey, with higher scores yielding greater achievement points. Cheng Cheng was taken aback by the system's new task, which seemed devoid of strict requirements and overlapped with the previous tasks, essentially granting him free achievement points. He hesitated to inform the system, fearing it might rescind the task. Shaoli, I shall be away for a month. During this time, I may send Pokémon back. Please keep an eye out for them. Also, do inform Ali. Understood, boss. Safe travels. Cheng Cheng exited the breeding house and made his way to the town center. For this month-long expedition, he needed to adequately prepare supplies while also ensuring his 4 Pokémon received a checkup at the Pokémon Center. First, Cheng Cheng purchased some healing items and a multitude of Pokeballs from the shop before heading to the Pokémon Center. The Pokémon Center was a favored destination among trainers, bustling daily with many, including those from afar, allowing Cheng Cheng to observe various Pokémon. Miss Joy, could you please assist me in checking my Pokémon? Certainly. Please hold on a moment. The examination of Pokémon required some time, so Cheng Cheng settled at a nearby table, waiting patiently. Cheng Cheng, with his eyes closed, meticulously reviewed the 3 tasks once more, contemplating various strategies for each. Upon opening his eyes and lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of 4 trainers who had traveled from afar. A tremor of surprise coursed through him as he realized he had unexpectedly encountered them here. Since his arrival in the Pokémon world, he had been pondering whether he had truly entered the authentic Pokémon realm or merely a version from the anime. Upon seeing these 4 individuals, it became evident to him that he had indeed stepped into the animated universe of Pokémon. Before him stood none other than Ash Ketchum and Pikachu, and as they were in the Hoenn region, Ash's companions should be Brock, May, and Max. It was quite a surprise to encounter them here. It seemed he had stumbled upon a scenario reminiscent of the 2nd season, where Ash was preparing to challenge the Hoenn League, while May was set to participate in the Pokémon Coordinating Contest, also known as the Grand Festival. The appearance of the 4 differed slightly from their anime counterparts, but Cheng Cheng could unequivocally affirm their identities, not just due to their ensemble, but also because of Pikachu, whose data was astonishing. Species, Pikachu type, electric level, 34 grade, blue rarity, common ability, static hidden ability, lightning rod special trait, protagonist aura, occasionally unleashes power that is 1 to 100 times greater, HP, 2935 attack, 3255 defense, 1730 special attack, 3250 special defense, 2840 speed, 5790 total. 195300 item held. None moves. Thunderbolt. Quick attack, Electro Ball, agility, tackle, Leer, Volt tackle protagonist aura. What does that imply? 100-fold power? No wonder Pikachu can sometimes hold its own against legendary Pokémon. By the way, system, why do I lack a protagonist aura? I am the protagonist too, you know? Of course, the host possesses a protagonist aura, albeit of a different magnitude. Additionally, the host is endowed with the golden finger, which is this very system. The system exuded an air of pride. Cheng Cheng pondered this. Indeed, his ability to traverse into this world and inherit the breeding house suggested the presence of a protagonist aura, with the main system as his golden finger. His achievements would surely be remarkable. What an adorable Pikachu. Cheng Cheng had always harbored a fondness for Pikachu, and due to the system's constraints, he had felt a tinge of sadness over not being able to own one. Now that he had encountered the Pikachu, and a legendary one at that, he would not hold back. Chapter 17, Battling Pikachu. After Ash handed over his Pokémon to Nurse Joy, he joined the others at their table to wait. The 4 trainers sat nearby, and Cheng Cheng felt hesitant to approach them directly, as it might give the impression of ulterior motives. What to do? Suddenly, he noticed Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, and an idea struck him. Cheng Cheng retrieved some Pokémon treats from his backpack, crafted from mangoes. The choice of this specific food was intentional, as mangoes had a potent aroma that would easily attract Pokémon. Pika. Pikachu seemed to catch a whiff of something delightful and began sniffing the air. What's the matter, Pikachu? Ash inquired, noticing Pikachu's unusual behavior. Pika. Upon spotting the Pokémon treats on the table, Pikachu leaped down from Ash's shoulder and scampered over to Cheng Cheng's chair. Cheng Cheng was keenly aware of Pikachu's approach, but made an effort to appear nonchalant. How adorable. Would you like a little something to eat? He offered, presenting the Pokémon treats to Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu, however, did not immediately indulge. Instead, it shook its head. Hello, I apologize for Pikachu wandering over here and causing you trouble. Ash said, acknowledging the situation. Not at all. I absolutely adore Pokémon, especially Pikachu. These treats are for my Pokémon, but Pikachu is welcome to partake as well. Would you like to try some? Cheng Cheng offered a small piece to Pikachu. Pikachu regarded the treat, glanced at Ash, then took it with its tiny paws and began to nibble while seated on the chair. Cheng Cheng was utterly enchanted by the sight of Pikachu enjoying its food. So adorable. Cheng Cheng couldn't resist and impulsively scooped Pikachu into his arms. Pika. Pikachu was startled, and Cheng Cheng felt a jolt of electricity. Not from Pikachu's thunderbolt, but from its ability, static. He had momentarily forgotten that Pikachu possessed this trait, which could easily generate an electric charge. Seeing Cheng Cheng shocked, Pikachu appeared remorseful, and Ash quickly apologized. It's all right. It's my fault for startling Pikachu. I simply can't help but adore it so much. Pikachu, would you like some more? Cheng Cheng offered another piece of food. Pikachu clutched the treat and resumed eating, while Cheng Cheng couldn't help but gently pet Pikachu's head, which elicited no response from the little creature. The sensation was simply delightful, causing Cheng Cheng's heart to swell with joy. By the way, I'm Ash, and my dream is to become a Pokémon master. I'm Cheng Cheng, just call me Cheng Cheng. My aspiration is to be a top Pokémon breeder. Really? I also aspire to be a Pokémon breeder. Brock interjected, intrigued upon hearing Cheng Cheng's ambition. Hello, Cheng Cheng extended his hand, shaking hands with Brock. I'm May, and my dream is to become a top Pokémon coordinator. I'm Max, and I enjoy learning about various Pokémon. Greetings. Cheng Cheng exchanged handshakes with the two and then offered another piece of food to Pikachu. Did you make these Pokémon treats yourself? May I try one? Of course. Brock replied eagerly, taking a piece of the Pokémon food and savoring it. What fruit is this made from? It's a mango, unique to the Hoenn region. The texture is exquisite, melting in the mouth. As soon as it touches the palate, it dissolves, releasing a sweet flavor with a hint of tartness. Delicious. Your Pokémon treats are truly exceptional. Thank you. However, the ratio of flour to fruit puree is slightly off. You've added too much puree, which makes the flavor overly intense and detracts from the original taste. Is that so? I'll need to experiment with it further. Brock's suggestion was indeed valid. As Cheng Cheng acknowledged his own shortcomings in this area, Brock was undoubtedly more skilled. However, having only begun this journey not long ago, Cheng Cheng believed he would soon surpass Brock. By the way, Ash, you must have come from elsewhere, right? Yes, Brock and I hail from the Kanto region, while Max and May are from Orange City. We are here to participate in the Hoenn League. I see. So where are you headed next? I have already acquired 6 badges, and my next destination is Green Ridge City. However, to reach Green Ridge City, I must first take a boat from Water Tranquil City. You are heading to Water Tranquil City as well. How serendipitous. I too am bound for that place. Why not embark on this journey together? Indeed, that sounds splendid. Cheng Cheng silently praised himself. Finally, he had an opportunity to spend more time with Pikachu. Hataki Cheng Cheng, your Pokémon are ready, came the announcement from Nurse Joy. Upon hearing this, Cheng Cheng approached the counter to retrieve his Pokémon, while Ash's Pokémon required a bit more time. Ash, would you care for a one-on-one battle? Absolutely. My other Pokémon aren't quite ready yet, so I'll use Pikachu for this match. It was evident that Ash would readily agree to a challenge he proposed. Cheng Cheng and Ash made their way to the battle arena within the Pokémon Center, where Brock took on the role of referee. We are about to commence a one-on-one match, with each trainer utilizing a single Pokémon. The battle concludes when one Pokémon is unable to continue. I declare the battle to begin now. Let's go, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu eagerly leaped onto the battlefield. In that case, I shall summon my starter Pokémon. Go, Spheal. Spheal. Is that Spheal? Ash inquired, pulling out his Pokédex to scan for information on the Pokémon. Cheng Cheng too took a moment to review Spheal's data. Species, Spheal type, Psychic level, 36 rarity, rare ability, Levitate HP, 4065 attack, 3050 defense, 3570 special attack, 6995 special defense, 4680 speed, 5065 total, 270425 item, none moves, bind. Sing, Scare, Psychic, Tackle, Noisy, Yawn, Psywave, Body Slam. Then let us take the offensive, Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. Spheal withstood the onslaught and retaliated with Psywave. Pika. Pikachu's Thunderbolt was indeed formidable, inflicting significant damage on Spheal, yet Spheal quickly unleashed its Psywave, successfully hitting Pikachu. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Pikachu charged towards Spheal with remarkable speed. Spheal evade. Spheal, utilizing its slender physique, deftly dodged Pikachu's assault. Spheal, use Psychic to lift Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu found itself suspended in midair. Now unleash Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Spheal flung Pikachu away, narrowly avoiding the Thunderbolt, causing Pikachu to crash onto the ground. Spheal, once more with Psywave. Pikachu, retaliate with Volt Tackle. Spheal. Spheal. Pika. Pikachu. The Psywave struck Pikachu, while Pikachu's Volt tackle impacted Spheal, resulting in both Pokémon falling simultaneously to the ground, with both sides unable to continue. The battle concluded in a draw. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash rushed over to embrace Pikachu. Return, Spheal. You did wonderfully. That was an incredible battle, Ash. Indeed. It truly was. You performed excellently, Pikachu. Cheng Cheng gently stroked Pikachu. Pikachu, too, appeared quite pleased. Alright, I must take Spheal for treatment. You should bring Pikachu along as well. The two entrusted their Pokémon to Nurse Joy for healing. Once restored, she returned them alongside Ash's Pokémon. By the way, since it's still early, let us set off together. Absolutely. Thus, Cheng Cheng and Ash, along with their companions, journeyed towards Water Tranquil City. To traverse from Inu City to Water Tranquil City, they naturally had to pass through a forest. After several hours of walking, the sky began to darken, compelling them to camp for the night in the woods. Dinner was prepared by Brock and Cheng Cheng, with Brock responsible for the food of the five of them, while Cheng Cheng took charge of the Pokémon's meals. By the way, Cheng Cheng, what is your purpose in Water Tranquil City? I have opened a breeding facility and need to acquire some Pokémon eggs. Water Tranquil City has a massive shopping center and a Pokémon safari zone, so I intend to capture some Pokémon. I see. Since you're venturing into the wild safari zone, we should go together. Agreed. Hey look, a shooting star. Xiao Yao pointed towards a meteor streaking across the sky. The meteor fell to the earth, landing not far from their group. Though it was not far. Walking there might take them all day. A meteor, perhaps a type of meteorite? Am I forgetting something? Cheng Cheng felt a nagging sense of forgetfulness but could not pinpoint what it was, so he dismissed the thought. Before long, the five fell into a restful slumber. Meanwhile, the meteorite struck the ground, creating a vast crater. Within this valley, no Pokémon or humans were present, until suddenly, a beam of light shone down. The meteorite must have landed here, one of the two approaching figures remarked. Indeed, Commander. As they neared the crater, they beheld the meteorite. Retrieve the extraordinary Pokémon recovery device. Yes, Commander. A woman extracted a large machine from a small box. The folding technology in the Pokémon world was indeed remarkable. Fire missiles at the meteorite. Understood, Commander. Two missiles collided with the meteorite, shattering it into fragments. A blue light emanated from the debris, and the two gazed in astonishment at what lay before them. What is this? A flash of red light swept through, and all fell silent. Chapter 18, Cosmic Pokémon. The next day, Brock and Cheng Cheng rose early to prepare breakfast. After the group finished their meal, they set off towards Water Tranquil City. Everyone, we are about to reach Stream Valley Town, Xiao Yao announced while consulting her Pokédex map. Cheng Cheng felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would not have wasted time on the map. I wish we could reach Stream Valley Town faster. Once we arrive at the Pokémon Center, we can truly rest. Indeed, our Pokémon are in need of a break as well. As they progressed towards Stream Valley, they remained oblivious to the presence of certain entities lurking in the nearby bushes. Once they passed, two figures and a Pokémon emerged from the underbrush. Did you just hear that kid's voice? A red-haired girl remarked. Really? I didn't hear anything, replied a boy with bluish-purple hair, munching on a rice ball. Forget about that kid. I thought I saw a meteorite fall around here. If we can retrieve it and sell it, we could make a fortune, remarked a Pokémon with a coin atop its head. Very well, let us embark on a quest to find the meteorite, Somnot. Suddenly, a Snorlax dashed out. Meanwhile, Cheng Cheng and his companions had arrived at Creek Valley Town, but the atmosphere felt desolate. Is this truly Creek Valley Town? Pikachu, it is so eerily quiet. Have all the townsfolk fallen into slumber? Cheng Cheng also sensed an oddity about this small town, yet he could not pinpoint why, despite having watched the anime. The specifics eluded him. The five of them approached the Pokémon Center and pushed open its grand doors. Good evening, is anyone here? They called out, only to discover the hall was devoid of life. It seems no one is around. Let us wait in the hall, suggested Xiao Yao. At that moment, the door behind the counter swung open, and Nurse Joy emerged. Nurse Joy? Brock exclaimed with a smile. Greetings, may I inquire what brings you here? Nurse Joy articulated each word slowly and deliberately. Nurse Joy, our Pokémon. I am sorry, but I cannot assist you in caring for your Pokémon. The equipment here is malfunctioning. What about a room? I regret to inform you that we are fully booked for the night. Farewell. With a blank expression, Nurse Joy retreated through the door from whence she came. Faced with no other option, the group exited the Pokémon Center and stepped outside. That Nurse Joy seemed rather peculiar. Xiao Sheng remarked with a hint of skepticism. That person was not Nurse Joy, Brock suddenly interjected. What? How do you know? While all Nurse Joys bear a resemblance, each is distinct in her own right. Brock then produced an album filled with photographs of Nurse Joys from various regions, though each Nurse Joy is unique. They share a common trait, love and kindness. Cheng Cheng, slightly exasperated, anticipated this line of reasoning, yet he too felt something was amiss with that Nurse Joy. What exactly was the issue? Nevertheless, the essence of Nurse Joy was unmistakable. Given Brock's assertion, this Nurse Joy must indeed be the real deal. Yet why had she acted so strangely? What had he forgotten? Cheng Cheng tapped his forehead in contemplation, reflecting on Nurse Joy's demeanor. He sensed she might have been under some form of hypnosis. Yes, hypnosis, could it be? Cheng Cheng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surroundings, and discerned an almost imperceptible psychic energy emanating from the Pokémon Center. Was it a psychic-type Pokémon, or was someone wielding psychic powers? Enough of this chatter. My stomach is growling, Xiaoxing interrupted. Let us first satisfy our hunger. Very well, let us fill our bellies before continuing. Soon, Brock had prepared meals for everyone, including a serving for the Pokémon. As they dined, Cheng Cheng's worries deepened. If a psychic-type Pokémon was indeed behind this, it must possess considerable strength, capable of keeping Nurse Joy under hypnosis for an extended period. The peculiar circumstances surrounding the town only added to his unease. Wait, there are only a few types of psychic Pokémon. I should be able to deduce which one it is. Could it be? Oh no, the hat Pokémon has vanished. What? The group suddenly realized that the hat Pokémon, which had just been enjoying its meal, was now missing. They hurriedly began searching the area. They soon found the hat Pokémon, but it was being held captive by two individuals. Hey, what are you planning to do with my Pokémon? Brock shouted at the two. Your Pokémon? This is a cosmic Pokémon we discovered. What nonsense. This is clearly my hat Pokémon. Mary. All right. Mary produced a Pokédex and retrieved the data on the hat Pokémon. What? It's indeed the hat Pokémon. Correct, it is the hat Pokémon. Come back, hat Pokémon. Brock called back his Pokémon with a Pokeball. Who are you exactly? We are members of the unbelievable Pokémon Club, Ken and Mary. The two removed their masks. You are Ash. Ken suddenly recalled having seen them before. We are the ones who once boarded the Pika spaceship. Indeed, we are members of the unbelievable Pokémon Club, dedicated to seeking out various extraordinary Pokémon. We believe these cosmic Pokémon may have arrived here via a meteorite, Ken explained. Recently, we detected a meteorite that fell in this vicinity, and upon investigation, we encountered a Pokémon. The subsequent memories are rather hazy, as it seems this Pokémon emitted strange waves that erased our memories, Mary continued. We appear to have been controlled by these bizarre waves, leading to the escape of the Pokémon. We must capture it. With that, the two hastily departed. A Pokémon capable of controlling humans. It was highly probable that the earlier Nurse Joy was also under its influence, Brock thought, recalling the earlier scene. Let us quickly return to the Pokémon Center. Indeed, it is you. Cheng Cheng suddenly realized, recognizing that this Pokémon was of the psychic type. He resolved that if given the chance, he would capture it. The group returned to the Pokémon Center and opened the door. Meanwhile, two individuals were also attempting to enter from the opposite side. What is taking so long? Meowth, hasn't he opened it yet? Almost there, Meow. Shortly thereafter, the window swung open, allowing the two and a Pokémon to enter. Cheng Cheng and his companions heard a commotion from that direction and rushed over, catching sight of a shadow on the wall. Could this be a Pokémon from the cosmos? We must go investigate. Since you insist, let us take a look. We shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard peace, to uphold love and truth, we are the charming yet nefarious Team Rocket. Jesse James Meowth. We traverse the galaxy, and a bright tomorrow awaits us. Indeed. So not. Bellsprout. Cheng Cheng spotted James's Bellsprout and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It's you, Team Rocket. Did they truly announce themselves? Cheng Cheng inwardly scoffed. Team Rocket. What brings you here? We are here to search for the meteorite, Meow. Meteorite? What meteorite? Is there none, Meow? Who is over there? Suddenly, Nurse Joy's voice echoed from afar. Oh no, Nurse Joy is coming. We must hide. Team Rocket and Cheng Cheng's group all hurriedly concealed themselves in a room. What is that over there? Jessie directed her flashlight towards a corner, revealing a Pokémon resembling the moon. It must be a moonstone, Cheng Cheng exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. The moonstone is a Pokémon of the psychic and rock types, and capturing it would undoubtedly add a formidable ally to one's team. As he examined the moonstone's data, he noted, Pokémon, moonstone, type, psychic, rock, level, 40, rank, green, rarity, epic, ability, levitate, skills, tackle, harden, telekinesis, rock slide, hypnosis, psywave, moonlight, psychic, wake up slap. Such formidable power stirred within Cheng Cheng an increasing desire to capture it. Meanwhile, Ash too had obtained the data on Moonstone. Could it truly be a Pokémon from the cosmos? Meowth approached Moonstone, engaging in communication. What did it say? Ash inquired. It said it's in great pain, Meowth responded. Moonstone appeared to be injured, evoking sympathy from all. Xiaoyao noticed Moonstone's frailty. Haha, although we haven't found the meteorite, capturing a Pokémon from the cosmos is still an excellent choice. Suddenly, Team Rocket leapt into action. Today, this Moonstone shall be claimed by Team Rocket. Humph, go Pikachu. Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt struck Jessie's group directly, yet instead of being thrown back as usual, they were rendered paralyzed, collapsing to the ground. Darn it. Go Desert Naya. Use Pin Missile. Desert Naya launched its Pin Missile towards them, prompting the group to dodge swiftly. Desert Naya aimed its attack at Moonstone. However, just as it was about to unleash its move, it came to an abrupt halt. Moonstone's eyes glimmered with a blue light, presumably using telekinesis. Team Rocket was seized by this psychic force, only to be flung away once more. How intolerable. Cheng Cheng observed Team Rocket's predicament, contemplating whether he should still capture Moonstone. Please, do not harm Moonstone. Suddenly, Nurse Joy entered the scene. Nurse Joy, what on earth is happening? She appeared to be under some influence as well. After Moonstone had finished using telekinesis, it collapsed, and Joy's control was lifted. What could this mean? Cheng Cheng pondered. It seems Moonstone has suffered quite a bit and has been hiding here to avoid detection, controlling the people around it. Cheng Cheng suddenly recalled the events leading to this moment and provided an explanation. Could you please assist me in getting Moonstone to the medical room? It was remarkable how strong the people in this world were, as Ash and Brock effortlessly carried the 300-pound Moonstone into the medical room. Nurse Joy conducted a thorough examination of Moonstone. Nurse Joy, how is Moonstone? Its energy has been excessively depleted. It is currently very weak. What should we do? Let me give it a try. Cheng Cheng suddenly spoke. He placed his hands upon Moonstone, channeling his psychic energy. Although he had only recently begun to learn about his powers and was not adept at utilizing them, he could connect with a psychic-type Pokémon, especially since this Moonstone possessed a considerable reservoir of psychic energy. As Cheng Cheng guided his energy towards Moonstone, it responded, the two powers intertwining. After exchanging a few words through psychic communication, Cheng Cheng's strength waned. Cheng Cheng, how did it go? I have a solution. Cheng Cheng's eyes brightened. I've realized that Moonstone's power is derived from the moon. Therefore, if we place Moonstone outside under the moonlight, it will be able to rejuvenate. Is that so? That sounds wonderful. I wonder if the moon will be out tonight. Tonight, there will indeed be a full moon, Nurse Joy confirmed. Then let's help Moonstone regain its energy tonight. That is indeed feasible. However, our valley is surrounded by tall mountains, making it difficult to see the moon. Let us take Moonstone outside the valley, they decided. However, the two individuals earlier seemed to be searching for Moonstone as well. It may be inconvenient to transport it out in the open. How about this? We can first place Moonstone in a Pokeball, then use it to exit the valley. And once outside, we can release it to absorb the moonlight. This way, we can efficiently escape, Cheng Cheng suggested. But will Moonstone agree to enter the Pokeball? No worries. I believe that as long as we convey our intention to help it, and assure it that it will be released afterwards, it may willingly enter. Let us give it a try. Cheng Cheng approached Moonstone and gently tapped the Pokeball against it. The Pokeball enveloped Moonstone, and with a flash of red light, it became calm. At that moment, Cheng Cheng yearned to exclaim in triumph, I have captured Moonstone. Yet, it seemed the situation did not permit such exuberance. After securing Moonstone in the Pokeball, the group hurriedly departed from the Pokémon Center, making their way toward the valley's edge. After half an hour, they arrived at their destination, a mountain peak with ample space to observe the moon, which now hung high in the sky. Come forth, Moonstone. Cheng Cheng released Moonstone, which emitted a soft blue glow, seemingly responding to the moon above. This must be its skill, moonlight. Gradually, the moonlight coalesced upon Moonstone, healing its wounds and replenishing its energy. Haha, as expected, waiting patiently has yielded results. Moonstone has indeed appeared. What? It's you. The newcomers were the duo from the unbelievable Pokémon Club, arriving with a machine. One could not help but note that the technological advancements in this world were somewhat skewed. This Moonstone is ours. A claw-like apparatus emerged from the left side of the machine, reaching out to seize Moonstone, which remained transfixed as it absorbed the moonlight. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Pikachu's Iron Tail deftly knocked the claw away from Moonstone. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pika. Pikachu's Thunderbolt struck the machine, yet it showed no signs of damage. Haha. Our machine is impervious to water, fire, electricity, and theft. Come forth, Swampert, use Water Gun. Brock summoned Swampert, which released a powerful jet of water to obstruct the machine's movement. However, the water did little to hinder its progress, and the duo pressed forward. Come forth, Beautifly. Use Silver Wind. A gust of wind surged forth, temporarily stalling the machine's advance. As Beautifly's whirlwind impeded the machine, Moonstone had fully recovered. Now it's your turn. Moonstone's eyes gleamed with blue light, a surge of psychic energy halting the machine in its tracks before flinging it away. Moonstone then began to gather energy, accumulating it in ever-increasing amounts before releasing it in a powerful burst. Wake up slap. The machine was abruptly awakened by a strike during the lunar eclipse, resulting in both individuals being propelled into the air. Wonderful. The Moonstone, you have finally regained your power. Ash exclaimed with delight. Pikachu, are you leaving now, Moonstone? As the Moonstone prepared to depart, Cheng Cheng observed this but chose not to intervene, understanding that while he could forcibly retain the Moonstone, it would irreparably damage his rapport with Ash and the others. In the choice between Ash and the Moonstone, Cheng Cheng opted for Pikachu. The Moonstone floated higher into the sky, gradually disappearing from sight. All right, we should return now. It's getting late, and we need to rest well for our journey tomorrow. Cheng Cheng persuaded everyone to head back to their lodgings. That night, a shadow arrived at the Pokémon Center, pausing outside before another shadow appeared, and soon both vanished into the night. The following morning, the group rose later than usual, hastily consuming breakfast before deciding to set off immediately. As they traversed the forest path, Pikachu led the way, exuding joy. Cheng Cheng felt a flutter in his heart at Pikachu's demeanor. He had often contemplated seizing Pikachu for himself, yet the system prevented him from nurturing Pikachu, and even if he succeeded in capturing it, there was no guarantee that Pikachu would heed him. Pikachu trod ahead, step by step, when suddenly a large tree began to topple towards it. Watch out, Pikachu! Quick dodge! Ash shouted. The tree crashed to the ground, but Pikachu managed to evade it, causing dust to erupt and obscure the view for the group. As the haze gradually dissipated, they discovered Pikachu ensnared in a mechanical grip. What on earth is happening? Since you have asked so sincerely, I shall graciously enlighten you. Go, Bellossom, unleash Psychic Wave. Cheng Cheng could not allow them to finish their taunts. He would not permit anyone to harm Pikachu. Ah, how infuriating. Team Rocket clutched their ears as Bellossom's Psychic Wave disrupted their minds. Now, Bellossom, use self-destruct to shatter the hand that holds Pikachu. Bellossom charged towards the mechanical grip, which, surprisingly, was not made of steel and crumbled easily. Bellossom utilized telekinesis to lift Pikachu. With a chime, the descending Pikachu was suspended in midair, slowly drifting towards Cheng Cheng. He caught Pikachu in his arms and gently stroked its fur. Are you alright, Pikachu? Pika Pika. I'm relieved to hear that, he said, giving Pikachu another reassuring pat. Are you okay, Pikachu? Ash rushed over. Upon seeing Ash, Pikachu leapt from Cheng Cheng's embrace to perch on Ash's shoulder. I'm so glad you're safe, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Thank you so much, Cheng Cheng. It's no trouble at all. I saved you once. Let me have a few more moments to pet you. Cheng Cheng thought to himself. How dare that little brat break our machine? Take this. Meowth piloted the robot, seemingly preparing to retaliate. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle. Pika 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 Pika. What an annoying sensation. The familiar phrase echoed once more, but Cheng Cheng chose to disregard it, treating the incident as a mere interlude. Besides, he had enjoyed a few more moments with Pikachu, which was quite delightful. He hoped Team Rocket would make more appearances. The group continued their journey. Now only a short distance from Water Quiet City, Cheng Cheng soon spotted his objective, the wild area. Weavee arrived at the wild area. Ash, would you all like to join me in capturing some Pokémon? Of course. I want to catch some Pokémon too. Then let us venture in together. Welcome. A man at the counter greeted them. Hello, we wish to enter the wild area to capture Pokémon. Certainly. Please present your identification. Everyone retrieved their identification cards. The capture session involved 30 wild balls, lasting 3 hours. Regardless of whether the balls were exhausted or time elapsed, they had to exit. Additionally, the entry fee was 100,000. This fee seems a bit steep, but if luck is on our side, we might make a significant profit. Cheng Cheng and the others collected their wild balls and entered the wild area. To optimize our Pokémon capture, let us split up. Cheng Cheng took a separate path, discovering that the number of Pokémon here exceeded that in the forest. The Pokémon in this area were less dangerous and exhibited a more tranquil demeanor. He soon spotted a natural sparrow. However, noticing it was only of a light orange tier, he decided to forego this target. Although he required numerous Psychic-type Pokémon, he was also mindful of their tier quality. Having passed on the natural sparrow, he ventured onward. Soon, he encountered a Pokémon resembling a smaller giraffe. This must be Giraffric. Pokémon, Giraffric. Type, Psychic, Normal. Level, 17. Tier, Deep Yellow. Rarity, Rare. This Giraffric appeared promising, being a Psychic-type Pokémon, and Cheng Cheng resolved to capture it. Go, Wild Ball. The ball struck Giraffric, who was drawn inside. It shook vigorously on the ground, causing Cheng Cheng to feel a tinge of anxiety. Fortunately, after a few shakes, the ball settled, confirming his capture of the first Pokémon. Determined to continue, Cheng Cheng explored the wild area further, encountering numerous ralts, natural sparrows, eggs, swinub, and Giraffric. All were psychic types, and he selected a few of higher quality to capture. Now, only 10 wild balls remained. Cheng Cheng had not anticipated such an abundance of psychic types in the wild area. Thus far, he had amassed 20 psychic Pokémon, successfully completing his first task. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed task 1 and earned 500 achievement points. Upon reviewing the second task, he noted that capturing 5 Pokémon of light green tier or higher was required, with 10 wild balls remaining for the capture of at least 5 more. Otherwise, he would have to capture them outside, where the wild Pokémon possessed inferior qualities, complicating the capture process. Therefore, Cheng Cheng decided to broaden his scope, capturing any Pokémon of decent quality, regardless of type. With a renewed sense of purpose, Cheng Cheng selected a new direction and continued onward. Chapter 20, Arrival at Water Quiet City. Initially, Cheng Cheng believed that this wilderness area would be akin to the wilds of the Kanto region, perhaps harboring some exceptionally rare Pokémon. However, the reality was that while there were indeed rare Pokémon present, they were not exceedingly uncommon. Ultimately, Cheng Cheng exhausted all his wilderness balls, capturing 2 psychic-type Pokémon with the 10 remaining Pokeballs he had. The other 8 Pokémon he caught were of non-psychic types. The final 10 Pokémon he captured were meticulously selected, among which 6 exceeded the pale green tier. Cheng Cheng successfully accomplished his task. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing task 2 and earning 500 achievement points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Cheng Cheng felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Both of his tasks had been fulfilled, granting him the opportunity to travel and savor the journey ahead, as well as more time to ponder ways to encounter Pikachu. After depleting his wilderness balls, he decided to venture outside, where he found Ash already present in the hall. Ash, Pikachu. Cheng Cheng, you're out too. Did you return so quickly? What Pokémon did you capture? I managed to catch 30 Doduos and Dodrios. The boy sheepishly scratched his head. Cheng Cheng raised an eyebrow. In the Kanto region, Ash had captured 30 Tauros, and now in the Hoenn region, he had caught another 30 Doduos and Dodrios. It seemed he captured entire species wherever he went. It appeared that Professor Oak's research lab would soon house yet another flock of running Doduos and Dodrios. Cheng Cheng moved to the side of the hall, where a Pokémon transporter was located. After connecting to the breeding center's transporter, he sent his 22 psychic-type Pokémon over. After a brief interval, Xiaoyao, Brock, and Xiaosheng returned, having exhausted their wilderness balls as well. How were your catches? Pretty good. Yes. I captured a few Pokémon that I really like. That's wonderful. Xiaoyao, Xiaosheng, and Brock also sent their Pokémon away. Once the 5 of them had gathered their belongings, they set off towards Suijin City. Before long, they could see the buildings of Suijin City in the distance. As they approached, an enticing aroma wafted towards them. Pika Pika. Pikachu seemed elated, dashing towards Suijin City. It halted in front of a stall brimming with an array of berries. So many berries! Xiaoyao exclaimed in awe. Suijin City cultivated a vast variety of berries, renowned as the finest in the entire Hoenn region. Upon witnessing the abundance, Cheng Cheng decided to purchase some to take back with him. He bought 5 or 6 types of berries at the stall, spending nearly 10,000, and then located a shipping company to send them back to the breeding center. By the way, Xiaoyao, I hear there is a Pokémon contest in Suijin City. You must be participating, right? Yes, I was planning to enter the contest here. This time, I absolutely must earn a ribbon badge. Oh, really? How about we have a Pokémon contest battle? Do you know how? I'm familiar with some of the rules, so hosting a regular match should be no problem. Alright then, let us have a battle. Let us go. Huntail. Pokémon. Huntail type. Water level. 26 tier. Deep yellow rarity. Common ability. Swift swim moves. Absorb. Hydro pump. Sleep powder. Morning sun. Whirlwind. Gloom. Silver wind. Pokémon. Mr. Mime type. Psychic. Fairy level. 30 tier. Green rarity. Rare ability. Soundproof. Hidden ability. Technician HP. 2440 physical attack. 1845 physical defense. 2365 special attack. 33100 special defense. 35120 speed. 3490 total. 207460 held item. None moves. Psychic. Barrier. Confusion. Light screen. Mirror code. Let the battle commence. We will take the first turn. Huntail. Use whirlwind. A gust of wind surged towards Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime. Use barrier. Mr. Mime swiftly constructed a glass barrier in front of itself. Mr. Mime continued to create more glass mirrors to enhance clarity. Huntail unleashed sleep powder, sending a flurry of powder swirling through the air, with its graceful movements likely to deduct points from the opponent. Yet, Cheng Cheng was not so easily ensnared. Huntail's sleep powder was rendered ineffective as Mr. Mime had already erected multiple glass barriers, sealing itself off completely. Huntail continued to orbit Mr. Mime while using sleep powder. Mr. Mime, use light screen to gather all the sunlight. Mr. Mime manipulated the glass barriers to concentrate the sunlight. Controlling both the light screen and the glass barriers, Mr. Mime illuminated the entire scene, standing at the center of the brilliance, making it appear radiant. Meanwhile, Huntail was dazzled by the intense light, rendering it unable to act. Seizing the moment, Mr. Mime used Psychic to launch the glass barriers toward Huntail. All the barriers struck Huntail, which was ultimately overwhelmed by the barrage and fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. With Huntail incapacitated, Cheng Cheng emerged victorious in this battle. Return, Huntail. You've worked hard. Xiaoyao recalled Huntail. Come back, Mr. Mime. Cheng Cheng, you're incredible. I never expected you to be so skilled in Pokémon contests. And I'm amazed at how well you utilized Mr. Mime's glass barriers and light screen. Indeed, the entire battle resembled a splendid performance, Brock added in admiration. It wasn't that remarkable. It was actually my first time in a contest battle. However, I believe that every battle should not only be about glamour, but also an overall harmonious performance. The essence of a contest lies in its splendor. And if we can execute a battle as a cohesive whole from start to finish, I believe it will be the most magnificent of all. Thank you for your guidance. Cheng Cheng. Not at all. We are companions, and it is only right for comrades to assist each other. Isn't that right, Pikachu? Pika Pika. Cheng Cheng seized the opportunity to affectionately pat Pikachu's head. By the way, you should hurry and sign up. I heard the contest is tomorrow. Then I must rush to register. You all wait for me at the Pokémon Center. All right, we'll wait for you. Xiaoyao hurried off to register, while Cheng Cheng and the others made their way to the Pokémon Center to have their Pokémon checked by Nurse Joy. The next day, the grand contest commenced, marking Cheng Cheng's first experience witnessing it live. As the contest began, the host recited the customary lines familiar to every location, introducing the ever-constant trio of judges. And thus, the first round commenced. Xiaoyao employed the power of the robust chicken this time. Despite encountering a minor mishap, she overcame the obstacles and achieved commendable results. The next participant to emerge was a bespectacled woman, whose identity remained unrecognized by Ash and his companions, yet it was evidently none other than Musashi. Musashi utilized the Wind Chime Pokémon, and her peculiar performance astonishingly garnered a perfect score, leading Cheng Cheng to question the judge's aesthetic sensibilities. Although there was a slight incident, both Musashi and Xiaoyao advanced to the second round. The second round commenced swiftly, with both Xiaoyao and Musashi triumphing over their initial opponents. Next was the much-anticipated showdown between Xiaoyao and Musashi. As expected, Xiaoyao emerged victorious. However, Musashi's treatment of Kojuro's Wind Chime Pokémon was rather harsh. Upon exiting, Kojuro would surely not let Musashi off the hook, though given his character, he might not take any drastic measures against her. The final match was upon them, with Xiaoyao facing a Swinub. Cheng Cheng deliberately observed this battle, as his own Jigglypuff would eventually evolve into a Swinub, making it prudent to familiarize himself with the matchup. Surprisingly, Cheng Cheng found this contest less engaging than his previous one against Xiaoyao. The tedium of the match left him disinterested, and such childish competitions prompted him to refrain from further commentary. Thus, the grand tournament in Suijin City concluded, with Xiaoyao claiming the championship and receiving the ribbon medal. After acquiring the ribbon medal, the group returned to the Pokémon Center to rest. But Cheng Cheng desired to purchase some Pokémon eggs in Suijin City, so he ventured alone to the largest department store in the area. Upon entering the store, Cheng Cheng was struck by its vastness, far exceeding that of the one in Inyu City. The Suijin City department store was renowned throughout the Hoenn region. He ascended to the first floor, a grand hall devoid of merchandise, designated for inquiries and merchandise returns. Quickly, he made his way to the second floor, which was stocked with items essential for Pokémon, such as Pokeballs, TMs, and various held items. As he would soon be heading to the sea, he seized the opportunity to purchase a superior fishing rod and several specialized Pokeballs designed for capturing water-type Pokémon. Fishing in the sea posed far greater challenges than on land. A failed attempt could result in the Pokémon sinking into the depths, never to be found again. Thus, Cheng Cheng recognized the necessity of procuring the appropriate Pokeballs to enhance his capture chances. He proceeded to the third floor, which offered an array of berries and machines for crafting berries, alongside a selection of energy cubes. Having previously acquired some at the market, He ascended to the 4th floor for a look. The 4th floor of the trading store featured an elegant room selling Pokémon and Pokémon eggs. Some psychic-type Pokémon and their respective eggs were also available. However, upon glancing at the prices, Cheng Cheng discovered that some exceeded those at his breeding center, leading him to forego any purchases here. After perusing the upper levels without finding what he sought, he returned to the Pokémon Center. Following a brief celebration of Xiao Yao's ribbon medal victory, everyone retreated to their respective rooms for sleep, as they would embark on a journey to Green Ridge City the following day. Chapter 21. The journey to Banba Island. Early the next morning, 5 individuals and a Pikachu were racing along the streets of Suijin City, evidently late for their departure. Cheng Cheng had risen early, but upon realizing Ash's tardiness extended their journey, he decided to embrace the delay, relishing the extra time spent with Pikachu. Thus, he refrained from prompting them and naturally allowed them to be late. After a while, the group boarded the ship, only to discover they had mistakenly boarded the wrong vessel, which was bound for Banba Island instead of Green Ridge City. To pass the time, Cheng Cheng settled on the deck to fish, baiting his hook with Pokémon food and casting it into the sea, allowing the bait to drift with the ship's motion. Moments later, he felt a tug on his fishing rod. Surely a Pokémon had taken the bait. With a firm yank, he successfully reeled in a Magikarp. Although he was somewhat perplexed, as Magikarp were typically freshwater fish, he was astonished to find one in the ocean. Given its low tier, Cheng Cheng opted not to waste a Pokeball on it and released the Magikarp back into the water. Subsequently, he caught several more Magikarp and a Wooper, both of which evolved into decent Pokemon, but were still too low in tier for Cheng Cheng's liking, leading him to release them as well. Pikachu, Pikachu, you've come to join me. Pikachu, intrigued by Cheng Cheng's fishing endeavor, appeared eager to participate. Noticing Pikachu's interest, Cheng Cheng felt a glimmer of hope, perhaps with Pikachu's assistance he might catch something more interesting. Pikachu, could you help me fish? Pikachu nodded enthusiastically, seemingly eager to try his hand at fishing. Cheng Cheng handed the fishing rod to Pikachu, who perched on the railing and began to fish. Cheng Cheng kept a watchful eye on both the rod and Pikachu, worried that an accidental slip could send Pikachu tumbling into the sea. After a few minutes, Cheng Cheng noticed the fishing rod in Pikachu's paws beginning to shake. Pika Pika. Pikachu sensed a catch and became visibly excited, but as his body swayed, he nearly lost his balance. Cheng Cheng instinctively reached out to catch Pikachu, but with a powerful leap, Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt. Pika. Pikachu's Thunderbolt surged down the fishing line and splashed into the water, successfully striking a Pokémon. The underwater impact of Thunderbolt against a water-type Pokémon proved devastating, incapacitating a Phoeba in one hit. However, Pikachu was now perilously close to falling into the sea. Come forth. Mr. Mime. Use Psychic to bring back Pikachu and the Phoeba. Mime. Fortunately, the ship was not traveling too swiftly, allowing Mr. Mime to easily retrieve both Pikachu and the Phoeba. Cheng Cheng did not pause to examine the Phoeba's condition. He promptly captured it with a Pokeball, then turned his attention to Pikachu. Pikachu was unharmed, albeit drenched. He shook himself off, sending droplets of water flying. Cheng Cheng rushed over to embrace Pikachu, feeling remorseful. Are you alright, Pikachu? I'm so sorry for letting you fall into the water. Pika. Pikachu shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Let's get you dried off. Cheng Cheng led Pikachu into the ship, where they encountered Ash, who was in the midst of a meal. Cheng Cheng recounted the incident to Ash, expressing his apologies. True to his character, Ash bore no ill will towards Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng produced a towel and dried Pikachu thoroughly, followed by a hairdryer to ensure he was completely dry. After drying off, Cheng Cheng refrained from fishing any further and sat quietly in the boat, patiently awaiting their arrival at their destination. Before long, the vessel reached its intended stop, Banba Island. The group disembarked and deliberated their subsequent route, only to discover that due to their earlier navigational error, they would need to take a considerably longer detour, requiring 2 additional boat rides along the way. While they were engaged in discussion, an individual passed by, accompanied by 3 Pokémon. Wow, look at that tiny Bulbasaur. One exclaimed. Sister, that's a Ivysaur. Came the reply. Oh, I see. And look at that little Charmander. It's so majestic. Sister, that's a Charmeleon. And this Squirtle is just adorable. Sister, that's a Blastoise. Wait, no, what is it again? That's a Wartortle, Brock interjected. Cheng Cheng felt a surge of surprise upon seeing the trio of Pokémon. He hadn't anticipated encountering the Kanto region's starter Pokémon all at once. Although their rarity was only of a deep yellow hue, they were still considered quite exceptional. The person in front, burdened with a large array of items, failed to see the path ahead and stumbled. Ash hurried over to assist him, gathering his scattered belongings, while Cheng Cheng and the others followed suit. Are you all right? Ash inquired. No worries. I'm used to it, he replied. Are all three of these Pokémon yours? Indeed, they are all quite charming, he affirmed. Cheng Cheng was taken aback to learn that this individual possessed all three starter Pokémon. Aside from Ash, few could boast such an achievement. By the way, I'm Jimmy. Welcome to the Pokémon Judge School. Pokémon Judge School? Ash explained the reason for their presence, and Jimmy realized his misunderstanding. Ah, I see. This island is home to the only Pokémon Judge School, and I thought you were here to enroll. After walking for a while, they arrived at an area with several buildings, where a large training ground was bustling with activity. Miss Serena, everything you requested has arrived. Good. Please place it inside the building. A young woman approached from the training area, seemingly the student's instructor. By the way, who are you? Serena asked as she regarded Cheng Cheng and his companions. Hello, I'm Ash. I was originally headed to challenge a gym in Green Ridge City, but I accidentally boarded the wrong boat and ended up here. Is that so? You're a trainer. I wonder if you could assist me with a task? Assist you? Just as Ash was about to respond, Brock eagerly interjected. Miss, whatever you need us to do, we're more than willing to help. In addition to that, I can also manage your personal affairs. All right, come on now. Misty pulled Brock away. Cheng Cheng chuckled at this familiar scene. I would like you to help facilitate a trainer battle. It would aid the students in learning how to be judges. Is that so? Of course. We'd be happy to help. The group proceeded to the battle arena, where Ash and Brock faced off, with Jimmy serving as the referee. The match felt rather dull. After frequently battling wild Pokémon, Cheng Cheng found the trainer skirmishes to be somewhat trivial. Furthermore, Jimmy's performance as a referee was lacking, indicating he had yet to master his role. Cheng Cheng's initial interest in battling waned. Unbeknownst to them, a colossal Magikarp lurked in the distant waters, observing their every move. Nightfall arrived swiftly, and through the window, they witnessed Jimmy conversing with his three Pokémon. Cheng Cheng joined them as they engaged in a meaningful exchange, though he still considered their perspectives somewhat naive. While it is indeed important to treat Pokémon with sincerity and kindness, the reality of the Pokémon world is not as idyllic as they believed. Most depictions in previous anime showcased the benevolent aspects of the Pokémon realm, while the darker truths remained unbeknownst to trainers like Ash. Nonetheless, they were merely 11 or 12 years old, and their innocent, romantic notions were commendable. Cheng Cheng hoped for a world in which Pokémon and humans could coexist peacefully, free from worry. However, matters were not so straightforward, as events were about to unfold. The ground trembled violently, and a massive machine charged toward them, revealing three claws that ensnared all of Jimmy's Pokémon. What on earth is happening? Since you asked so earnestly, we shall generously enlighten you. Without a doubt, it was the infamous Team Rocket duo, and Cheng Cheng marveled at how they managed to transport such a colossal machine to this small island. He couldn't help but admire their ingenuity. Their capabilities were formidable, and with their ingenious Meowth, their machines often represented the pinnacle of technology within the Pokémon world. Ha. From this moment on, these three Pokémon belong to us. With that, Team Rocket piloted their machine toward the sea. Jimmy dashed forward, followed swiftly by Ash and the others. While Cheng Cheng remained calm, knowing they had not captured Pikachu and thus had no reason for alarm. Moreover, he felt that the unfolding events were best left to Ash and his protagonist Aura to resolve. As Jimmy and Ash sprinted ahead, Cheng Cheng leisurely followed, unconcerned about falling behind. The enormous machine left deep tracks in the ground, and he was untroubled by the pace. Upon glimpsing Ash and the others, he noticed that Jimmy's Wartortle had evolved into a Blastoise, preparing to counterattack. It seemed Team Rocket's machine was now struggling, unable to withstand the onslaught of three Pokémon, particularly Blastoise's might. Soon, they uttered their classic line, "What an annoying feeling." After everyone exchanged a flurry of uplifting remarks, they finally returned to rest for the night. The following morning, the group departed from Bomba Island, setting their sights on Green Ridge City. Chapter 22. The Collision of Ocean and Earth. In the ensuing days, Cheng Cheng and his companions traversed several small islands, their lackluster and uninspired journey leaving Cheng Cheng feeling somewhat weary. Had it not been for Pikachu's constant companionship, he might have considered returning to the breeding center alone. During this period, Cheng Cheng utilized his fishing rod to capture numerous water-type Pokémon, including a psychic-type Pokémon, Starmie. While Starpiece is rock and water-type, Starmie possesses psychic attributes. Unfortunately, their maritime travels were soon interrupted by a fierce storm, scattering the group far and wide. Upon regaining consciousness, Cheng Cheng found himself on a small island, which could only be described as a mere rock. Cheng Cheng surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any other individuals. Logically, the narrative should soon commence, and with the protective aura of protagonists, their demise was inconceivable. He continued to scan the area, seeking an escape route. Lacking both water-type and flying-type Pokémon, Cheng Cheng found himself in a rather challenging predicament. Consequently, he resolved to remain stationary for a while, hoping to spot a passing vessel. Should no ships appear, he would be at a loss for what to do next, perhaps resorting to signaling for help. Perched upon a rocky outcrop, he allowed the sun to dry his clothes, but soon realized he felt sticky and uncomfortable. To alleviate his boredom, he summoned his wind chime Pokémon to keep him company, which made the situation a tad more bearable. Suddenly, a submarine materialized before him, distinguished by its vibrant red hue and substantial size. Cheng Cheng surmised that it was likely the submersible belonging to Team Magma, and he spotted Ash and his companions. Alongside Pikachu, standing atop the submarine. Initially inclined to call out to Ash and the others, he reconsidered their precarious circumstances and fell silent. In order to ensure the subsequent plot unfolded smoothly, he decided to follow them discreetly. To facilitate this, he released a Pokémon. Come forth, Lunatone. Indeed, this was the very Pokémon they had encountered previously in Creek Valley. Cheng Cheng did not wish to ponder how Lunatone had arrived here. Instead, he instructed it to use telekinesis to levitate him into the air, allowing him to silently trail behind the submarine. Though Lunatone's speed paled in comparison to that of the submarine, Cheng Cheng remained aware of its trajectory and carefully followed. Suddenly, he noticed an abundance of water-type Pokémon swimming towards him, further confirming that he was on the right path. Events were beginning to unfold in that direction. After a while, he observed the sky darkening as ominous clouds obscured the sun. When he finally caught up to the submarine, it had transformed into a colossal cruise ship, which was now engulfed in flames. It was evident that disaster had struck. Cheng Cheng then saw Brock, May, and Max plummeting into the water, while Ash remained atop the burning vessel. As Cheng Cheng drew closer, he witnessed Ash being taken away by Team Magma operatives, while Brock and the others were rescued by a red Gyarados. Brock, Max, May, are you all right? He called out, floating in the air. Brock and the others were taken aback upon seeing Lunatone beside him. We're fine, but Ash seems to still be up there. There's no time to waste. The smoke is too thick. We need to leave this place. Cheng Cheng agreed and leaped onto the back of the Gyarados. Lunatone had already exerted considerable energy, and it required a moment of respite. What is the story with that Lunatone? It looks just like the one we encountered in Creek Valley. Brock exclaimed. We'll discuss this later. Our priority is to locate Ash. Gyarados surged forward in the direction Cheng Cheng indicated. Cheng Cheng placed his hand on Gyarados, using his psychic abilities to communicate his intentions. Gyarados followed the path leading away from Team Magma. Before long, they spotted a solitary island rising above the sea, adorned with numerous trees, a natural sanctuary, likely the base of Team Aqua. Gyarados, increase your speed. Cheng Cheng urged. Gyarados complied, swiftly reaching the shore where the group disembarked. The sky had grown exceedingly dark, and a light drizzle began to fall. Clearly, Kyogre's wrath had been fully unleashed, and calming its fury would be no easy feat. Upon reaching the island, they discovered a red aircraft belonging to Team Magma. Peering through a crack in the vessel, they saw Ash trapped within. Ash, are you okay? Cheng Cheng called out. I'm fine, but Pikachu just escaped from here. Determined to rescue Ash, Cheng Cheng summoned his Pokémon. Come forth, Mr. Mime. Ash, step back a bit. He instructed, and Ash retreated a few paces. Mr. Mime used its telekinetic powers to attempt to pry open the gap. Mime it strained, but the material of the aircraft proved remarkably sturdy, resisting Mr. Mime's efforts. Just as Cheng Cheng contemplated calling upon Lunatone for assistance, a figure with red hair approached. Drake, is that you? Cheng Cheng inquired, recognizing the esteemed dragon-type champion. Is Ash inside? Indeed, he is trapped. Mr. Mime's telekinesis isn't effective, Drake replied. Allow me. He summoned a Dragonite, which appeared before them. Cheng Cheng felt a pang of envy at the sight of the majestic creature. Dragonite, use Dragon Claw, commanded Drake. The Dragonite's claws relentlessly battered the deck, swiftly creating a large hole. Ash, you can come out now. Ash emerged from the opening and surveyed the chaotic scene outside. Dark clouds gathered ominously, rain began to fall, and a tornado formed over the ocean, waves crashing violently against the island, heralding a tsunami's approach. I'll find the water-type Pokémon. You all search for Pikachu. Understood. The group split up, with Ash and his companions seeking Pikachu while Cheng Cheng joined them. Meanwhile, Team Rocket was preparing to relocate Groudon when Pikachu intervened, unleashing a thunderbolt that sent Team Rocket members flying. Pikachu, Cheng Cheng, and the others watched from the hill, witnessing Pikachu struggle under the strain of releasing Thunderbolt. How dare they harm Pikachu? I will not let this go unpunished. Cheng Cheng seethed with anger at Pikachu's distress. Pikachu's Thunderbolt attracted lightning, striking the storage unit and awakening Groudon. Groudon emerged, sending a beam of light skyward that dispersed the clouds, revealing a clear blue sky. Sunny day? Cheng Cheng realized, understanding it to be one of Groudon's abilities. Now, he resolved to check the data on both Pokémon. Pokémon, Groudon type, ground level, 94 rank, purple rarity, legendary ability, drought HP, 94100 attack, 140150 defense, 135140 special attack, 97100 special defense, 8890 speed, 8590 total, 639670 moves, mud shot, dragon tail, cut, earthquake, eruption, sunny day, origin pulse, rest, flamethrower, solar beam, precipice blades, eruption, arm hammer, eruption. Pokémon, Kyogre type, water level, 94 rank, purple, rarity, legendary, trait, rain inducer, HP, 97, 100, attack, 95, 100, defense, 8, 590, special attack, 138, 150, special defense, 130, 140, speed, 8, 790, total, 632, 670. Abilities, water pulse, night slash, heavy slam, ice beam, origin pulse, wave crash, rest, calm mind, hydro pump, aqua tail, absolute zero, water gun, body slam, water cannon. Cheng Cheng swallowed hard after examining the data of two Pokémon. Their power was truly overwhelming. However, it seemed he had made an error in his earlier statement. For Groudon and Kyogre did not possess the moves Sunny Day and Rain Dance. The influence they exerted over the weather stemmed from their innate abilities and divine roles. With Groudon's emergence, the skies cleared, and the entire island began to materialize, its volcanoes erupting in a display of fury. At this moment, Groudon and Kyogre stood in opposition. Upon Groudon's head sat a yellow Pokémon, Pikachu, whose body was adorned with red markings. "Pikachu, are you all right?" Ash shouted, desperate for a response. At this juncture, Kyogre flapped its fins, unleashing a colossal tsunami that surged toward the island, threatening to submerge it entirely. Groudon, gathering energy, unleashed Solar Beam, dissipating the tidal wave with its radiant force. Infuriated by Groudon's interference, Kyogre retaliated with Ice Beam, only for Groudon to counter with Mud Shot, the two forces colliding and neutralizing each other once more. A fierce battle ensued between Groudon and Kyogre. Ash, Groudon must be attempting to halt Kyogre's actions, which is why it used Pikachu as a means of communication before engaging in combat, Cheng Cheng reasoned. Next, we need to persuade Water Wutong to relinquish the red orb. All right, I will join you, Ash declared. The group unanimously decided to rescue Pikachu. Here's the plan. Ash and I will ride on Dragonite, while the rest of you can take Gyarados. Ash mounted Dragonite, while Cheng Cheng, Brock, May, and Max climbed aboard Gyarados, all drawing closer to Water Wutong. At that moment, Water Wutong stood atop an aircraft, and the task at hand was to defeat him. Come forth, Whalemare, and use Water Gun on that aircraft. Appear, Butterfree, and unleash Silver Wind. Their combined moves disrupted Water Wutong's focus, yet he remained unharmed, commanding Kyogre to eliminate them. Water Wutong directed Kyogre to attack Cheng Cheng's group, but they were determined not to let that happen. Come forth, Lunatone, and use Hypnosis on that aircraft. Lunatone executed its move, swiftly striking Water Wutong's aircraft, causing it to plummet. The ensuing tremor dislodged the red orb from Water Wutong's grasp. Simultaneously, as the red orb emerged, the blue orb within Pikachu also manifested, and the two orbs fused before shattering together. In that moment, both Kyogre and Groudon fell into a serene calm. Cheng Cheng and his companions, having been struck by Kyogre's attack, found themselves submerged in water, only to be rescued by Gyarados a moment later. Ultimately, Groudon retreated into the volcano, while Kyogre submerged into the depths of the ocean. The sky returned to its former clarity, the sea calmed, and a splendid rainbow arched across the horizon. As Groudon and Kyogre found tranquility, the world prepared to undergo a profound transformation, mused Dotto to himself. A new transformation? Ash inquired, perplexed. That is merely a legend. Who knows where Kyogre and Groudon will go next? Perhaps they will embark on a journey across the globe, Cheng Cheng suggested, feeling a sense of relief wash over him after witnessing the titanic clash of these Pokémon. The immense power displayed by them left him feeling diminutive. Cheng Cheng understood that this world was safeguarded by Pokémon, with the legendary beings overseeing it, each with their divine roles. He wondered if he would ever encounter other divine Pokémon in the future, a thought that filled him with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring fragments of the red and blue orbs. What is happening? I didn't do anything. Despite Cheng Cheng's inquiries to the system, it feigned ignorance, prompting him to relent. Thus, the battle between Groudon and Kyogre came to a close, and Cheng Cheng, alongside Ash and the others, set their sights on the next gym located in Green Ridge City. Chapter 23, The Cosmic Center. The clash between Groudon and Kyogre left an indelible mark on Cheng Cheng's memory, the scenes of battle replaying in his mind. Now, he and his companions had arrived at their destination, Green Ridge City, where the gym leader specialized in psychic-type Pokémon, the very reason for their visit. Initially, Cheng Cheng intended to check on their Pokémon at the Pokémon Center, but Ash's eagerness to challenge the gym led him to acquiesce. Finally, they stood before the 7th gym, on the cusp of acquiring the 7th badge. Indeed, Ash, give it your all. This time, I will definitely earn the 7th badge. They soon arrived at the gym, but just as they were about to enter, a woman burst out. Hello, are you the gym leader? Ash inquired. Gym leader? I am not. The gym leader should currently be at the Cosmic Center. The Cosmic Center? Max's eyes brightened. Apologies, I'm running late. I must hurry. Today is the day of the rocket launch. You can come watch as well. With that, the woman dashed away. The Cosmic Center, Green Ridge City, is home to a facility dedicated to cosmic research, where numerous rockets have been launched, Brock explained, glancing at his brochure. The weather satellite Sunflora and the crewed rocket Ho-03 were launched from here, and at times, special space rockets are sent to explore cosmic Pokémon. Just like the Lunatone we encountered earlier, Cheng Cheng recounted his experience with Lunatone, providing a brief explanation of how it came to be with him, stating that it had agreed to accompany him after he expressed his desire to travel together. While this explanation may have seemed implausible, it depended on the audience. We must go see the rocket launch, Max suggested. Not so fast. Even if we go to the Cosmic Center, we should be looking for the gym leader. Ash countered abruptly. Exactly. Max quickly agreed, though his true thoughts remained unspoken. Not far from their location, the Cosmic Center was abuzz with activity as technicians calibrated the rockets for their impending launch. Meanwhile, 2 individuals and a Pokémon perched in a tree, peering through binoculars at the scene below. Without a doubt, the 3 individuals in question are none other than Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth. Indeed, that is a genuine rocket. Yes, it is on the verge of being launched into the sky. We must seize that rocket, Meowth. Why? Only the Team Rocket that possesses a true rocket can rightfully claim the name Team Rocket. If we manage to capture this rocket and present it to the boss, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed, and as a result, we shall ascend in rank. Precisely, let us set our plans into motion. Musashi concurred with Meowth's decision. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions had arrived at the Cosmic Center, a multi-storied establishment. Ash led the group to the 2nd floor, which housed an array of intriguing machines. These contraptions appeared to be related to astronaut training, if my conjecture is correct. Is that so? Then I must give it a try, Ash declared, as he seated himself on a circular device, secured his safety belt, and pressed a button that set the apparatus into a rapid spin. The device whirled at an alarming speed, and before long, Ash became dizzy. Fortunately, Pikachu was with him and quickly pressed the stop button with its tail, halting the machine. Ash lay on the ground, his eyes swirling in confusion. Ash, are you alright? Look at you, always so reckless. But it was genuinely entertaining. Ash, still on the floor, suddenly noticed a flickering light outside the window. He crawled over and peered outside, where he witnessed a room containing 2 individuals engaged in a confrontation. One party wielded a moonstone, while the other utilized a soul rock. Cheng Cheng naturally observed the 2 as well. They were likely the gym trainers from Green Ridge City. Both Solrock and Moonstone are Pokémon of the psychic type, and while I once believed Moonstones to be quite rare, it seems they are not so uncommon after all. The battle concluded swiftly, with the Moonstone side emerging victorious. When Cheng Cheng turned around, he found Ash had already dashed downstairs, and he followed suit. The group gathered at the entrance of the room below, preparing to enter. Excuse me? Ash inquired. And upon opening the door, they found themselves floating. Be careful. What is happening? Why are we floating? This is due to our use of telekinesis, creating a space-like environment to better facilitate battles and Pokémon training. Cheng Cheng had previously noticed the balancing devices floating in the corners. Although telekinesis allows for levitation, it does not equate to a state of weightlessness, and in space, there is no air and the temperature is significantly lower. Thus, he doubted the viability of this mode. By the way, I am Foam, and this is my younger brother Nan. What brings you here? We came to challenge the gym trainers of Green Ridge City, but we were informed that the trainers had come here, so we followed. In fact, we are the gym trainers from Green Ridge City. 2 of you? Indeed. The gym trainers from Green Ridge City consist of 2, and we have always engaged in double battles. Then let us commence our battle promptly. Not so fast. We must wait until the cosmic rocket launches before we can challenge the gym. Why not join us in watching? Absolutely. Xiaoxing readily agreed. And Ash had no choice but to concur. I have little interest in the rocket launch. You may go ahead. I would prefer to explore here. Cheng Cheng declined their suggestion. By the way, are there any areas in the Cosmic Center that are off limits? Cheng Cheng inquired. The first, second, and third floors of the Cosmic Center are accessible, while higher floors may be entered, but they contain confidential items, so it is best to avoid those areas. All right. Thank you for the warning. Subsequently, Ash and his companions accompanied Feng and Nan to observe the rocket launch, while Cheng Cheng wandered on the third floor. Cheng Cheng did not wish to miss the rocket launch. Rather, he had something else in mind. Since this is the hub for researching cosmic Pokémon, there might be some meteorites here. Based on Feng and Nan's Pokémon, it seemed that Soul Rock and Moonstone were discovered from meteorites, and Cheng Cheng was curious to see if there were other meteorites here, particularly those related to Deoxys. In the Hoenn region, Deoxys appeared on 2 occasions, once in the far north, where it battled the sky god Rayquaza, and another time when it fell alongside a meteorite to a certain location. With the help of Ash and his friends, that Deoxys was restored to normal. Cheng Cheng wanted to see if there were any meteorites related to Deoxys here. He began his search on the first floor, which appeared to be an exhibition hall filled with various display items. Cheng Cheng entered a room showcasing models of airplanes and rockets, but he found little interest and moved on to another room. The next room was adorned with photographs, presumably of rocket launches. After a thorough exploration of the first floor, discovering nothing of value, he ascended to the second floor. The second floor was similar to the first, filled with training machines, prompting Cheng Cheng to proceed directly to the third floor, where he encountered some intriguing items. On the third floor, he found what he most desired to see: meteorites. Some of these meteorites had been collected from the ground, while others were retrieved from space. Cheng Cheng meticulously examined these meteorites using his system. He discovered that some contained a special energy, the nature of which remained a mystery, yet it did not pertain to Pokémon. After surveying all the meteorites, he noted that aside from those with unique energy, none bore any signs of life. Cheng Cheng understood that he likely would not find what he sought. His purpose here was merely to witness the wonders. He was skeptical that the researchers would display such precious items openly. Though uncertain if Deoxys's meteorites resided here, he was confident that he would not see them. Realizing that further investigation was fruitless, Cheng Cheng decided to head towards the observation area for the rocket launch. He quickly arrived at the viewing platform, where he discerned that Ash and the others were embroiled in a predicament. Initially, the rocket stood upright, but now it lay on its side, indicating that something had transpired. Cheng Cheng then heard a familiar phrase. What an irritating feeling. Understanding that the situation was likely reaching its conclusion, he rushed to reunite with Ash and the others. Ash, Pikachu, are you both alright? We're fine. Although a minor mishap occurred, it has been resolved. How about you? Oh, I observed the rocket models and meteorite exhibits here. They are quite impressive, especially the meteorites, which pique my interest greatly. Is that so? That's good to hear. By the way, Ash, this situation has nearly concluded, and soon it will be our turn to battle. Alright, I am ready. Is that so? However, it will soon be dark. Let's postpone the battle until tomorrow. Also, tomorrow you will be facing a 2-on-1 battle. Nan and I coordinate exceptionally well. Are you prepared to face us? Of course. Wait a moment. Cheng Cheng suddenly interjected. I find that a 2-on-2 battle indeed presents certain challenges. Commanding 2 Pokémon simultaneously is undoubtedly more difficult. Therefore, I propose the inclusion of an additional participant. I, too, wish to take on the challenge. You wish to challenge as well? Indeed, let me and Ash join forces to compete against you both. This arrangement would render the contest fairer. Ah, I see. That is certainly agreeable. However, our synergy has been honed over a considerable duration, and it is uncertain whether you two will be able to coordinate effectively. Fear not. We shall surely work in harmony by tomorrow. Right, Ash? Absolutely. I am also eager to battle alongside Cheng Cheng. Aren't you, Pikachu? Pikachu. Very well. Let us engage in a double battle at the gym tomorrow. The arrangement has been set, and naturally, Cheng Cheng is elated. His suggestion for such a match stems from his desire to face other Psychic-type Pokémon to enhance his skills. Moreover, the thought of battling alongside Pikachu is exhilarating. Until tomorrow then. Until tomorrow. Cheng Cheng and Ash returned to the Pokémon Center, preparing for the impending battle, though there remained a few preparations to undertake before the duel. Chapter 24. The Gym Double Battle. Since Cheng Cheng and Ash had never battled in tandem before, they engaged in practice on the eve of the gym challenge. Cheng Cheng utilized a Mr. Mime, while Ash naturally chose Pikachu. Their opponents were Brock's Mudkip and May's Beautifly. Alright, both sides, prepare yourselves. The battle commences now. The referee for this match was Max, though that was of little consequence. Go, Mudkip, use Water Gun. Beautifly. Employ Silver Wind. The Silver Wind intertwined with the water gun, amplifying its power. Mr. Mime, use Barrier to deflect the attack. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Mr. Mime struggled to maintain the barrier as Pikachu dashed towards Beautifly. Beautifly evaded quickly. Beautifly narrowly dodged Pikachu's assault, and the duo's combined strike was disrupted, while Mr. Mime successfully blocked the attack. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Beautifly dodge. Mudkip, you evade as well. Both Brock and May commanded their Pokémon to retreat. Yet Cheng Cheng was unyielding in his resolve. Mr. Mime employed telekinesis, immobilizing Beautifly and Mudkip. The Thunderbolt struck both of them, and being a water type and a flying type, they were unable to withstand Pikachu's powerful attack. Mr. Mime, throw them out. Pikachu Volt Tackle. Pika 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 Pikachu. With a single throw, Mr. Mime sent the two Pokémon flying, and Pikachu's Volt Tackle landed squarely on them, rendering Mudkip and Beautifly unable to continue fighting. With Mudkip and Beautifly incapacitated, victory belonged to Ash and Cheng Cheng. Ash, Cheng Cheng, you are truly formidable. No, it is Cheng Cheng who deserves the credit. Had he not withstood the onslaught and controlled Mudkip and Beautifly, Pikachu may not have landed the hit. Indeed, while most of the damage did come from Pikachu, the true pivotal role was played by Cheng Cheng's Mr. Mime. Cheng Cheng graciously accepted the compliments, acknowledging that Pikachu is indeed powerful, but under Ash's direction. Without the advantage of a protagonist's aura, victory was not guaranteed. Furthermore, in the anime, this match dazzled the audience. He could hardly believe that one could manifest lightning upon themselves in reality, especially for a flying-type Pokémon like Swellow. Cheng Cheng was aware that tomorrow's battle would feature Lunatone and Solrock, both of which are psychic and rock types, putting Pikachu at a disadvantage. Initially, Cheng Cheng contemplated selecting a water-type Pokémon, Slowpoke, but due to its inconsistent abilities and his limited experience with it, he opted for the defensive and control-oriented Mr. Mime to ensure better synergy with Pikachu. Following this, Cheng Cheng and Ash engaged in another practice session, fully committed to securing victory the following day. The next day, Cheng Cheng and Ash arrived at the Green Ridge City Gym. The battle would be a double Pokémon match, with the gym trainers utilizing Solrock and Lunatone, and neither side allowed to switch their Pokémon. The match would conclude once all Pokémon on one side were rendered unable to battle. Now, challengers, please send forth your Pokémon. Pikachu, it's your time to shine. Pika, I entrust you with this, Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime. All right, both sides, please prepare, the battle begins. Solrock charged towards Pikachu with Tackle. Lunatone, we shall use Tackle as well. The match commenced with a swift assault from May and Brock, yet the well-rehearsed Pikachu and Mr. Mime would not be so easily overwhelmed. Mr. Mime conjured a barrier, which successfully blocked the tackles from Lunatone and Solrock. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Pikachu struck Solrock with its Iron Tail, landing a successful hit. Solrock, create distance from Pikachu. Lunatone, you do the same. Both Lunatone and Solrock retreated a short distance. Ash, understood. Cheng Cheng and Ash prepared to implement the strategy they devised the previous night. Pikachu, unleash Quick Attack on Lunatone and Solrock. Mr. Mime, erect a barrier. Lunatone evaded Pikachu's Quick Attack and retaliated with Ice Beam. Solrock, unleash Solar Beam on Pikachu. Lunatone and Solrock deftly dodged Pikachu's attack, with Lunatone promptly firing its Ice Beam while Solrock gathered energy. Pikachu quickly evade. Pika Pika. Pikachu narrowly escaped Lunatone's Ice Beam. Lunatone, continue with Ice Beam. Pikachu used Quick Attack to dodge again. Meanwhile, Mr. Mime was still erecting barriers. Solar Beam launch. As Pikachu dodged Lunatone's Ice Beam, Solrock's Solar Beam was fully charged and surged towards Pikachu. Having just evaded the Ice Beam, Pikachu found itself unable to escape the Solar Beam. In a moment of desperation, Pikachu veered in an unexpected direction to evade the Solar Beam. Mr. Mime swiftly utilized telekinesis to pull Pikachu back from the brink. Just as both sides prepared to launch their next offensive, the top of the gym unexpectedly collapsed, revealing a vast expanse of sky. What is happening? Since you inquired so sincerely, we shall graciously enlighten you. This time, Team Rocket seemed to deliver their lines in song. Team Rocket, it's you again. Before them appeared the head of a robot, towering above the Green Ridge City Gym roof, an impressive height of 7 or 8 meters. Cheng Cheng marveled once more at Team Rocket's technological prowess. Haha, we have come to capture Lunatone and Solrock. We specifically constructed this machine, which we have dubbed Cage Bird Number 1. The name seems rather lengthy, remarked Kojiro, expressing his disdain for Meowth's choice. Enough of this trivial chatter. Let us swiftly capture the Solrock and Lunatone. How dare you disrupt the gym? We shall not forgive you. Go forth, Lunatone. Advance, Solrock. Ha ha. You have delivered yourselves right into our hands. We shall not be courteous. Witness our ultimate move. The cage, the cage, the cage for the little birds. Two iron rings surged towards Solrock and Lunatone, ensnaring them within. Solrock utilized its psychic abilities to break free. Lunatone, you too. However, their psychic powers proved futile. What is happening? Why did the psychic energy fail? Ha ha ha. To capture Solrock and Lunatone, we specially crafted a unique cage, Meow. This cage reflects all psychic attacks, and no external force can penetrate it, Meow. Enough talk. Let us make our swift retreat. How infuriating. Halt right there. Keed and Minami hurriedly pursued them, with Cheng Cheng and Ash also dashing out. Mismagius, employ psychic. Useless, utterly useless. Meow. Psychic energy has no effect. Just as the machine attempted to flee, it seemingly collided with something. I did not intend to control you with psychic energy. Rather, I aim to manipulate the glass barriers crafted by Mismagius. At that moment, a substantial obstruction comprised of several shards of glass appeared before Team Rocket's machine. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Pikachu's Thunderbolt successfully struck Team Rocket, yet the machine appeared to malfunction. What is happening? Oh dear, this is troublesome, Meow. To save costs, many components were repurposed secondhand parts, and now we are in a predicament, Meow. As is customary, the machine promptly exploded, allowing Solrock and Lunatone to escape successfully. The ensuing matters are ours to handle. Go forth, Solrock, unleash Solar Flare. Lunatone, employ Ice Beam. Then simultaneously use Psychic. Waves of attacks bombarded forth, culminating in the familiar refrain from Team Rocket. How vexing. Well then, Ash. Although an unexpected incident occurred and the gym was destroyed, fret not. We shall battle here. Very well, let us proceed. Now, we shall commence the 2-on-2 Pokémon battle. Both sides are prepared, the battle begins. Solrock, use Psychic on Pikachu. Lunatone, use Ice Beam on Pikachu. Solrock's psychic energy immobilized Pikachu, and Lunatone's Ice Beam was poised to strike. Am I non-existent? Mismagius, create a barrier. Mismagius' barrier materialized before Pikachu, successfully blocking the Ice Beam. Mismagius employed Psychic to disrupt Solrock. The psychic energy from Mismagius nullified Solrock's powers. Pikachu retaliated with Thunderbolt against Solrock. Lunatone summoned Light Screen. Lunatone's Light Screen reflected Pikachu's Thunderbolt back. Mismagius, we too shall use Light Screen. Mismagius activated its own Light Screen, sending Pikachu's Thunderbolt hurtling back once more. This time, it struck Lunatone directly. Although electric moves have limited effect on rock types, Pikachu's Thunderbolt is formidable enough that even a rock type cannot easily withstand it. Solrock unleashed Stone Edge against Mismagius. Lunatone utilized Rest. Solrock's Stone Edge headed towards Mismagius, but was successfully blocked by its barrier. Pikachu launched a Volt Tackle. Useless. Lunatone released Rest. Lunatone's Rest struck Pikachu, and under these circumstances, Pikachu would surely be hit. Seizing the moment, Mismagius employed Psychic. This time, Mismagius' psychic energy did not control Pikachu, but instead placed the previously created glass barriers in front of Pikachu, one by one. The barriers crafted by Mismagius were not entirely transparent, allowing Pikachu to perceive them. Utilizing the floating glass barriers, Pikachu charged directly towards Lunatone and Solrock, landing a powerful hit on Solrock. Mismagius again utilized Psychic. Mismagius repeated its previous tactic, sending the glass barriers flying towards Lunatone, ultimately knocking it to the ground. Pikachu delivered the final blow with Iron Tail. The Steel-type Iron Tail had a significant effect on the Rock type, and thus, Solrock and Lunatone succumbed, losing their fighting capability. With Solrock and Lunatone defeated, the victors are Ash from Pallet Town and Cheng Cheng from Verdanturf Town. We did it! Ash exclaimed joyously. Cheng Cheng shared his elation, as this marked his most intense battle in collaboration with another. Mismagius proved to be a perfect support, and Cheng Cheng discovered the path he wishes to pursue with Mismagius. Congratulations on your victory. Here is the proof of your triumph over the Verdanturf Gym, the Mind Badge. Congratulations, Ash and Cheng Cheng. Both Ash and Cheng Cheng received a badge. Although Cheng Cheng would not participate in the Celestial Conference, it serves as a delightful memento. With their battle successfully concluded, the group prepared to set off towards the next city. Chapter 25, Returning to the Breeding Center. What? You are leaving? Ash was somewhat taken aback, having not anticipated Cheng Cheng's departure would come so soon. Yes, I have been away for a while. It is time to return and check in. I see. But I truly will miss you. Pikachu. Well, we will have time to meet again in the future. Alright then, by the way, will you be attending the upcoming Celestial Conference? Of course, Ash, I will definitely be there to watch. You must do your best. You too, Pikachu. Pikachu. Cheng Cheng affectionately patted Pikachu's head. Well then, this is where we part. See you later. Farewell, and safe travels. Cheng Cheng waved goodbye to Ash and his companions before boarding the ship bound for Shimizu City, ready to return to the breeding center. Cheng Cheng opted not to take an alternative route, but chose to retrace his steps. The reason was simple: he feared getting lost. Without Ash, the journey progressed swiftly, and Cheng Cheng soon found himself back in Verdanturf City. Unsurprisingly, he once again became lost in the forests of Verdanturf City, despite having visited this area several times. The densely packed trees looked remarkably similar, rendering him unable to discern his path. Fortunately, Cheng Cheng had brought along the map he had previously drawn, and after some time, he successfully returned to the breeding center. By the time Cheng Cheng arrived at the breeding center, it was already evening. The doors had long been closed, and Ali and Xiaoli had already finished their shifts and returned home. Thus, Cheng Cheng ascended to the second floor. He casually prepared a meal and took a shower before beginning to tally the rewards from his recent excursion. First, he completed 2 tasks, earning 1,000 achievement points. And there was one more task that could now be concluded. System, complete task 3. Ding. Task 3 completed. Now commencing the score tally for this task. Completeness, 84 points. Adventure rating, 92. Diversity rating, 77. Engagement rating, 50. Growth rating, 81. Significance rating, 63. Total score, 447. Congratulations, host, on achieving a score of 447 points. Upon reviewing the data presented by the system, Cheng Cheng comprehended the scoring and reward system for travel tasks. Each travel task is evaluated across 6 dimensions, with each dimension having a maximum score of 100 points. The cumulative total reflects the achievement points earned upon task completion. The completeness and growth of this journey were commendable, and the adventure rating soared to 92, likely due to the appearances of Groudon and Kyogre. However, the engagement score was dismally low at only 50, indicating that Cheng Cheng had not participated in many events during this journey with Ash, suggesting a need for greater involvement in future endeavors. System, initiate the retrieval of Pokémon. Ding. The retrieval of Pokémon has commenced. The system will now compile and organize the Pokémon acquired by the host. Crimson, Rare, 2. Light Orange, Ordinary. 3. Light Orange, Rare, 5. Orange, Ordinary, 2. Orange, Rare, 7. Dark Orange, Ordinary, 6. Dark Orange, Rare, 2. Light Yellow, Ordinary. 10. Light Yellow, Rare, 8. Yellow, Ordinary, 3. Yellow, Rare, 10. Dark Yellow, Ordinary, 9. Dark Yellow, Rare, 7. Light Green, Ordinary. 15. Light Green, Rare, 12. Green, Ordinary, 8. Green, Rare, 10. Dark Green, Ordinary, 1. Dark Green, Rare, 3. Light Cyan, Rare, 1. Total, 32, 224, 000. The host has acquired 3, 222, 400 Alliance coins. Cheng Cheng felt a surge of joy upon seeing such a substantial amount of Alliance coins. This time, due to the company of Ash and his friends, Cheng Cheng had refrained from excessively capturing Pokémon. All these Pokémon were caught while he was on a boat, fishing for water-type Pokémon, and he had also captured some in the forest on his return. He had not anticipated that the total would accumulate to such a remarkable number. Cheng Cheng then summoned his profile page. Cheng Cheng, gender, male, age, 15, achievement points, 1947, psychic ability level, seed, bound Pokémon, Bellossom, Ralts, Kadabra, Shuppet, Pidgey, Spoink, Snorlax, Mismagius, Lunatone. With 1947 achievement points at his disposal, Cheng Cheng resolved to purchase enhancement potions, which varied in price according to different tiers. The yellow tier potion required only 500 achievement points for Bellossom, so he purchased 2. He decided to give one to Bellossom, as it was his longest-serving Pokémon and deserved the first upgrade. Bellossom's tier, originally yellow, would elevate to deep yellow upon using the enhancement potion. These potions required some time for the Pokémon to assimilate, so Cheng Cheng presented the potion to Bellossom. The other potion he reserved for Spoink, which had the lowest tier among his Pokémon, being merely light yellow. Cheng Cheng planned to administer this potion to Spoink later, as it was in the backyard, where all the Pokémon that weren't taken along were being raised. After organizing his thoughts, Cheng Cheng entered a meditative state, a nightly ritual to hone his psychic abilities. In his mind, the seed seemed to have grown slightly larger, yet it showed no signs of sprouting. Cheng Cheng remained uncertain whether this seed would ever truly germinate. Time passed swiftly during his training, and soon morning arrived. Cheng Cheng opened the window to relish the refreshing morning air of Inu City. Although he had enjoyed the view of the sea during his travels, he found himself preferring the forest. After breakfast, he proceeded to the breeding house on the first floor. "Welcome back, boss." "Yes, I returned last night. Were the Pokémon and the berries I sent back received?" "Indeed, everything has arrived. Here is the recent billing statement." Cheng Cheng glanced over the records. In the past 10 days, he had sold 5 Pokémon eggs and 3 Pokémon, which was not particularly impressive. "By the way, where is Ollie?" "Ollie is preparing food for the Pokémon. In the backyard, aside from your Pokémon, only 2 Pidgeys remain." "All right, I'll go take a look." Upon reaching the backyard, he found Ollie feeding the Pokémon. "Everyone, I'm back." Hearing Cheng Cheng's voice, his Pokémon rushed over. "Have you all been well behaved during my absence?" "Goth. Do. Ollie, has there been any trouble with the Pokémon lately?" "A little, but it has all been resolved." "Trouble? Were they not obedient?" Do. You've really worked hard during this time." "It's no trouble. I've enjoyed being with them. By the way, let us have everyone meet our new friend." "Come on out, everyone." Cheng Cheng released the Pokémon he had taken with him along with Lunatone. "This is your new companion, Lunatone. Let us all get along well from now on." The reunion with old friends and the introduction of a new companion brought joy, and everyone began to play together. "Boss, I've never seen this Pokémon before. This Pokémon is quite rare. It can only be found in specific locations." Cheng Cheng chose to withhold certain details. "By the way, Ollie, these are the Pokémon I captured. They have reached a certain level, so let us keep them in the backyard. If someone wishes to purchase them, they can. Also, remember to submit their data for Alliance review." "Of course, no problem." Since Miss Junxia's last visit, Cheng Cheng had ensured that all wild Pokémon he captured were recorded for the Alliance. "Everyone, feel free to roam around. Spoink, come here for a moment." Cheng Cheng called Spoink into a Pokeball and returned to the second floor. "Spoink, do you wish to grow stronger?" Do. This is a potion that can make you powerful. After using it, rest for a while, and you will become stronger." Cheng Cheng administered the potion to Spoink and then returned it to its Pokeball, placing it alongside Bellisum's Pokeball, rendering them both unusable for a time. Originally, Cheng Cheng had planned to rest for a few days, but unexpectedly, the system issued a new task. Chapter 26. A new life begins in Zijing City. Ding. The task is now being issued. Task 1. To enable the host to become a premier Pokémon breeder, it is required that the host attend a Pokémon school for learning, while simultaneously being assessed to attain the status of a junior Pokémon breeder. Upon the successful completion of this task, the host will be awarded 1,000 achievement points. Task 2. Nurturing Pokémon. As a breeder, the host must diligently cultivate their Pokémon. The system will record the data of the Pokémon, and within a span of 3 months, the host is to nurture their Pokémon. After 3 months, data will be recorded once more, and the system will reward achievement points based on the level of improvement of the Pokémon. Both tasks are of paramount importance to Cheng Cheng, who is naturally inclined to undertake them. However, having just returned, he did not anticipate being tasked so swiftly, especially as it involves studying. Cheng Cheng has never excelled in academics. He wonders if a change in subject matter might yield better results. Immediately, Cheng Cheng researched Pokémon breeder schools online. The most prestigious Pokémon breeder school is located in Lilac City, and thus, he chose to enroll in the finest institution there. Upon logging onto the website, he discovered that the school would commence in a month and that there would be assessments for applicants 10 days prior to the start date. This means Cheng Cheng has a mere 20 days to prepare. After registering, he contemplated how to spend the next 20 days. With a 20-day holiday at his disposal, Cheng Cheng resolved to take a well-deserved rest. He opted not to venture out for leisure, as there are limited entertainment options in the dream world, with most activities involving Pokémon. Instead, he aimed to immerse himself in the civilian districts, areas where Pokémon are scarce. The so-called civilian districts are where the working class resides, and residents here typically do not possess Pokémon, with any that do being merely ordinary urban Pokémon. In the Pokémon world, not everyone is privileged enough to own a Pokémon. Only a select few can nurture them, while many in the working class live their entire lives without ever acquiring one. Even if they manage to obtain a Pokémon, the exorbitant costs associated with nurturing them are beyond their means. Cheng Cheng feels incredibly fortunate that his father left him a breeding house. Had he arrived in this world alone, the effort required to reach his current status would be immeasurable. Cheng Cheng's intention is to live among individuals who have little to no interaction with Pokémon for 20 days. Although 20 days is not an extensive period, it is sufficient for his purpose. He chose Lilac City, which ranks among the top 3 populous cities in the Hoenn region, thus ensuring a substantial working-class population. Additionally, the Pokémon Breeder School is situated in Lilac City, allowing for efficient time management. He entrusted the breeding house's matters to Ollie and Xiaoli before embarking on his journey. The quickest way to reach Lilac City is by airplane. During his last journey, Cheng Cheng acquired over 3 million alliance coins, making the cost of a flight negligible for him. He booked a ticket for an afternoon flight, and after a 3-hour journey, he arrived in Lilac City. Not only is Lilac City a populous metropolis, but it is also a hub of industrial technology. The city's electrical industry thrives, boasting the most advanced technology in the Hoenn region, with most of its infrastructure powered by electricity, including its electric-type gym. Upon his arrival, Cheng Cheng's first stop was the Pokémon Center. He requested a room and informed Nurse Joy of his intention to stay for 30 days. To fully integrate into the local lifestyle, he decided to bring nothing but 2 Pokémon for protection, mindful of the area's occasional lack of safety. By the time Cheng Cheng reached Lilac City, the sun was nearing the horizon. Initially, he planned to spend the night at the Pokémon Center. Yet he opted instead to enter the civilian district immediately, reasoning that assimilation would be simpler under the cover of night. He changed into more ordinary attire, tucked 2 Pokeballs into his pocket, and chose a direction to walk. Venturing into a more secluded area, he observed a tattered individual entering a dilapidated building, which appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time. Cheng Cheng decided this would be the perfect location for his temporary stay. As he stepped into the house, he was confronted by 4 individuals roughly his age, who blocked his path. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" they asked, their demeanor markedly cautious. "I'm just a traveler from afar, without a place to stay. I saw this house and thought it might be empty, so I hope to spend the night here. Sorry, but this place is already occupied. Please leave," one of them replied. A girl beside him tugged at the boy's sleeve, urging him to reconsider, but he remained unyielding. "Could you possibly allow me to stay for just one night? I truly have nowhere else to go," Cheng Cheng implored, attempting to elicit sympathy. "Shall see. Why not let him stay for the night? He looks quite pitiful," the girl suggested once more. "Shall you? That's not possible. We don't even know his background. We can't just let strangers stay here," Xiao Si countered. "But he has nowhere to go, just like we did before," Xiao Yu argued. After a moment's hesitation, the boy scrutinized Cheng Cheng's seemingly harmless demeanor and ultimately relented. "You can stay for one night, but you must leave at dawn. And you can only stay over there. No wandering around." "Thank you so much," Cheng Cheng replied with genuine gratitude. Afterward, the boy led the others back to a shabby sofa, while Cheng Cheng settled beside them. It was just the right time for dinner, and the 4 were enjoying food they had recently acquired. Cheng Cheng, having brought nothing but 2 Pokeballs and identification, was still quite hungry. He placed a hand on his flat stomach and glanced at them. They noticed him as well, but quickly diverted their gaze, reluctant to share their hard-earned meal. "Here, have this," the girl offered, handing Cheng Cheng a piece of bread. "Shall you? It's fine, Shao Si. A piece of bread is more than enough for me." "You, sigh," Shao Si sighed, then retrieved 2 more pieces of bread from their bag. One for Xiao Yu and one for Cheng Cheng. "Thank you. No need to mention it. By the way, what is your name? Where are you from?" "I'm Cheng Cheng, and I've come from Inu City," he replied, being truthful in this regard. "I'm Xiao Si, this is Xiao Yu. And these 2 are Xiao Lin and Xiao Mi." Cheng Cheng exchanged greetings with the others. "I truly appreciate your kindness. Otherwise, I would have had nowhere to stay tonight and would have gone hungry." "It's nothing, as long as you leave by morning," Xiao Si said, still exuding a hint of wariness. This is understandable, as children like them have grown up in a life of wandering and fear, leaving them with little sense of security. After this exchange, they fell silent, and Cheng Cheng paid no mind, instead contemplating how he might remain with them longer. Upon witnessing their slumber, Cheng Cheng quietly exited the house and settled upon the steps outside, gazing up at the twinkling stars above. It was then that he felt a presence beside him. "What is wrong, Cheng Cheng? Are you unable to sleep?" It was Xiao Yu who approached. "Indeed, I am pondering where we should go tomorrow. Don't you have any destinations in mind?" Cheng Cheng shook his head. The 2 fell into a contemplative silence. "Why don't you stay and live with us?" "Stay?" Cheng Cheng was taken aback by Xiao Yu's unexpected proposal. "After all, you have nowhere else to go. It would be better to remain with us. Even though our lives are not easy, at least we can survive." The phrase "to survive" stirred a pang in Cheng Cheng's heart. For even in this seemingly beautiful Pokemon world, many struggle daily for their next meal. "But will your friends agree?" "Do not worry. I will persuade them to let you stay." "Thank you." Cheng Cheng's response was brief, yet imbued with sincerity. They exchanged a smile. Chapter 27. An Unavoidable Revelation. The following morning, as Cheng Cheng awoke, he was greeted by the sound of a commotion. It seemed a dispute was underway. Listening intently, he discerned that it revolved around him. Xiao Yu had promised him a place to stay the previous night, and this morning, discussions ensued among the other 3. Xiao Si was adamantly opposed, and the other 2 shared a similar sentiment. "Xiao Si, I was once a wanderer like him, alone and adrift. I understand the hardships of living in solitude. Until I met you all, I was lost, but with your help, I now lead a joyful life. I wish for others to have the same chance, so please let him stay. Xiao Yu's pleading gaze softened Xiao Xi's resolve. Very well. Let him stay? Splendid. Thank you. Brother Xiao Xi. Cheng Cheng approached to express his gratitude. If it weren't for Xiao Yu advocating for you, we would not have permitted your stay. However, since you are here now, you must work diligently and earn your keep. We shall not support you. Understood, I will comply. Cheng Cheng replied decisively. In that case, let us prepare for today's tasks. Also, here is your breakfast. Xiao Xi handed Cheng Cheng 2 slices of bread, seemingly leftover from yesterday's purchase. Today, we shall assist in weeding the orchard. You should join us. Cheng Cheng nodded in agreement. After finishing his breakfast, Cheng Cheng accompanied Xiao Xi and the others to a nearby orchard, owned by an elderly gentleman. The orchard was expansive, home to approximately 500 to 600 trees, each bearing a variety of fruits. Grandpa Ming, this is our new companion. He will be helping us today. All right, no problem. The pay remains the same. 50 alliance coins per person, per day. Thank you, Grandpa Ming. Now get to work. The orchard floor was overrun with weeds. Half of the area had been previously cleared, leaving the other half for them to tackle. To eradicate the weeds thoroughly, they would employ the most traditional method, pulling them out by hand, roots and all. After a full day of labor, the 5 of them successfully uprooted all the weeds in the orchard. Each earned 50 alliance coins and an additional 100. They entrusted all their earnings to Xiao Yu for safekeeping. Though the day had been arduous, spirits were high. That evening, they purchased bread and indulged in an extra jar of caviar. As Cheng Cheng savored the bread spread with caviar, its peculiar taste was surprisingly delightful, and he felt himself falling in love with this life. As days turned into weeks, Cheng Cheng seamlessly integrated into the lives of the 4. Each day followed a routine, rising early, enjoying breakfast, working, having lunch, working again, dining at dinner, and then retiring for the night. What appeared to be a monotonous existence was, in fact, filled with immeasurable joy. Cheng Cheng wished for this tranquility to last indefinitely. However, one fateful day, upon returning to their abode, they discovered intruders had invaded their space. For other wanderers, slightly older than Cheng Cheng and his companions, seemed to have laid claim to the place, scattering their belongings haphazardly. Who are you? Why are you here? This is our home. Please leave. And why have you thrown our things around? You despicable lot. Humph. From this moment on, this place belongs to us. Scram, kid, and hand over all your money. Or else don't blame us for being rude. Xiao Lin attempted to charge at them, only to be restrained by Xiao Xi. Since you fancy this place so much, you can have it. We'll find somewhere else. Xiao Xi began to lead Xiao Lin away, yet the intruders refused to let them go. Hand over your money before you leave. This money was hard-earned. Why should we give it to you? Refusing, are you? Then don't blame us for our actions. The leader cracked his knuckles, ready for a confrontation. Xiao Yu, give them the money. But brother Xiao Xi, just give it to them. Yes. Xiao Yu prepared to comply. Wait, Xiao Yu, do not give it to them. That money is ours. We have no obligation to surrender it. If it comes to blows, so be it. Xiao Lin surged forward, throwing a punch at the opposing man, who was already prepared, blocking the blow and delivering a kick to Xiao Lin's abdomen, sending him sprawling. Xiao Lin, are you all right? Xiao Yu helped him to his feet. I'm fine. However, this situation is troublesome. You little brats. You won't learn until you see some consequences. The opposing man advanced, seemingly intent on violence. If you're going to push us, we won't hold back. Xiao Xi lunged at the man, engaging him in combat. The other 3, noticing their comrade was at a disadvantage, rushed to assist. Cheng Cheng too refused to back down. Joining forces with Xiao Mi and Xiao Lin in a fervent brawl, the thrill of physical confrontation igniting their spirits. Yet, the pain coursing through their bodies reminded Cheng Cheng of the brutal reality of the fight. Except for the slightly older Xiao Xi, the trio found themselves overpowered and quickly felt. As the battle reached a critical juncture, Cheng Cheng decided it was time to reveal his trump card. Come forth, Mismagius. Mismagius. Use barrier. A series of barriers sprang up, segregating both factions. The sudden appearance of the Mismagius left the 8 onlookers in stunned silence. While they were familiar with Pokémon, they had never anticipated witnessing one in the midst of a skirmish. The Mismagius encircled the opposing 4 with its barriers, effectively trapping them. Mismagius, employ Psychic. The psychic force rendered the 4 adversaries immobile. Now let them spin. Mismagius used its psychic abilities to send the intruders crashing against the surrounding barriers, their bodies flailing helplessly like errant balls, colliding with walls, the ground, and one another. Xiao Xi and the others stood in awe, utterly astonished by the unfolding spectacle. The doll of the magic wall, Cast them all out. The doll of the magic wall halted their collisions and unceremoniously flung them through the dilapidated window nearby. Are you all right? Cheng Cheng inquired of the group. And no, they stammered, still reeling in shock, tinged with a hint of trepidation. They had not anticipated that Cheng Cheng possessed such a formidable Pokémon. This is my Pokémon, the doll of the magic wall. I sincerely apologize for concealing its existence until now. Xiao Xi's emotions were tumultuous. He felt a flicker of anger towards Cheng Cheng for his secrecy. Yet this time it was Cheng Cheng who had rescued them. Moreover, Cheng Cheng had been quite amiable to everyone in recent days, leaving Xiao Xi uncertain about how to confront him. However, Xiao Yu seemed untroubled by these complexities. She expressed her gratitude to Cheng Cheng and curiously gazed at the doll of the magic wall. Witnessing Xiao Yu's reaction, the others felt a collective relief, unanimously deciding to forget the incident and resume their previous lives. Time passed gradually. The emergence of the doll of the magic wall did not disrupt their lives. In fact, there were instances when Cheng Cheng allowed it to assist, which made things easier for everyone. The individuals from before did not return, and they even requested Cheng Cheng to share tales about Pokémon. Cheng Cheng regaled them with simple stories and general knowledge about Pokémon. Before long, 20 days had elapsed, and Cheng Cheng was preparing to depart. Yet, prior to his departure, he made a visit to the Pokémon Center. He utilized the teleportation system to bring over 4 Pokémon, a natural sparrow, a jumping pig, a Kirin, and a Ralts. He discreetly gifted these 10 Pokémon to Xiao Xi and the others, providing them with the Pokémon's information and basic training methods. After leaving the Pokeballs and a letter, he took his leave. In the letter, he detailed his reasons for coming here, revealing most of the circumstances and hoping they would forgive his prior concealment and abrupt departure. He also informed them that they could locate him at the Pokémon Center if they had any queries, leaving his contact information there. As the 20 days of respite came to an end, Cheng Cheng began to prepare for the upcoming examinations. Chapter 28. Admission to the Breeder School. Today marked the day of the school assessments, and Cheng Cheng arrived early at the evaluation venue, which was situated within the Breeder School. By the time he arrived, a multitude of people had already gathered, several thousand, reminiscent of a college entrance examination. This institution was only accepting 100 students this time, resulting in a significant elimination rate. Nevertheless, Cheng Cheng felt confident, as he possessed extensive knowledge about Pokémon and had cared for them for quite some time, granting him a measure of experience. At the entrance, each candidate's identity was scrutinized, ensuring that only those who had registered prior would be allowed to participate. Indeed, a few individuals attempting to sneak in were apprehended. Once identities were confirmed, all participants were directed into various rooms, which they could select themselves. The first stage involved a written examination, which Cheng Cheng completed swiftly, overcoming some hurdles, but ultimately finishing. The second round required identifying various Pokémon-related items, such as berries and evolution stones. With the assistance of the system, Cheng Cheng nearly achieved a perfect score, although he could not view the grading at present. Cheng Cheng then proceeded to the third stage, the interview. During this segment, the examiner posed several questions to the students, predominantly pertaining to how to interact with and care for Pokémon, all of which Cheng Cheng answered with ease. However, one question proved somewhat troublesome, as he had encountered a similar inquiry during the first round of the written exam. These questions revolved around specific care practices for certain Pokémon species. Though these Pokémon were quite common, they were not psychic types, and Cheng Cheng had not had any prior exposure to them, leaving him only able to provide vague responses, uncertain of how many points he might earn. After completing the 3 rounds of assessments, Cheng Cheng left the school and returned to the Pokémon Center, where he merely needed to await news. For the next few days, Cheng Cheng found himself with little to occupy his time. He decided to transport his previous Pokémon over and allow them to practice. After all, he had a task to complete within 3 months, and nearly a month had already passed without any training for his Pokémon. On the 7th day post-assessment, Cheng Cheng received an acceptance notification, successfully securing admission to the best breeder school in Zijing City with a rank of 7th from the bottom. The following morning, he reported to the school. The breeder school operated under a fully enclosed learning system, which conveniently resolved Cheng Cheng's accommodation issues. This time, the school admitted 100 students, divided into 3 classes. One class accommodated the top 20 performers from the assessments, while the remaining 80 students were distributed across the other 2 classes. Cheng Cheng found himself in one of the classes with 40 students. He first located his dormitory, which was quite spacious, capable of housing 4 beds, a balcony, and a bathroom. Henceforth, he would be sharing this space with 3 others, presumably all boys. Cheng Cheng was the first to arrive at the dormitory, which was somewhat untidy. He decided to tidy up, though regrettably, He had not brought a super broom along. Otherwise, it would have been much more convenient. He entrusted the cleaning task to the doll of the magic wall. Cheng Cheng had initially thought that only Ash's doll of the magic wall enjoyed household chores, but he soon discovered that his own doll shared this penchant. Was this a common trait among dolls of the magic wall? He assigned the cleaning duties to it. Before long, the other occupants of Cheng Cheng's dormitory had arrived, shattering his expectations. They exchanged polite introductions. Upon seeing the doll of the magic wall, they expressed a degree of astonishment. Although they each possessed their own Pokémon, the doll of the magic wall was a Pokémon from the Kanto region, exceptionally rare in the Hoenn region. 2 days later, the breeder school officially commenced. Cheng Cheng entered his classroom and chose a seat. The classroom gradually filled with students, and his desk mate was an unremarkable-looking boy, seemingly younger than Cheng Cheng, who might be the oldest student in the school. Soon, a tall woman entered the classroom, presumably their instructor. "Hello, everyone. I am your teacher and advisor, Huatian Muzi. Welcome to the breeder school. Our institution is the finest in Zijing City and ranks among the top in the Hoenn region. Each cohort only admits 100 students, and to graduate, you must pass assessments to become a junior Pokémon breeder within 3 years. Annually, several students fail to graduate, so I hope you all dedicate yourselves to your studies. Now, I will introduce the subjects you will be studying. First, there is the Pokémon Encyclopedia. While it is not required for you to memorize every detail, you should be able to articulate the characteristics of any Pokémon I mention. I will be teaching this subject. In addition to the Pokémon Encyclopedia, there are courses on Pokémon food and energy cube preparation, Pokémon disease treatment, daily management of Pokémon, Pokémon appearance and personality development, Pokémon battle course, and Pokémon language course, totaling 7 subjects. Upon hearing that he would be studying 7 subjects, Cheng Cheng felt overwhelmed. This seemed comparable to the courses he had undertaken in high school. Some courses appeared unnecessary for him, particularly the Pokémon Encyclopedia, as the system provided comprehensive data about Pokémon, surpassing what could be gleaned from any encyclopedia. Teacher. Cheng Cheng raised his hand. Dear student, do you have any questions? I would like to inquire about the subjects required for the examination to become a junior Pokémon breeder. Are we indeed required to take the 7 subjects mentioned earlier? Yes, to qualify as a junior Pokémon breeder, one must achieve a score of at least 70 in each subject. Failing to meet this criterion in even one subject is unacceptable. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Cheng Cheng's expression darkened, and furrows formed on his brow. He had not even considered memorizing the Pokémon Encyclopedia. Mastering it entirely would require at least a year or 2. Cheng Cheng felt confident about scoring 70 in the production of Pokémon food and energy cubes, as well as in Pokémon battles, but he lacked confidence in the other subjects. The aspiration to swiftly become a junior Pokémon breeder appeared daunting. Teacher, aside from achieving 70 in each subject, are there alternative methods to qualify as a junior Pokémon breeder? There is indeed another method, although I would not recommend it. If you achieve a score of 90 or above in 4 out of the 7 subjects, you can also qualify as a junior Pokémon breeder. Achieving 90 in each subject? Let me think, Cheng Cheng pondered. He believed he could manage to score above 90 in the Pokémon Encyclopedia with the aid of the system. Producing Pokémon food and energy cubes had become second nature to him, and he was confident he could surpass 90, especially with Psychic-type Pokémon food. Furthermore, he was assured of his proficiency in Pokémon battles, given his past encounters with ancient legendary Pokémon. The final subject remained a question mark. How about Pokémon language? Although I do not fully grasp it, I possess psychic abilities. I have previously tried to communicate with Moonstone and the Red Gyarados, and it seemed to go well. With time, my psychic abilities may further develop, making communication with Pokémon less challenging. Thus, Cheng Cheng resolved to pursue the second option, achieving 90 in 4 subjects. Alright, students, let us commence our first lesson. We will begin with the Pokémon of the Hoenn region, specifically those numbered 001 to 003, Trico, Grovyle, and Sceptile. Cheng Cheng was quite familiar with Trico. He recalled an incident when he got lost in the forest and was attacked by Trico, only to become friends in the end. He wondered how they were faring now. Cheng Cheng had no intention of continuing with the Pokémon Encyclopedia class. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, enhancing his psychic abilities. Augmenting one's psychic power is no trivial feat, especially for someone like Cheng Cheng, who was a latecomer to the practice. Fortunately, the thought gem provided by Hippowdon accelerated his training significantly. Thus commenced Cheng Cheng's journey as a breeder. On the first day of classes, Cheng Cheng's schedule was divided into 2 parts, Pokémon Encyclopedia in the morning and Pokémon battles in the afternoon. He spent the morning's Pokémon Encyclopedia class entirely in meditation, while the afternoon's Pokémon battle class turned out to be a theoretical course rather than actual battles. The first lesson revolved around the knowledge of Pokémon types and their interactions. Cheng Cheng did not even contemplate the concept of type advantages. It was not that he could engage in battles like Ash, but rather because he exclusively employed Psychic-type Pokémon. Regardless of the opponent, he could only battle using Psychic types, rendering type advantages irrelevant. Thus, he spent the afternoon in meditation as well. The following morning, the class focused on the production of Pokémon food and energy cubes. Unsurprisingly, this lesson did not cover the actual production techniques, but rather the identification of various berries and the raw materials for food, along with discussions on their formation processes and nutritional value. Cheng Cheng continued to meditate. The afternoon's lesson was on the treatment of Pokémon ailments, which piqued his interest somewhat. However, the teacher's lecture felt reminiscent of high school mathematics and physics. Meditation seemed the best course of action. On the 4th and 5th days, Cheng Cheng found the daily lessons increasingly tedious. He spent each day meditating and noticed a remarkable surge in his psychic abilities. However, on the 10th day of school, the seed of potential in his mind finally began to sprout. It was a bright and sunny morning. Cheng Cheng was seated in class for the Pokémon ailments and treatment lesson, meditating as usual, when he felt an influx of psychic energy coursing into the seed in his mind, causing its outer layer to crack and shed. A small green sprout emerged from the seed. Cheng Cheng suddenly felt an extraordinary clarity in his mind, even with his eyes closed. He could sense every movement in the classroom and perceive each individual's mental energy, akin to thermal sensing. Yes, Cheng Cheng exclaimed, his excitement drawing the attention of his classmates. He quickly covered his mouth, but the teacher was not about to let him off the hook. "Young man, what is your name?" Cheng Cheng stood up and replied respectfully. "Teacher, my name is Cheng Cheng Chimo." "Cheng Cheng, just now I mentioned that if a Pokémon goes without food for an extended period, what issues might arise? And how should we address them?" Cheng Cheng, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out, "Just ask it directly." "Ask who?" "The Pokémon. If it isn't eating, there must be a reason. We should simply inquire with the Pokémon." Immediately regretting his words, Cheng Cheng added, "I can understand them, albeit not perfectly. I grasp their general meaning." He felt compelled to answer, albeit hesitantly. "Then I presume your proficiency in Pokémon language is commendable?" Cheng Cheng recalled the cryptic language he had heard during Pokémon language class and slowly responded, "I suppose so." "Very well, Cheng Cheng, I shall let this pass this time. But do pay closer attention in class. Please sit down." As he took his seat, Cheng Cheng noticed whispers and snickers among his classmates. But he chose to ignore them and continued his meditation, exploring the depths of his psychic abilities. Cheng Cheng initially thought the incident would end there. However, during the afternoon Pokémon language class, he was once again called upon to answer a question. But he could not comprehend the mysterious language at all and had no idea how to respond, resulting in another reprimand from the teacher. This pattern continued for 4 consecutive days, with various teachers calling on him to answer questions. Cheng Cheng's responses fell short, not due to a lack of knowledge, but rather because he failed to provide the answers the teachers sought. Consequently, he garnered the displeasure of 7 different instructors, leading him to feel that his newfound psychic abilities had brought him a streak of bad luck. A month passed, and Cheng Cheng's fortune seemed to remain grim. However, after this month, a change began to manifest, primarily due to the transformation of theoretical courses into practical applications. While he struggled with theory, he excelled in practice, leading to a significant turnaround. The first course that marked the end of his misfortune was the Pokémon Encyclopedia class. This time, the teacher presented a Pokémon and asked the students to describe its characteristics. For Cheng Cheng, who had the system at his disposal, this task was exceedingly simple. "Class, today we will learn about a fairly common Pokémon from the Hoenn region, Ralts. Now, I shall unveil it, granting 10 minutes for everyone to observe, after which responses will be required." Cheng Cheng, upon glancing at the system, discerned all the data pertaining to this Ralts, including its learned skills, abilities, and so forth. Cheng Cheng carefully selected certain details to report to the teacher. "Teacher, I wish to answer this question." Upon noticing that it was Cheng Cheng who raised his hand, the teacher did not object and permitted him to respond. "This Ralts is a psychic type, with the ability Synchronize, at level 13, and of a light yellow tier. The skills it has learned include Confusion and Teleport." Cheng Cheng withheld some information, particularly regarding its fairy type. The teacher, upon hearing Cheng Cheng's response, was somewhat astonished. Nearly all of his assertions were accurate. The level 13 detail was something she herself was unaware of. While Pokémon indeed possess levels, such specificity was uncommon. Though she felt a twinge of confusion, she affirmed Cheng Cheng's answer. "What Cheng Cheng has stated is correct. Besides these, this Ralts also has." The teacher proceeded to elaborate further on characteristics intrinsic to Ralts, content that Cheng Cheng found somewhat redundant. In the afternoon Pokémon battle class, Cheng Cheng eagerly anticipated the true Pokémon battle. Classmates, today we will engage in Pokémon battles. Here, 6 Pokémon are displayed, all of which are randomly assigned. You may select freely. You might acquire any Pokémon, strong or otherwise. This will also test your familiarity with each Pokémon. Now, any students willing to battle may step forward and choose a Pokémon. Teacher, I will. A boy stepped up and chose a Pokémon. Teacher, I too wish to battle. Cheng Cheng stepped forward to engage in combat. He surveyed the remaining 5 Pokeballs. The system could identify Pokémon and eggs, yet could not discern their contents through the Pokeballs. Cheng Cheng was unaware of what Pokémon lay within, but he knew he could not utilize Pokémon from other types. Teacher, is there a psychic type among these? Any type could be represented. Feel free to choose one. Teacher, I only wish to use a psychic type, as I cannot command any other types. If you are unable to command a Pokémon, why then wish to battle? Teacher, I have a peculiar situation. Apart from psychic types, I cannot command any other Pokémon, hence my desire to select a psychic Pokémon. The second one on the right. The teacher guided Cheng Cheng to the psychic type Pokémon. Cheng Cheng retrieved the Pokémon and took his place on the stage, with the teacher officiating as the referee. Now, please both sides release your Pokémon. Go. Both sides released their Pokémon simultaneously. Facing him was a Mudkip. Cheng Cheng instantly recognized its data. Pokémon, Mudkip. Type, Water. Level, 15. Tier, Light Green. Rarity, Rare. Ability, Torrent. Skills, Tackle, Growl, Mudslap, Water Gun, Endure. This is a standard starter Pokémon. Cheng Cheng then examined his own Pokémon, a Beldum. Pokémon, Beldum. Type, Psychic, Steel. Level, 15. Tier, Light Green. Rarity, Rare. Ability, Clear Body. Skills, Confusion, Tackle, Metal Sound, Takedown, Zen Headbutt. Cheng Cheng was astonished to see that his Pokémon was a Beldum. Although Beldum could be found in the city of Amethyst, it was indeed a highly rare Pokémon and also regarded as a quasi-legendary. Moreover, this Pokémon boasted a high tier and was of the psychic type. Cheng Cheng was utterly captivated. However, he quickly regained his composure. No matter how exceptional this Pokémon was, he could not seize it. Since he had arrived in Amethyst City, he would see if there was an opportunity to catch one. Just as Cheng Cheng was pondering, the battle commenced. Chapter 30, Kaido Miko. Please both sides prepare, the battle begins. Let me think, what skills does Mudkip possess? Water Gun, perhaps. Mudkip uses Water Gun. Too slow, Beldum evades. Beldum, use Confusion. Mudkip was ensnared by Beldum's psychic control. Throw Mudkip. Beldum hurled Mudkip into the air. Use Zen Headbutt. The force of Mudkip's rapid descent, combined with Beldum's impact, rendered Mudkip unable to continue battling. Mudkip is unable to battle. The winner of this match is Beldum. The onlookers were astounded. Even the teacher, acting as the referee, was taken aback. No one expected Cheng Cheng to achieve victory so swiftly. How could you be so strong? It's not that I am too strong, but rather that you are too weak. Your knowledge of Pokémon was not applied to the battle, and merely following textbook content is insufficient. The dynamics of battle are multifaceted. Different Pokémon and opponents necessitate varying strategies, and adaptability is of utmost importance. Teacher, I wish to battle again. Very well. Are you certain? Indeed. Is there anyone else who wishes to battle him? The students fell silent, none willing to step forward, as they had not anticipated Cheng Cheng's rapid-fire tactics. I will. A voice emerged. It was a girl. Cheng Cheng recognized her. She bore a strikingly similar demeanor to his own, a casual attitude towards classes. As someone who also tended to neglect studies, Cheng Cheng was somewhat acquainted with her. Her name was Kaido Miko, seemingly not from the Hoenn region, and she was a year younger than him, yet among the older students in the school. Choose a Pokémon. Kaido Miko casually selected a Pokeball and approached the battle stage. I look forward to our match. Go. Before them appeared a Torchic, and Cheng Cheng instantly accessed its data. Pokémon, Torchic. Type, Fire. Level, 15. Tier, Light Green. Rarity, Rare. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Scratch, Growl, Focus Energy, Ember. Another starter Pokémon? Though fire types pose a disadvantage for me, I am not so easily vanquished. We shall go first. Torchic uses Focus Energy. Beldum disrupts with Confusion. As Torchic attempted to use Focus Energy, it was interrupted by Beldum's attack. Beldum, use Confusion to lift Torchic, then employs an Headbutt. Do you think I will fall for the same trick? Torchic uses Ember in midair. Beldum dodge. Although Beldum evaded the attack, it was still singed by Ember. Beldum uses Metal Sound. The noise emitted by Beldum proved distressing for Torchic. Now, Beldum, use Takedown. Beldum rushed towards Torchic. Now use Tackle. Torchic was knocked down. Lift it with Confusion, then slam it to the ground. Torchic sustained heavy damage and was unable to move. Come on, Torchic. At this moment, the Torchic emitted a radiant white glow, signifying its evolution. What a jest! Cheng Cheng felt a tinge of frustration. An evolution occurring at the mere utterance of a phrase. Wasn't that the hallmark of a protagonist? Cheng Cheng was momentarily speechless, yet he was powerless. For his Medong was far from the time of its own evolution. At this juncture, the Torchic had evolved into a Combusken, and its injuries had healed somewhat. Let us go, Combusken. Charge forward and use Ember. Medong retaliated with confusion. The psychic force of Medong altered the trajectory of Ember, thwarting its approach. Combusken, rush in and use Peck. Medong countered with Tackle. Just as the two were about to collide, Combusken abruptly shifted tactics. Ember. To Cheng Cheng's astonishment, Combusken unleashed Ember, striking Medong directly. Once more Peck. Medong was hit, losing its ability to fight. With Medong incapacitated, victory belonged to Combusken. Well, I won, Cheng Cheng asserted, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Had it not been for Torchic's sudden evolution into Combusken, my Medong would have triumphed long ago. Humph, regardless, victory is mine. No matter how you slice it, I emerged victorious. Fine, consider it your win. Cheng Cheng retrieved Medong, placing the Pokeball back in its original spot. Although he felt a sense of regret, it was clear that he had encountered a type advantage, and the opponent's battle prowess was not to be underestimated. It seemed she was indeed a practitioner at heart. Cheng Cheng began to take a keen interest in the girl named Musi Cheating. The following morning, the class was dedicated to the making of Pokémon food and energy blocks. The teacher instructed everyone to create a Pokémon dish based on the previously taught material. This time, the Pokémon featured was a Lotad, which was a pale green in color. Cheng Cheng pondered just how many starter Pokémon this school possessed. This lesson required pairs to collaborate, crafting Pokémon food that would ultimately be graded according to Lotad's preferences. Cheng Cheng approached an empty workstation, realizing he had yet to find a partner. He mused that perhaps no one would want to team up with someone who dozed off in class daily. However, there was another student in the class who was similarly inclined, Musi Cheating. Oh, what brings you to team up with me? I saw you all alone and felt pity. So I decided to join forces with you. Just don't hinder me. No problem. This time, I'll take the lead while you execute. What type of berry are you planning to use? Given that Lotad is a water-type Pokémon, using a water-type fruit would be optimal. How about we use golden grapes? Golden grapes are water-type fruits? Where did that classification come from? I wasn't aware of it. That's my own creation, Musi Cheating replied with a hint of pride. Suit yourself. Since you want to use golden grapes, let us give it a shot. Cheng Cheng took out Pokémon flour, mixed it with water to create a batter, and then added some special Pokémon additives. He set it aside to ferment for a while before preparing to juice the golden grapes. Wait, are you really just going to juice them like that? What else? The skin and seeds of golden grapes have a bitter taste. You need to remove them, leaving only the flesh. That way, the food won't have a bitter flavor. Ah, I see. I was unaware of that. Didn't you listen in class? Cheng Cheng retorted. I didn't either, but I frequently make Pokémon food, so I know these things. Following Musi's method, Cheng Cheng peeled and diced the golden grapes, then juiced them, combining the juice with the earlier mixture. After stirring it thoroughly, he shaped it into blocks, preparing for baking. Hold on. Any more advice, miss? Cheng Cheng's use of miss seemed to delight Musi. As Lotad is a water-type Pokémon, it certainly wouldn't appreciate food prepared by baking. We need to steam or boil it. Shall I steam it? Cheng Cheng inquired tentatively. All right, let us go with steaming. Cheng Cheng placed the Pokémon food into the steamer, cooking it for 10 minutes until it was ready. Wait a moment, we need to let it cool completely. Lotad dislikes overly hot food. Cheng Cheng placed the dish on a board to cool. Is it ready now? Not yet. There's one last step. Spray the remaining golden grape juice on top. Cheng Cheng took a spray bottle, filled it with the juice, and evenly coated the Pokémon food. Now it's time to taste it. Why don't you try it first? No thanks. Cheng Cheng, with no other option, took a piece and sampled it. The flavor was sweet and tangy, with a delightful softness. He was confident that Lotad would enjoy it. It tastes quite good. You should try it. No need. If you like it, then Lotad should too. Now let me take it up. Just as Cheng Cheng was about to speak, Musi whisked the Pokémon food away. Upon tasting it, Lotad appeared quite pleased, and both Cheng Cheng and Musi received high marks. However, it was unclear what Musi discussed with the teacher, as Cheng Cheng's score was slightly lower. Nevertheless, he found Musi to be quite an intriguing individual. During the subsequent classes, Cheng Cheng frequently collaborated with Musi, achieving commendable evaluations, and his academic performance improved significantly. Chapter 31 finally arrived. Over the following period, with Musi's assistance, Cheng Cheng learned a wealth of knowledge regarding Pokémon. He discovered that Musi was far more skilled in breeding than he was. Her proficiency in this area surpassed his own. Furthermore, Cheng Cheng learned more about Musi's background. She was not from the Hoenn region but hailed from the Unova region, sharing a homeland with Iris, the dragon-type trainer. The Pokémon Musi utilized were all dragon types. Yet Cheng Cheng had yet to encounter any of them. Conversely, Musi had seen Cheng Cheng's Bellissime and Mismagius, as he frequently enlisted Mismagius to assist him. Today was an exceptionally significant day. According to the system's calculations, the mysterious Pokémon egg Cheng Cheng had previously acquired was set to hatch. He intended to find a safe location to await the Pokémon's emergence. Given that the breeding school was entirely enclosed, he could not venture outside. Thus, he sought a relatively secure spot within the school. To the east of the campus lay a small forest, home to some Pokémon raised by the school, offering a tranquil environment with ample hiding places, making it an ideal choice. Cheng Cheng placed the incubator containing the egg into his backpack, brought along some food, and then ventured alone into the woods. He selected a quiet spot, patiently awaiting the eggs hatching. The sun gradually ascended, then descended. Yet the egg showed no signs of hatching. Cheng Cheng began to doubt whether the system had made an error. He inquired again, and the system assured him that the egg would hatch today. Cheng Cheng took out some food from his backpack and nibbled while quietly anticipating the Pokémon's arrival. Filled with curiosity about what would emerge from the egg. However, Cheng Cheng suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Instantly, he activated his extraordinary abilities to perceive what was near, and it appeared that someone was indeed approaching. He swiftly placed the spirit egg into his backpack and concealed himself within a thicket. "What are you hiding here for?" A figure abruptly emerged before Cheng Cheng. Upon recognizing the person, he sighed in relief. "Musi, what brings you here?" Cheng Cheng settled onto the ground. "I came to find you. You haven't attended class all day, but fortunately, your presence is usually negligible, so the teacher didn't notice. After school, I began searching for you. Since you couldn't leave the school, you must be somewhere within its confines. I initially went to your dormitory, but you were absent, so I had to venture out to look for you. Thankfully, my sticky treasure is quite sensitive to scents, so I took a piece of your clothing to guide me here." Cheng Cheng accepted the garment from Musi's hands. It was one of his jackets. Just as he felt a slight chill, the clothing seemed to arrive perfectly timed. He also took note of the sticky treasure in Musi's possession. Pokémon, sticky treasure. Type, dragon. Level, 27. Rank, deep green. Rarity, rare. Ability, herbivore. Hidden ability, sticky. HP, 3045. Attack, 2650. Defense, 1935. Special attack, 2155. Special defense, 3275. Speed, 2040. Total, 148,300. Held item, none. Skills, impact, bubble, absorb, protect, endure, dragon breath, rain dance. Cheng Cheng regarded this supposedly most useless quasi-divine Pokémon with keen interest. Despite its reputation, he found himself quite enamored. Dragon-type Pokémon were inherently formidable, and this sticky treasure had been nurtured exceptionally well. Conversely, Psychic-type Pokémon were weak in their early stages, which compelled Cheng Cheng to adopt a rather cautious approach to his development. "By the way, what are you doing here? You haven't been hiding here all day, have you?" Cheng Cheng initially intended to fabricate an excuse, but then the system issued a prompt. Ding. The host must immediately remove the spirit egg and place it in an open area. The spirit stone is about to hatch. Abandoning any pretense, Cheng Cheng promptly retrieved the spirit egg from his backpack. "What do you need the spirit egg for? You didn't steal it, did you?" Cheng Cheng wore a wry expression. "Indeed, I did steal it. What is it to you? Are you going to report me? You really did steal it?" Musi exclaimed, astonished. "Could you share half with me? Do you think this is food?" "This spirit egg is something I obtained quite some time ago. I came here today specifically to facilitate its hatching. Why not just keep it at school or in your dormitory?" "No, this particular Pokémon is quite special. I'm uncertain of its exact nature. I hope you can help me keep this a secret." "Is this our little secret now?" Cheng Cheng remained silent, focusing intently on the spirit egg. Gradually, the egg began to tremble, and soon the shell fractured, ultimately breaking apart completely. A uniquely shaped Pokémon materialized before Cheng Cheng's eyes. What kind of Pokémon is this? Musi seemed equally unfamiliar with it. She took out her Pokédex to search for information on the creature. Cheng Cheng, at that very moment, received its details as well. Pokémon, symbolic bird, unknown energy. Type, psychic. Flying. Level, 1. Rank, blue. Rarity, epic. Ability, magic guard. Dream ability, tinted lens. HP, 872. Physical attack, 358. Physical defense, 480. Special attack, 6103. Special defense, 480. Speed, 497. Total, 29490. Held item, unknown. Skills, Gust Miracle Eye. Inherited skills, none. Cheng Cheng had not anticipated that the Pokémon he hatched would be the symbolic bird, which had made an appearance in the original anime. The symbolic bird seemed to be a guardian of ancient ruins, but why had it manifested here? Moreover, this mysterious energy evidently still existed. What could this power be? Such questions ignited Cheng Cheng's curiosity. Furthermore, this symbolic bird possessed inherited skills. Although it had yet to master them, it indicated that the creature held immense potential. I can't believe it's a symbolic bird. Such a rare Pokémon. How did you acquire it? I previously mentioned that I ran a breeding house. I inadvertently obtained this spirit egg when I was acquiring others. It had remained dormant for a long time. I thought it would never hatch, yet here we are. You're quite lucky. And your luck isn't too shabby either. Dragon-type Pokémon are considered to be among the strongest. Alright, enough of this. Now that the Pokémon has hatched, we should head back. No. The symbolic bird has just hatched and hasn't acclimated to the outside environment yet. I cannot place it into a Pokeball. Furthermore, I don't wish for others to know, as it might cause complications. I'll stay here tonight, and by morning, I can return the symbolic bird to its ball. Since you're staying here tonight, I shall remain as well. Although this is a school, it wouldn't be safe to be alone outside. I'll keep you company. Cheng Cheng did not refuse, though he thought he might feel safer alone. He retrieved some food from his backpack and offered a portion to Muzi. Then, he pulled out a bottle of moo moo milk, feeding it to the symbolic bird just as he had done for the natural sparrow previously. Nini. The sticky treasure seemed to catch the scent of the milk, yearning for a taste. Sticky treasure, you can't have that. It's meant for the symbolic bird. Muzi reassured the creature. Muzi contemplated recalling sticky treasure into its pokeball, but Cheng Cheng intervened. He fetched another bottle of moo moo milk for sticky treasure. Nee, thank you. Don't mention it. Consider it a reward for all your help these past few days. Who is asking for your reward? Besides, even if I were, one bottle of milk wouldn't suffice. Cheng Cheng was currently feeling the pinch. A bottle of moo moo milk cost 30 achievement points. He had spent 60 achievement points on 2 bottles. Together, Cheng Cheng and Muzi cared for the symbolic bird, and time swiftly passed. The following morning, to ensure the symbolic bird's comfort, Cheng Cheng used a great ball to capture it, then returned to school to prepare for class. However, his truancy was soon discovered, leading to a public reprimand. If Cheng Cheng skipped another class, he would face expulsion. This incident left Cheng Cheng in a gloomy state for several days. He wished he had simply taken a leave of absence. Nevertheless, classes continued, and before long, he managed to forget about the matter. Today dawned bright and sunny once more. This lesson was originally intended to be a Pokémon leveling and training course. However, due to the instructor's absence, it was transformed into a self-study session. Seizing this opportunity, Cheng Cheng decided to engage his Pokémon in battle to enhance their abilities. With the freedom to roam during this class, he planned to revisit the location where he previously hatched the emblematic bird. Upon learning of Cheng Cheng's intentions, Muzi insisted on accompanying him. After a moment's contemplation, Cheng Cheng acquiesced, viewing it as a chance for a duel between the two of them. Upon arriving at the site, Cheng Cheng summoned his Pokémon. Come forth, Bellossom, Ralts, Kadabra, Gothita, Swablu, Spoink, Slowpoke, Mr. Mime, and Lunatone. He refrained from calling forth the emblematic bird, as it was not suitable for this encounter. Are all these your Pokémon? How many you have? Muzi exclaimed in astonishment at Cheng Cheng's impressive array of psychic-type Pokémon. She was also aware that Cheng Cheng could not utilize Pokémon from other types. This realization made her feel somewhat sympathetic towards him. Although she herself had an entire team of Dragon-type Pokémon, she could still choose from various types. While Cheng Cheng was confined solely to Psychic-type Pokémon. Muzi, why not bring out your Pokémon as well? I only have 3, so how about a 3-on-3 battle? Sure, that sounds good. Then allow me to go first. Come forth, Snorlax. Muzi initiated the battle by sending out her Snorlax, which was of a relatively high level, compelling Cheng Cheng to summon his strongest Pokémon in response. Go, Slowpoke. Cheng Cheng scrutinized the statistics of both Pokémon. Pokémon, Snorlax, type, Dragon, level, 27, rarity, rare, ability, herbivore, hidden ability, sticky hold, moves, tackle, bubble, absorb, protect, endure, dragon breath, rain dance. Pokémon, Slowpoke, type, water, psychic, level, 24, rarity, rare, ability, oblivious, hidden ability, regenerator, moves, curse, growl, water gun, confusion, bind. Upon comparing their stats, Cheng Cheng noted that aside from Slowpoke's higher rarity, it fell short in other aspects. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his chances. Slowpoke, use water gun. Snorlax successfully employed Protect to shield itself from the attack. Slowpoke lifts Snorlax with confusion. Cheng Cheng executed a similar maneuver. Snorlax then employed Absorb. Slowpoke shake left and right to interrupt it. Utilizing confusion, Slowpoke incessantly shook Snorlax, causing the Absorb attack to be thwarted. Snorlax used Endure, and Slowpoke released Snorlax from its grasp. Cheng Cheng was uncertain about defeating Snorlax swiftly, as Endure would significantly enhance its attack power after sustaining damage, a risk he was unwilling to take. After releasing Snorlax, the effects of Endure dissipated. Now, Slowpoke, use Water Gun. Snorlax, Endure once more. Snorlax's Endure successfully absorbed the Water Gun's impact. Slowpoke, cast Curse. With a limited array of moves, Cheng Cheng opted to use Curse to bolster his attack and defense. Snorlax, unleash Dragon Breath. Slowpoke, Water Gun again. Snorlax's Dragon Breath struck true, while Slowpoke's Water Gun also made contact. However, the Water-type move was ineffectual against the robust Dragon-type Pokémon, inflicting only half the usual damage. Snorlax, use Absorb. Cheng Cheng was taken aback by the opponent's Grass-type move, which proved highly effective against his Water-type Slowpoke. He resolved to concede this round. Return, Slowpoke. Now, it's your turn, Bellossom. Pokémon, Bellossom, type, Psychic, level, 38, rarity, rare, ability, Levitate. Having fully absorbed the reagent, Bellossom had reached a deep yellow rarity and attained level 38, having learned a new move. Bellossom, use Yawn. Snorlax, struck by the move, began to feel drowsy. Snorlax, shake it off. Don't let it distract you. Bellossom, cast Psychic. The effects of Psychic intensified the impact of Yawn, rendering Snorlax unable to continue fighting. Cheng Cheng, I didn't expect you to be quite formidable. Now behold my second Pokémon. Come forth, Altaria. Cheng Cheng was taken aback and soon witnessed an intimidating set of statistics. Pokémon, Altaria, type, Dragon, Flying, level, 36, rarity, rare, ability, Natural Cure. HP, 3875, attack, 3070, defense, 4090, special attack, 3170, special defense, 50105, speed, 4280, total, 231490. Although Altaria was 2 levels lower than Bellossom, Cheng Cheng did not underestimate its prowess, given its Dragon-type classification. Altaria, use Dragon Dance. Altaria initiated Dragon Dance to enhance its offensive capabilities. Bellossom, use Hyper Voice. Bellossom attempted to disrupt Altaria's move with Hyper Voice, but Altaria countered with Protect before executing Dragon Dance. With Protect active, Bellossom's Hyper Voice was rendered ineffective. Altaria, unleash Dragon Breath. Bellossom sustained significant damage from the attack. Bellossom, use Heal Bell. The soothing chime of Heal Bell began to mend Bellossom's wounds. Altaria, don't give it a chance. Use Fury Attack. Bellossom, evade. Altaria unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes, while Bellossom deftly dodged. Bellossom, Psychic. Now in close proximity, Altaria could not escape the impact of Bellossom's Psychic attack. Bellossom, use Sacrificial Charge. This round could not afford to drag on, as Bellossom stood no chance in a prolonged battle. Thus, Cheng Cheng opted to deplete some of Altaria's health. The Sacrificial Charge struck true, inflicting damage on both sides. Altaria, use Peck. At this point, Bellossom could not evade and was hit by the Peck attack, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Return, my beloved Wind Chime. Your efforts have been commendable. Now, it is time for you to face the formidable Magic Wall Doll. Pokémon, Magic Wall Doll, Suction Cup Doll, type, Psychic, Fairy level, 33 rank, green rarity, rare ability, soundproof hidden ability, technician held item, none moves, Psyshock, barrier, smackdown, light screen, mirror coat, comet punch. Having used my final Pokémon, I shall no longer employ the 7 stars bird. Let us engage in a decisive battle with our last Pokémon. Arise, my cherished companion. Before us materializes a blue Pokémon. Pokémon, Haxorus type, dragon level, 40 rank, blue rarity, rare ability, mold breaker hidden ability, adaptability HP, 4061 attack, 4884 defense, 3565 special attack, 3770 special defense, 3870 speed, 5070 total, 288420 held item, dragon scale moves, bind, glare, thunder wave, hurricane, dragon tail, body slam, agility, water tail. Upon witnessing Haxorus, Cheng Cheng felt a tinge of dismay, realizing he had stumbled into a den of dragons, each stronger than the last. Despite Haxorus's might, Cheng Cheng was resolute not to yield easily. His Magic Wall Doll was also formidable, bolstered by its unique abilities. Magic Wall Doll, employ barrier, he commanded. Regardless of the circumstances, establishing a robust defense was paramount. Haxorus unleashed Thunderwave. The Magic Wall doll's barrier successfully intercepted the wave, sparing it from harm. Haxorus then executed Water Tail, charging swiftly to deliver a blow before the barrier. Though the barrier held for a moment, it ultimately succumbed, inflicting damage upon the Magic Wall doll. Seizing the opportunity, the Magic Wall doll retaliated with Comet Punch, relentlessly striking Haxorus. Haxorus countered with Bind, ensnaring the Magic Wall doll. Yet, the Magic Wall doll utilized Psyshock to break free. The two Pokémon remained locked in a stalemate for a brief moment, but ultimately, the Magic Wall doll extricated itself once more. Magic Wall doll, initiate another barrier, Cheng Cheng instructed, intent on fortifying defenses. Haxorus struck with Dragon Tail. Cheng Cheng recognized this as a pivotal moment. The Magic Wall doll braced itself, absorbing the impact of the Dragon Tail, which appeared to have little effect. Once again, the Magic Wall doll unleashed Comet Punch, taking advantage of Haxorus's brief pause to land several hits. For the final strike, Cheng Cheng commanded Psyshock. A barrage of glass-like barriers surged towards Haxorus. However, Muzi swiftly reacted, ordering Haxorus to summon a hurricane. A fierce whirlwind swept through, dispersing most barriers. Yet some still found their mark upon Haxorus. "Haxorus, are you all right?" Muzi inquired, as Haxorus regained flight, still brimming with combat spirit. "Let us call it a draw for today, Muzi. The hour grows late." After a moment of contemplation, Muzi acquiesced. "Very well. But we must engage in another battle in the future." "Indeed. By the way, why did Haxorus's Dragon Tail have no effect on the Magic Wall doll?" "Oh, that is a secret I shall keep. It may serve as my trump card." TSK. Miser, Cheng Cheng thought, opting not to reveal the fairy-type's nuances, as he intended to use this knowledge to maintain an advantage over Muzi. At that moment, a brilliant white light captured their attention. A Pokémon was evolving. Cheng Cheng quickly observed the data. Pokémon, Curlia type, Psychic, Fairy level, 20 rank, Light green rarity, Rare ability, Trace hidden ability, Telepathy HP, 2038 attack, 1635 defense, 1535 special attack, 3065 special defense, 2655 speed, 2750 total, 123278 held item, none moves, Howl. Psyshock, Shadow Clone, Teleport, Lucky Chant. To his surprise, the observing Ralts had evolved, a delightful turn of events indeed. Thus, Cheng Cheng resumed his journey of learning and nurturing Pokémon. Chapter 33. Midterm examination. Cheng Cheng had been at the breeder school for 2 months, during which he had successfully completed Task 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Task 2. Commencing data collection on the host's Pokémon. Collecting. Collection complete. Now comparing the Pokémon data from before and after. Over the past 2 months, aside from meditating during classes, Cheng Cheng dedicated most of his time to nurturing Pokémon, confident that this task would yield commendable results. Ding. Data statistics as follows. Windchime, nurturing score, 60 Kadabra, nurturing score, 50 Gothita, nurturing score, 70 Natural Sparrow, nurturing score, 60 Slowpoke, nurturing score, 80 Togepi, nurturing score, 60 Ralts, nurturing score, 80 Moonstone, nurturing score, 30 Magic Wall Doll, nurturing score, 70 Symbol Bird, nurturing score, 20 total, 580. Congratulations to the host for achieving a score of 580. The Symbol Bird had only recently hatched, thus its nurturing time was limited, requiring patience for its growth. As for the Moonstone, Cheng Cheng struggled to find effective nurturing methods due to its already high level. Cheng Cheng glanced over his own data. Gender, male age, 15 achievement points, 700 psychic ability level, sprout-bound Pokémon, Windchime, Ralts, Kadabra, Gothita, Natural Sparrow, Togepi, Slowpoke. Magic Wall Doll, Moonstone, Symbol Bird. Cheng Cheng noted that his achievement points had dwindled to 700, as nurturing these Pokémon had consumed a considerable amount. In just 5 days, the midterm examination at the breeder school would commence, and Cheng Cheng knew he needed to prepare diligently, lest he fail not only this examination but also the assessment for the beginner Pokémon breeder. Muzi shared similar concerns. She too had not paid much attention in class, though she fared slightly better than Cheng Cheng. This examination encompassed 7 subjects, yet the total number of assessments amounted to 14, as each subject was divided into theoretical and practical components. Cheng Cheng faced little difficulty with the practical aspects, but the theoretical segments posed a significant challenge. Fortunately, with 5 days remaining, he could engage in intensive review, hoping for a favorable outcome. In recent days, Cheng Cheng has been incessantly revising, to the extent that he has scarcely attended to his Pokémon. The 5 days swiftly elapsed, and the examination commenced in earnest. The examination spanned 7 days, with theoretical assessments scheduled for each morning and practical evaluations for each afternoon. The first day was dedicated to the Pokémon Encyclopedia course. The morning consisted solely of a theoretical examination, which required no further elaboration. In the afternoon, the practical task involved identifying various Pokémon species. Although Cheng Cheng was not particularly adept, he had the advantage of being able to cheat. In contrast, Musi performed remarkably well. It seemed that without the assistance of the system, Cheng Cheng might not have surpassed her. The second day focused on the Pokémon language course. Cheng Cheng submitted almost a blank paper for the morning's theoretical exam, while in the afternoon, he effortlessly resolved the Pokémon-related queries using his psychic abilities. He was astonished to find that Musi also navigated the challenges with ease. Could it be that she was the true protagonist? The third day's examination revolved around the preparation of Pokémon food and energy cubes, followed by a test on Pokémon diseases and treatments on the fourth day. The fifth day was dedicated to the daily management of Pokémon, while the sixth day focused on the cultivation of Pokémon appearance and personality. The final day culminated in Pokémon battles. During the morning's theoretical examination, Cheng Cheng filled in the answers according to his battle strategies, uncertain of their correctness. The afternoon brought the practical battle assessment, which posed a dilemma for him, as the Pokémon for this evaluation were selected at random. Cheng Cheng requested to use a psychic-type Pokémon, but his request was denied, inciting a sense of irritation within him. Teacher, may I inquire about the objective of learning Pokémon battles? Naturally, it is to better utilize Pokémon in combat. If that is the case, what does it have to do with the type of Pokémon? It is well known that the Elite Four are all single-type champions, predominantly using Pokémon of the same type. Like them, I too utilize a single-type psychic Pokémon. Therefore, I wish to employ a psychic-type Pokémon in the battle assessment. If one cannot comprehend other Pokémon, how can one engage in battles more effectively? Teacher, you must understand that knowledge of other Pokémon does not solely stem from battling. As long as one is aware of each Pokémon's level, abilities, and all their skills, it is entirely feasible to understand them without having utilized them before. Can you ascertain all of this clearly? Of course, I can comprehend every Pokémon. Very well, I shall present a Pokémon. If you can accurately name all its skills, I will grant you the opportunity to use your own Pokémon. No problem, Cheng Cheng agreed. Now, observe this Pokémon. The teacher revealed a Pokémon, and Cheng Cheng examined its data. Species, Zubat. Type, Poison, Flying. Level, 34. Rank, Deep Yellow. Rarity, Common. Ability, Inner Focus. Held item, Toxic Orb. Skills, Supersonic, Leech Life, Intimidate. Sonic Boom, Intimidate. Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray. Learnable skills, Toxic, Hidden Power. Cheng Cheng deliberately scrutinized the information for a moment before slowly articulating. It should possess Supersonic. Leech Life, Intimidate, Sonic Boom, Bite, followed by Wing Attack and Confuse Ray. Are those all? May I touch it? Certainly. Cheng Cheng approached and gently patted the Zubat. It should also have Toxic and Hidden Power. When Cheng Cheng mentioned the last two skills, the teacher appeared somewhat astonished. For these skills were not innate to Zubat, but were instead learned via TMs. In truth, he had laid a trap for Cheng Cheng. The average individual would be unable to discern which skills were acquired through TMs. Fortunately, Cheng Cheng had the system. Otherwise, he might have fallen into the teacher's snare. Since you have answered correctly, you may use your own Pokémon, but it cannot be of too high a level, as that would be unfair. Understood, teacher. Cheng Cheng felt a surge of joy when the teacher consented to his use of a psychic-type Pokémon. As long as Musi did not employ her Pokémon in the upcoming battles, victory was almost assured for him. The Pokémon battle assessment commenced, with each contestant randomly selecting a Pokeball, followed by the ensuing battles. The teacher would evaluate their performance and assign scores. Even in defeat, high marks were still attainable. Therefore, all participants were encouraged to apply the techniques discussed in class. The first match featured Xiaomao against Xiaodian. Next, the second round pitted Musi against Naoyang. Watch closely. Good luck. Musi grasped a Pokeball and stepped onto the battle platform. Come forth, Pokémon. The Pokémon used for this assessment was significantly stronger than those in the initial round. This time, Musi summoned a Sceptile, while her opponent brought forth a Trico. From a type perspective, both were relatively evenly matched. Fortunately, Cheng Cheng was not battling Musi. For Sceptile's Dark-type moves would have posed a considerable threat to him. The battle concluded swiftly, although the two Pokémon were quite similar in strength. Musi was no ordinary contender. In the next match, Cheng Cheng faced Tianming. His opponent released a Pokémon from a Pokeball, and Cheng Cheng quickly retrieved the data. Species, Lotad. Type, Water, Grass. Level, 28. Rank, yellow. Rarity, uncommon. Ability, rain dish. Hidden ability, oblivious. Skills, water gun, howl, absorb, nature power, fake out, fury swipes, water sport, bubble. From the data, it was evident that Lotad had not been cultivated particularly well and had evolved prematurely. After reviewing the information, Cheng Cheng made his decision regarding his own Pokémon. Come forth, Slowpoke. Species, Slowpoke. Type, water, psychic. Level, 25. Rank, blue. Rarity, uncommon. Ability, oblivious. Hidden ability, regenerator. Held item, none. Skills, curse, yawn, water gun, confusion, bind, headbutt. Though Slowpoke's level was slightly lower, Cheng Cheng was confident he would not be defeated. Using a higher level Pokemon like Bellisum or Mr. Mime would simply be an act of bullying. The battle commenced. Slowpoke utilized Curse. Cheng Cheng first commanded Slowpoke to use Curse to enhance both its attack and defense. Lotad, in response, employed Nature Power. However, given Slowpoke's robust defense, the hit was negligible. Slowpoke, use Water Gun. The Water Gun shot forth and struck Lotad. Do you not realize that Lotad is both water and grass type? Your attack is utterly ineffective. Cheng Cheng was indeed aware. So what? Lotad then executed Growl. The opponent's Growl seemed to have no effect on Slowpoke, as its intellect rendered it oblivious to the concept of intimidation. Slowpoke, use Water Gun once more. I told you, Water Gun is ineffective. Go, Lotad, use Fury Swipes. Lotad slowly approached and unleashed Fury Swipes, but Cheng Cheng had already initiated his next move. Slowpoke executed Headbutt. Although Slowpoke's speed was somewhat sluggish, it nonetheless succeeded in striking Lotad. The frenzied antics of the cheerful Kappa were abruptly interrupted. Seizing the moment, it was essential to employ restraints. The Dullahan was bound to the cheerful Kappa, who frantically attempted to shake off the Dullahan, yet to no avail. The Dullahan continued to unleash its water gun. The jet of water struck the cheerful Kappa, but the effect was minimal. The cheerful Kappa hurled the Dullahan away. Ultimately, the cheerful Kappa managed to break free from its bindings. The Dullahan unleashed another water gun. Since you are so fond of water, let us join in, declared the cheerful Kappa as it executed Bubble Beam. Now was the moment. The Dullahan utilized Psychic. The psychic energy summoned all the water from the ground, swirling it into a vortex, subsequently absorbing the entire Bubble Beam. Now attack. The Dullahan directed the vortex of water and bubbles to collide with the cheerful Kappa, ensnaring it within the swirling mass. This maneuver was inspired by the earlier tornado of Hakuron. Although water-type moves proved ineffective against the cheerful Kappa, the sustained assault still inflicted considerable damage. For the final blow, the Dullahan charged forward with a headbutt, striking the cheerful Kappa and rendering it unable to continue fighting. With the cheerful Kappa defeated, the Dullahan emerged victorious. The teacher cast a profound glance at Cheng Cheng before recording the scores, promptly signaling for the next group to commence their battle. Thus, the final examination drew to a close, granting everyone a well-deserved half-month of respite. Despite the tedium of the courses, the school's vacation policies were rather commendable, coinciding perfectly with Cheng Cheng's intention to witness Ash's match at the Hoenn League. The Colorful Dream Conference, Here I Come. Chapter 34, Journey to Colorful City. Following the conclusion of the midterm examinations, a half-month break was granted. This duration aligned perfectly with the Colorful Dream Conference of the Hoenn League. Cheng Cheng had previously promised Ash and Pikachu that he would attend their battle, and he was resolute in keeping his word. However, he wished for the company of another. Musi, do you have any plans for the next half-month? Not really. My home is quite far from here, and even if I return, I won't have much time at home. So, I plan to travel around the nearby cities. Are you familiar with the Colorful Dream Conference? The Colorful Dream Conference? The Hoenn League competition? Indeed. In just a few days, the Colorful Dream Conference will take place. I happen to have friends participating in this event, and we will secure a good vantage point. Really? That sounds fantastic. I would love to see what the Hoenn Region's conference is like. Then it's settled. We will depart together tomorrow morning. Sounds good. From Xene City to Colorful City. One could choose to travel by boat or car. However, due to time constraints, Cheng Cheng opted to fly. Rather than heading directly to Colorful City, he first stopped by Inu City to check on his breeding facility. The air here seems exceptionally pleasant. Of course, 80% of Inu City is covered in forests, and many people reside in tree houses. Let us proceed. We are nearing my breeding facility. Soon, Cheng Cheng and Musi arrived at the psychic breeding house. Welcome. Oh, the boss has returned. It's been 3 months since you left, and we sold out all the Pokemon in the shop. So, Ollie and I had to resort to making Pokemon food and energy cubes to sell. I apologize for being away for so long. Here's the plan. You and Ollie should try to source some psychic-type Pokémon or eggs. As long as we don't incur losses, it will be fine. If that proves unfeasible, we can simply sell the energy cubes and Pokémon food. I will see if I can bring back more Pokémon this time. By the way, who is this young lady? This is my classmate, Cheating Musi. This is my staff member, Xiaoli. Ollie is likely inside making Pokémon food. We are about to head to Colorful City to watch the Colorful Dream Conference, so we will stay here for a day before setting off again tomorrow morning. You can all finish up for the day. If there is not much to do, feel free to leave early. Understood, boss. Come, let us ascend to the second floor. Cheng Cheng led Musi upstairs. Your breeding house is quite impressive. The flooring and ceiling possess a unique charm. That was crafted by a friend of my father's. I'm not entirely sure how it was done. As Cheng Cheng opened the door to the second floor, Musi was captivated by the sight before her. The entire room was arranged harmoniously. It seemed that adding even a single item could disrupt the balance, and the air was infused with a faint, delightful fragrance. How marvelous! Your room is beautifully decorated. Indeed, this too was done by that same uncle. By the way, why don't you sit for a while? I'll go boil some water. Cheng Cheng entered the kitchen and began heating water. Do you live here alone? Yes, my mother passed away long ago, and my father left us a year ago. Now, I live here alone. I'm sorry to hear that. It's all right. So what would you like to eat tonight? Anything is fine. Then I'll go buy some ingredients. You can just relax here. I want to go too. No need. Just stay in this room. You're free to explore every room. Also, please keep an eye on the water on the stove. All right, I'll head off. Okay, hurry back. After Cheng Cheng left, Musi surveyed the entire room and found it quite delightful. The air was remarkably fresh, creating a comfortable ambience. Although Cheng Cheng had mentioned she could explore freely, Musi chose to remain seated and wait. When the water boiled, she found some tea in the cupboard and brewed 2 cups. Half an hour later, Cheng Cheng returned. I apologize for keeping you waiting. It's no trouble. It's quite comfortable here. Is that so? Good to hear. Here, have some tea. You brewed it? It's quite nice. Cheng Cheng took a sip. Please stay seated. I'll go prepare the meal. I'll help you. No need. I can manage alone. I really want to assist. It's a bit dull just sitting here. Very well. You can help me wash this vegetable. With their combined efforts, the enticing aroma of the meal soon wafted through the air. Cheng Cheng, is that you back? A feminine voice echoed from outside the kitchen. It seemed Aunt Meishu had arrived. Aunt Meishu, you're here. I just finished cooking. Come join us. Oh, then I want to be polite. I was eager to taste Cheng Cheng's culinary skills. By the way, who is this? Aunt Meishu inquired, looking at Musi. This is my classmate, Cheating Musi. Hello, Auntie. You can just call me Musi. Musi, what a lovely name. You must have a good relationship with Cheng Cheng. Somewhat. Cheng Cheng often studies with me. Hearing Musi mention their study sessions, Cheng Cheng nearly chuckled. It was more accurate to say they daydreamed together in class. This is the first time Cheng Cheng has brought a girl home, and he has never brought anyone else before. You are the first. Not at all, Aunt Mike Susie. Please refrain from making unfounded remarks. I used to invite people over, but they simply weren't willing, Cheng Cheng retorted defensively. Well, am I not already well acquainted with your character? Let us eat. Mike Susie seated herself, with Cheng Cheng and Musi taking their places on either side. I shall begin. Aunt Mike Susie picked up a piece of green vegetable and took a bite. This vegetable seems quite delectable. Is it? Allow me to try, Musi said, picking up a piece and chewing, confirming its delightful flavor. Cheng Cheng, these dishes appear to be somewhat different from the usual fare. Where did you acquire this skill? I learned it while living with a group of friends, Cheng Cheng replied. When was that? How come I was unaware? It was before I was admitted to the breeder school. I see. Cheng Cheng told a small fib. Could he really claim it was knowledge from a past life? After a while, Aunt Mike Susie set down her utensils. I'm full now. I shall take my leave. You two can handle the dishes. Goodbye. Goodbye, Aunt Mike Susie. Farewell, Aunt. After Mike Susie departed, Musi leaned closer. Cheng Cheng, what is your relationship with Aunt Mike Susie? She seems to know you quite well. Aunt Mike Susie is an old acquaintance of my father, Cheng Cheng stated, clearing the table and taking the dishes to wash in the kitchen. Musi was somewhat taken aback. Could one speak so candidly? Once Cheng Cheng finished washing the dishes, he decided to take a shower. I will shower first. You can sit here for a while. While Cheng Cheng bathed, Musi sat on the sofa, cradling her plush toy, lost in her thoughts. With a thud, Cheng Cheng emerged from the shower. At that moment, he remembered that he was not alone in the room. He was clad only in his underwear, having grown accustomed to living alone. Cheng Cheng typically wore nothing but his underwear post-shower, but he had forgotten today that others were present. I apologize, he exclaimed, rushing into his bedroom to dress swiftly. After donning his clothes, Cheng Cheng took a deep breath by the door and opened it. I am truly sorry. I forgot you were here. You rogue. Who is a rogue? I assure you, It was not intentional. Rogue, where shall I sleep tonight? You may stay in my parents' room. Though it has been unoccupied for a while, I can tidy it up. Very well, I shall go shower now. You can prepare the room for me. With that, Musi entered the bathroom to wash. Aware of his misplaced guilt, Cheng Cheng said nothing further and proceeded to tidy the room. The time girls take to shower is indeed lengthy. Over an hour later, Musi finally emerged from the bathroom, and Cheng Cheng had already prepared the room. Rogue, is my room ready? I told you, I am not a rogue. How did I become a stinky rogue? It is all done. Then I shall retire for the night. Good night. With that, Musi entered her room and locked the door behind her. Cheng Cheng heard the unmistakable sound of the lock clicking. Am I truly a rogue? He pondered. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. Returning to his room, he sat on the bed and began to meditate. The following morning, Cheng Cheng prepared breakfast and intended to wake Musi. Just as he was about to knock on her door, Musi opened it. She was clad in a light blue long dress, looking quite lovely. Humph, rogue. Cheng Cheng averted his gaze. I shall eat first. Musi promptly seated herself at the dining table and began to eat. Cheng Cheng shook his head and joined her, partaking in breakfast. After they finished, the two set off for the airport in Inu City, boarding a flight to Caillou City. Meanwhile, Xiaoji and his companions had already arrived in Caillou City. After a week of training, the competition was about to commence. The day before the tournament, Xiaoji and his Pokémon prepared for their final practice. Xiaoji chose Pikachu and Forest Lizard for a battle. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed its Thunderbolt toward Forest Lizard, which swiftly dodged. Forest Lizard retaliated with Seed Bomb, but Pikachu managed to evade that as well. Now's your chance, Pikachu. Use Quick Attack. Pikachu successfully struck Forest Lizard. Just as Xiaoji was about to continue directing the battle, a voice interrupted. Xiaoji, Pikachu. Cheng Cheng and Musi had just disembarked from the plane. Cheng Cheng. Long time no see. Pika. Pikachu, it's been ages. Cheng Cheng seized the opportunity to pat Pikachu affectionately. By the way, who is this? Xiaoji inquired, gesturing to Musi. This is my friend, Musi. Hello, I am Musi. Greetings, I am Xiaoji, and this is Pikachu. These are my friends, Brock, May, and Max. Hello. Greetings, Mississippi. I am Brock. Might you have the time for a splendid date with me? Brock held Musi's hand, and for reasons unknown, Cheng Cheng felt a surge of anger. As he contemplated intervening, Musi acted first, executing a shoulder throw that sent Brock crashing to the ground. Cheng Cheng's heart raced. Thankfully, he had been quick on his feet the night before. Xiaoji, are you practicing? Cheng Cheng hastily changed the subject. Indeed, the competition is tomorrow, and we must practice thoroughly today. Then why not have a battle? Absolutely. Brock, could you referee? No problem. Go, you rogue. I have told you. I am not a rogue. Cheng Cheng muttered under his breath. Cheng Cheng and Xiaoji took their positions, and the battle was about to commence. Chapter 35, Battle and Preliminary Tournament. Let the battle begin. Each side may use 3 Pokémon. The battle concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer fight. Now, please bring forth your first Pokémon. Go, Ice Ghost. Xiaoji's first Pokémon was Ice Ghost. Cheng Cheng quickly examined its details. Species: Ice Ghost type. Ice level, 32 rank. Light green rarity. Rare ability. Inner focus skills: Hail, Glare, Shadow Clone, Bite, Icy Wind. Iron Head, Protect, Ice Fang, Crunch. Cheng Cheng was taken aback upon seeing Ice Ghost's level. He genuinely doubted his vision. Ice Ghost was only level 32. Wasn't it supposed to evolve at level 42? What kind of setting was this? Could Xiaoji's protagonist aura enable Pokémon to evolve prematurely? Regardless, Cheng Cheng had to give it his all. Go, Wind Chime. Cheng Cheng immediately called forth Wind Chime. Although Cheng Cheng's Wind Chime has attained a relatively high level, he must still exert himself to the utmost. After all, the young trainer is renowned for his unpredictable prowess with Pokémon. Go, Wind Chime, unleash Psybeam. The ethereal sound of Wind Chime's Psybeam resonated through the air. Ice Ghost, use Icy Wind. Wind Chime, evade swiftly. The Ice Ghost unleashed a dispersed icy wind, which, unfortunately, Wind Chime could not completely dodge, though the impact was not overly severe. Wind Chime utilized telekinesis to shield itself from the swirling snowflakes. Ice Ghost, employ Freeze Dry. Wind Chime, maintain your psychic barrier. Seizing the moment, the Ice Ghost charged forward to launch Ice Fang. Quickly evade. Wind Chime retaliated with Bind, ensnaring the Ice Ghost. Despite this, the Ice Ghost managed to bite, inflicting considerable damage. Curses, I forgot Ice Ghost possesses Dark-type moves. The Ice Ghost dealt a significant blow, forcing Wind Chime to release its grip. The Ice Ghost then executed Iron Head. Wind Chime, counter with Self-Destruct. Wind Chime collided directly with the Ice Ghost, suffering substantial damage. Wind Chime, use Healing Bell. As wind chimes' melodic tones enveloped it in a soothing aura, it not only healed itself, but also began to mend the ice ghost, albeit at a slower rate. Ice ghost, do not relent, strike again with bite. Wind chime evade. Wind chime utilized its telekinetic abilities to freeze the ice ghost midair. Seizing the opportunity, wind chime unleashed a yawn, successfully inducing drowsiness in the ice ghost. Awaken, ice ghost. Wind chime followed up with Psywave, rendering the ice ghost completely asleep. With one final self-destruct, wind chime brought the ice ghost to its knees, incapacitating it. Well done, ice ghost. Now it's time for you, Pikachu. Wind chime. Focus your psychic energy on Pikachu. Pikachu found itself ensnared by wind chime's telekinetic grasp. Come on, Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. Pika Pika Pika. Pikachu unleashed its Thunderbolt, which struck wind chime, leading to its defeat. Return, wind chime. Now, I summon the Magic Wall doll to confront Pikachu. Pikachu, employ Quick Attack. Magic Wall doll. Erect a barrier. The barrier successfully absorbed Pikachu's charge, causing it to bounce back. Now, Magic Wall doll, utilize telekinesis. The Magic Wall doll hurled Pikachu forcefully to the ground, causing considerable damage. Are you alright, Pikachu? Pika. Excellent. Now unleash Thunderbolt. Magic Wall doll, deploy Light Screen. The light screen reflected Pikachu's Thunderbolt back at it. Pikachu, strike with Volt Tackle. Pika 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 Pika. Pikachu's Volt Tackle shattered the barrier and collided with the Magic Wall doll. Magic Wall doll, unleash a flurry of slap attacks. The rapid barrage rendered Pikachu unable to continue fighting. Are you alright, Pikachu? Rest for a moment. Now, I shall summon Forest Lizard. Pokémon, Forest Lizard type, Grass level, 30 rank, Deep Green rarity, Rare ability, Overgrow moves, Pound, Leer, Absorb, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, Pursuit, Seed Bomb, Noise, Leaf Blade. Forest Lizard. Unleash Seed Bomb. Magic Wall doll, erect a barrier. The barrier steadfastly withstood the Seed Bomb assault. Forest Lizard, dash forward. The Forest Lizard swiftly circled around the Magic Wall doll. Use Leaf Blade. Ash found an opening and commanded the Forest Lizard to strike. The Magic Wall doll endured the attack, but now it retaliated with a flurry of slap attacks, hitting the Forest Lizard. Forest Lizard, employ Pursuit. The Pursuit move kept the Magic Wall doll from evading, inflicting significant damage and ultimately incapacitating it. Is it yet another Dark-type move? It seems Ash is not entirely clueless. Return, Magic Wall doll. Ash, I shall deploy my strongest Pokémon. Come forth, Moonstone. Pokémon, Moonstone type, Psychic, Rock level, 42 rank, Green rarity, Epic ability, Levitate moves, Tackle, Harden. Telekinesis, Rock Slide, Hypnosis, Psywave, Moonlight, Psychic, Awakening. Moonstone initiated with Harden to bolster its defenses. Forest Lizard, unleash Seed Bomb. Moonstone employed telekinesis to shield itself from the Seed Bomb. Now Moonstone use Rock Slide. A barrage of stones cascaded towards the Forest Lizard. Quickly, evade and shatter them with Leaf Blade. Ash adeptly commanded the Forest Lizard to counter the Rock Slide. Moonstone cast Hypnosis. The Hypnosis struck the Forest Lizard. Do not succumb. Forest Lizard, use Noise. The Noise attack had little effect on Moonstone, but invigorated the Forest Lizard. Impressive. Ash, you have grown considerably during this time. However, I too have advanced. Moonstone, another Rock Slide. Forest Lizard, slice through with Leaf Blade. Just as the Forest Lizard struck the Rock Slide, Cheng Cheng utilized Awakening. This move, requiring a moment to charge, was perfectly timed. Release it, Awakening. Moonstone's Awakening hit the Forest Lizard with devastating force. Moonstone, unleash Psychic. Moonstone's Psychic struck the already weakened Forest Lizard, leaving it unable to continue. With the Forest Lizard incapacitated, victory belonged to Cheng Cheng. Return, Forest Lizard, you fought valiantly. Moonstone, thank you for your efforts. Cheng Cheng withdrew Moonstone as well. Cheng Cheng, you truly are formidable. If you had participated in the league competition, I might not have stood a chance against you. Not at all. My strongest Pokémon are merely these three. Furthermore, I possess little interest in the league. My aspiration is to become a Pokémon breeder. Regardless, I am grateful for your assistance today. No worries. The preliminaries should commence tomorrow. Let us return to the Pokémon Center for a well-deserved rest. Cheng Cheng and Xiaoji parted ways. As Xiaoji was a participant in the competition and held an alliance status, allowing him to reside in the Pokémon Center, while Cheng Cheng had no choice but to rest outdoors. At this moment, Caillou City had attracted a multitude of visitors, and Cheng Cheng found himself unable to secure accommodation in any hotel. Tents were erected in every park, forest, and open space, occupied either by competitors or spectators of the event. What to do? It seems I have no choice but to sleep in a cloak under the stars tonight, he pondered. But that's all right. I often slept outdoors with my Pokémon before, Muzi remarked nonchalantly. Well, fortunately, I brought a tent, otherwise. We might have to sleep under the open sky, and all the tents in Caillou City must be sold out by now. Cheng Cheng and Muzi chose a vacant spot to set up the tent and kindled a campfire. After having a modest meal, they settled in for the night. However, Cheng Cheng was not inclined to sleep early. He needed to practice his psychic abilities every night. Recently, it seemed he had begun to establish a remote connection with his Pokémon, although the duration was short-lived. If he could maintain a long-distance communication with them, it would significantly reduce reaction times during battles and enhance their combat effectiveness. The following day marked the preliminary rounds of the Alliance tournament. Yesterday, Xiaoji had given Cheng Cheng tickets, allowing them both to enter and watch Xiaoji compete. The venue was vast, divided into several zones, each hosting simultaneous battles to maximize efficiency. Cheng Cheng and Muzi could not locate Xiaoji and his companions, but they could see the battle roster on the large screen. Upon finding Xiaoji's battle platform, Cheng Cheng chose a spot to settle down. Xiaoji's opponent was a trainer named Yuan Qi, and he was utilizing a Pikachu while his adversary deployed a Chavalang. The trainers qualified for the tournament were undoubtedly formidable, yet Xiaoji effortlessly triumphed over his first opponent, securing victory in the preliminaries and advancing to the main event. Once all preliminary matches concluded, the opening ceremony of the Caillou Conference commenced. The event was indeed grand, attended by thousands on-site and millions watching remotely. Additionally, Xiaoji, due to his assistance, became the final torchbearer, highlighting the remarkable aura of his protagonist's status. It was rumored that the torch's origin was the legendary Moltres, believed to possess divine attributes. Cheng Cheng was eager to witness it. Thus, the Hoenn Alliance's Caillou Conference officially began, and Xiaoji was ready to embark on his journey in the competition. Chapter 36. The Caillou Conference commenced with Cheng Cheng and Muzi arriving early at the venue after a hearty breakfast. The attendance exceeded that of the preliminaries, requiring Cheng Cheng and Muzi to wait in line for half an hour before entering. Once inside, they found their designated seats and settled in, awaiting the formal commencement of the event. Muzi took out her Lickitung and placed it on her lap, while Cheng Cheng released his Qingling, as this competition presented an excellent opportunity for them to observe and learn. Cheng Cheng glanced at the screen displaying the tournament brackets, noting that Xiaoji was scheduled for an afternoon match, but felt unconcerned, as he was not solely there to support Xiaoji. The morning matches lacked significant excitement. However, Cheng Cheng gleaned numerous techniques regarding the synergy between various Pokémon. The preliminary battles involved two Pokémon collaborating in combat, but many trainers struggled to execute effective teamwork. Cheng Cheng absorbed a wealth of knowledge from their interactions. As afternoon arrived, the matches progressed, and soon it was Xiaoji's turn to compete. His opponent was a fellow named Yu Yi, and Cheng Cheng could not fathom Xiaoji's strategy in pairing a Krabby with a Torkoal, two Pokémon with conflicting attributes, making them challenging to coordinate effectively. In contrast, Yu Yi utilized a Tropius and a Swalot, which appeared to offer Xiaoji a type advantage. Yet the opponent's level seemed considerably higher. While watching the match unfold, Cheng Cheng suddenly heard three familiar voices. "Hello, would you like to buy some drinks? We also have snacks." He turned to see the ever-present Team Rocket duo accompanied by Meowth. Cheng Cheng recalled that they seemed to work at every Alliance tournament. He was curious about how they managed to sell goods in such a grand setting, a feat not easily accomplished. "Hello, may I have 2 drinks, please?" he requested. "Sure thing, Meow," replied Meowth. "You are. It's been a while, Meowth. I'm Cheng Cheng. We met in Creek Valley Town." "Oh, you're the one who was with those troublemakers," he exclaimed. "Could we have 2 juices, please?" Cheng Cheng thanked them for their service. "Meow." Suddenly, he called out to Meowth again. "What is it, Meow? I look forward to our next meeting." After uttering this, he fell silent. Meowth found it odd that Cheng Cheng would say such a thing today. After all, he was always present, and they might see each other again in just a minute. "Here, this is for you," Cheng Cheng said, handing the drink to Muzi. "Thanks. But don't think this means I'll forgive you, you scoundrel." Cheng Cheng chose not to elaborate further. Those with clarity are clear, and those with murkiness remain murky. The match concluded with Xiaoji barely managing to win. If it weren't for his protagonist's aura, he might not have even passed the preliminary round. Fortunately, he emerged victorious. Cheng Cheng observed several subsequent matches, noting a few standout performances, yet most were rather unremarkable. Xiaoji continued to advance, repeatedly clinching victories, albeit narrowly avoiding defeat each time. Cheng Cheng pondered whether it was sheer skill or luck. The following day's matches reunited Cheng Cheng with Team Rocket. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards their work. Their earnings over these days must surely surpass what he would make in a month at the breeding center. Subsequently, Xiaoji lost a closely contested match against Ji. Cheng Cheng felt a hint of disappointment. The final battle featuring Meowth against Pikachu, a classic cat-and-mouse scenario, was only natural for the feline to win. Although this Meowth appeared quite cool, Cheng Cheng believed it paled in comparison to Team Rocket's Meowth, primarily because Pikachu had not unleashed its full potential. After Xiaoji's defeat, Cheng Cheng chose not to continue watching the tournament. He already knew the outcome, with Ji ultimately crowned the champion of the Kaiyu Conference. Thus, it seemed Xiaoji finished in second place. Given Xiaoji's true capabilities, he ought to have been the runner-up, implying that Cheng Cheng himself could have claimed victory had he participated. It appeared the competition at this Kaiyu Conference was not particularly fierce. Most participants seemed to be new trainers, with the more seasoned ones absent from the event. On that day, with the conference still ongoing, Cheng Cheng resolved to return to Inu City. In Kaiyu City, the majority of the territory comprised Pokémon reserves, making it impossible for him to capture any Pokémon. He decided it was best to leave early, as his vacation was limited and the breeding center was devoid of any Pokémon for sale. That afternoon, Cheng Cheng prepared to part ways with Xiaoji and his companions. Xiaoji, you did wonderfully. However, it is somewhat regrettable. It is indeed somewhat regrettable. Yet it matters not. During this competition, I have gleaned invaluable knowledge, and I shall undoubtedly emerge victorious next time. Thus, allow me to extend my congratulations in advance. Cheng Cheng learned that Ash ultimately triumphed in the Alola region. However, prior to this, Ash had not secured a championship title. So, Ash, until we meet again. Very well. Until next time, we shall engage in battle once more. Certainly. Farewell, Pikachu. Cheng Cheng gently patted Pikachu's head. Cheng Cheng and Muzi boarded the plane bound for Inu City. Thus concluded the colorful Ghost Conference for Cheng Cheng. That evening, Cheng Cheng and Muzi returned to Inu City, and by the time they arrived at the breeding house, it was already quite late. Cheng Cheng took a bath, this time remembering to bring his clothes and trousers into the bathroom. He would not repeat the same mistake twice. After bathing, Cheng Cheng returned to his bed to meditate. He noticed that the sprout in his mind was growing steadily, now clearly displaying 2 small leaves. In due time, it should develop into a small seedling. And Cheng Cheng continued to strive diligently. Early the next morning, Cheng Cheng intended to venture into the Inu City forest to capture Pokémon. Before that, he made a trip to the city center to purchase several Ralts and natural sparrow eggs. Naturally, he returned to the same place where he had previously made his purchases. And this time, he discovered over 10 problematic psychic-type eggs. Cheng Cheng planned to hatch them all, though it would require a considerable amount of potions. After this, he proceeded to the forest. Originally intending to go alone, Muzi expressed her desire to accompany him, and Cheng Cheng agreed, reasoning that having an extra pair of hands would be beneficial. At the very least, when encountering bee drills again, he would not be the sole one to flee. Having gained some experience, Cheng Cheng found his subsequent journey into the forest to be significantly smoother. He had firmly memorized the locations of several major groups. Thus avoiding them posed no issue. As he advanced, capturing Pokémon along the way, the day swiftly passed. As nightfall approached, Cheng Cheng decided to spend the night in the forest, but he needed to find a secure location first. At that moment, he recalled the territory of the Trico he had visited before. It had been a while since he last saw them, and Cheng Cheng wished to pay them another visit. After a while, Cheng Cheng gradually entered the realm of the Trico. Occasionally, he could sense some Trico hidden among the dense trees, watching him cautiously. Cheng Cheng, where is this safe place you mentioned? It lies within the Trico's territory. We shall arrive shortly. The Trico's territory? Muzi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Venturing into a Pokémon's domain seemed perilous. I once assisted the Trico, so our relationship is fairly amicable. Cheng Cheng briefly explained the situation to Muzi. Suddenly, Cheng Cheng heard a sound and felt something moving in the vicinity. A Pokémon leaped forth. It was a Sceptile, the very one Cheng Cheng had previously aided. Sceptile, long time no see. Do you remember me? Cheng Cheng greeted, and the Sceptile appeared to recognize him, approaching and shaking his hand. This is my friend. Her name is Muzi. Hello, I am Muzi. It is a pleasure to meet you. The Sceptile also shook hands with Muzi, seeming to exhibit a high degree of affinity for her, perhaps due to her feminine charm. Sceptile, I intend to rest in your territory tonight. I hope you welcome me. Sceptile. The Sceptile nodded and proceeded to lead the way. Let us go, it is all right. Cheng Cheng and Muzi followed closely behind the Sceptile, swiftly arriving at its domain. At this moment, the surrounding Trico and forest lizard Pokémon gathered around. Sceptile, Sceptile. The Sceptile appeared to be communicating with them, and Cheng Cheng refrained from using his psychic abilities to probe further. Greetings, everyone. I wonder if you still remember me. Cheng Cheng greeted them, sensing a familiar essence in several Pokémon. Among them One Trico emitted an exceptionally strong sense of familiarity. This must have been the first Trico he encountered. Hello, Trico. Cheng Cheng knelt down to stroke the Trico's head, but it promptly darted away. Cheng Cheng ignited a fire and seated himself beside it, enjoying a meal while also sharing some Pokémon food with the Trico. Although the quantity was limited, each Pokémon received a morsel. Due to the variety of food and the differing tastes of the Trico, each exhibited unique reactions. One forest lizard, after consuming the food, let out a loud cry, seemingly distressed, as if Cheng Cheng had poisoned it. However, after a brief moment, it recovered. Cheng Cheng and Muzi couldn't help but laugh at its antics. Cheng Cheng engaged in conversation with the Trico. During his first visit, he had been unable to communicate, but now he could grasp their meanings to a great extent. Thus, the two of them reveled in delightful conversation with hundreds of Trico, forest lizards, and Sceptile. Suddenly, a loud noise shattered the tranquility of the night, resembling the sound of gunfire. Pokémon hunters. The term immediately sprang to Cheng Cheng's mind. Sceptile. At that moment, the Sceptile grew serious, and the entire Trico clan fell silent. Sceptile. The Sceptile swiftly leaped away, heading toward the source of the gunfire. Cheng Cheng, what is happening? Muzi inquired. It must be the Pokémon hunters. They are likely capturing Pokémon. Are they the same two individuals you mentioned earlier? I do not know. We must investigate to find out. Shall we go take a look? But it could be perilous. We cannot simply let Sceptile go alone. Very well, Cheng Cheng acquiesced. Previously, he had lacked the ability to resist them. But now he was different. With both his and Muzi's aid, he believed Sceptile would find the task considerably easier. Thus, the two of them pursued the direction in which Sceptile had ventured. Chapter 37. Confronting the Pokémon Hunters. As Cheng Cheng prepared to assist Sceptile, several forest lizards joined them. The remaining forest lizards stayed behind to protect the Trico, and thus they set off together. With the assistance of the forest lizards, Cheng Cheng and Muzi quickly caught up to Sceptile, who was already engaged in battle with the Pokémon hunters. Upon approaching, Cheng Cheng discovered that it was indeed the same two individuals from before, and Sceptile was battling a Blaziken, flanked by two Doduo. Cheng Cheng's arrival drew the attention of the Pokémon hunters. What are you two kids doing here? Stay out of our business and leave at once. Why are you capturing Pokémon? Muzi inquired indignantly. Naturally, for profit. There's nothing to hide. But why not capture Pokémon in a normal manner? Why treat them this way? Muzi, having noticed the injured Pokémon on the ground, felt a surge of anger. Little brat, don't meddle in our affairs. Leave now, or we shall deal with you as well. Then come and try, Cheng Cheng retorted, summoning his Haxorus. As Muzi arrived, he promptly produced a Haxorus, which caused a flicker of concern in Cheng Cheng. Indeed, the opponent exhibited a heightened interest in this Haxorus. Oh, what a delightful surprise to encounter a Haxorus. I initially intended to capture a Trico, but now that a Haxorus has graced us with its presence, we shall not hesitate to accept it. Go forth, Blaziken. The Lurantis stood defiantly before Blaziken. Then I shall deal with you first. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick. Blaziken's fire-type move inflicted significant damage on the Lurantis. Yet it swiftly evaded the attack. You handle that, Lurantis. I shall take care of these two. Go, Doodle. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Cheng scrutinized the data on Blaziken and Doodle. Pokémon, Blaziken type, Fire, Fighting level, 43 rank, Light green rarity, Rare ability, Blaze moves, Charge, Ember, Low sweep, Peck. Sand attack, Bulk up, Quick attack, Blaze kick, Cut. Pokémon, Doodle type, Normal level, 43 rank, Dark yellow rarity, Rare ability, Runaway moves, Peck, Howl, Quick attack, Rage. Fury attack, Pursuit, Growl, Foresight, Tri attack, Quick move. Seems rather formidable, Cheng Cheng mused. Glancing over to Lurantis' data, Pokémon, Lurantis type, Grass level, 44 rank, Green rarity, Rare ability, Contrary moves, Leaf Blade, Leer, Absorb, Quick attack, Leaf Tornado, Pursuit, Seed Bomb. Stun Spore, Leaf Storm, Quick move, Leaf Tornado. Cheng Cheng was confident that Lurantis would have no trouble handling Blaziken, allowing him and Muzi to focus on Doodle. Come forth. Moonstone. Given the opponent's formidable strength, Cheng Cheng knew he must give his all. Another rare Pokémon. I won't let either of you escape today. Go, Doodle, use Quick attack. The two Doodle charged toward Haxorus and Moonstone. Haxorus unleashed Dragon Tail. Moonstone used Harden. The Dragon Tail and Peck clashed, sending Doodle flying, while Moonstone absorbed the impact. Moonstone used Tackle. In an instant, Moonstone executed Tackle, successfully hitting Doodle. Doodle used Tri attack. The two Doodles simultaneously unleashed Tri attack. Haxorus summoned a Whirlwind, effectively blocking Doodle's assault. Seizing the moment, Moonstone employed Rock Slide. The boulders struck both Doodoodle, yielding significant results. Doodoodle, once more with Quick Attack, then Fury Attack. Moonstone countered with Psychic. Moonstone's psychic energy seized Doodoodle, halting its movements. Haxorus executed Aqua Tail, and once again, Doodoodle found itself at a disadvantage. Damn it! Come forth, Swampert. Swampert unleashed Water Gun. The sudden appearance of Swampert caught Cheng Cheng off guard as it blasted a water gun at Moonstone. Unable to evade in time, Moonstone was struck directly. Cheng Cheng had no opportunity to examine Swampert's data. His sole focus was to vanquish the adversary. Blast it! Moonstone, use Wake Up Slap. Moonstone gathered energy for Wake Up Slap and dashed towards Swampert. Swampert, use Mud Shot. Doodoodle executed Tri-Attack. Come forth, Mawile. Mawile, use Barrier. Mawile's Barrier intercepted the Tri-Attack, while Moonstone's Wake Up Slap successfully pierced through Mud Shot, striking Swampert. Swampert, use Mud Bomb. Mawile, you handle Swampert. Just defend against its attacks. Mawile. Mawile erected a series of barriers to block Swampert's onslaught. Moonstone, once more with Rock Slide. Doodoodle, evade. Doodoodle, utilizing its remarkable speed, deftly dodged the falling rocks. Use Telekinesis to lift Doodoodle into the air. As a non-flying bird Pokémon, Doodoodle's vulnerability was exposed. Once more, Rock Slide. Doodoodle was completely overwhelmed by the barrage of rocks, losing its fighting capability. With the opponent struggling to control 3 Pokémon simultaneously, Musi managed to defeat Doodoodle as well. Damn it! Have you yet subdued Lurantis? These two youngsters are quite formidable. Their Pokémon levels are exceptionally high. I can barely hold on. He appealed for assistance from his companion. As Blaziken and Lurantis continued their fierce battle. Though Lurantis had sustained considerable injuries, it persisted valiantly. Lurantis, I'll immobilize Blaziken, seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Cheng Cheng communicated telepathically with Lurantis, then commanded Moonstone to employ Psychic. Moonstone's Psychic immobilized Blaziken. Now, Lurantis lunged forward, executing Leaf Blade, relentlessly striking Blaziken, and then employed Leaf Tornado. Blaziken collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. What in the world? When did they unleash such power? This is not a suitable day for battle. We must flee. Escaping will not be so simple. Mawile activated telekinesis, surrounding the two with barriers, leaving them helpless without the assistance of their Pokémon. Bang! A gunshot rang out, shattering the barriers. Be careful, they have guns. Cheng Cheng had previously heard gunfire, but witnessing them draw weapons sent a wave of tension through him. Bang! A bullet hurtled toward Cheng Cheng. Lurantis intercepted it, shielding him from harm. Lurantis! Damn it! Moonstone used Psychic. Moonstone's Psychic struck the two adversaries, rendering them unconscious. Moonstone. Hypnosis. Moonstone cast Hypnosis, lulling them into slumber. Musi, quickly contact Miss Junsha and Miss Joy. I'll tend to my wounds. Musi swiftly retrieved the communicator to contact Miss Junsha and Miss Joy. Cheng Cheng extracted a small knife and tweezers from his backpack, carefully incising Lurantis' wound to remove the bullet, applying ointment to prevent further bleeding. Half an hour later, Miss Junsha arrived at the scene. Cheng Cheng succinctly relayed the situation to her. Miss Joy had yet to arrive, and upon contacting her, Cheng Cheng discovered that her vehicle could not access the area. He had no choice but to prepare to send Lurantis away. Lurantis, please enter the Pokeball. Lurantis, trusting Cheng Cheng wholeheartedly, complied without hesitation. Cheng Cheng needed to devise a swift method to transfer Lurantis. Come forth, Chimecho. After learning of Miss Joy's location through communication, he instructed Chimecho to teleport the Pokeball. Cheng Cheng had intended to accompany them, but Chimecho's abilities were limited. Bringing Cheng Cheng along might hinder the transfer. Thus, he instructed Chimecho to proceed with the transfer. All right. I have received it. I shall soon commence my treatment. Miss Joy has received the Pokeball, and Kairu Lien is also present to assist in its care. Miss Joy has taken charge, so I trust there will be no further issues. Upon hearing that the Pokeball had been successfully transmitted, Musi let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Miss Junsha had already handcuffed the two individuals involved. We will be escorting these individuals back to the police station for further investigation. I extend my gratitude for your report, but you will need to accompany me to provide a statement. I shall attend to this, while Musi, you may visit the Pokémon Center to check on Lizard King. Musi readily agreed. Meanwhile, Cheng Cheng utilized his psychic abilities to communicate with several forest lizards, informing them of his intention to take Lizard King for treatment, assuring them he would return shortly. The forest lizards were quite concerned for Lizard King's safety and placed their trust in Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng and Musi followed Miss Junsha back to Inu City, where Cheng Cheng proceeded to the police station while Musi headed to the Pokémon Center. Upon arriving at the police station, Cheng Cheng felt a twinge of nervousness, as it was his first visit to such a place. However, he had grown somewhat familiar with Miss Junsha, who had previously assisted him. Although Cheng Cheng could not distinguish every Miss Junsha as clearly as Brock could, he noted that the psychic aura surrounding this Miss Junsha was akin to that of the one he had encountered before. After a brief statement was taken, Cheng Cheng departed the police station and promptly made his way to the Pokémon Center, eager to learn about Lizard King's condition. Upon entering the center, he spotted Musi seated nearby, awaiting news. Cheng Cheng, how did it go on your end? She inquired. I simply provided a brief statement. Everything is fine now. That's good to hear. Miss Joy mentioned that Lizard King's injuries were serious, and he is still undergoing treatment. Cheng Cheng felt a pang of anxiety at Musi's words. After all, Lizard King had shielded him from harm, and any misfortune befalling it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Shortly thereafter, Miss Joy emerged. Miss Joy, how is Lizard King faring? Lizard King was brought in promptly, and his wounds have been well treated. He is stable now, but will be unable to battle for a short while. Thank you very much, Miss Joy. Cheng Cheng settled the bill and took Lizard King with him. Musi, would you mind looking after Lizard King for a bit? Why? Can't you hold on to a Pokémon of another type for an extended period? Doing so could be detrimental to the Pokémon. I'm not entirely sure why, but perhaps it is the cost of my harmonious relationship with Psychic-type Pokémon. After all, one must sacrifice something to gain something. Very well, I shall take care of Lizard King. But don't think you can slack off. You must still help out. Of course, thank you. Cheng Cheng and Musi returned to the breeding house, where dawn was approaching, and Cheng Cheng realized he needed to catch up on sleep. Chapter 38. Back to Breeder Academy. Cheng Cheng slowly awakened under the gentle rays of sunlight, squinting at the ceiling before rubbing his eyes and turning over to drift back to sleep. When he awoke again, it was already noon, his first time rising so late since arriving in the Pokémon world. Upon waking, he noticed a lavish spread of dishes laid out on the table. Could it be that Musi prepared this? He wondered. Just then, he saw Aunt May Shuzi emerging from the kitchen. Aunt May Shuzi, it's you. Who else could it be? You two really ought to be more mindful of your health. Young people should avoid staying up late. It was unavoidable. Last night was filled with events, and we were busy until the break of dawn. Aunt May Shuzi regarded Cheng Cheng with a curious expression, though he remained oblivious to her demeanor. By the way, where's Musi? Please summon her for dinner. Cheng Cheng knocked on Musi's door, and after a brief moment, she appeared, cradling a sticky bun. Observing its appearance, Cheng Cheng speculated on the nature of its recent experiences. Aunt May Shuzi, what brings you here? If I don't come, you both would go hungry. Hurry and freshen up. It's time for a meal. Everyone gathered around the table to enjoy their feast. Aunt May Shuzi's cooking was quite delectable, rivaling Cheng Cheng's own, and in terms of flavor, it was even superior. Aunt May Shuzi, your dishes are delightful. Musi exclaimed. Is that so? Then do indulge. Aunt May Shuzi beamed with delight at Musi's praise. By the way, Musi, where is your home? My home is in the Unova region. Oh, that's rather far. It will be inconvenient henceforth. Cheng Cheng interjected. Let us eat up. Aunt May Shuzi chuckled and ceased her inquiries. After their meal, Cheng Cheng ventured into the breeding house. Although there had been some hiccups during his Pokémon capture, he had still managed to acquire a significant number of Pokémon. He first recalled all non-psychic Pokémon through the system and received a handsome sum in return. Cheng Cheng then proceeded to the backyard, releasing all the psychic Pokémon he had captured. In total, he had caught 3 Ralts, 4 Pidove, 2 Swinub, and 4 Bellossom. Though not numerous, along with the previously obtained Pokémon eggs, it would suffice for a while. Cheng Cheng released his Pokémon, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the new arrivals. Before long, Musi joined him, having released all her Pokémon, including Lizard King. Lizard King, how do you feel now? All right. I truly apologize for the severe injury you sustained. Nevertheless, I believe you will recover swiftly. All right. Cheng Cheng had initially intended to return to Zijing City soon, but now he resolved to stay a few extra days to care for Lizard King. Cheng Cheng and Musi's Pokémon played joyfully together, and he felt a sense of happiness. Through this experience, Cheng Cheng recognized the need to enhance his own abilities, prompting him to arrange battles for his Pokémon that afternoon. This time, his focus was on training the weaker Pokémon, ensuring they could grow rapidly. He could not rely solely on Bellossom and Mr. Mime indefinitely. To become a master of Psychic-type Pokémon, he needed a sufficiently powerful roster. Given that Musi's Pokémon were exceedingly strong, Cheng Cheng lent his Pokémon to her, and they engaged in battles. Time flew swiftly during these encounters. In the following days, Cheng Cheng devoted all his time to nurturing his Pokémon while also aiding Lizard King's recovery. After spending 10 days at home, Cheng Cheng and Musi prepared to return to the Zijing City Breeder Academy. Before departing, Cheng Cheng returned Lizard King to its resting place. Lizard King was nearly healed. requiring only a bit more rest before it would be fully fit. After bidding farewell to Lizard King, Cheng Cheng and Muzi boarded the plane back to Zijing City. Upon their return, with some time before the school term commenced, Cheng Cheng planned to visit Xiao Si and the others. Muzi accompanied him, eager to discover what sort of individuals Cheng Cheng's previous friends were. Following his memory, Cheng Cheng made his way back to the house where they had once resided. Upon arriving at the location, Cheng Cheng discovered that the house had already been demolished, with preparations underway for the construction of something new. It seemed that Xiao Si and the others had departed from this place, but where could they have gone? Perhaps they would continue to wander. However, with the Pokémon gifted by Cheng Cheng, their lives might improve somewhat, though it could also lead to unforeseen calamities. After all, the Pokémon Cheng Cheng provided were rather rare, likely to incite the envy of others. Cheng Cheng searched the vicinity and inquired at several places where they frequently worked. He learned that since his admission to the breeder school, they had left the area, with no indication of their destination. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment at not encountering them, Cheng Cheng remained confident that they would lead fulfilling lives. With no further leads, he returned to the breeder school. Soon, Cheng Cheng arrived back at school, and upon entering his dormitory, he found that none of his 3 roommates had returned, suggesting they too were out enjoying themselves. As his roommates gradually returned, the group reconvened, and classes were set to resume. The first class back involved the announcement of the results from the previous examination. This year, there were 100 students in total, with 10 primarily hailing from elite classes, and the top 20 positions were predominantly occupied by students from their class. Cheng Cheng performed reasonably well, ranking 45th, indicating a commendable score in the practical section. Muzi ranked just ahead of him in 42nd place, which she relished for quite some time. Cheng Cheng, however, was indifferent to such accolades, as his primary goal was to qualify as a junior Pokémon breeder as soon as possible. Everyone, please settle down. I have something of great importance to discuss. The instructor began. In 2 months, there will be an assessment for Pokémon breeders. While I do not expect all of you to pass, I hope some of the top students will consider attempting the assessment. It will provide invaluable experience that may benefit you in future examinations. The instructor proceeded to outline the examination details. As previously mentioned, the assessment for junior Pokémon breeders would encompass the 7 subjects we have been studying. However, the scope of the exam would be significantly broader than our midterm assessment, with a considerably heightened level of difficulty, particularly in the practical components. Moreover, each subject carries a total score of 100 points. To qualify as a junior breeder, one must achieve at least 70 points in each subject, with an overall score exceeding 500 points. Alternatively, one could attain 90 points in 4 subjects while still achieving a total score of over 500 points. I do not recommend the latter approach, as securing 90 points is exceedingly challenging. Even the teachers of each subject would not guarantee such results. Therefore, I advise against pursuing this route. As for other examination details, we shall discuss them when the time approaches. Now, which students have decided to participate in this assessment? Please come forward to register. Before long, 3 students had signed up with the instructor, all of whom had performed commendably, ranking within the top 30. Cheng Cheng raised his hand, expressing his desire to participate as well. Cheng Cheng, while your exam results are commendable, you exhibit a significant disparity in your scores across subjects. Given your weaker performance in several areas, it may not be the best use of your time, the instructor cautioned. But you mentioned that it could enhance our experience. I would like to give it a try, Cheng Cheng insisted. Very well, if you are determined, I shall add your name to the list, the instructor conceded. Thank you. Teacher, Cheng Cheng replied. I would like to participate as well, Muzi chimed in, and upon a glance from the instructor, her name was also added to the list. That makes 5 students in total. I hope you will all dedicate yourselves to your studies in the coming weeks. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. I trust you will gain valuable insights from this assessment. With that, the instructor resumed the lesson. Continuing from their previous discussion on the Pokémon numbered 036, Shroomish, they then transitioned to the next 3 Pokémon, numbered 037 to 039, Slacketh, Apom, and Kingler. These 3 Pokémon are all of the normal type and possess unique characteristics that everyone must remember. With the assessment for junior Pokémon breeders looming just 2 months away, Cheng Cheng was determined to seize this opportunity and qualify as a junior breeder, unwilling to wait another year. Although he recognized his own shortcomings, he aspired to pass the assessment in 2 months, thereby affording himself more time to care for Pokémon and manage his breeding facility. Furthermore, remaining in school for another year could lead to significant changes. Cheng Cheng meticulously outlined the 4 subjects in which he aimed to achieve 90 points. Pokémon Encyclopedia, Pokémon Food and Energy Block Production, Pokémon Battles, and Pokémon Language. To succeed in these 4 subjects, his greatest allies would be his system and psychic abilities. With these tools at his disposal, attaining 90 points should be entirely feasible, provided he remained vigilant. Scoring 90 in 4 subjects would yield a total of 360 points, necessitating a minimum score of 50 in the remaining 3 subjects to surpass the 500 mark, which remained a daunting challenge. Cheng Cheng was aware that his theoretical scores in those subjects were less than stellar, thus he needed to excel in the practical assessments. To his surprise, Cheng Cheng learned that Muzi also intended to participate in the assessment, which seemed unnecessary for her. Was she perhaps seeking to compete with him? Cheng Cheng was uncertain of her motivations, but regardless of whether it was a contest, he and Muzi agreed to support one another. The two resolved to collaborate diligently over the next 2 months, striving together to pass the Junior Pokémon Breeder examination. Let us work hard together. Chapter 39. The final sprint before the exam. With only 2 months remaining until the Junior Pokémon Breeder assessment, Cheng Cheng felt compelled to embark on a final push. His preparation entailed 2 primary components: the theoretical knowledge segment and the growth and application of his psychic abilities. While the breadth of material to master was extensive, Cheng Cheng adopted a strategy reminiscent of his prior experience with college entrance examinations: focused studying, meticulous organization, repetitive practice, and identifying patterns. Given his success in navigating the previous examination, he was confident in his ability to manage this modest assessment. The second aspect involved advancing his psychic abilities and their practical application. Although he could now communicate with Pokémon, this was merely the beginning. To ensure a successful assessment, he needed to further enhance his psychic powers while also practicing their application. A substantial psychic capacity without proper application could lead to complications. Once he had clarified his goals, Cheng Cheng crafted a detailed checklist plan. He intended to engage in previewing, studying, and reviewing according to this plan, integrating all 3 elements into his routine. However, akin to his past efforts, the plan unraveled within just a couple of days, with the initial days not being thoroughly completed. Indeed, plans often fail to keep pace with reality, and Cheng Cheng promptly discarded the checklist. I was just about to wager on how many days you could stick to this plan, but I didn't expect you to give up so quickly. Had I known, I would have made the bet first, a voice teased. Don't criticize me. You aren't faring much better, Cheng Cheng retorted. At least I outperformed someone in the last exam, ranking ahead of him. That was merely an ordinary test. I was not at full capacity, came the reply. Neither was I. Regardless, in this upcoming Junior Pokémon Breeder assessment, I will surely outperform you. Just don't let me succeed while you do not. Rest assured, even if you do not pass, I will. Cheng Cheng no longer paid any heed to Muzi, choosing instead to immerse himself in his books, intent on reviewing his studies. Well, take your time with your learning. Muzi retorted, I had initially intended to share a simple method with you that could potentially enhance your grades. What method? Cheng Cheng fixed his gaze upon Muzi. I don't wish to disclose it now, she replied curtly. If you choose not to tell me, then so be it. It matters not, for I have my own strategies. Observing Cheng Cheng's disinterest, Muzi appeared somewhat irked. Then take your time learning. Humph. With that, she stormed out of the classroom. Thus, the relationship between the two remained in a state of stalemate until the upcoming small test a month later. This particular test was designed specifically for the 5 individuals preparing for the assessment, and the content comprised only the theoretical portion of the previous Junior Breeder examination. Both Cheng Cheng and Muzi approached this test with utmost seriousness, each hoping to outshine the other. However, Cheng Cheng's theoretical score amounted to 324 points, which, when converted, equated to 1296 points. He required a total of 500 points, meaning he needed to achieve 370 points in the practical assessment, necessitating scores above 90 in each subject. A formidable challenge, especially since all 4 subjects demanded such high marks, rendering it seemingly impossible. Cheng Cheng found himself at a loss. As the theoretical questions were exceedingly difficult, even with the system's assistance, he barely managed to score. Particularly in Pokémon language, he found himself utterly perplexed, and the system proved ineffective. Out of a possible 100 points, he only obtained 10, solely through guessing. With only a smattering of points from multiple choice and true-false questions, this was even more challenging than his English exams. Simultaneously, Muzi did not perform exceptionally well either. But her results surpassed Cheng Cheng's, thanks to her solid theoretical foundation. Subsequently, both Cheng Cheng and Muzi were summoned by their teacher for a discussion. You both are likely aware of your scores by now. Continuing with this assessment seems of little consequence. It would be more prudent to concentrate on your current studies. Otherwise, you risk neglecting essential knowledge. Teacher, I still wish to prepare for the assessment. After all, there is only a month left, and it's not a problem. Cheng Cheng replied. I feel the same way. I will continue to strive and keep up with my regular studies, Muzi added. Very well, the decision rests with you. The teacher conceded. Exchanging a glance, Cheng Cheng and Muzi returned to their respective tasks. After school, Muzi approached Cheng Cheng. You must understand that with our current grades, it is virtually impossible for either of us to succeed. Therefore, let us join forces and collaborate. I know your innovative study techniques could greatly benefit me, and my learning experience could, in turn, assist you. Eager to become a junior breeder as swiftly as possible, Cheng Cheng opted to cooperate with Muzi. Initially, he had intended to work together with her, but a month prior, their inexplicable Cold War had ensued. During the ensuing period, Cheng Cheng exchanged his study methods for Muzi's experiences, resulting in improvements in both their performances. However, theoretical knowledge was not the most critical aspect. Both Cheng Cheng and Muzi excelled in the practical component, and achieving high scores necessitated a focus on practical skills. From that day forth, the two frequently collaborated, exchanging their experiences, which led to significant advancements in their practical abilities. Furthermore, their unique Pokémon battles also provided ample opportunities for growth. Go, Slime Dragon. Species, Slime Dragon type. Dragon level, 28 rank. Deep green rarity, rare ability. Herbivore hidden ability, slimy held item, none skills. Impact, bubble, absorb, protect, endure, dragon breath, rain dance. Panic. Come forth, Slowpoke. Species, Slowpoke type. Water, psychic level, 26 rank. Blue rarity, rare ability. Oblivious hidden ability. Regenerator held item, none skills. Curse, yawn, water gun, psychic, bind. Tackle. Slime Dragon, use dragon breath. Slowpoke, endure it, then use psychic. The two commenced their battle once more, employing a 3v3 format to further enhance their combat experience. Slowpoke unleashed Psychic, successfully controlling Slime Dragon. Seizing the moment, it hurled Slime Dragon into the air and followed up with Water Gun, striking home and sending Slime Dragon crashing to the ground. Slime Dragon, don't give up, use Impact. Slime Dragon charged directly at Slowpoke. Slowpoke, we cannot lose, use Tackle. The two Pokémon collided, with Slowpoke seemingly gaining the upper hand. Slowpoke, again with Water Gun. Slime Dragon, use Endure. The opponent's Endure raised some concern. Slowpoke, cast Curse. As the opposing Pokémon activated Endure, it was crucial for Slowpoke to bolster its attack and defense. Slime Dragon, Dragon Breath. Slowpoke, Water Gun. The two forces collided, with Slime Dragon evidently coming out on top. Slowpoke, one more time, Psychic. Once again, Psychic ensnared Slime Dragon, sending it crashing to the ground. Slime Dragon, get up. Use Dragon Breath once more. Slowpoke, Tackle. Slowpoke executed Tackle directly into Slime Dragon's Dragon Breath, managing to withstand the force, and surged forward, ultimately crashing into Slime Dragon, resulting in both Pokémon losing their ability to battle. Now it's your turn. Come forth, Dragonair. Species, Dragonair type. Dragon level, 40 rank. Cyan rarity, rare ability. Shed Skin hidden ability. Marvel Scale HP, 4061 attack, 4884 defense, 3565 special attack, 3770 special defense, 3870 speed, 5070 total, 288420 held item. Dragon Scale skills. Bind. Glare, Thunder Wave, Dragon Tornado, Dragon Tail, Slam, Agility, Water Tail. Go, Bellossom. Species, Bellossom type. Grass level, 40 rank. Light green rarity, rare ability. Chlorophyll held item, none skills. Bind, Yawn, Stun Spore, Psychic, Tackle, Grassy Terrain, Healing Bell. Indeed, Bellossom had attained a light green rank. Over the past month, Cheng Cheng had purchased a rank enhancement potion and administered it to Bellossom, resulting in both a rank and level increase. Once again, a battle between Dragonair and Bellossom was about to commence, the tension palpable. Bellossom, use Yawn. Dragonair, employ Agility. Dragonair moved swiftly, dodging the Yawn. Dragonair, use Bind. Feng Lingling found herself ensnared by Hakron, and while Cheng Cheng could have employed a similar tactic, the disparity in their sizes rendered success utterly unattainable. Feng Lingling, unleash a cacophony. The sound of her bells resonated, ding 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 ding. The din was unbearable for Hakron, inciting its agitation to such a degree that it ultimately relinquished its grip on Feng Lingling, allowing her to escape its confines. Feng Lingling, manifest a psychic wave. The wave struck Hakron. In retaliation, Hakron executed a water tail. Feng Lingling, charged with reckless abandon. Instead of evading, Cheng Cheng opted for a direct confrontation, resulting in significant injuries to both combatants. Hakron, do not yield. Use Dragon Tail. Feng Lingling, instill fear. The fright effectively interrupted the execution of Dragon Tail. Seizing the moment, Feng Lingling cast a healing bell. However, Hakron sprang into action, first employing Quick Attack followed by Dragon Tail. The latter struck Feng Lingling, incapacitating her. Now, emerge, Lunatone. Species, Lunatone type, Psychic. Rock level, 40 rarity, Epic ability, Levitate moves, Tackle, Harden, Confusion, Rock Slide, Hypnosis, Psychic Wave, Moonlight, Psychic Force, Awaken. Cheng Cheng summoned his final Pokémon, opting not for the Doll of Magic Wall, but for his most formidable creature, as he was determined to secure victory this time. To think you would deploy Lunatone. Let us see how this unfolds. Hakron initiated with Dragon Tail. Lunatone retaliated with Harden, as the Dragon Tail struck its form. Once more, Water Tail. Lunatone evades swiftly. Cheng Cheng was bold enough to stand against Dragon Tail, but hesitated before Water Tail. Lunatone cast Hypnosis. In no time, Lunatone had lulled Hakron into slumber. Lunatone tackle. With a forceful impact, Lunatone collided with Hakron, rendering it incapable of battle. Excellent. Next up is you, Xinyan Bird. Thus, the two embarked on their final month of intensive training. The Junior Pokémon Breeder Assessment was imminent. Chapter 40, The Junior Breeder Assessment. Under the relentless pursuit of Cheng Cheng and Muzi, a month swiftly elapsed, and they prepared to face the Junior Breeder Assessment. On the eve of the examination, their instructor gathered the 5 participating students to impart crucial details regarding the assessment. The venue would be their very own school, with a duration spanning 10 days. In each subject, 10 testing points were established for both theoretical and practical evaluations. The candidates were free to choose their initial testing point, irrespective of the order in which they approached them, for the assessments would conclude after 10 days. Many speculated that those who arrived early could ascertain the questions beforehand. What a fallacy! Do you believe others are oblivious? Discussing the topics poses no issue, as each set of questions is unique. Even if you tackle those previously encountered by others, there's no guarantee of accuracy, given the vast array of questions. Even if you answer correctly, it merely accounts for one question, and believe me, the practical assessments can be replicated. Participants hailed not only from their school, but from various institutions. Though this examination was exclusive to students of breeder schools, outsiders needed to secure eligibility first. This was precisely why Cheng Cheng opted to enroll in a breeder school. At dawn on the second day, a multitude of candidates arrived from far and wide for the assessment, evoking memories of Cheng Cheng's past experiences during the college entrance examinations. The assessments were about to commence. Cheng Cheng and Muzi chose to undertake their evaluations separately, with Cheng Cheng opting for the Pokémon Encyclopedia theoretical examination as his first endeavor. This examination primarily assessed knowledge regarding the characteristics and traits of Pokémon, and with the aid of the system's data, he completed it swiftly. Given that the examination venue was within his school, Cheng Cheng enjoyed a distinct advantage, finishing the first assessment while many others still awaited their turn. He refrained from further examinations that morning, instead opting to pursue a theoretical test on Pokémon language in the afternoon. This subject required a minimum score of 90, with a theoretical score not falling below 80, which vexed Cheng Cheng. Nevertheless, relying on rote memorization, he committed the material to memory and anticipated no issues arising. Initially, he had not intended to resort to memorization, but after acquiring psychic abilities, his retention speed had significantly increased, prompting his decision to memorize the content. By evening, some individuals had ventured to take their exams, but Cheng Cheng chose not to participate, opting instead to discuss the day's assessments with Muzi. Although they could not divulge specific answers, they exchanged valuable insights. On the following day, Cheng Cheng resumed his assessments, selecting the examination on Pokémon diseases and treatments. He completed both practical and theoretical evaluations in the morning. For the practical segment, he was tasked with diagnosing and treating Pokémon ailments. However, he encountered a predicament. The Pokémon assigned to him was in perfect health, rendering it impossible to identify any diseases to treat. Nevertheless, equipped with the system, Cheng Cheng discerned some inherent issues with the Pokémon, but opted to utilize the standard answers to avoid complications. Due to the absence of a treatment step, his score was not particularly high, but it sufficed, as this subject did not necessitate a score of 90. In the afternoon, Cheng Cheng tackled the Pokémon Daily Management course, exerting his utmost effort and likely achieving satisfactory results. On the third day, he faced 2 pivotal examinations, Pokémon Voice and the practical course of Pokémon Encyclopedia. The Pokémon language assessment required candidates to show an item to a Pokémon, and subsequently, through the Pokémon's description, identify the object from a selection of more than 10 items. Naturally, the Pokémon participating in the assessment could not be simplistic creatures like Slowpoke or Psyduck, as no one would score anything but blind guesses. Cheng Cheng's luck during this examination was a double-edged sword. The item presented to the Pokémon was absent from his examination materials. Through telepathy, he communicated with the Pokémon and recognized the discrepancy, promptly articulating the answer, which astonished the examiner. Cheng Cheng knew he had secured his position in this segment. Next came the Pokémon Encyclopedia assessment, where he was required to detail 3 Pokémon. With the system's assistance, he easily surpassed the standard answers, providing even more extensive information. On the 4th day, Cheng Cheng opted to abstain from assessments, choosing instead to rest and rejuvenate in preparation for the upcoming challenges. Cheng Cheng, how do you feel? Quite well, and you? I'm also faring well. I've completed 3 subjects, with 4 remaining. The results have been decent thus far, and if I maintain this momentum, I should perform well. Keep it up. Indeed, you too. On the 5th day, Cheng Cheng faced the assessment on Pokémon appearance and personality development, performing moderately. In truth, most candidates struggled with this subject, as personality and appearance require long-term cultivation, with short-term efforts yielding minimal impact. Due to the extensive time invested in this subject, Cheng Cheng was unable to pursue additional courses. On the 6th day, he undertook the examination on the preparation of Pokémon food and energy cubes, a subject of great significance to him. The theoretical examination proved to be quite arduous for Cheng Cheng, as certain content was absent from the system. Consequently, he could only rely on his own efforts, resulting in a score that was unlikely to be particularly high. Thus, he was compelled to achieve a commendable score in the practical segment. The practical examination entailed the preparation of Pokémon food or energy cubes, and Cheng Cheng drew the task of creating energy cubes. Standing before the energy cube machine, a basic model, Cheng Cheng realized that in order to attain a high score, he would need to craft a medium-level energy cube. "Teacher, I wish to create a medium-level energy cube," he declared. At that moment, all eyes turned to him. "Are you certain? The medium-level energy cube is part of the assessment for intermediate Pokémon breeders." "I understand. I wish to give it a try." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." "Very well. Please wait a moment while I arrange for one to be brought over." After a 10-minute wait, a medium-level energy cube machine appeared before Cheng Cheng. Although he had never crafted such an item before, he was confident in his abilities. Half an hour later, he presented a medium-level energy cube to the examiner, who subsequently assessed it and assigned a score. While Cheng Cheng was uncertain of the score at that moment, he trusted that it would not be low. After taking a day to rest, he ultimately faced the final examination of the course, Pokémon Battles. Cheng Cheng endeavored to fill out the theoretical examination with standard answers as outlined in the textbook before proceeding to the battle. Paired with Musi, the two were aware that only by battling each other could they truly push one another to exert their full strength. "Cheng Cheng, let us give it our all this time." "No problem. Both sides, please select your Pokémon." Next to Cheng Cheng lay 10 Pokeballs, and this time he was no longer in the dark regarding the Pokémon contained within. Each ball bore the name of its respective Pokémon. Cheng Cheng chose a Psychic-type Pokémon. Gardevoir. Both sides, please prepare. Release your battling Pokémon. Come forth, Gardevoir. Pokémon. Gardevoir type. Psychic. Fairy level. 46 rank. Light green rarity. Rare ability. Synchronized special ability. Telepathy held item. None skills. Howl. Telekinesis. Shadow clone. Teleport. Lucky chant. Magical leaf. Heal pulse. Meditate. Illusion. Sealing. Future sight. Charm. Hypnosis. What a high level. Cheng Cheng remarked, surprised by Gardevoir's level of 46, not expecting the school to provide such a powerful Pokémon. He was curious about Musi's choice. Come forth, Altaria. Ah, Altaria, an old rival, Cheng Cheng thought, convinced this time victory would be his, given that Gardevoir possessed fairy attributes, rendering Altaria's dragon type moves ineffective. Though familiar with the matchup, he still reviewed the data. Pokémon. Altaria type. Dragon. Flying level. 45 rank. Light green rarity. Rare ability. Natural cure special ability. Cloud 9 held item. None skills. Howl. Peck. Roost. Sing. Fury attack. Mist. Perish song. Natural gift. Tackle. Refresh. Dragon dance. Dragon breath. Cotton guard. Level 45? Just one level lower than Gardevoir, but that hardly constitutes a significant difference. Both sides, please prepare. The battle begins. Altaria, use Roost. Musi initiated the attack, catching Cheng Cheng off guard, and Gardevoir was momentarily immobilized. Altaria, peck. The swift Altaria swooped in and struck Gardevoir. Gardevoir, use Sealing. Gardevoir sealed peck, preventing Altaria from executing that move again. Altaria, use Fury attack. Gardevoir, Shadow clone. Gardevoir's clones surrounded Altaria, leaving it unable to discern which was the real one. Now, use Magical Leaf. Gardevoir unleashed the attack, which Altaria could not evade. Altaria, Cotton Guard. Altaria's feathery cotton-like defense enveloped it, rendering Gardevoir's magical leaf ineffective. Gardevoir, use Heal Pulse. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Cheng commanded Gardevoir to restore its strength. Altaria, use Dragon Dance. After shedding the Cotton Guard, Altaria executed Dragon Dance. Gardevoir, do not give it a chance. Use Illusion. Before Dragon Dance could fully take effect, Gardevoir's illusion took control. Now, Altaria was ensnared within the illusion and completely immobilized. Cheng Cheng felt some disappointment in Gardevoir. He wondered how the school had trained it, as it seemed to lack any skills beyond those it inherently knew. Gardevoir, try using Shadow Ball. Cheng Cheng decided to test its abilities, hoping for a breakthrough. Gardevoir hesitated at first, but then attempted to execute the move, though it was unsuccessful. Altaria, use Dragon Breath. Gardevoir, Teleport. Gardevoir evaded the attack with Teleport. At this juncture, Cheng Cheng began to communicate telepathically with Gardevoir. Gardevoir, concentrate your energy and simulate the appearance of a Shadow Ball. I believe you can do it. Gardevoir gathered energy, attempting to conjure the Shadow Ball, but still, it did not manifest. Cheng Cheng encouraged it further. Gardevoir, you can do this. I believe in you. Let us try once more. Altaria, finish it with Dragon Breath. Gardevoir, endure it. Dragon Breath struck Gardevoir, yet Cheng Cheng was aware that Dragon-type moves were ineffective against it. Gardevoir, I believe in you. Use Shadow Ball. Gardevoir concentrated and drew in dark energy, forming a Shadow Ball the size of a soccer ball. Now unleash the Shadow Ball. Altaria, having just used Dragon Breath, could not evade the impending attack and was struck fiercely. Still no effect? How can this be? Shouldn't Psychic types be effective against Dragon types? Musi, noticing the lack of effect from Dragon Breath on Gardevoir, felt a tinge of confusion. Cheng Cheng, I'm about to get serious. So am I. Chapter 41, Building the Breeding House. The battle raged on. Altaria, use Tackle. Gardevoir, Shadow Clone. Once again, Gardevoir surrounded Altaria with its clones. Gardevoir, use Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball surged from all directions, and Altaria was unable to evade it. Cotton Guard. This time, Altaria's defense was slower, and it sustained injuries. Gardevoir, use Hypnosis. Altaria, sing. The melody disrupted Gardevoir's hypnosis. Altaria, use Roost. It charged forward with a fury attack. Gardevoir was struck by the relentless assault and found itself unable to continue battling. Gardevoir fainted, and the victor was Musi. Return, Gardevoir. After recalling Gardevoir, Cheng Cheng approached Musi. Musi, congratulations to you. Musi fixed her gaze on Cheng Cheng, causing him to feel awkward. Did you go easy on me? Shinado should have been able to evade that attack in the end, right? No, I truly didn't, he replied. Liar. I'm not talking to you anymore. Musi. Cheng Cheng reached out to her. I'm sorry, but this way we can both score quite highly. I taught Shinado Shadow Ball. That should earn us some extra points. And you winning also grants you a high score. It's beneficial for both of us. You jerk. Who needs your help? I can win on my own. With that, Musi dashed away, leaving Cheng Cheng puzzled as to why she was upset and uncertain whether he should pursue her. Thus, the examination for novice Pokemon breeders officially concluded for Cheng Cheng and Musi, and all that remained was to wait for the results. Following this examination, it was the holiday period for everyone. To receive the notification, they would have to wait at least a month, so Cheng Cheng decided to return to Inu City first. When he sought out Musi, he discovered that she had already returned to Dragon's Town. Cheng Cheng initially intended to apologize to her, but it seemed he had missed his chance and would have to wait until their next encounter. After this, he boarded a flight to Inu City. Upon his return, Cheng Cheng felt a peculiar emptiness within him. After pondering for a moment and unable to comprehend it, he chose to set that feeling aside and return to the breeding house. After 2 months' absence, the breeding house had not significantly changed. The area where the Pokemon eggs had once been stored was now filled with Pokemon food and energy cubes. It appeared that Xiao Li and Ali had not managed to procure any Pokemon eggs. Cheng Cheng felt a pang of sorrow at the state of his breeding house, knowing that a substantial part of the responsibility lay with him, while another portion could be attributed to the system. Had it not been for the system's stipulation that he could only sell Psychic-type Pokemon, he might not have found himself in such a predicament. It seemed evident that he needed to devote time to managing his breeding house diligently. Cheng Cheng released the Pokemon into the backyard to allow them some freedom and then ascended to the second floor. Ding! A sound echoed in his mind, reminding him of the system's existence. Ever since entering the Pokemon Breeder Academy, the system had not issued any tasks, causing Cheng Cheng to forget about its presence. However, upon reflection, he realized he had previously utilized the system to access Pokemon data, indicating a degree of integration with it. Ding! Tasks are now being issued. To become a Pokémon breeder master, one cannot lack Pokémon. Construct a Pokémon eco park for self-sustainability. Task 1. Determine the construction site and blueprint for the eco park. Time: 3 days. Reward: 1 renovation service from the system. Task 2. Obtain legitimate channels for acquiring Pokémon. Time: 5 days. Reward: one-time access to a Psychic-type Pokémon habitat. Task 3. Ensure the eco park houses 100 Pokémon. Time: 1 month. Reward: 1,000 achievement points. Task 4. Sell 100 Pokémon or Pokémon eggs. Time: 2 months. Reward: 1,000 achievement points. Task 5. Enhance the reputation of the breeding house with monthly assessments. Reward: achievement points equivalent to reputation points. Additionally, for every increase of 1,000 reputation points, a 3-hour access to the habitat will be granted. Task 6. None. Hiss. Cheng Cheng gasped upon seeing the tasks. It was the first time he had encountered such an extensive list from the system. These tasks were interconnected, and by completing them one by one, he would no longer need to worry about the shortage of Pokémon. He was particularly intrigued by the reward of one-time access to a Psychic-type Pokémon habitat, curious about where it might lead him. However, that was not his immediate concern. He needed to focus on Task 1 and Task 2. Cheng Cheng glanced at his profile. Cheng Cheng. Gender: male. Age: 16. Achievement points: 430. Psychic ability level: budding leaf. Items: for monthly lottery tickets, 20 Pokémon fragments. Bound Pokémon: Wind Chime, Ralts, Kadabra, Gothita, Natural Sparrow, Spoink, Snorlax, Mr. Mime, Moonstone, and Symbol Bird. Upon reviewing his profile, he noted that he had acquired something new: monthly lottery tickets. It dawned on him that he had not utilized his tickets during the past few months, and now he could finally do so. System: I wish to draw from the lottery. Ding. Commencing the monthly lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 berry seeds. Cheng Cheng was elated. With these seeds and some growth potions purchased from the system, he could alleviate the food issue for his Pokémon. Another draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 green grade reagents. Truly, the monthly lottery lived up to its reputation, yielding green grade reagents that could enhance his Pokémon's quality. One more draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Intermediate Breeder's Manual. Quite good. This should expedite his growth. One final draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Trico, successfully converted into 10 Pokémon fragments. Unfortunately, it was not a psychic type. Since he still had 30 fragments, he decided to redeem them. Ding. Fragment redemption in progress. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Ralts. Cheng Cheng examined this Ralts. It was green and quite splendid, but since he already had one, he deemed it unnecessary to nurture another and resolved to sell it instead. Having completed these tasks, Cheng Cheng was ready to embark on the assigned missions. The system's tasks were interconnected, so he would start from the first one. However, it was already late, and he decided to commence everything the following day. Cheng Cheng began his meditation, as indicated by the system, his psychic seed now sprouting its first leaf, and he was diligently working on cultivating a second. The next morning, Cheng Cheng ventured into the backyard. He determined that the only suitable location for the eco park was his own backyard. The backyard connected to the mountains behind, and this entire area belonged to him. Cheng Cheng suddenly realized how affluent he was, practically a significant landowner. He took a stroll around the entire backyard, estimating it to be about 500,000 to 600,000 square meters. He meticulously mapped out the terrain and drafted various plans for different areas based on the topography. Although he only possessed Psychic-type Pokémon, each Pokémon might harbor other attributes, and their preferred living environments varied. Thus, Cheng Cheng categorized them accordingly. He sketched out each section and outlined the general layout for what he intended to construct. Additionally, he would need to establish a dedicated area for feeding Pokémon and a large shelter for them to seek refuge from the rain, along with a designated spot for cleaning the Pokémon. Upon reflection, he realized that even with 500,000 to 600,000 square meters, the space might still be insufficient. After completing the preliminary terrain map, he submitted the first task to the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Subtask 1, earning 1 renovation service from the system. Ding! Commencing scanning of the site and design plans, establishing a model. Ding! Model establishment successful. Please select a renovation style. The system provided 4 options, each similar yet differing in subtle details. Cheng Cheng chose the one that resonated with him the most. Ding! Selection confirmed. Please remove all Pokémon from the site. The system will now proceed with the renovation, which will take 1 day. Cheng Cheng carefully stored away all his Pokémon and granted Xiao Li and Ali a 2-day respite, intending for them to return after a brief interlude. Having accomplished his first task, Cheng Cheng was now poised to undertake the second. This subsequent endeavor was neither overly complex nor particularly simple. It merely entailed seeking a legitimate channel. However, Cheng Cheng's foremost obstacle lay in his lack of acquaintances. In Inu City, he was familiar only with Aunt Mu, who, unfortunately, could not assist him in this regard. Thus, whom could he turn to? Given that Inu City proved unfruitful, he found that he had no contacts in other cities either. But what of Changhua City? Cheng Cheng calculated the passage of time. Ash must have concluded his battles in the expansion zone. And Dawn's grand festival should have wrapped up as well. They should have parted ways by now. With this in mind, he resolved to reach out to Dawn and Kenny, whose father was the gym leader of Changhua City, and he could likely be of assistance. Without hesitation, Cheng Cheng retrieved his communicator and contacted Dawn. Hello, is this Dawn? Yes, it's me. Is that you, Cheng Cheng? Indeed. Where are you at the moment? I'm currently at home in Changhua City. Soon, I shall be heading to the Johto region to participate in the Pokémon Grand Festival. Is there something you need? Actually, I have a matter I wish to discuss with Mr. Qianli, but I'm not well acquainted with him, so I thought I might ask for your help. Of course. I'm right here in Changhua City, and Dad is around too. I'll await your arrival. Thank you so much, Dawn. I will be there tomorrow. All right. I look forward to seeing you. Goodbye. Bye. After concluding the call, Cheng Cheng exhaled in relief, with Dawn's assistance. He felt that he had already achieved half of his goal. The following morning, he gathered a few Pokémon and made his way to the airport in Inu City, preparing to journey to Changhua City. After over an hour of flight, he finally arrived at the renowned Changhua City. Chapter 42. Mr. Qianli Cheng Cheng, accompanied by his Pokémon, headed directly to the Changhua gym. Upon entering, he discovered that a challenge was underway. The challenger was utilizing a forest lizard, while the gym trainer opposing him was presumably Mr. Qianli, who was employing a hyper monkey. Before long, the forest lizard triumphed over the hyper monkey, securing a badge. Cheng Cheng observed that Mr. Qianli had not exerted his full strength during the battle. However, considering the experience of gym trainers, defeating such challengers should indeed be a straightforward task. It seemed that success as a gym trainer did not necessarily hinge on raw power, but rather on the ability to temper one's strength. Cheng Cheng, you've arrived. Turning around, Cheng Cheng recognized Kenny standing nearby. Kenny, it's been a while. Indeed. I haven't seen you since Green Ridge City. Dad, look. Cheng Cheng is here. Kenny waved to Mr. Qianli and dashed over, with Cheng Cheng following suit. Mr. Qianli, noticing Cheng Cheng's presence, addressed him. Oh, you must be the Cheng Cheng that Xiao Yao and Xiao Xing mentioned. Thank you for looking after them. It's no trouble at all. They have taken care of me in many ways as well. Well then, this isn't the place for conversation. Follow me. Mr. Qianli, please wait. I would like to challenge you to a battle. A battle? Certainly. I shall act as referee, Kenny declared, raising his hand. Very well. Let us engage in a 1v1 battle. Agreed, but I ask that you give it your all, Mr. Qianli. Let us see if you possess the skill. Come forth. Hyper Monkey. Cheng Cheng glanced at the Pokemon's data. Pokemon, Hyper Monkey type, normal level, 32 rank, deep green rarity, rare ability, vital spirit held item, sharp claw moves, focus energy, fury swipes, encore, howl, scratch, endure, / learnable moves, protect, sleep. Noticing that the Hyper Monkey had reached a deep green rank, Cheng Cheng acknowledged the prowess of a gym trainer's Pokemon. Furthermore, this particular Pokemon had learned both protect and sleep, indicating commendable training. Cheng Cheng resolved to summon a Pokemon of comparable strength. Come forth, Sucker Punch Doll. Pokemon, Magic Wall Doll type, Psychic, Fairy level, 34 rank, green rarity, rare ability, soundproof hidden ability, technician held item, none moves, Psyshock, barrier, pound, light screen, mirror coat, triple axle learnable moves, Thunderbolt, both sides. Please take your positions. The battle commences now. The Hyper Monkey initiated with focus energy, while the Magic Wall Doll countered with Psyshock, successfully thwarting the Hyper Monkey's advance. The Hyper Monkey retaliated with fury swipes, but the Magic Wall Doll erected a barrier, preventing any damage. The Hyper Monkey then employed Slash. With remarkable speed, it switched tactics, shattering the Magic Wall Doll's barrier and striking it directly. Magic Wall Doll unleashed Triple Axle. At such a close range, the Triple Axle connected with the Hyper Monkey. Hyper Monkey, evade. Impressively, Mr. Qianli's Hyper Monkey dodged the incoming strikes. Now, Magic Wall Doll utilized Thunderbolt. The Hyper Monkey activated Protect, successfully blocking the Thunderbolt attack. To think your Magic Wall Doll has learned Thunderbolt, your training is commendable. Your Hyper Monkey is quite impressive as well, Mr. Qianli. To enhance the Magic Wall Doll's ranged capabilities, Cheng Cheng had spent 300 achievement points to acquire a Thunderbolt TM. Though it seemed a modest expense, The single-use nature of the item caused him some regret. After learning the move, the Magic Wall Doll's power surged significantly. Magic Wall Doll. Once more with Thunderbolt. Hyper Monkey, brace yourself. The Hyper Monkey braced for impact, sustaining significant damage from the attack. Hyper Monkey, Encore. At that moment, the Magic Wall Doll inadvertently unleashed Thunderbolt again, as it was not activated by its own volition, causing the strike to veer off course. Seizing the opportunity, the Hyper Monkey charged forward with ease. Hyper Monkey, execute slash. The powerful slash struck the Magic Wall Doll, inflicting severe damage. Magic Wall Doll, employ triple axle. Hyper Monkey, utilize fury swipes. Ultimately, the Magic Wall Doll succumbed, having lost its ability to battle. Thus, the victor was the Hyper Monkey. It was undeniable that a considerable gap remained between Cheng Cheng and Mr. Qianli. Cheng Cheng's carefully devised barrier strategy had been dismantled before it could even take effect, hampered by the rapid pace of the battle. Cheng Cheng, you truly are remarkable. Not at all. I still lost to Mr. Chihiro. No, you have performed admirably. At your age, to cultivate Pokémon so proficiently is indeed a remarkable feat. That is because I am a Pokémon breeder, and naturally, I must understand how to nurture Pokémon. This matter was not mentioned to me by Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng. May I inquire as to what stage you have reached now? I previously studied at the Breeder Academy for a while, and recently passed the examination for a junior Pokémon breeder, so perhaps I might succeed. Additionally, I have opened a breeding facility, and I am here to seek Mr. Chihiro's assistance regarding this breeding house. Very well, let us discuss this inside. Cheng Cheng followed Mr. Chihiro out of the battle arena and into the house at the back, which appeared to be their residence. Xiaoyao, your companion has arrived. After Mr. Chihiro spoke, a girl approached. Cheng Cheng, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, why don't you accompany your mother in the kitchen? Certainly. Cheng Cheng, you must stay for dinner. Then I shall not impose. Please, have a seat. Mr. Chihiro sat beside the table and gestured to the seat opposite him. Cheng Cheng sat down and picked up the teacup before him. Pray tell, what brings you to me? Well, I have opened a breeding house. But due to a lack of channels, my sources for Pokémon and eggs are quite limited. Therefore, I hope to seek Mr. Chihiro's assistance in connecting with those who might provide a substantial supply of Pokémon eggs and creatures. You must reside in Inu City, where the variety of Pokémon is quite abundant. You should have ample channels, I presume. Mr. Chihiro, just call me Uncle Chihiro. Very well, Uncle Chihiro. While it is true that Inu City boasts a plethora of Pokémon, the majority are of the flying type, whereas my breeding house specializes solely in Psychic-type Pokémon. Given that Psychic-type Pokémon are rather scarce, I sought your help. Psychic-type Pokémon, you say? How intriguing. But why restrict yourself to a single type? It must complicate the operation of your breeding house. Indeed, but my aspiration is to become a master breeder of Psychic-type Pokémon. I wish to cultivate exceptional Psychic Pokémon, and all of mine are of that type. I see. This warrants careful consideration, as I could procure ordinary Pokémon and eggs. Yet your request for solely Psychic types presents a challenge. Allow me a moment to ponder. Cheng Cheng fell silent, fully aware of the difficulty in sourcing a significant number of Psychic Pokémon. I cannot say who might have a substantial supply of Psychic Pokémon, but I can recommend someone who may know. Who might that be? Dr. Oda from Abai Town. Dr. Oda. I am familiar with him. I had intended to consult him as well. His expertise should enable me to find a suitable channel, yet I am not well acquainted with him. So I must trouble Uncle Chihiro for assistance this time. No problem. I will merely make the introduction. The success of the endeavor ultimately rests on your own efforts. Regardless, I am grateful to you, Uncle Chihiro. Now, let us set this matter aside. The meal is ready, and you should join us. Cheng Cheng entered the dining area, where he spotted Xiaoyao and another beautiful woman. This is my wife, Mitsuko. Good day, madam. Hello there. I have heard from Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng about you. It is quite impressive that you can manage a breeding house independently. Oh, it's nothing. I inherited this from my father. And now I can only sell some Pokémon food and energy blocks. If I cannot find Psychic-type eggs and Pokémon to sell, my breeding house may have to close down. Enough of that. Come, let us eat. Mr. Chihiro patted Cheng Cheng on the shoulder and took his seat at the table. Then I shall not hold back. Cheng Cheng also took a seat beside Xiaosheng. I shall dig in now. The dishes prepared by Aunt Mitsuko are delightful. By the way, Cheng Cheng, where have you been during our time apart? Xiaosheng inquired. Me? After returning, I stayed in Inu City for a few days and then enrolled in the Pokémon Breeder Academy in Zijin City, where I studied for a few months before encountering Ash's competition. Most of my time was spent in study, and I just recently finished. What about you? After that, we went through many experiences. Ash participated in the Battle Frontier, and my sister took part in the Grand Festival. Along the way, we encountered a Pokémon from outer space. A Pokémon from outer space? Upon hearing Xiaoxing mention a cosmic Pokémon, Cheng Cheng immediately understood who they had encountered. A cosmic Pokémon. Was it Lunatone? Cheng Cheng feigned ignorance. It was not Lunatone, it was Deoxys. Deoxys. How did you come across it? We encountered it on our way to the battle frontier. At that time, Deoxys had sustained some injuries, and after we treated it, it departed. Additionally, Deoxys conversed with me. Did it mention where it was headed? It seemed it wanted to travel in the Hoenn region. I do not know its exact whereabouts. I see. Cheng Cheng refrained from further inquiries. Deoxys is a psychic-type Pokémon, one that Cheng Cheng ardently wishes to obtain. He wondered if he might have an opportunity to encounter it. Yet, even if he were to meet it, he probably would not be able to capture it. It appears he must continue to enhance his own abilities. After lunch, Mr. Chihiro pinned a letter and handed it to Cheng Cheng, instructing him to deliver it to Dr. Oda. Thank you all very much. It is no trouble. We merely lend a small hand. Regardless, I am still grateful. You are welcome to visit again. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Thus, Cheng Cheng bid farewell to the Chihiro family and set off towards Mabai Town. Chapter 43, Guqing Town. After parting from Mr. Chihiro, Cheng Cheng prepared to head to Mabai Town. The distance from Changhua City to Mabai Town is not great, so Cheng Cheng chose to walk, intending to visit Guqing Town along the way. After several hours of walking, he arrived in Guqing Town, having captured a few Pokémon along the way, which earned him a bit of pocket money. Guqing Town is known to be a rather mysterious place in the Hoenn region, home to ancient ruins that are rumored to be connected to ancient Pokémon. Cheng Cheng was quite intrigued and decided to explore the ruins, but before doing so, he intended to visit the Pokémon Center to heal his Pokémon. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Cheng Cheng entrusted his Pokémon to Nurse Joy. After a brief examination, he resolved to head to the ancient ruins when he heard a voice. Mr. Meizu, your Pokémon are ready. Thank you very much, Nurse Joy. Not at all. You are always welcome. Cheng Cheng heard the name Meizu, who he believed to be the individual who had previously explored the ruins alongside Ash. Mr. Meizu, please hold on a moment. Cheng Cheng called out to him. Who are you, and what do you want? Oh, Mr. Mez, greetings. My name is Cheng Cheng, and I am a friend of Ash and Mei. Ash and Mei? Ah, I recall now. They are accompanied by a Pikachu. Indeed, I share a close friendship with them. And my profound interest in ancient ruins has led me here on Mei's suggestion. Upon learning that you oversee this area, I wish to inquire if I might accompany you to explore. Of course you may. As it happens, I am about to conduct an exploration myself. Why not join me? That would be splendid. Thank you, Mr. Mez. Follow me. Cheng Cheng trailed behind Mr. Mez as they exited the Pokémon Center, setting off in a particular direction. After traversing for a little over 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of an ancient ruin. Surrounding the site were several towering stones, arranged as if forming a peculiar formation. Amidst these stones lay scattered rubble, remnants of what appeared to be former structures. This is the Pokémon ruin. Come with me. Mr. Mez beckoned Cheng Cheng to enter through a stone door. Upon crossing the threshold, they encountered a stone tablet marked with 4 interconnected holes. Within this chamber, Cheng Cheng observed numerous murals adorning the stone walls, depicting ancient Pokémon such as Aerodactyl, Kabuto, and Ammonite. However, these murals did not seem particularly extraordinary. While these Pokémon are indeed rare, they are not entirely unseen. I recall encountering swarms of Kabuto in another locale, and I find little fascination in these Pokémon. Come this way. Mr. Mez placed 4 differently colored gems atop the stone tablet, causing a ladder to reveal itself beneath the tablet, leading further downward. Cheng Cheng followed Mr. Mez down the staircase and beheld a vast, tranquil pool of water, utterly still and seemingly devoid of life. After surveying the stone chamber, he discerned that aside from the expansive pool and the stone walls, there was little else of note. Yet, Cheng Cheng felt an inkling that something remarkable lay hidden within. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, employing his psychic abilities to sense his surroundings. He detected fluctuations of psychic energy within the cavern, along with hints of other powers that remained elusive to him. This is indeed a nexus to ancient Pokémon. Beneath the water resides some ancient Pokémon, the Relicanth. Is there anything else down there aside from the Relicanth? The pool appears to connect to the sea, and I am unable to delve deeper. However, I have not observed any other Pokémon. Ah, I see. Thank you, Mr. Mez. This place is truly remarkable and invaluable to me. I am pleased you find it so. However, I must ask that you keep this a secret, for an influx of visitors could lead to its destruction. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this to anyone. That is reassuring. Do you wish to leave now? Yes, I believe it is time for me to depart. Cheng Cheng sensed that his current abilities would not suffice to unveil any further mysteries. While the place was indeed peculiar, he recognized that he needed to grow stronger before returning. Moreover, lingering too long might arouse Mr. Mez's suspicions, so he resolved to exit forthwith. Cheng Cheng returned to the Pokémon Center, where he spent the night. The following morning, he prepared to set out, as his remaining time was limited, and he needed to reach Mauville Town swiftly. After traversing a small forest, he arrived at the initial town, Mauville. The town is most renowned for the presence of Professor Birch, arguably the most illustrious researcher in the Hoenn region. While searching, he eventually found himself before a grand research facility. Ascending the steps, he knocked on the imposing door. Knock, knock, knock. After a considerable wait with no response, a green-haired individual eventually appeared to open the door. May I assist you? Greetings, I am Cheng Cheng, here to seek Professor Birch. I am his assistant, Joshua. I regret to inform you that Professor Birch is currently unavailable. Is that so? Might I inquire when he shall return? What business do you have with him? I bear a letter for Professor Birch and require his assistance. Ah, I see. Professor Birch is presently investigating in the back mountain. Please wait here. The back mountain? Might I venture there? That is permissible. Professor Birch has been gone for quite some time, and he should be returning shortly. Perhaps he has encountered some trouble. I cannot leave my post, so I would appreciate your assistance in checking on him. Certainly, I shall go. Cheng Cheng set off towards the back mountain, which was tenfold the size of Cheng Cheng's ecological garden. The area was lush with trees and underbrush, providing an ideal habitat for Pokémon. Come forth, Bronzer. Utilize your confusion. Cheng Cheng summoned Bronzer's psychic abilities to locate Professor Birch. Have you found him? Ding ding. Bronzer had yet to locate Professor Birch. It seemed they were still some distance away. Cheng Cheng proceeded in a specific direction, and after a 10-minute trek, Bronzer finally sensed human presence nearby. Following Bronzer's guidance, Cheng Cheng soon spotted Professor Birch perched in a tree, with 2 or 3 Mytina and several Poochyena lurking below. It appeared Professor Birch had encountered a pack of wolves. Bronzer, use confusion. Bronzer unleashed its psychic wave, successfully driving away the Poochyena and Mytina. Are you unharmed? Cheng Cheng called up to the tree, watching as Professor Birch slowly descended. I am fine now, thank you so much. By the way, who are you, and what brings you here? My name is Cheng Cheng, and I seek your assistance. I visited your research facility, and your assistant informed me of your expedition in the back mountain, so I followed. Oh, I am most grateful to you. Had you not arrived, I may have remained in that tree for much longer. Professor, surely you possess formidable Pokémon. Why did you not fend off the Poochyena? I regret to say I forgot to bring my Pokémon with me today. But enough of that, let us return. Very well. Cheng Cheng followed closely behind Professor Birch. After half an hour, they made their way back to the research facility. Thank you once again for your assistance today. Professor, I have mentioned that there is no need for thanks. I merely happened upon the situation. Earlier, you mentioned needing my help. Might I inquire about the matter? Indeed. I have established a breeding facility and require a reliable source for acquiring Pokémon eggs and creatures. I sought Mr. Kenta's assistance, but he could not help, which is why I have come to you. Additionally, here is a letter from Mr. Kenta. Cheng Cheng presented the letter written by Mr. Kenta to Professor Birch. I see. I understand now. I did not realize your breeding facility specializes in a single type, particularly the exceedingly rare psychic type. Securing a stable supply will not be an easy task. Is there truly no alternative? Indeed, I happen to have a friend who possesses an expansive Pokémon breeding facility. I can reach out to him and facilitate an introduction between the two of you, allowing for discussions to commence. Thank you ever so much, Dr. Otomaki. No need for gratitude. You have assisted me as well. Come along with me. Soon, Dr. Otomaki utilized a video communication device to contact Mr. Tenji. First, he briefly informed Mr. Tenji about Cheng Cheng's situation, after which Cheng Cheng engaged in discussions regarding pricing and various details with Mr. Tenji. Ultimately, with Dr. Otomaki's assistance, Cheng Cheng successfully negotiated a verbal agreement with Mr. Tenji at a favorable price. Initially, Mr. Tenji would provide 20 Psychic-type Pokémon and 50 Psychic-type eggs within 5 days, followed by a monthly provision of 10 Psychic-type eggs and 5 Psychic-type Pokémon. With these Pokémon, Cheng Cheng would be self-sufficient in his ecological park, thereby resolving any issues related to the breeding facility. Cheng Cheng then discussed the types of Pokémon with Mr. Tenji. Most of Mr. Tenji's Pokémon were natural species such as Tailo, Ralts, Spoink, and Execute. Although these Pokémon hailed from the Hoenn region, Cheng Cheng was exceedingly content with them. Thus, Cheng Cheng's second task was accomplished with great success. Afterward, he bid farewell to Dr. Otomaki and set off towards Orange City. Chapter 44. Journey to the Pokémon Habitat. Cheng Cheng did not linger in Mabura Town. Once the contract for purchasing Pokémon was finalized, he departed. He passed through Old Town and returned to Orange City. Upon his return, Cheng Cheng did not immediately board a plane. Instead, he decided to pay Mr. Cheery a visit to express his gratitude for his assistance. After all, a significant part of his access to this excellent channel was due to Mr. Cheery's recommendation. Cheng Cheng arrived once more at the Orange City Gym, where he found Mr. Cheery training his slaking. Cheng Cheng was aware that Mr. Cheery's ace Pokémon was a slaking, and the majority of his Pokémon belonged to the slaking family. At this moment, Cheng Cheng refrained from interrupting Mr. Cheery's training, hoping to glean insights from his methods. Mr. Cheery was instructing slaking to utilize the move Body Slam. This move is known for its high damage, and Cheng Cheng had previously witnessed the substantial impact it had on his own Pokémon. A wooden post was positioned before slaking as Mr. Cheery commanded it to repeatedly execute the Body Slam move. Cheng Cheng discovered through the system that the Body Slam move is typically learned only upon evolving into a slaking, so he was surprised to see Mr. Cheery teaching it so early. Mr. Cheery's slaking was also of a high tier, having reached the green level. One must concede that being a gym leader certainly affords one a wealth of resources, which sparked within Cheng Cheng a desire to become a gym leader himself. After half an hour, the wooden post was shattered by slaking. Mr. Cheery's training methods were indeed exceptional, enabling Pokémon to learn moves ahead of their evolution. No wonder he was heralded as the next Elite Four. Cheng Cheng, you've arrived. Uncle Cheery. Mr. Cheery had long noticed Cheng Cheng, but had been observing him from the side. He subtly shared some training techniques with Cheng Cheng. How are things progressing? Thanks to Uncle Cheery, everything has been resolved. Dr. Otamaki has helped me, and the issue regarding the source of Pokémon for the breeding facility has been addressed. That's wonderful to hear. Are you heading back now? Yes, I plan to return to Inu City this afternoon. I see. Then why not stay for lunch? That would be greatly appreciated, Uncle Cheery. Not a problem. Xiao Yao and Xiaosheng will be thrilled to know you're here for a meal. They're in their room. Go join them. Certainly, Uncle Cheery. Cheng Cheng followed Mr. Cheery's directions to a room. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Cheng Cheng pushed open the door and saw Xiao Yao and Xiaosheng engrossed in a television program. Cheng Cheng, it's you. How did everything go? Thanks to Uncle Cheery. There are no issues now. That's splendid. Come see this television program. It's a special lecture by Professor Oak about Bulbasaur. Cheng Cheng glanced at the screen and indeed recognized Professor Oak, the most renowned professor in the Kanto region and perhaps the entire Pokémon world. He settled down to listen to Professor Oak's lecture. Although Bulbasaur was not a psychic type, Cheng Cheng still gleaned a wealth of knowledge from the discourse. Cheng Cheng, what will you do next? Xiao Yao inquired. Upon returning to Inu City, I will further develop my breeding facility to ensure its prosperity. After that, I aim to continue studying Pokémon breeding in hopes of becoming a top-tier Pokémon breeding master sooner rather than later. And you? I am about to travel to the Johto region to participate in the Pokémon showcase. I've decided to set off tomorrow. I see. Best of luck. I hope you achieve success in the showcase. Of course. In the afternoon, Cheng Cheng boarded a plane back to Inu City. The first order of business upon returning to the breeding facility was to inspect the renovations in his backyard. Now, it was not merely a backyard, but rather Cheng Cheng's ecological park, which had nearly reached completion. The entire area was divided into numerous sections, each possessing its own unique characteristics, and Cheng Cheng believed that most Pokémon would adapt well to them. He released all his Pokémon, who were filled with excitement upon encountering the new environment, quickly forming groups to explore their new living space. Cheng Cheng returned to the breeding facility, retrieved some tools, and together with Ollie, planted all the fruit seeds that had been previously obtained in designated areas. He also purchased a growth potion for the seeds from the system store and patiently awaited their development. Cheng Cheng ascended to the second floor and submitted Task 2. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing Task 2. You have been awarded a one-time right to travel to a psychic Pokémon habitat, valid for 1 day. System, what does this travel right entail? It means exactly what it says. Host, you're rather slow on the uptake. Can't you comprehend that? Could you elaborate further? In order to enable the host to capture more psychic Pokémon, the host may utilize the right to travel to the psychic Pokémon habitat, allowing for direct transportation by the system to locations abundant with psychic Pokémon. Of course, the destination is random, so the system cannot predict where the host will be transported. However, it is guaranteed that there will be plentiful psychic Pokémon present. The host may capture as many psychic Pokémon as possible within the allotted time, after which you will be automatically returned. After the system's explanation, Cheng Cheng understood that he needed to make adequate preparations beforehand. Currently, he had run out of Pokeballs and needed to purchase more, as well as provisions and healing items for the day. Additionally, he should prepare tools for self-defense. Who knows where the system might send him? If he were to be transported directly into the midst of a powerful Pokemon's territory, it could spell disaster. After a day of meticulous preparation, Cheng Cheng set out with his companions, the Wind Chime Pokemon, the magic wall doll, the moonstone, the chikorita, and the dazed one. System, utilize the base to travel to authority. Ding. The host has activated the psychic-type Pokémon base to authority, and the teleportation is currently underway. Now, the host's 5 senses are temporarily sealed. Soon, Cheng Cheng found himself devoid of sensation, a rather unsettling experience. After a brief interlude, the system's notification sounded, restoring his senses. And he was greeted by an enchanting scene, a forest that, while seemingly ordinary, was far quieter than the woods of Inu City, devoid of any sound. The silence only heightened Cheng Cheng's sense of danger. Perhaps a formidable psychic Pokémon lurked nearby. He retrieved his communicator, only to find it utterly devoid of signal. With no means to ascertain his location or direction, he resolutely selected a path and began his journey, releasing the wind chime Pokémon for potential emergencies. He advanced cautiously through the tranquil forest. The stillness was palpable, and after a half-hour's trek without encountering a single Pokémon, he felt an inkling of unease. Logically, even if powerful psychic Pokémon were present, there should at least be one visible. Suddenly, he sensed a faint ripple. Was it psychic energy? Swiftly, he unleashed his own psychic abilities to probe his surroundings, soon detecting multiple psychic signatures. Realizing the Pokémon were likely evading him, he understood he would need to harness his psychic powers to locate them. As he concentrated, he honed in on one particular Pokémon and hastily pursued it. Eventually, he spotted it, a Kadabra. Go, wind chime, use confusion. However, before the attack could reach its target, the Kadabra vanished. Teleportation? How troublesome. Cheng Cheng focused his psychic energy once more, tracking the elusive creature only to have it slip away again via the same trick. Capturing these psychic Pokémon was proving to be quite the challenge. Relying solely on wind chime's abilities seemed insufficient. Thus, he released the moonstone as well. Before long, Cheng Cheng employed his psychic powers again and located another Pokémon, a chikorita. Moonstone used telekinesis. The chikorita, initially attempting to flee, found itself ensnared by the moonstone's psychic grip. Wind chime, use yawn. The wind chime's yawn struck true, lulling the chikorita into a drowsy state. Moonstone, maintain control with telekinesis. With the combined efforts of moonstone and wind chime, the chikorita was unable to escape. Go, Pokeball. He tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing the chikorita. Following this strategy, he continued to have one of his Pokémon use telekinesis to immobilize the target, while the other dealt a decisive blow to incapacitate it, ultimately using a Pokeball for capture. Time swiftly passed, and soon night fell. Cheng Cheng's efforts bore fruit, as he had captured a total of 18 psychic Pokémon. He noted that these creatures rarely formed packs and exhibited little aggression, allowing him to safely kindle a fire and prepare a modest meal. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming surge of psychic energy approaching rapidly. Cautioning Wind Chime and Moonstone to prepare for battle, he braced himself for what could be a formidable foe. The pressure from this approaching Pokémon was palpable, indicating its strength. Cheng Cheng remained on high alert, ready to respond to an imminent attack. As the powerful psychic aura drew closer, he discerned the silhouette of a green Pokémon. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to realize it was Celebi, the very Pokémon that had brought him to this world. Yet, he pondered whether this was indeed the same Celebi. The prospect of seeing Celebi ignited a thrill within him. If he could persuade it to use its time-traveling abilities once more, he might return home. However, thoughts of his attachments in this world, such as the breeding center, Aunt Mike Susie, and his beloved Pokémon, suddenly made him reluctant to leave. While Cheng Cheng contemplated this, Celebi unexpectedly snatched the food roasting by the fire. It became clear that this Celebi was indeed the one that had brought him here. Such a gluttonous Celebi was a rarity. Cheng Cheng utilized the system to scan Celebi's data. Pokémon, Celebi type, Psychic, Grass level, 72 rank, Deep Blue rarity, Epic ability, Natural Recovery HP, 90100 attack, 78100 defense, 82100 special attack, 85100 special defense, 85100 speed, 90100 total, 510,600 skills, Leech Seed, Telekinesis, Recover, Heal Bell, Mystical Shield, Magical Leaf, Origin Pulse, Baton Pass, Natural Gift, Perish Song, Rest, Future Sight. What astonishing statistics. Cheng Cheng realized he would likely be powerless against Celebi. Yet, knowing Celebi's inherently benevolent nature, he hoped it would not harm him. Seizing the opportunity, he attempted to communicate with Celebi using his psychic abilities, establishing a connection. Celebi, surprised to detect another presence in its psychic realm, was even more astonished to discover it was Cheng Cheng, a human capable of psychic communication. Hello, Celebi. Why, hello. Do you remember me? Why, who are you? Do you recall a time when you visited a place, stole some food, and, upon being discovered, hastily used a time portal to escape, only to find that I had followed you through? That person was me. Why, let me think. Why, I have visited many places, but I do not recall anyone traveling through time with me. It seemed this was not the same Celebi he had encountered initially. Cheng Cheng severed the connection, feeling fatigued from the brief exchange. Observing Celebi devouring his meal left him somewhat disheartened. He had thought the original Celebi was merely greedy, but it appeared that all Celebi shared this trait. Soon, Celebi finished the food he had prepared, prompting Cheng Cheng to roast more. Afterward, he offered some of his meal to Celebi and encouraged Windchime to attempt communication with it. With the aid of nourishment, Celebi and Bellisum quickly engaged in delightful communication, seemingly reveling in each other's company, truly a testament to the power of gastronomy. Throughout the night, Cheng Cheng refrained from further interaction with Celebi, choosing instead to quietly accompany it without attempting to capture other Pokémon. As the night deepened, Cheng Cheng entered a meditative state. Upon awakening the following morning, he discovered that Celebi had vanished, leaving behind a single leaf imbued with its essence. It appeared that locating this elusive Celebi would not pose a challenge in the future. Cheng Cheng carefully tucked the leaf away and contemplated whether he might seize the opportunity to capture a few Psychic-type Pokémon in the remaining hours. Fortune smiled upon Cheng Cheng as he successfully captured 3 Psychic-type Pokémon during the final hour of his expedition. Thus, his day at the Psychic Pokémon habitat came to a close, and he was transported back by the system. Upon regaining consciousness in his own chamber, Cheng Cheng took a moment to assess the spoils from his foray into the realm of Psychic Pokémon. He had managed to capture a total of 21 rare Psychic Pokémon, predominantly from the Hoenn region. Due to the limited diversity of Psychic Pokémon, each region's offerings were rather similar, rendering it difficult for Cheng Cheng to deduce his specific location based on the captured creatures. The quality of the Pokémon he acquired was commendable, with the lowest ranking being yellow and the highest reaching a deep green. This venture seemed highly profitable, but what delighted him most was obtaining Celebi's contact. Among his captures were 3 Ralts, 1 Curlia, 2 Abra, 3 Pidgey, 2 Swinub, 3 Surskit, 2 Slowpoke, and 5 Togepi. The bounty was indeed impressive. Filling Cheng Cheng with joy, he placed all these Pokémon into his ecological garden, which was poised to welcome a significant influx of Pokémon soon. With Mr. Tianji as a conduit, Cheng Cheng no longer needed to report these external captures to the Alliance. The ecological garden allowed him to transfer surplus Pokémon there, alleviating much of the associated hassle. However, before proceeding, Cheng Cheng needed to apply to the Alliance for permission to establish his ecological garden. The application process was similar to that of a breeding facility, but given the sheer number of Pokémon in an ecological garden, environmental inspections were mandatory. Only those gardens that passed inspection could be officially opened. Cheng Cheng submitted his application and, while the subsequent steps were cumbersome and time-consuming, they did not hinder his plans for the garden, so he paid little mind. The following morning, the Pokémon and eggs purchased from Mr. Tianji arrived. In total, he received 50 Pokémon eggs and 20 Psychic-type Pokémon. After scanning their data, he noted that most were classified as yellow, with a few at the green tier, and only 2 reaching light cyan. Cheng Cheng was pleased with this batch, making an initial payment to Mr. Tianji while deciding to delay the remainder until he could sell some Pokémon to cover the costs. At the same time, he grew concerned about the food supply for his Pokémon. With Cheng Cheng's captures included, the ecological garden now housed 41 Pokémon, and with his own Pokémon, the total reached 50, resulting in a substantial daily food requirement. As his berry forest had yet to mature, all provisions had to be sourced externally. Financially strained, Cheng Cheng negotiated with the system, which agreed to repurchase non-psychic Pokémon at 1/10 of the standard price. Consequently, he resolved to venture into the forest outside Inu City once more in pursuit of additional Pokémon. Accompanied by a Moonstone and Bellisum, Cheng Cheng employed his previous capture methods. This time, the endeavor proved relatively smooth, and after 3 days of effort, he managed to alleviate his immediate financial woes. Additionally, the eggs sent by Mr. Tianji began to hatch one by one, heralding positive developments. Alongside his existing Pokémon, the population within the ecological garden surpassed 50. Allowing Cheng Cheng to submit Task 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Task 3 and earning 1,000 achievement points. With 3 tasks completed, he now faced the challenge of completing the 4th task, which required selling 100 Pokémon or eggs, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Thus, he resolved to focus on developing his breeding facility. The acquisition of the achievement points exhilarated him, as he could now purchase several tier-enhancing potions for his Pokémon. Coupled with the 2 green tier enhancement potions previously obtained, Cheng Cheng believed that his Pokémon would soon experience remarkable growth. Currently, the priority was to elevate the reputation of his breeding facility, with the best strategy being to establish an online presence. Previously, he had logged into the Alliance's official website to advertise the sale of Psychic-type Pokémon, attracting considerable interest but failing to make any sales due to the limited variety and quantity. Cheng Cheng meticulously updated the sales data on the website, focusing on Ralts, Pidgey, and Togepi as the primary offerings, while other Pokémon would serve as supplementary sales. He also included the sale of energy cubes, confident that orders would soon materialize. Upon completing the updates, Cheng Cheng returned to the breeding facility on the ground floor. With the increasing number of Pokémon, both Xiao Li and Ali found their workload significantly expanded. Ali, in particular, faced the daunting task of caring for nearly 50 Pokémon, resulting in an overwhelming daily food preparation demand. Cheng Cheng contemplated hiring additional help, but the burden of debt deterred him. Instead, he opted to increase Ali's compensation and frequently assisted him in preparing Pokémon food, sharing knowledge on food preparation and care techniques. During this period, both Cheng Cheng and Ali significantly improved their skills in preparing Pokémon food and energy cubes, proving that quality often emerges from quantity. Cheng Cheng decided to refrain from venturing outside for the time being, focusing his efforts on diligently managing his psychic breeding facility. Chapter 46, Junior Breeder Certificate. Through Cheng Cheng's persistent efforts, the breeding facility began to show signs of improvement. Although foot traffic remained sparse, online sales yielded promising results. Over the course of 20 days, he successfully sold over 20 Pokémon eggs and 10 Pokémon, an accomplishment he regarded as commendable. Today marked an exhilarating occasion for Cheng Cheng, as he anticipated the arrival of his junior breeder examination results. Upon opening the email sent by the school, he learned that he had indeed qualified as a junior Pokémon breeder, proudly holding the certificate that attested to his achievement. In addition, there is another document attached to the email, which is Cheng Cheng's report card. As expected, Cheng Cheng achieved scores exceeding 90 in all 4 subjects he selected. His score in Pokémon battles was particularly impressive, reaching 96, while the lowest score was in the Pokémon language course, where he barely managed to attain 90. This was primarily due to his lack of proficiency in the theoretical aspects. The scores in the other subjects hovered around the 60s and 70s. Cheng Cheng successfully completed this assessment, and from today onwards, he officially became a Pokémon junior breeder. Upon receiving his certificate, he immediately conveyed the news to Aunt Mei Suzy, who was delighted by the achievement. Simultaneously, Cheng Cheng took out his communicator to contact Mu Zi. In his previous attempts, he had been unsuccessful, but this time he managed to reach Mu Zi. Is that you, Mu Zi? How have you been lately? I'm doing well. I've returned to the dragon's homeland, and the lifestyle here suits me perfectly. Really? By the way, did you receive the email sent by the school? I received it. I've successfully obtained my junior Pokémon breeder certificate. What about you? I've also succeeded, with every subject scoring above 70, most of them reaching 80. I see. However, I chose the second option, achieving scores over 90 in all 4 subjects. Impressive, Cheng Cheng. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Oh. Cheng Cheng found himself at a loss for words, and Mu Zi subsequently ended the call. He felt an invisible wall had formed between them, leaving him with an uncomfortable sensation. However, he dismissed the thought, reassuring himself that he would see Mu Zi again in the future. He could always seek her out in the Unova region if necessary. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task of attending the Pokémon Breeder School and becoming a junior breeder. Congratulations on earning 1,000 achievement points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Cheng Cheng recalled that he still had the task of becoming a junior Pokémon breeder. Having nearly exhausted his achievement points for nurturing Pokémon, he was pleasantly surprised by the addition of 1,000 points, which would allow him to continue his training of the Pokémon for a while longer. During this recent period, aside from caring for the Pokémon, Cheng Cheng also managed the business of the breeding house and conducted special training for the Pokémon. He purchased several Pokémon-grade enhancement potions and sought ways to acquire some skill learning machines. However, due to their exorbitant prices, he was only able to purchase one, which contained the move Protect. Although he had only one learning machine, he succeeded in teaching nearly all his Pokémon this move. Psychic-type Pokémon were particularly adept at imitating skills. As long as another Pokémon demonstrated the move, it could easily be learned. At this moment, Cheng Cheng was in the backyard conducting battle practice with the Pokémon when he heard the system's voice in his mind once more. Ding, Task 5 is now concluding. Realizing that a month had passed, Cheng Cheng understood it was time to settle the first phase of Task 5. First task settlement. The breeding house originally had a reputation value of 47, which has now risen to 409. Reputation value increased by 362. Congratulations on earning 362 achievement points. Ding, please note, host, that 1/3 of the time for Task 4 has elapsed. There is a significant gap in the completion quantity. Please accelerate your pace. Having been over a month since Task 4 began, Cheng Cheng had only sold just over 30 Pokémon, still needing to sell 2/3 more. It seemed imperative to find a way to sell more Pokémon in the upcoming month. Otherwise, he might not complete the task. Nevertheless, with the growing reputation of his breeding house, he believed it would be manageable. Additionally, regarding Task 5, Cheng Cheng was astonished to see that his reputation value had increased by over 300. He believed that if he waited another month, he could potentially surpass 1,000 for the first time, thus gaining the right to access Psychic-type Pokémon habitats once again. Ding, a special task has now been issued. Successfully capture the cosmic Pokémon, Dialga. Time limit, 1 month. Reward, none. Cheng Cheng's mouth fell open in surprise upon reading this task. Capture Dialga? Did he possess such capability? He was unaware of Dialga's whereabouts and doubted he could even contend against it, let alone capture it. And what did the reward of none imply? However, after contemplating, he realized that if he could capture Dialga, any reward would be trivial in comparison. System, I don't even know where Dialga is. How am I supposed to capture it? Ding, Dialga is currently located in the Sinnoh region. Once the host arrives there, you will be able to sense Dialga's location. The Sinnoh region? Isn't that where Ash is traveling? Cheng Cheng recalled that Dialga was supposed to be discovered in the Hoenn region. Had it somehow migrated to Sinnoh? Since the system indicated it was in the Sinnoh region, Cheng Cheng decided not to dwell on it further. With only a month to act, he needed to utilize his time wisely. Ding, a new task has been issued. System, can't you just issue all the tasks at once? Receiving them one by one is truly startling. Task, undertake a journey. As aspiring to become a master of Psychic-type Pokémon breeding, travel is an essential component. The duration of the journey is at the host's discretion, and the system will evaluate the journey's quality as the scoring standard. The higher the score, the greater the achievement points earned. Another travel task, identical in content to the previous one, took Cheng Cheng by surprise. It seemed he would be traveling in the Sinnoh region for some time. However, he wondered if he might encounter Pikachu there. As Ash had likely been traveling in Sinnoh for a while, it seemed quite possible that they would cross paths. Cheng Cheng returned to the second floor and searched online for flights to the Sinnoh region. He discovered that there were no available flights today, with the earliest departure being 3 days later. Then I shall wait for 3 days. In the meantime, I must conduct a training session with the Pokémon, as my current strength may not suffice to capture Dialga. Nevertheless, even if he couldn't capture it, merely encountering Dialga would be an extraordinary experience. During these 3 days, Cheng Cheng intensified the training of his Pokémon, honing their control over their signature moves. 3 days later, Cheng Cheng boarded a flight to the Sinnoh region. After 5 to 6 hours of flying, he arrived in the wetland city of Sinnoh. Upon his arrival, Cheng Cheng sensed no extraordinary aura. Is the system there? Host, how may I assist you? System, didn't you say that once I arrived in the Sinnoh region, I would be able to sense Dialga's location? Why do I feel nothing at all? Currently, the host's psychic perception range is still quite limited and cannot extend throughout the entire Sinnoh region. However, you can rely on Dialga's aura to sense its location. Sensing its aura? How can I do that? I have no idea what Dialga's aura even feels like. This matter shall be resolved by the system. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring a fragment of a cosmic meteorite. What is this? Cheng Cheng held the meteorite fragment and sensed the psychic energy within it. This is a piece of a meteorite imbued with the essence of Dialga, allowing its host to utilize psychic abilities to sense the whereabouts of Dialga. Cheng Cheng closed his eyes, channeling his psychic powers into the fragment of the meteorite, gradually attuning himself to the aura of Dialga's abilities. Once familiarized, he expanded his psychic senses and detected a faint ripple emanating from a specific direction, indicating Dialga's presence. Albeit distant, that must be the direction. Without pausing for rest, Cheng Cheng hastened towards it. Along the way, he stopped at a Pokémon Center to rest for a night and organized the items necessary for his expedition. The following morning, he set off once more. All the while attuned to Dialga's aura, he noticed it growing stronger, confirming that he was indeed heading in the right direction and that Dialga had not strayed far. According to the system's timeline, he needed to locate Dialga within a month. Otherwise, the opportunity might slip away. As lunchtime approached, Cheng Cheng released his Pokémon and provided them with nourishment. Given the lengthy journey ahead, he opted to carry only his strongest Pokémon to minimize energy expenditure. After sharing the food with his Pokémon, he took out some rations for himself. Although consuming rations was not his preferred choice, he prioritized speed over the preparation of fresh meals. After finishing his meal, he resumed his journey. Suddenly, while using his psychic powers, he detected another kind of energy nearby. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a different ability altogether, not a psychic fluctuation. He had sensed something similar from an individual previously and wondered if it might be the same person. Cheng Cheng hurried towards the source of this unique energy and soon encountered several familiar faces. Chapter 47, Riolu. Following this distinctive energy, he arrived at the scene where Ash and his companions were gathered. Ash, noticing Cheng Cheng's arrival, expressed surprise. Cheng Cheng, what brings you here? I'm in the Sinnoh region for some matters. As I passed through, I heard a commotion and found you all here. Long time no see, Cheng Cheng. Brock chimed in. Good to see you again, Brock. And you too, Pikachu. Cheng Cheng affectionately patted Pikachu's head. By the way, who are those two? Cheng Cheng inquired, glancing at the two individuals beside Ash. While he recognized them, he pretended not to. Oh, this is our new friend, Dawn, and this is our newly acquainted friend, Chuang-Yi. Hello, I'm Dawn. My goal is to become a top Pokémon coordinator. Greetings, I'm Chuang-Yi, a Pokémon caretaker. Nice to meet you. I'm Cheng Cheng. My aspiration is to become a premier Pokémon breeder, and I am currently a novice breeder. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted to a blue-black Pokémon. That is Riolu. Indeed, we encountered this Pokémon on our way. It seems to be fleeing from someone, and Mr. Chuang-Yi rescued it. Riolu was gazing at the river, holding a wooden puppet resembling itself. It appears we will need some time to earn its trust, Chuang-Yi remarked. What is that object? Ash asked curiously. It was given to me by the person who cared for it. The one who cared for it. Ash froze, momentarily rendered immobile. Ash, what's wrong? Brock nudged him. Ash suddenly snapped back to attention and slowly approached Riolu. We will definitely take you home. Your memories have been conveyed to me through the aura. What are you talking about? Dawn questioned, puzzled. It's the aura, Ash explained, establishing a connection with Riolu. Just then, Chuang-Yi approached and placed a reassuring hand on Ash's shoulder. It seems your aura is remarkably in tune with Riolu. Ash, have you practiced the aura? Cheng Cheng posed a sudden question. Practiced the aura? Ash seemed confused. Cheng Cheng realized he had overstepped. Ash's nature hardly suggested he was one for training. The fact that Ash could resonate with Riolu without any training was a testament to his protagonist's charm. Furthermore, he had previously utilized the aura to facilitate Froakies bond evolution, indicating his aura had reached a significant level. Aura is a remarkable power. If mastered, it can play a crucial role. If you aspire to be a Pokémon master, the aura will be a significant asset. You seem quite knowledgeable about the aura, Chuang-Yi observed, scrutinizing Cheng Cheng. Not really, Cheng Cheng replied, shaking his head. I am not well versed in the aura, but I am familiar with psychic abilities. Psychic abilities? The others exclaimed in surprise. Cheng Cheng felt no need to conceal his psychic powers from them, briefly sharing his experiences. Besides, Ash and Brock were already aware of the existence of telekinesis. What are psychic abilities? Dawn asked, perplexed. Psychic abilities are a unique form of power, enabling silent battles with Pokémon, levitating objects, and even transforming individuals into dolls. Ash and Brock suddenly recalled the psychic trainer residing in the Goldenrod Gym. Oh, I remember. The psychic trainers from Kanto utilize psychic abilities. Both psychic abilities and aura are common energies. Many individuals can wield psychic powers. Besides these, there are other energies, such as the energy of the Evergrande. I never imagined you possessed psychic abilities. That is quite impressive. My mastery of psychic powers is still quite rudimentary. I can merely cover a distance of about 100 meters and engage in basic communication with Pokémon, Cheng Cheng clarified. That is still quite strong. Just then, Chuang-Yi's communicator buzzed, indicating a call from another Pokémon caretaker, Ms. Hinata. It seemed they were collaborating to resolve matters concerning Riolu. At that moment, a distant rumble echoed. It's Hunter J's airship. We must hurry. We need to protect Riolu at all costs. Absolutely, Mr. Chuang-Yi, Ash responded eagerly. You all must follow my lead. Hunter J is a formidable foe. Hunter J? She seems to be a powerful hunter, with numerous appearances in the anime. It appears we may soon face a fierce battle. Let us go and escort Riolu home. The group boarded a wooden boat, allowing 2 water-type Pokémon to pull them along. While on the boat, Chuang-Yi recounted the tale of Riolu's past and its encounters with Pokémon hunters. Cheng Cheng had only partially listened to the conversation, but he deemed it inconsequential. The paramount concern was devising a strategy to vanquish the hunters, and he could not afford to linger here for long. He needed to expedite his search for Dionysus. Just as the group was engaged in discussion, the ship was abruptly breached, leaving Chuang-Yi and Riolu floating on one half while Ash and his companions plunged into the water. Cheng Cheng harnessed his psychic abilities to keep himself buoyant and swiftly summoned Lunatone and Soul Rock, instructing Lunatone to levitate him into the air. Why had these Sharpedos suddenly appeared? Before them loomed several fearsome Sharpedo, likely responsible for the ship's destruction. This was dire. They had arrived. At that moment, a few vehicles halted at the shoreline, revealing a cadre of Pokémon hunters. Floatzel, we must make haste. Chuang-Yi captured a Floatzel, and the group prepared to flee. However, a devastating beam of destruction shot forth. Everyone, take cover. It's Hunter J. Chuang-Yi recognized the figure atop the Salamence. Riolu is mine. Hand it over, and I shall spare you. Not a chance. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Piplup, use Bubble Beam. Salamence, unleash Hyper Beam. It was evident that the Hyper Beam overpowered both Thunderbolt and Bubble Beam, the residual energy barely grazing the enemy. Such power was utterly overwhelming. Pokémon, Salamence type, Dragon, Flying level, 56 grade, Light Blue rarity, Epic ability, Intimidate moves, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Rage, Bite, Glare, Headbutt, Charge, Spark, Protect, Dragon Breath, Zen Headbutt, Scary Face, Fly, Crunch. Learnable moves, Flamethrower, Hyper Beam. Cheng Cheng assessed Salamance's data. Its strength was formidable. While it might not rival that of Hippowdon or Celebi, it was not something his group could easily contend with. Salamence, another Hyper Beam. Floatzel, use Water Gun. Floatzel launched Water Gun first, striking Salamence and causing its Hyper Beam to veer slightly, though it resulted in Riolu's doll plummeting to the ground. Riolu hurriedly pursued the doll, but the current was too strong for him to reach it. Solrock, use Telekinesis. Solrock employed its psychic powers to retrieve both Riolu and the doll simultaneously. Ash, I entrust Riolu to you for now. We will hold them off. All right, but be careful. Ash hastily moved downstream with Riolu. The hunters were hot on their heels. Wait. At that moment, Lunatone positioned itself before her. Cheng Cheng had switched Lunatone and Solrock, commanding Lunatone to attack. Hold on, your opponent is me. Get lost. Salamence, use Flamethrower. Lunatone, use Protect. Lunatone executed the special move Cheng Cheng had recently taught it, successfully blocking the Flamethrower. Salamence, use Dragon Breath. Lunatone, dodge. Lunatone managed to evade, but Salamence soared past. Block them. Surrounding Cheng Cheng and his companions were the hunters and several Sharpedo, leaving them to watch helplessly as Hunter J pursued Ash and the others. Nevertheless, Cheng Cheng had faith that Ash would manage. After all, he had the power of Pikachu and the protagonist's aura on his side. Now, Cheng Cheng had to contend with the hunters encircling them, who appeared rather formidable. Sharpedo, use Water Gun. Lunatone, Telekinesis. Lunatone's abilities held all the water at bay. Lunatone, use Rock Slide. Massive boulders cascaded down, creating significant trouble for the adversaries. Go, Krogunk, lend us a hand. Onward, Piplup, use Bubble Beam. With Cheng Cheng, Brock, and their Pokemon's concerted efforts, they temporarily fended off the hunters, but it seemed they could not assist Ash. Meanwhile, the hunters unleashed a multitude of Pokemon. How despicable. They are ganging up on us. Cheng Cheng and his companions now faced peril. On another front, Ash and Riolu floated downstream, and upon discovering a stretch of flat ground, they sought a way to the shore. Riolu, you're safe now. We need to leave quickly. Leave? Where do you think you're going? A voice echoed from behind. It was Hunter J, who had caught up to them. Salamence, use Hyper Beam. Quick, take cover. Ash and Riolu dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the Hyper Beam. We must flee. With that, Ash clutched Riolu and dashed into the depths of the forest. Leave? Do you think you can escape? Salamence, use Flamethrower. Salamance's Flamethrower spread through the forest, igniting the entire area in flames. Chapter 48, Rescuing Riolu. Cheng Cheng continued to battle for a while longer, and with Mr. Chuang-Yi capturing a Pokemon, along with the entire team's Pokemon, they managed to hold their ground for the time being. It's time. We must retreat. The opposing side appeared to withdraw suddenly, and Cheng Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, for if the stalemate continued, they would likely be overwhelmed. We must hasten to find Ash. Chuang-Yi had caught 2 more water-type Pokemon and led the group downstream in search of Ash. However, upon reaching the lower section, they discovered the forest ablaze, with Pokemon scattering in every direction. This is troublesome. We must extinguish the fire swiftly. Wait, the water-type Pokemon. Chuang-Yi noticed the water-type Pokemon in the water. Utilizing their powers would surely help. He proceeded to capture them, but the pace seemed sluggish. A mere 1 or 2 Pokemon would not suffice to quell such a raging inferno. Chuang-Yi, allow me. Cheng Cheng stepped forward, placing his hand on Chuang-Yi's shoulder, and used his psychic abilities to stimulate Chuang-Yi's mind. Ultimately, whether through the power of aura or psychic abilities, both are manifestations of mental strength. Cheng Cheng's extraordinary ability enabled Ash to harness the power of aura. Through their concerted efforts, Ash established a connection with Riolu. They discovered the direction they needed to pursue. The group managed to capture several Dadas and hastened towards the direction indicated by Ash. During their journey, Miss Hinata and Chuang communicated, learning that Hunter J was preparing to hand over Riolu to the task sponsor. United in purpose, they advanced towards the same destination, eventually arriving at a valley where Hunter J's airship was stationed. As they entered the valley, they encountered Miss Junsha and Miss Hinata, who had arrived in a police vehicle. Upon entering together, they observed Hunter J poised to transfer Riolu to their employer. Stop! Return Riolu! Ash's impassioned cry rang out, yet it failed to halt the transaction, resulting in Riolu falling into the hands of another party. The mission transfer has been successfully completed. We withdraw. With that, Hunter J and her companions swiftly boarded the airship and departed. The individuals purchasing Riolu were also preparing to leave. Mu Kuing, utilize your spinning attack on the tires. Mu Kuying's spinning move punctured the opponent's tires, rendering them unable to escape swiftly. Damn it, block their path, commanded the leader, instructing his henchmen to impede Ash. Come forth. Boscodora. In an instant, they unleashed several Cacneas and Boscodoras, along with a Nidoking and a Tyranitar. The levels of these Pokémon were formidable, making it quite challenging to confront them. Boscodora, use Destruction Ray. Lunatone, employ Hypnosis. Lunatone's Hypnosis stirred up the sandy winds, creating a blinding storm that obscured visibility. As the dust settled, they discovered the leader preparing to flee with Riolu. Ash, we'll handle this. You focus on Riolu. Cheng Cheng knew it was time for Ash to take charge while he delayed their pursuers. Ash, accompanied by Pikachu, attempted to pursue, but he was obstructed. Halt! You shall not pass. Cheng Cheng would not allow them to hinder Ash. Bellossom, use Confusion, and Lunatone, levitate them. Bellossom's psychic interference allowed Ash and Chuang to float and swiftly charge towards their leader. After sending Ash and Chuang forward, Cheng Cheng braced himself for battle against the adversaries. Although they were not as formidable as Pokémon hunters, they were still a force to be reckoned with. Boscodora, summon a sandstorm. A fierce gale swept through, blinding Cheng Cheng, yet he was undeterred. Lack of sight did not impede his psychic perception. Sensing their positions, he initiated his attack. Psyduck, use Water Gun straight ahead. Psyduck's Water Gun struck Boscodora effectively. Porygon, use Bubble Beam. Porygon's bubbles swept through the air. Despite the obscured vision, their general location remained discernible. Nidoking, unleash Destruction Ray. Lunatone, activate Mirror Reflection. The reflected Destruction Ray rebounded, and Lunatone then used Hypnosis. Ultimately, through their collaboration, they managed to defeat the opposing team. Meanwhile, Ash, Pikachu, and Mr. Chuang pursued the individuals who had taken Riolu but encountered some obstacles. Their adversaries fled into a cave with multiple forks, and the entrances were barricaded. Damn it, if we check each entrance one by one, they'll surely escape. We must determine which path they took, Ash declared, closing his eyes. After a few moments, he opened them and pointed this way, indicating the second tunnel. Alright, hunt initiated. Butterfree, capture complete. Mr. Chuang successfully caught a Sheldon. Sheldon, use Rollout. Sheldon's rolling attack broke through the obstruction, and they hastily pursued their quarry. Stop. They successfully caught up with Riolu. Damn it, how did you find us here? The man glanced at Riolu in his grasp. It was Riolu who informed me. Go. Boscodora. Use Takedown. Sheldon, Rollout. The two Pokémon collided. Now Pikachu, Quick Attack. Pikachu's Quick Attack struck the adversary, causing Riolu to tumble from his grasp. Ash dashed forward, freeing Riolu. Boscodora, unleashed Destruction Ray. At that moment, Riolu leaped and unleashed Aura Sphere. Pikachu, Volt Tackle. Pikachu's Volt Tackle knocked Boscodora out, and Riolu followed up with another Aura Sphere, rendering Boscodora unable to battle. Thus, both skirmishes concluded, and the groups reconvened. Ash, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Chuang expressed. It's no trouble, we're delighted to help. So Ash, where to next? I'm heading to Wetland City to participate in the gym challenge. I see. Then until we meet again. Goodbye. Ash and his companions bid farewell to Mr. Chuang and Miss Hinata. Let us depart. Hold on, Ash. What is it? Cheng Cheng, I cannot travel with you any longer. My affairs in the Sinnoh region are not yet complete. I came from Wetland City, and our paths are now opposite. I understand. Will you join us again once your matters are resolved? Perhaps. It depends on how things unfold. If all goes smoothly, I shall travel with you for a while. Regardless, I will attend the league competition. Ash, do your best. Of course, I'll be waiting for you. So Ash, Pikachu, Brock, Dawn, until we meet again. Goodbye. Pika Pika. Thus, Ash and his companions set off towards Wetland City, while Cheng Cheng embarked in the opposite direction, aiming to capture Dialga. Meanwhile, Hunter J's airship was in flight. At that moment, Hunter J was seated in the main control room. Lady J, the next target has been identified. A subordinate presented a list to her. After reviewing the document, Hunter J commanded, adjust course to coordinates 275. Following her orders, the airship altered its course, and a hot air balloon appeared before them. Although no one was sincerely inquiring, they sped forth at the speed of light. O wind, O earth, O universe, the terror descending upon the world, the crisis spreading through the cosmos. Bearing the names of both angels and demons, an alluring voice that resonates with all who hear it. We are the magnificent protagonists, Team Rocket, invincible. Indeed, it was the ever-present Team Rocket, though they had not been seen for quite some time. Hunter J, at long last, we have tracked you down. This time, we shall undoubtedly overpower you, proving that Team Rocket is the most formidable organization. However, Hunter J appeared utterly oblivious to their presence, as her spacecraft decisively obliterated their hot air balloon, sending them hurtling through the air. What an exasperating sensation. Thus, Team Rocket once again fulfilled their brief mission. Meanwhile, Cheng Cheng hastened towards Veilstone City after parting ways with Ash and his companions, sensing that he was drawing ever closer to Dialga. Soon, he would be in its presence. Dialga, await me, I am on my way. Chapter 49, The Traces of Dialga. Upon reaching Veilstone City, Cheng Cheng was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of psychic energy. Dialga must be nearby. Although he could discern the general direction of Dialga, the precise location eluded him, compelling him to seek out its whereabouts. Cheng Cheng first visited the Pokémon Center, where he entrusted his Pokémon to Nurse Joy for treatment, while he took a moment to rest. As dusk approached, signaling the completion of his Pokémon's healing, he decided to stay overnight at the Pokémon Center. He ventured into the lobby to purchase some sustenance and released his Pokémon, providing them with their meals. After the recent battle, his Pokémon appeared somewhat fatigued, yet they had emerged stronger from the experience. Look, it's the Aurora. Cheng Cheng suddenly heard exclamations from outside the Pokémon Center. Upon hearing the word Aurora, he immediately sprang to his feet. Stepping outside, he beheld the breathtaking spectacle of the Aurora in the sky. Having never witnessed such a phenomenon before, this marked his inaugural encounter with its ethereal beauty, captivating him completely. Simultaneously, he realized that Dialga must be in the vicinity, for its emergence often heralded the appearance of the Aurora. Cheng Cheng scanned the heavens with eager eyes, but the night obscured his visibility. Unable to spot Dialga amidst the celestial tapestry, he resorted to using his psychic abilities to sense its presence. However, the entire sky was awash with psychic waves, rendering it nearly impossible for him to locate Dialga's signature. Furthermore, the Aurora had attracted a multitude of onlookers, making it an inopportune moment to capture Dialga. Cheng Cheng stood outside for over an hour, and when the Aurora finally vanished, he returned to the Pokémon Center. The sight of the Aurora had filled him with exhilaration. Lying awake throughout the night, he found himself lost in daydreams of capturing Dialga, resulting in the appearance of dark circles beneath his eyes the following day. Determined to seek out clues regarding Dialga, Cheng Cheng understood that meteorites were of utmost importance. Dialga had arrived alongside meteorites, and finding one could yield fruitful discoveries. Inquiring with Nurse Joy, he learned of a meteorite park located within Veilstone City. Cheng Cheng recalled that this park had previously been targeted by a group known as Team Galaxy, who sought to seize the meteorites, but they were thwarted by Ash. Following Nurse Joy's directions, he swiftly made his way to the meteorite park. Upon examining the meteorites scattered on the ground, he noted signs of disturbance, with surrounding dirt and depressions indicating they had been moved. Approaching the meteorites, he attempted to sense their energies. Two of the meteorites emanated an unknown energy, yet neither emitted a Pokémon's aura, suggesting they were of little consequence. Nevertheless, recalling Team Galaxy's intentions, he surmised that these meteorites might possess some significance, albeit unrelated to his quest. After observing the meteorites, Cheng Cheng resolved to explore further. Suddenly, he detected a faint fluctuation in Dialga's psychic energy. Closing his eyes, he focused on locating Dialga. It seemed that Dialga was retreating towards a specific direction. Upon confirming his bearings, he dashed towards that location, unwilling to let Dialga escape. As he pursued Dialga, he noticed its energy waning, indicating it was distancing itself from him. Cheng Cheng realized he might return empty-handed, yet he had yet to lay eyes on Dialga, igniting a sense of frustration within him. Determined to continue the chase, he resolved to follow its trail. Confident that as long as Dialga didn't ascend into outer space, he could pursue it indefinitely. Thus, While Dialga raced ahead, Cheng Cheng pursued closely behind. Passers-by observed the swift young man, speculating about his fervent quest. After some time, Cheng Cheng perceived that Dialga had seemingly come to a halt. He recognized this as a crucial opportunity to seize, lest he be forced to chase for an eternity. Come forth, Lunatone. Lunatone, I implore you, carry me forth. After a prolonged run, Cheng Cheng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and summoned Lunatone to use its psychic abilities to assist him. However, he was cautious not to overexert Lunatone, as he would need its strength for the impending encounter with Dialga. As Cheng Cheng drew nearer to Dialga, he sensed an overwhelming surge of its psychic energy. The presence grew more pronounced, and he sensed that Dialga was not far off. Before him lay a forest, and he understood that Dialga was hidden within its depths. In this sparsely populated woodland, capturing Dialga would be considerably more feasible. Rushing towards Dialga's location, he meticulously attuned himself to its psychic signature. Suddenly, he sensed an intense psychic disturbance, indicating that Dialga was engaged in battle with another Pokémon. Alongside Dialga's psychic energy, he detected an additional psychic signature, suggesting that Dialga was contending with another Pokémon, likely of the psychic type. This realization sparked excitement within Cheng Cheng. If the two Pokémon could weaken each other, he might seize the opportunity to benefit from their clash. However, he acknowledged that few Pokémon could rival Dialga's might, and each was formidable in its own right. Continuing forward, he arrived at the site of the psychic confrontation. From a distance, he glimpsed Dialga soaring through the air, locked in combat with a blue Pokémon, Latios. Cheng Cheng was taken aback. What was Latios doing in this location, and why was it battling Dialga? Latios, a powerful psychic Pokémon with dragon attributes and a legendary status, was also a Pokémon Cheng Cheng yearned to capture. Furthermore, Latios possessed the ability to mega-evolve, becoming exceedingly formidable. His excitement surged, but he quickly tempered it with a realization of his own limitations. Observing the fierce battle between the two Pokémon, he noted that Latios appeared to be at a disadvantage, struggling against Dialga's overwhelming power. Seizing this moment, Cheng Cheng glanced at the data of the two Pokémon. Species, Latios. Attributes, Dragon, Psychic. Level, 54. Rank, Deep Cyan. Rarity, Epic. Traits, Levitation. Skills, Illusion Wave, Farewell Gift, Recovery Block, Assist, Mysterious Shield, Dragon Breath, Protect, Refresh, Gleaming Clean, Illusion Technique. Thought Hammer, Self-Recovery, Dragon Dance, Illusion Transfer. Learnable Skills, Dragon Claw, Ice Beam. Upon observing the profile of this Latios, Cheng Cheng realized that while this Latios might not be extraordinary in its own right, it represented a formidable Pokémon for him. He then glanced at the Deoxys that was relentlessly hammering Latios. Pokémon, Deoxys. Attributes, Psychic. Level, 68. Rank, Light Blue. Rarity, Epic. Trait, Pressure. HP, 4550. Attack, 130150. Defense, 4150. Special Attack, 120150. Special Defense, 3950. Speed, 125150. Total, 500,600. Skills, Glare, Bind, Night Curse, Taunt, Meteor Punch, Teleport, Shadow Clone, Starfall, Pursuit, Instant Amnesia, Iron Defense, Agility, Self-Recovery. Electromagnetic Cannon, Self-Recovery, Illusion Technique, Psychic Boost, Snatch, Superpower, Hyper Beam, Counter, Surface Coating, Extreme Speed, Illusion Transfer, Thought Hammer. After examining Deoxys's profile, Cheng Cheng swallowed hard. Aside from other considerations, the sheer number of skills Deoxys could learn was astounding, with several being extraordinarily potent. It seemed that this Latios was in dire peril. Should he intervene in their battle? Logically speaking, Latios should be a benevolent Pokémon, while Deoxys, as an extraterrestrial visitor, would not indiscriminately attack local Pokémon. At that moment, Cheng Cheng noticed a Pokémon suddenly darting out from the side. Nightmare Pokémon Darkrai. Pokémon, Darkrai. Attributes, Dark. Level, 56. Rank, Light Blue. Rarity, Epic. Trait, Nightmare. Skills, Night Curse. Mysterious Wind, Petrification, Quick Attack, Hypnosis, Pursuit, Faint Attack, Dark Pulse, Nightmare, Shadow Clone, Dark Mist, Shadow Ball. Special Skill, Dream Eater. Once again, a legendary Pokémon. All three of these Pokémon boasted an impressive base stat total of 600. Although Darkrai's level was not as high as Deoxys, and its skills were less flamboyant, its Dark type held a significant advantage over Psychic types, making Deoxys's situation precarious, especially with Latios aiding Darkrai. But why was Darkrai attacking Deoxys alongside Latios? Cheng Cheng found this perplexing. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He finally understood why these three Pokémon were engaged in battle. Yet, this understanding only heightened his anxiety. At that moment, Latios, Darkrai, and Deoxys were embroiled in a fierce clash. Latios utilized its speed to incessantly harass Deoxys, while Darkrai acted as artillery from a distance, relentlessly unleashing dark pulses and shadow balls. Their coordinated efforts inflicted considerable damage upon Deoxys. As Deoxys found itself in peril, Cheng Cheng felt compelled to take action. Chapter 50, Battling Deoxys. Under the combined assault of Latios and Darkrai, Deoxys sustained injuries, and in its fury, it transformed its form. First shifting into speed form, it unleashed a pursuit attack on Latios. The Dark-type move knocking Latios to the ground, leaving it unable to continue fighting. Seizing the moment, Darkrai launched a Shadow Ball. But Deoxys swiftly transitioned to defense form, successfully blocking the attack. Then, shifting to attack form, it cast Illusion Technique, immobilizing Darkrai, and followed up with Hyper Beam, rendering Darkrai incapable of battle. Cheng Cheng was astonished by Deoxys's power and questioned whether he could still capture it. The answer was a resounding no. With his current abilities, he might not even be able to touch it. Just then, Deoxys prepared another attack, launching an electromagnetic cannon directly at him. At that moment, a Lunatone shielded the two Pokémon. Cheng Cheng had instructed Lunatone to use Protect, blocking the electromagnetic wave, though it did not entirely avert the damage, causing some harm to Lunatone. Fortunately, as an electric-type move, it was manageable. Deoxys's attention was drawn to Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng rushed forward to stand beside the two Pokémon, where another individual stood nearby. Are you all right? The stranger regarded Cheng Cheng with suspicion. His sudden arrival raised concerns. I mean no harm. I merely wish to assist. Hello. I am Cheng Cheng. Dacto. Indeed, this person was the legendary Pokémon trainer Dacto. Apologies for the interruption. Do not mind me. Continue. Dacto made no move, merely staring at Cheng Cheng. Feeling somewhat awkward under Dacto's gaze, Cheng Cheng stammered. Aren't you going to battle Deoxys? Don't worry about me. I won't interfere. Let me help heal your Pokémon. Come forth, Bellossom. Bellossom, use Heal Pulse. The soothing waves of Bellossom's Heal Pulse enveloped Darkrai and Latios. Noticing Cheng Cheng tending to his Pokémon, Dacto relaxed slightly. Return. Dacto called back both of his Pokémon, though Bellossom's healing had not yet completed. I thought I offered to help you heal. No need. I must take my leave. Wait, aren't you going to capture Deoxys? No, my other Pokémon cannot compete. Surely not. Since you have Latios, then Latias must also be in your possession, right? And with the nightmare Pokémon Darkrai, you surely wouldn't overlook the dream Pokémon Cresselia. Dacto fixed Cheng Cheng with an intense gaze, and after a long pause, turned to depart. Even with them, I am no match. I will leave now. Come forth, Latias. Dacto released Latias, which then carried him away from the scene. Cheng Cheng had hoped for further conversation, but realized that would not be possible now. However, it was evident that Dacto possessed at least 3 Psychic-type Pokémon, each a legendary creature. Cheng Cheng felt a twinge of envy, but Deoxys remained present. Turning his attention back to Deoxys, he found the creature gazing at him, having been interrupted during its battle. Yet, after a moment of scrutiny, Deoxys appeared ready to depart. Wait. This time, Cheng Cheng communicated with Deoxys directly through psychic abilities. Sensing Cheng Cheng's psychic energy, Deoxys halted. Deoxys, please battle me. You cannot defeat me. At that moment, Deoxys glanced at the Lunatone and Bellossom beside Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng's 2 most formidable Pokémon indeed appeared rather feeble, rendering Dialga devoid of any desire to engage in battle. Dialga, trust me, we shall partake in an exhilarating confrontation. Very well. Dialga entered a state of combat readiness, keen to observe which Pokémon Cheng Cheng would employ against it. Aware that his own Pokémon stood no chance against Dialga, unable even to withstand a single attack, Cheng Cheng resolved to summon external assistance. From around his neck, he retrieved a necklace, not the thought gem necklace gifted by his Hippowdon, but rather a chain adorned with leaves crafted by Celebi. Infusing the leaves with psychic energy, he articulated his request. Shortly thereafter, a swirling vortex of time and space manifested beside him, from which emerged a verdant Pokémon. Celebi, I beseech your aid in this battle. Celebi consented to Cheng Cheng's entreaty. The Pokémon you shall contend with is Celebi. As Celebi approached Dialga, the 2 Pokémon hovered in the air, confronting one another in an oddly juxtaposed display of size. Soon enough, the battle commenced. Naturally, Cheng Cheng lacked the authority to direct Celebi. It was preferable to allow the 2 Pokémon to engage autonomously. Seizing this opportunity, Cheng Cheng compared their respective data. Pokémon, Celebi type, Psychic, Grass level, 72 rank, Deep Blue rarity, Epic ability, Natural recovery HP, 90100 attack, 78100 defense, 82100 special attack, 85100 special defense, 85100 speed, 90100 total, 510,600 skills, leech seed, psychic, teleport, self-recovery, heal bell, mist, magical leaf, origin pulse, baton pass, natural gift, parish song, leaf storm, recovery block, energy ball, future sight. Innate skills, time travel, plant control. Pokémon, Dialga type, psychic level, 68 rank, light blue rarity, epic ability, pressure HP, 4550 attack, 130150 defense, 4150 special attack, 120150 special defense, 3950 speed, 125150 total, 500,600 skills, glare, bind, night curse, provocation, falling punch, teleport, shadow clone, meteor star, pursuit, instant amnesia, iron defense, agility, self-recovery, electromagnetic cannon, self-recovery, illusion, mind boost, steel, brutal force, high-speed star, destruction beam, counter, surface coating, quick attack, illusion transfer, mind hammer, infinite energy. Innate skills, meteorite, copy. Upon examining the data, it appeared that Dialga's strength was slightly inferior, though its skills were well balanced in both offense and defense. Conversely, Celebi possessed minimal offensive abilities, predominantly favoring healing and status-altering techniques, causing Cheng Cheng to harbor some concern for Celebi. Celebi, give it your all. Celebi, in turn, initiated the assault. Although not an offensive Pokémon, Celebi's combat prowess should not be underestimated. Celebi unleashed Leaf Storm, and within the forest, its power surged as thousands of leaves coalesced into a tempest, hurtling towards Dialga. Dialga swiftly shifted into its speed form, nimbly evading the onslaught. Subsequently, it transformed into its offensive state and retaliated with an electromagnetic cannon. Celebi deftly dodged and countered with an energy ball. Dialga immediately transitioned into its defensive stance to absorb the impact. At that moment, Celebi summoned numerous vines from the earth, which surged forth and ensnared Dialga. Despite Dialga's attempts to evade, the burgeoning speed and quantity of the vines ultimately ensnared it tightly. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Dialga altered its form and unleashed High-Speed Star, shattering its restraints. With a swift return to combat mode, it unleashed a destruction beam. Utilizing the time Celebi had spent ensnared, it employed Future Sight, accurately anticipating the trajectory of Dialga's destruction beam and effortlessly evading it. After the attack, Dialga appeared somewhat fatigued. Celebi then emitted a melodious tune, the Parish Song. Dialga countered with instant amnesia, nullifying the effects of the Parish Song. Celebi unleashed another leaf storm, propelling a multitude of leaves towards Dialga, which, adopting its defensive form, braced itself against the assault. Following this strike, Dialga was visibly weary. It then reverted to its normal state and employed self-recovery. In this instance, Celebi made no move, seemingly awaiting Dialga's restoration. Although Cheng Cheng yearned to capture Dialga, he recognized that this was Celebi's battle and thus refrained from interjecting. After a brief interval, Dialga regained its full strength, and both Pokémon resumed their duel. After an extended exchange, no victor emerged. Wait, Celebi. Cheng Cheng interposed, halting Celebi's intent to continue fighting. He then utilized his psychic abilities to communicate with them both. Enough. There is no necessity for further conflict. Dialga, I apologize for the disturbance. It was indeed unfair to have Celebi battle you, considering it is not even my Pokémon. Thus, let this encounter conclude here. Celebi, I truly appreciate your assistance. No need for thanks. Celebi signaled that gratitude was unnecessary, disengaging from battle mode and transforming back into its playful, endearing form. Observing Cheng Cheng's words and the unperturbed demeanor of Celebi, Dialga too reverted to its usual state. Celebi, I thank you once more. Cheng Cheng retrieved a block of energy from his backpack, a medium energy block. Following the conclusion of his examination, he had procured a new machine capable of producing medium energy blocks, and he had since mastered its operation. Celebi glanced at the energy block in Cheng Cheng's hand before swiftly taking it and consuming it with evident delight. Dialga approached, curiously observing Celebi's enjoyment of the treat. Would you like one too, Dialga? Cheng Cheng presented another energy block to Dialga. With its tendrils, Dialga grasped the energy block, glancing at Celebi before consuming it. Upon finishing the treat, Dialga began to spin joyfully, seemingly elated. Do you enjoy eating? I have some here. Cheng Cheng presented a selection of energy cubes, specifically crafted for psychic-type Pokémon, which surprisingly aligned perfectly with Dialga's tastes. As for Celebi, It is believed that it would relish any flavor. Cheng Cheng released all the Pokémon and distributed the food and energy cubes, leading to a delightful communal feast. Dialga, would you care to travel with me? After the meal, Cheng Cheng inquired, hoping to persuade Dialga to stay. Apologies, but I yearn to explore more of the world. I wish to journey alone. I see. Well then, can we be friends? Friends? Yes, friends. What does friend mean? I cannot precisely define it, but a friend is someone with whom you can play, share meals, and travel together. Friends assist one another in times of danger, just as Celebi aided me in our battle. Does Dialga wish to be friends with Cheng Cheng? Yes. Dialga wishes to be friends with Cheng Cheng. That's splendid. Henceforth, we shall be friends. Cheng Cheng extended his hand, but Dialga appeared perplexed. Celebi fluttered over and placed its tiny hand upon Cheng Cheng's palm. In turn, Dialga mimicked Celebi, resting its hand atop Cheng Cheng's. Cheng Cheng beamed with joy. Dialga, are you departing? He gazed at Dialga, who was ascending higher into the sky. Indeed. Will we meet again? Cheng Cheng asked as Dialga nodded in affirmation. Then, until we meet again. Cheng Cheng waved goodbye, watching as Dialga soared into the distance. A tinge of melancholy filled his heart as he witnessed Dialga's departure. However, given his current abilities, mastering a Pokémon of such high caliber was quite challenging. He concluded it would be better for Dialga to embark on its own journey. Suddenly, Cheng Cheng felt the now weakened presence approaching him once more and was surprised to find Dialga hovering before him again. Dialga extended its tendril and touched the leaf that Celebi had gifted Cheng Cheng. Where the tendril met the leaf, a soft purple glow emanated. And then half of the leaf shifted from green to purple. Cheng Cheng could sense Dialga's essence upon the leaf. Soon after, Dialga departed, this time not to return. Holding the leaf, now half green and half purple, Cheng Cheng leaped in excitement. Although he had not captured Dialga with this leaf, he could summon Dialga's assistance just like Celebi. Overjoyed, Cheng Cheng twirled with Celebi. Meanwhile, from a distant rock, an observer stood watching Cheng Cheng with intrigue. Not long after Dialga's departure, Celebi too took its leave. Cheng Cheng, regaining his composure, retrieved his communicator and map. Upon checking his location, he realized he had ventured beyond the confines of Veilstone City, with the next destination being the town of Ruin. Now, Cheng Cheng faced two choices: proceed to Ruin Town or return to Veilstone City. After careful consideration and reminiscing about Ash's adventures in the Sinnoh region, he recalled that Ruin Town was home to the ruins of randomness, which seemed to be associated with Palkia and Dialga, and inhabited by a group of unknown totems. Thus, he resolved to visit the ruins of randomness, hoping to uncover information regarding Palkia and Dialga. He might even capture a few unknown totems, although they seemed to serve little purpose. Following the map in the direction of Ruin Town, Cheng Cheng soon found himself nearing the colossal ruins, which he assumed to be the ruins of randomness. However, exploring them at this hour was inadvisable as dusk was approaching. He decided to rest at the Pokémon Center instead. After an hour's walk, Cheng Cheng arrived at the Pokémon Center in Ruin Town. After allowing Nurse Joy to tend to his Pokémon, he spent the night at the center. The following morning, Cheng Cheng and his Pokémon prepared to head to the ruins of randomness once more. Before long, the massive ruins came into view again. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld two statues, those of Palkia and Dialga. Observing the statues, it was evident they bore the marks of ancient history, likely remnants from a bygone era. Beneath the statues, several inscriptions were etched into a stone tablet, composed of unknown totems. Cheng Cheng was aware that there were 28 known unknown totems, each signifying different meanings, akin to a written language. Upon reading the inscriptions, Cheng Cheng found himself at a loss for their meaning, puzzled at how Ash and his friends had deciphered them. System, can you scan and translate these inscriptions? Certainly. Beep. Scanning inscriptions. After a minute, the system completed its scan, revealing the following text: all life encounters other lives, resulting in the creation of something new. Cheng Cheng contemplated this statement, attributing various interpretations to it. The simplest explanation was the birth of life itself. Another interpretation suggested that when the powers of Palkia and Dialga intersect, they might create a new world. As creator Pokémon, Palkia and Dialga govern the forces of space and time respectively. Space represents the cosmos, while time embodies the universe. Together, they form the entirety of existence. Cheng Cheng understood that besides Palkia and Dialga, Arceus, the creator deity, also birthed another Pokémon, Giratina, which embodies the inverse world. The rules governing the normal world, when disrupted, are restored within the inverse realm. In this sense, Giratina acts as a corrective force for the normal Pokémon world. In addition to these three legendary beings, Arceus also created the three Lake Guardians, a Zelf, Mesprit, and Uxie. Cheng Cheng recalled that he would soon encounter them, all of whom were also psychic-type Pokémon, fueling his excitement. Clearly, he must find an opportunity to engage with them. Although he recognized the impossibility of capturing them, merely meeting them would be a delightful experience. After casting one last glance at the statues, Cheng Cheng ascended the staircase and entered the ruins. Upon crossing the threshold, he was met with an enveloping darkness. This posed a bit of a challenge. Cheng Cheng summoned his Shinx and quickly taught it the move Flash, illuminating the path ahead. With this newfound ability, he could now see the way more clearly. He realized he would need to carry a lighting tool in the future, as relying solely on his Pokémon for illumination was not a sustainable solution. However, after traversing a lengthy corridor, Cheng Cheng noticed that the interior of the ruins began to glow with light. However, Cheng Cheng did not observe any open areas. The illumination must have been refracted through some principles of optics. Within the ruins, the pathways became increasingly discernible, prompting Cheng Cheng to allow Kairu Lien a moment of respite. He pressed onward, only to perceive something suddenly darting past him. Cheng Cheng speculated that it could very well be an unknown totem. He felt no malevolent intent and chose not to disturb them. Continuing his journey, he descended a staircase and entered a vast stone chamber. The walls of this chamber, which should have featured various totems, appeared barren, seemingly stripped of their markings due to the Galactic Team's theft of the keys, leaving only the enigmatic totems in their wake. The entirety of the walls was stark and devoid of adornment. In the center of the chamber, Cheng Cheng discovered an array, likely the location for acquiring the key. Suddenly, he sensed a surge in the psychic energy fluctuations surrounding him, and to his astonishment, he beheld dozens, no, hundreds of unknown totems swirling around him. These totems moved rapidly, yet they showed no inclination to attack. Cheng Cheng swiftly focused on one particular unknown totem and examined its data. Pokémon, unknown totem, type, psychic, level, unknown, rank, blue, rarity, rare, ability, levitate, skill, awakening power. Cheng Cheng was taken aback by the realization that even a seemingly random unknown totem was of blue rank. He was salivating at the prospect, for this place was indeed a treasure trove. However, he was wary of confronting them for two reasons. Their sheer numbers could overwhelm him, and their mysterious powers might yield unforeseen consequences. Thus, he resolved to observe from a distance. At that moment, Cheng Cheng projected his goodwill through his psychic abilities. Subsequently, the unknown totems floated towards the stone wall, adhering closely to its surface. They seemed to revert to their original form. Yet these totems appeared not as mere inscriptions, but as vibrant entities affixed to the wall. Cheng Cheng commanded the system to swiftly scan all the walls and decipher their meanings. Once the system translated the information into recognizable text, he discovered that the three stone walls narrated three distinct tales. The left wall recounted the story of the space deity, Palkia, while the right wall chronicled the tale of the time deity, Dialga. The narratives bore a striking resemblance, detailing how both Pokémon were created by the primordial deity, Arceus, and explicitly stating that they embodied the powers of space and time, respectively. Cheng Cheng then scrutinized the central wall's inscription, which conveyed that the convergence of the powers of Palkia and Dialga could forge a new world. This content aligned closely with his earlier conjectures regarding the statue's inscriptions. Upon reviewing the translated content, Cheng Cheng noticed several inaccuracies in the system's translation. The sequence was entirely reversed. Just as he contemplated mocking the system, an epiphany struck him. Given the system's capabilities, such errors should not have occurred, leading him to conclude that the inaccuracies were indicative of a misalignment in the wall's totemic order. Cheng Cheng examined the unknown totems on the wall, but could not discern which characters were misplaced. System, adjust the text order and then rectify the sequence of the totemic inscriptions. A minute later, the system rearranged the text, and Cheng Cheng aligned the images with the symbols on the wall. He identified that 7 unknown totems were out of position. Attempting to reposition them, he was met with an aggressive response from the totems. Unknown totems, your placements are incorrect, please rectify them. Cheng Cheng attempted to communicate through his psychic powers, yet the totems remained unresponsive. Unknown totems, you are misplaced. You should be in this location. He tried once more, but the totems exhibited no reaction. However, he observed a slight tremor in the totems when he used his psychic energy to urge them to shift positions. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps he could utilize his psychic abilities to facilitate their relocation. Cheng Cheng exerted his powers, guiding one of the unknown totems downward. However, he soon realized that the energy required to move a single totem was immense. Exhausted from the effort, he managed to shift only one totem's position. Upon accomplishing this, he collapsed, utterly fatigued. He then attempted to have Kairu Lian use telekinesis to move the totems, but they remained stubbornly stationary. After a brief respite, he resumed his efforts to adjust the unknown totems. With the aid of the mind gem, his recovery of psychic energy accelerated significantly, yet it still took an extended period to successfully reposition all 7 totems. Once he achieved this, a thought struck him. Why was he so intent on moving them? Did he not comprehend the meanings conveyed by these totemic inscriptions? At this realization, Cheng Cheng felt somewhat foolish, questioning whether he had a compulsive nature. After expending such considerable psychic energy, he felt drained and inquired of the system, discovering that a full day had elapsed. He retrieved his sleeping bag and lay on the ground, deciding to rest for a while. The prolonged exertion of his psychic abilities had left him mentally exhausted, and he fell into a deep slumber. However, upon awakening the next day, Cheng Cheng found himself in a dramatically transformed environment. He was no longer surrounded by the oppressive darkness of the ruins, but instead stood in a brightly lit expanse resembling the wilderness. The vast arena was expansive, dotted with towering trees in the distance. To his astonishment, he also beheld diminutive Pokémon. Cheng Cheng was taken aback by the sight of the Pokémon around him. Were these the small sprites he had encountered before? They appeared to be colossal versions of those he had known. In the distance, he spotted a massive Bulbasaur, its size comparable to that of a fully evolved Venusaur. Nearby, a Squirtle loomed, resembling a Blastoise. Yet, they were indeed Bulbasaur and Squirtle. Cheng Cheng pondered. Could it be that he had shrunk? Or had he arrived at the island of colossal Pokémon that Ash had once visited? But surely, that locale was merely an amusement park. As he meticulously scrutinized these Pokémon, he noted their unique markings. The Bulbasaur bore green patterns, while the Squirtle exhibited blue ones. These designs struck him as familiar. Cheng Cheng recalled the existence of 3 gigantic Pokémon from the Kanto region, ancient beings that had survived the ages due to their slumber. Given this context, it seemed that the ancient Pokémon before him were indeed remnants of a bygone era. However, most ancient Pokémon had become extinct, with only a select few lingering due to unique circumstances. Yet, the sheer number present here was astonishing. As he gazed into the distance, he beheld hundreds of colossal Pokémon coexisting. Suddenly, a vast shadow loomed overhead. Cheng Cheng looked up to find a massive Aerodactyl soaring above, its size beyond comprehension. Cheng Cheng was only familiar with fossil pterosaurs that were slightly larger than humans, measuring a little over 2 meters in height. However, this particular fossil pterosaur was colossal, standing at least 7 or 8 meters tall. As the fossil pterosaur soared overhead, Cheng Cheng lost his balance and collapsed to the ground, rolling twice in the process. Just then, the fossil pterosaur returned, sending Cheng Cheng sprawling once more. This enormous creature seemed to find great amusement in its antics, repeatedly swooping down in playful circles, forcing Cheng Cheng to lie flat on the ground. Yet, the fossil pterosaur had no intention of releasing him. It seized Cheng Cheng in its claws. "Let me go," he cried. The fossil pterosaur was taken aback to hear this little creature speak. Its interest in Cheng Cheng piqued. It grasped him tightly and soared into the air, making him feel as though the world was spinning wildly. Soon, perhaps bored with the game, the fossil pterosaur ascended rapidly, only to release Cheng Cheng from its clutches. Help!" he screamed as he plummeted from the sky, certain that death awaited him below. The fossil pterosaur showed no sign of catching him again. As the ground rushed closer, Cheng Cheng recalled that he too possessed Pokémon. He reached for his waist, only to find nothing there. Stunned, he closed his eyes in resignation, awaiting his grim fate. However, he did not meet the ground. Instead, he was once again caught by the fossil pterosaur. The creature ascended into the sky once more, only to toss Cheng Cheng down again. This continued, the fossil pterosaur repeatedly lifting him high and letting him fall, leaving Cheng Cheng feeling as though his mind and body were no longer his own, and he couldn't help but retch midair. Fortunately, no one or Pokémon was beneath him. Otherwise, his experience would have been far less pleasant. As he was flung down once more, he suddenly felt a jolt, and his trajectory shifted. Instead of falling straight down, he was now gliding horizontally. After a moment to gather himself, Cheng Cheng realized he was atop another Pokémon, one even larger than the fossil pterosaur. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a Charizard. Uncertain of its destination, and with his own Pokémon nowhere to be found, he had no choice but to attempt to persuade the Charizard to land. "Charizard, can you hear me? Could you please land so I can get down?" The Charizard offered no reply, continuing its flight. Surrendering to the circumstances, Cheng Cheng lay back on the Charizard's back and drifted into a fitful sleep. The fossil pterosaur had thoroughly exhausted him. In his dreams, he vaguely sensed a tremor and suddenly jolted awake, only to find himself indeed plummeting from a great height. It seemed he had inadvertently rolled off the Charizard while asleep. Cheng Cheng marveled at the sheer size of the Charizard's back, large enough for him to fall off. But now was not the time for contemplation. He was descending rapidly. Looking down, he spotted a vast lake below, realizing he might just survive. Almost immediately, a gigantic mouth emerged beneath him, likely belonging to some Pokémon. Cheng Cheng was swallowed whole. He instinctively reached out, grasping a massive, hard object, presumably a tooth belonging to this Pokémon. Clinging tightly, he managed to escape through the gaps between the teeth, surfacing rapidly before swimming towards the shore. By the time he reached land, he was utterly spent. That had been a close call. He had narrowly avoided being devoured. And he still had no idea what kind of Pokémon it was. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the expansive lake before him, which, if not for its clearly defined borders, might have easily been mistaken for an ocean. Behind him lay a grove of trees, hinting at a forest nearby, truly a quintessential wilderness. Suddenly, ripples disturbed the lake's surface, and several massive tadpoles leapt forth. Cheng Cheng recognized them as mosquito larvae, though these were alarmingly large, nearly matching his own height. He had intended to check the data on this Pokémon, but suddenly realized the system was nowhere to be found. Sitting down, he began to reflect. He remembered having fallen asleep in a ruins, confused as to how he had awakened in this unfamiliar place, devoid of his Pokeballs and the system in his mind. What was happening? Was this merely a dream? The aches on his body clearly indicated otherwise. Given that it was not a dream, it was highly likely a consequence of the unknown glyphs he had previously manipulated on the stone wall. He had thought his efforts futile, only to discover that they had indeed instigated a problem. As Cheng Cheng observed, the presence of gigantic Pokémon increased around him. Where there was water, Pokémon were sure to follow. For his own safety, he decided it wiser to venture into the forest. Slowly, he entered the wooded area, noting that these trees were significantly larger than those he had encountered before. Without his Pokémon, he needed to proceed with utmost caution. The risk of danger was palpable. He hoped to avoid any Pokémon, reasoning that as long as he did not provoke them, he would be safe. It seemed he had forgotten about the fossil pterosaur that had tormented him earlier. Continuing on, he heard rustling from the nearby bushes. Activating his psychic perception, he discerned it was likely another Pokémon. Please don't let it be a ferocious one, he thought. I don't want to die. I haven't even gotten married yet. Suddenly, the sounds grew louder and closer, and he soon laid eyes on the creature, a hyena-like Pokémon. Akin in size to a large dog, posing a potential threat. The hyena approached slowly, prompting Cheng Cheng to retreat step by step. In an instant, the creature lunged at him, and he sprinted away, but there was no way his speed could match that of the hyena. Before long, it caught up with him. The towering trees made it difficult for Cheng Cheng to climb to safety. The hyena stood before him, poised to leap at any moment. His fears were realized as the hyena lunged forward. Knowing escape was futile, Cheng Cheng braced himself for impact. He charged at the creature, only to find that the leaping hyena froze midair. Cheng Cheng, unable to halt his momentum, collided with it in a fierce embrace. He sensed a wave of psychic energy, as if something was at play. Then, he spotted a green Pokémon perched on a nearby tree. When he turned back, the hyena had vanished. The tree-dwelling Pokémon suddenly leaped down to stand before him. Cheng Cheng recognized it. It was a natural bird Pokémon, standing at his height. The natural bird fixed its gaze upon him. Hello, thank you for saving me. Cheng Cheng communicated through his psychic abilities. You do not belong to this world, it replied, leaving Cheng Cheng astounded. He had not anticipated that the natural bird would recognize his foreignness. Although I am unsure if humans exist in this world, it is indeed true that someone like me does not. Do you know why I have come here? Yes, you must have followed the unknown totem to arrive here. How do you know? It is a fable. As the natural bird uttered the word fable, its eyes suddenly emanated a blue glow. Fable? What fable? Cheng Cheng was quite curious about what prophecy could possibly relate to him. Follow me. The natural bird abruptly turned and ventured deeper into the forest. Cheng Cheng had no choice but to follow, as he needed this natural bird to find a way out. And he was also eager to discover what prophecy might concern him. The natural bird did not take flight, but walked deliberately ahead of Cheng Cheng. With the guidance of this natural bird, he encountered no other Pokémon along the way. Soon, the natural bird led Cheng Cheng into a cavern that was exceedingly dark, rendering visibility impossible. Cheng Cheng inadvertently kicked something and fell to the ground. However, the natural bird continued forward, seemingly unfazed. Curiously, despite the darkness, Cheng Cheng could see the natural bird clearly. Before long, he entered the cavern and his vision suddenly brightened, revealing an enormous arena. This arena was larger than the previous haphazard ruins, surrounded by 4 stone walls adorned with various illustrations. In the center stood a monument radiating an extraordinary light. Follow me. The natural bird descended the steps and approached the monument. Cheng Cheng followed suit, observing the inscriptions on the monument, which were composed of the unknown totem, rendering them incomprehensible to him. What does this mean? Is this a prophecy? What does the prophecy say? The prophecy states that one day, a being not of this world will arrive here, capable of communicating with Pokémon. Because of the unknown totem, this being will take something away, which may either incite disaster or usher in peace. What more? Cheng Cheng noticed numerous inscriptions on the monument, suggesting there was more to the content. What you cannot know remains undisclosed. You may only comprehend what I have conveyed. Cheng Cheng was momentarily taken aback by this peculiar limitation. Cannot you tell me everything? Based on the inscription, I must be the person mentioned in the prophecy. Thus, you should be able to disclose the entirety of the monument's content to me. I regret to inform you that I cannot. The subsequent portions of the inscription may only be revealed to the next individual who arrives here. The next? There is another? Indeed, you are the first to arrive. Thus you are privy to this initial segment. The latter part shall be conveyed only to the next visitor. Very well. The prophecy states that I must take something away. What is that something? I do not know. You do not know? Then do you know how I might depart from here? I do not know. How is it that you know nothing? I possess knowledge of some things. Yet I do not know the answers to the two questions you posed. Cheng Cheng felt exasperated. So, whatever I inquire, you are oblivious to, is that it? Ha ha ha. I am merely jesting with you. The item is over here. Follow me. The natural bird let out a sharp laugh. This jest was far from amusing. Cheng Cheng recognized he could not afford to be angry, as his return depended on this natural bird. He trailed behind the natural bird toward one of the stone walls. The natural bird approached the wall, pecked it gently, and the entire wall swung open, revealing a long passage. Cheng Cheng followed the natural bird through the corridor, arriving in another stone chamber, where a colossal stone platform adorned with various runes stood at its center. Cheng Cheng, of course, could not decipher them. Where is the item? It lies within the stone platform. What must I do? Place your hand upon it. And then, I do not know. Really, you do not know? This time, I truly do not. Cheng Cheng was at a loss for words. Since the natural bird was uncertain, he decided to take matters into his own hands. He examined the stone platform, but found no irregularities that might suggest a mechanism. He then scrutinized the patterns on the surface, which were entirely unfamiliar to him. Could it require a drop of blood? No, that seemed implausible. He had never heard of anything in the Pokémon world that necessitated blood to manifest. But what about psychic abilities? Cheng Cheng placed his hand upon the stone platform and unleashed his psychic energy, discovering that it was being absorbed into the platform. His psychic power surged uncontrollably from his body, leaving him feeling utterly drained. At that moment, the mind gem emanated a purple glow, attempting to replenish Cheng Cheng's psychic energy. But it was barely sufficient. Before long, he felt completely exhausted, and the stone platform ceased its absorption. Suddenly, the platform cracked open, revealing a fist-sized, multicolored orb. Cheng Cheng reached out to touch the orb, noting its hardness, resembling stone. He prepared to retrieve it. Wait, are you certain you wish to take it? The natural bird suddenly interjected. What else am I to do? Did you not instruct me to take it? You must remember the prophecy inscribed on the monument. The item you take could very well lead to the destruction of the world or bring about peace. Are you truly certain you wish to seize this object? But do you possess a way for me to leave? I do not. Then I have no choice but to take it. The probability of destruction or peace is merely a 50-50 chance, so I am willing to gamble. Cheng Cheng reached out and grasped the gem. As it landed in his palm, it suddenly radiated a blinding light, overwhelming his eyes and forcing them shut. Immediately, the surroundings darkened. And when Cheng Cheng opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a significant transformation. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was lying on the ground, nestled in a sleeping bag. He was still within the haphazard ruins. Cheng Cheng glanced at his hands, finding them devoid of anything. He exhaled in relief, realizing that it had all been a dream. Although he could not fathom why the dream felt so vivid, as long as it was merely a dream, he felt reassured. He then checked his waist, finding all his Pokeballs intact. He called out to the system, and it responded. Cheng Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, it had all been a dream. Suddenly, he noticed a sphere placed in the center of the ruins, where the key had previously been taken. Was this not the very orb he had retrieved from the ancient era? Panic surged through him. Could it be that it was not a dream? Cheng Cheng cautiously approached the orb and picked it up, feeling its familiar texture, confirming it was indeed the gem from before. It appeared that everything that had transpired was not merely a dream, or perhaps it was all a dream. Cheng Cheng found himself engulfed in confusion. Regardless of the circumstances, I have returned. Whether the world faces destruction or embraces peace is a matter for the future. After all, who can truly predict what lies ahead? Cheng Cheng placed the gem into his backpack and proceeded to gather his belongings. He cast a glance at the stone wall and noticed that the mysterious totems had all vanished, replaced instead by a series of written characters. The chamber was now utterly devoid of its previous ambience. After one last look, Cheng Cheng departed, emerging from the ruins into a brilliantly illuminated sky, suggesting that it was indeed afternoon. He took out his communicator to check the time, confirming it was 3 o'clock. Wait a moment. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized the time again. It was indeed 3 o'clock, but the date seemed somewhat off. Upon calculating the elapsed time, Cheng Cheng realized that nearly a month had passed. Could it be that the flow of time differed between the two realms? He pondered for a moment, but decided to let it go. At least he had made it out, and the past was best left behind. Cheng Cheng arrived at the Pokémon Center in Random Town, requesting Nurse Joy to examine his Pokémon. He did not take a break, feeling invigorated after what could be considered a month-long slumber. Considering the timeline, Ash and his companions should be nearing the 3 sacred mushrooms. Cheng Cheng had not forgotten his intention to reconnect with them. Thus, he set off from Random Town toward Curtain City. Chapter 54, The Ruins of Crown Mountain. After departing Random Town, Cheng Cheng reached Curtain City, passing through Marshland City and Destiny City, ultimately arriving at Crown Mountain. Along the way, he captured various Pokémon, allowing the system to handle any non-psychic types, while sending any psychic Pokémon back to the Pokémon Center. Despite having established a reliable source, the growing business of the breeding house meant that demand was also on the rise. Thus, he needed to secure more Pokémon. Cheng Cheng recalled that there were ruins at Crown Mountain, where Ash and his friends had previously encountered Team Galactic. He wondered how long it had been since they passed through this area. As he approached the base of Crown Mountain, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. An irritating sensation washed over him. Wherever there was Pikachu, Team Rocket would surely follow. Conversely, where Team Rocket was present, Pikachu would inevitably appear as well. It seemed Ash and his companions were indeed nearby. Cheng Cheng found a mountain path and began to ascend. The mountain was quite steep, and after several minutes, he had barely covered half the distance. How foolish of me. Cheng Cheng tapped his head, wondering why he had chosen to meander when he could simply fly to the summit. He took out the Moonstone. Just as he was about to employ its psychic powers to ascend directly to the peak, an unexpected surge of water erupted from the mountainside, accompanied by a cascade of falling rocks. The entire mountain began to spew forth torrents of water, presenting a grave danger. Cheng Cheng swiftly commanded the Moonstone to carry him away from the peril. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a raft amidst the rushing waters, occupied by several individuals. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Ash and his group. They were navigating the tumultuous currents, the raft lurching precariously. A sudden jolt sent Pikachu flying from the vessel. Just as Pikachu was about to plunge into the water, it abruptly halted in midair. Wind Chime used telekinesis. Pikachu levitated and landed safely in Cheng Cheng's arms. Pikachu, you're awake, right? Pika Pika. Pikachu, recognizing Cheng Cheng, was overjoyed. At that moment, Ash spotted the scene from a distance. Cheng Cheng had rescued Pikachu, but clearly, this was not the time for conversation. The raft continued downstream, quickly entering a river where the waters gradually calmed. Seizing the opportunity, the group made their way to the shore. Pikachu, are you all right? Pika. Pikachu leaped from Cheng Cheng's embrace and bounded into Ash's arms. I saved you. Can't you stay a little longer? Cheng Cheng muttered under his breath. Thank you, Cheng Cheng. No need for thanks. By the way, have you completed your tasks? Yes. I encountered a minor mishap that cost some time, but everything has been resolved. That's wonderful. Would you like to travel with us? Of course. Cheng Cheng responded readily. That's fantastic. By the way, this is Handsome Sir. He is an international police officer. Hello, Handsome Sir. Greetings, Cheng Cheng. The two exchanged a handshake. Ash, we are now on the western side of Crown Mountain. The home of the pink whale mare should be just ahead. You should find it soon. I must take my leave now. All right. Thank you, Handsome Sir. Farewell. Then let us hasten to find Whalmer's companions. After bidding farewell to the Handsome Sir, the group set out to assist Whalmer in locating its comrades. Cheng Cheng trailed behind, glancing back at Crown Mountain. Within it lay a set of ruins that seemed unrelated to Team Galactic's pursuits, yet he found himself intrigued. However, given the current circumstances, entry was evidently impossible. The entire mountain was in a state of collapse, presenting significant danger. It would be best to seek an opportunity to explore it later. Cheng Cheng then returned Wind Chime and Moonstone to their Pokeballs and quickly caught up with Ash. Before long, they encountered a gathering of pink whale mare, likely the companions of the whale mare beside Ash. Soon after, Whalemare reunited with its friends, and the group continued onward to the next town. In a vast meadow, they paused for a brief respite, preparing to cook lunch. As was customary, Cheng Cheng took charge of preparing Pokémon food, while Brock handled the meals for everyone else. Pachima. While they were cooking, Pachima suddenly let out an unexpected cry. Pachima, what's the matter? Dawn approached to check on Pachima, drawing everyone's attention. Perhaps it dreamt of battling Reiku, Cheng Cheng teased. With the meals ready, Cheng Cheng set the food on the ground, and the Pokémon eagerly gathered to eat. Pachima, just roused from its slumber, joined them as well. Cheng Cheng initially feared that the Pokémon might not enjoy the food he prepared for other types. But seeing their enthusiastic response reassured him. Ours is ready too. Brock placed their dishes on the table, which looked quite sumptuous. Cheng Cheng sampled the food, finding it quite delightful. Brock, your cooking is becoming increasingly delectable. Your Pokémon food is also improving. Brock cheekily snatched a piece of Pokémon food and popped it into his mouth. Cheng Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Brock competing with the Pokémon for food. Hurry up and gather for dinner. After they finished eating, Cheng Cheng and Brock tidied up the utensils, and the group set off once more. A few hours later, they arrived at a quaint town, where an array of berry trees filled the landscape. Wow, how magnificent! Dawn exclaimed, astonished by the abundance of berries. It seems that no matter where you look, there are countless berry trees. Brock marveled as well. Cheng Cheng was quite astonished, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The group meandered along the path, soon discovering the vast orchard teeming with a plethora of diverse fruit-bearing trees. That must be the spicy tomato, Ash exclaimed, pointing at a cluster of crimson fruits. And those are blue oranges, Misty remarked, glancing at the azure-hued produce nearby. Over there, that's a greenberry, Brock suddenly noted, spotting a patch adorned with verdant fruits. Greenberry? What is that? Ash inquired, having never heard of such a thing. The greenberry is an exceedingly rare fruit, capable of alleviating all status ailments of Pokémon. Indeed, the greenberry is remarkably beneficial, Brock concurred with Cheng Cheng's assertion. While the group admired the fruits, Piplup stumbled upon a blue Pokémon. It's a Maril, Misty announced. Yes, it is indeed a Maril, she added, pulling out her Pokédex to gather information on the creature. Cheng Cheng also examined the data on this Maril, noting that its stats were rather unremarkable. Piplup, are you alright? Misty asked, observing Piplup sitting on the ground, entranced by Maril, as if under a spell. Cheng Cheng checked with his system and found that Piplup was not in any abnormal state. Piplup, are you feeling unwell? It seemed that Piplup's heart had been captured by Maril. Brock interjected suddenly. What do you mean? Ash queried. It appears that Piplup has developed a fondness for Maril. Could it really be true? Piplup? Piplup, Piplup. Cheng Cheng was taken aback by this unexpected development. He too found it intriguing. He had yet to encounter a scenario of Pokémon romance, and he wondered why a penguin would fall in love with a mouse. Perhaps it was genuine love after all. Piplup, Piplup. At that moment, Piplup was exceedingly excited, fixated on Maril. Maril, so you are here after all. Just then, a girl sprinted toward them from a distance. She must be the caretaker of this orchard. Noticing Cheng Cheng and his friends, she inquired, by the way, who are you all? She looked at Ash. Oh, I'm Ash. This is Brock. My name is Misty. Hello, I'm Cheng Cheng. Pikachu. Greetings. I'm Lulu. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Hello, Lulu. Are all these fruits yours? Misty asked. Yes, these fruits are managed by my parents, and I often help them out. Recently, my parents have gone away for work, so I'm taking care of things during this time. Managing such a vast orchard must be quite arduous, Brock observed, glancing at the orchard's expanse. Actually, it's not too bad. With the help of the Pokémon, it's made things considerably easier. The fruits here are exceptionally well cultivated. I would love to learn from your parents about how to grow them, Brock expressed enthusiastically. Indeed, my family also cultivates many fruit trees, but I have little knowledge on how to care for them, so I wish to learn as well. Cheng Cheng, seeing how well the fruits were tended here, reminisced about the fruits he had planted, unsure of their current state. My parents are away and might not return for 2 or 3 days. So let me introduce you to the orchard. Thank you very much. We have a total of 13 types of fruits, the most precious of which is the greenberry. Every morning and evening, we must water the various trees. Of course, the amount of water varies depending on the type of fruit tree. At this moment, they spotted a group of sunflora diligently watering the orchard. These sunflora were specifically bought by my father to assist. They are incredibly efficient. Is that so? That is truly remarkable. Cheng Cheng thought he should find some Pokémon to help him tend to his ecological garden. In fact, cultivating fruit trees is akin to caring for our Pokémon. They require ample love and attention, with regular watering and fertilizing. Additionally, one must pay attention to pruning the branches and leaves to ensure the fruits flourish. Meanwhile, Marl was also assisting in watering, and Piplup eagerly joined in to help. It seemed he truly had taken a liking to Marl. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity struck Piplup, sending him tumbling. Cheng Cheng activated his psychic abilities, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Piplup, are you alright? Misty rushed over to check on Piplup's condition, as an Electrike dashed out from the orchard. Upon seeing the Electrike, Cheng Cheng relaxed his guard. The Electrike was attempting to zap Marl, but missed its target. Electrike, why are you here again? Lulu inquired of the creature. Miss Lulu, do you know this Electrike? Misty asked. Yes, this little rascal is a wild Pokémon that often comes here to cause trouble and enjoys teasing Marl. At that moment, Piplup regained his footing and tried to retaliate, but Electrike struck again, knocking him down once more. I see, Brock suddenly said. See what? It seems Electrike also has a fondness for Marl. I've heard that some boys tend to tease the girls they like, Brock explained. Cheng Cheng watched the unfolding scene with great interest, amused to discover that even in the Pokémon world, rivals in love existed. How fascinating. However, according to the narrative, Cheng Cheng was well aware that in this romantic duel, Electrike would emerge victorious. Piplup struggled to stand again, but was once more thwarted by Electrike. This time rendered completely unable to continue fighting. After incapacitating Piplup, Electrike lost interest and left the scene. Piplup, are you alright? Really now, Misty said, lifting Piplup to assess his injuries. Leave it to me, Cheng Cheng assured, moving closer to apply some ointment to Piplup's wounds. By the way, why don't you all come inside to rest? I'll prepare dinner. Dinner is on me. Brock interjected eagerly. The Pokémon food is my responsibility, Cheng Cheng declared, taking on the task of preparing food for the Pokémon. Although Brock's cooking was excellent, he didn't want to burden him too much. While Cheng Cheng and Brock prepared the meal, the others rested indoors. Everyone, dinner is ready, Brock announced, bringing out the prepared dishes, which looked incredibly appetizing. Cheng Cheng had also finished preparing the Pokémon's food, organizing it by flavor before releasing the Pokémon to commence their dinner. Once everything was set, Cheng Cheng sat down to enjoy his meal. I'm about to dig in. Brock, who would have thought your cooking would be this delicious? Lulu exclaimed after tasting Brock's dish. Really? I'm just glad everyone enjoys it. After the meal, Brock promptly washed all the dishes, truly embodying the role of a caring older brother. By the way, you can stay here tonight. I'll show you to your rooms. Lulu explained that her family often had visitors purchasing fruits, hence many rooms were available. Brock and Ash shared a room, while Cheng Cheng and Misty each had their own separate rooms. After cleaning up, Cheng Cheng settled onto his bed and began to meditate, honing his psychic abilities. After the considerable expenditure of his supernatural abilities in the ruins, Cheng Cheng found his powers significantly enhanced. What was once a single leaf bud had now blossomed into 6 verdant leaves. With a focused mind, he swiftly entered a meditative state. As night deepened, Cheng Cheng emerged from his meditation and prepared for slumber. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an approaching presence nearby, expanding his supernatural perception. He discerned 3 familiar waves of energy emanating from the garden outside. A smile graced Cheng Cheng's lips upon recognizing these energies. It appeared that the night held some excitement in store. He refrained from immediately confronting the situation, knowing that Xiao Ji would ultimately resolve it. Shortly thereafter, he heard commotion outside the house, indicating that Xiao Guang and the others had awakened. What happened, Xiao Guang? Xiao Ji inquired. Oh no, Bo Jiamon is missing, Xiao Guang exclaimed, clearly distressed. Bo Jiamon is gone. Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang exchanged puzzled glances. This is bad. My Mary Lu is also missing, Lulu chimed in. Having realized her own Mary Lu was nowhere to be found. Where could they have gone? Perhaps they eloped? Xiao Gang boldly speculated. Everyone, let us hurry and search for them. The group rushed back to change their clothes. Cheng Cheng felt a twinge of annoyance as they took their time. By the time they ventured outside, he feared both Pokémon would have vanished without a trace. After a brief period, they donned their outfits and dashed out, with Cheng Cheng leisurely trailing behind. The scene felt oddly familiar. Upon reaching the garden, they discovered the area in disarray, yet Bo Jiamon and Mary Lu were conspicuously absent. It seemed they had indeed arrived too late. Look, someone has stolen the green gum fruit, Miss Lulu pointed out, noticing that many fruits had been plucked from the grove. It appears that the culprit who pilfered the green gum fruit also captured Mary Lu and Bo Jiamon, Xiao Gang deduced. Let us chase after them, Cheng Cheng called out. Come forth. Scorpion King and Mook Eagle. Scorpion King, Mook Eagle, I implore you to seek out Mary Lu and Bo Jiamon. Woo woo. Ah, Wind Bell and Moonstone. You two shall assist. Cheng Cheng symbolically summoned the Moonstone and Wind Bell. Moonstone, Wind Bell, I rely on you. Please notify me if you locate Bo Jiamon. The Wind Bell and Moonstone floated away, albeit at a languid pace, likely offering little assistance. Let us all hasten to search. I can sense their presence to the east, Cheng Cheng suddenly declared. Then let us run eastward. The group sped off, hopeful of finding them in time. After an hour or two of running, fatigue began to set in. Suddenly, they spotted something ahead. As they approached, they realized it was a hot air balloon, adorned with meow meow patterns, indicating that Team Rocket had indeed stolen the green gum fruit and captured Pokémon. These must be the green gum fruits. They are certainly the culprits. Let us pursue them, Miss Lulu exclaimed, picking up a fallen green gum fruit. The wind bell signaled that they had found Pokémon and Mary Lou. Cheng Cheng received the message, indicating they were close. After a half hour of frantic running, they finally caught up. During their chase, Mook Eagle returned, having discovered the trail of Pokémon and the others. Upon arrival, they found Pokémon and Mary Lou together alongside Electric Monster, who were battling Team Rocket. Stop right there, Team Rocket. A voice rang out, arriving with the speed of light. Gale, Earth, Sky, bring danger to this world. Bring crisis to this universe. Whether angel or demon, the name called will make all tremble. Jesse, James, Meowth, that's right. We are the stars of the era, invincible, Team Rocket. Team Rocket, it's you again. Humph, little brats. This time you won. Stop us. We will capture Mary Lou. Go, Mecha Yangma. Use primal power. The electric monster retaliated with a swift attack, toppling it. Sharp Fong Cage. Use seed machine gun. Pokémon, unleash bubble beam. Bubble beam and seed machine gun clashed, creating a stalemate. Moonstone used psychic. At this moment, Cheng Cheng arrived, having lagged behind during the journey, beginning to doubt his stamina. The Moonstone utilized its powers to snatch Mary Lou from Team Rocket's grasp. Pokémon, use Whirlpool. The Whirlpool incapacitated both Mecha Yangma and Sharp Fong. Subsequently, the electric monster unleashed another electric attack, sending Team Rocket flying once more. What an irritating sensation. Team Rocket was once again sent soaring, and all seemed to be resolved. Yes, everything had concluded, marking the end of Pokémon's romantic escapade. For at that moment, the electric monster was with Mary Lou, who appeared to be expressing her gratitude. It seemed they had formed a pair, which amused Cheng Cheng greatly. Originally, both Mary Lou and Pokémon were water-type Pokémon, yet now they were united as a water-type Mary Lou and an electric-type electric monster. One could only wonder what type their offspring would be in the future. Mary Lou radiated joy, while Pokémon appeared dejected. Well then, since all the Pokémon have been found, let us return. Perhaps we can still catch some early rest. Upon returning to Lulu's home, dawn was approaching. The group hastily returned to their rooms for a brief rest before rising for breakfast. After packing their belongings, they decided to set off once more. I truly appreciate your help. Here is a token of my gratitude, some berries. Then we shall not be polite, Xiao Ji replied, accepting the berries. At this moment, Pokémon still seemed quite disheartened, and upon seeing Mary Lou and Electric Monster together, its sadness deepened. Pokémon, you must be strong. Men do not weep easily. We must conceal our sorrow and appear resilient. Xiao Gang continuously encouraged Pokémon. Pokémon concealed its despondency, displaying newfound confidence. But as soon as it turned away, it began to cry again. Well then, we must take our leave. You are always welcome to visit again. Miss Lulu cheerfully invited them. All right, farewell. The group departed, embarking on their journey to the next town. Along the way, Pokémon appeared remarkably strong. Pokémon is truly resilient, Xiao Gang remarked with a smile. A man only grows through such experiences. Xiao Gang's words were indeed persuasive. Cheng Cheng grinned at Xiao Gang's wisdom, which held considerable weight. Thus, they ventured forth towards the next town. Chapter 56, Parent-Child Battle. After everyone departed from Lulu's home, they continued their journey and soon arrived at Xiaowang's hometown, Shuangya Town. Look, there's Shuangya Town, Xiaowang exclaimed with great excitement. At that moment, the others also caught sight of the town ahead. Is this really Xiaowang's hometown? It's not far now. Let us hurry. With that, Xiaowang dashed forward. Pachima, let us race. Pachima followed suit, sprinting alongside Xiaowang, and both appeared exceedingly joyful. Upon entering Shuangya Town, they encountered the entangled duo, but Cheng Cheng chose not to engage, urging Xiaowang to move along quickly. After a few minutes, they arrived outside a house. This should be Xiaowang's home. I'm back. Xiaowang pushed the door open and stepped inside. You're back. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Brock and Ash welcomed them. By the way, who are you? At this moment, Psycho noticed Cheng Cheng. Mom, this is my new friend. His name is Cheng Cheng. Hello, Andy. My name is Hitakayama Cheng Cheng. You can just call me Cheng Cheng. All right, Cheng Cheng, welcome. Psycho then turned her attention to Pachima beside Xiaowang. You must be Xiaowang's partner. You look so lively. Pachima. Pachima greeted Psycho, and then noticed the Meowth and Moonlight Pokémon beside her. Pachima Pachima. Pachima greeted them, but they ignored it, leaving Pachima quite dejected. Cheng Cheng observed the two Pokémon and noted their impressive stats. Although their skills were not particularly formidable, their overall development was commendable. Truly, they were the pinnacle of coordination training. Psycho-sensei, the room you requested is ready. A girl descended from upstairs, accompanied by a beautiful flower Pokémon. Thank you so much, Noah. Noah, you're here too. Xiao Wang greeted her. Yes, I've been attending Psycho-sensei's Pokémon coordination lectures here for a week now. Really? That is wonderful. Now we can have time to play together. Xiao Wang, you seem so energetic. How have you been? Very well. I'm about to challenge the 5th coordination trainer for the ribbon badge. Saying this, Xiao Wang displayed the 4 ribbon badges he had already earned. Suddenly, Xiao Wang was pushed aside by Brock, who then took Noah's hand and knelt on one knee. Miss Noah, my name is Brock. My goal is to become the world's #1 Pokémon breeder. As a Pokémon coordination trainer, you and I are truly a perfect match. Meeting you here today is surely the blessing of Cupid. Please allow me to join your Pokémon coordination lecture. At that moment, Brock froze, completely paralyzed. He had not only been hit by the toxic attack of the bad frog, but had also been affected by the paralysis powder from the beautiful flower Pokémon next to Noah. Wow, there are so many trophies here. Ash exclaimed upon noticing the multitude of trophies displayed on a nearby shelf. That's because my mom was once a top coordination trainer. Although she hasn't participated in Pokémon contests for a long time. She frequently holds coordination training lectures for students and battles with them. By the way, Mom, can I have a battle with you? Psycho paused for a moment before agreeing. Of course, Xiao Wang. I'd love to see how much you've grown. But first, let us eat. Knowing you were coming today, I prepared a lot of delicious food. It would be a shame if it got cold. Yay. Ash was incredibly excited. He then noticed everyone staring at him and sheepishly scratched his head. Before long, they were all seated together, enjoying the meal. Psycho's cooking was exquisite, proving that the culinary skills of housewives were indeed impressive. Yet, Ash couldn't help but think of Musy Auntie, who had been alone for many years. It seemed he should make more time to accompany her in the future. By the way, Brock, I heard Xiao Wang say your food is also quite delicious. Oh, it's nothing. I just cook often. Psycho glanced at the two Pokémon again. The Moonlight Pokémon and Meowth also enjoy the food you prepare, don't they? As long as they like it, that's what matters. My dream is to become the world's #1 Pokémon breeder, so I must put in the effort to make good food for them. This time, Cheng Cheng did not prepare the Pokémon food. It was Brock who took charge. Cheng Cheng naturally took a taste and found it quite delightful. He also detected a special warmth in the Pokémon food, leading him to believe that this must be the taste of love. Brock indeed excelled in this regard. Infusing emotion into the food he prepared for Pokémon, something Cheng Cheng realized he had yet to master. He recognized that he had much to learn in the future. Brock, could you teach me the recipes for Pokémon food? Suddenly, Miss Noah spoke up. Of course, no problem at all, Miss Noah. Brock immediately knelt again. Miss Noah, I am placing the recipe for Pokémon food, marked with a heart symbol, inside this heart-shaped ball and offering it to you. Let this passionate food be our first collaborative project, bubbling with love. I'm paralyzed. At that moment, the bad frog reappeared, striking Brock again with its poisonous attack, leaving him paralyzed once more. Cheng Cheng smiled at the sight, amused by the bond between Brock and the bad frog. After finishing their lunch, Xiao Guang and Aunt Psycho were in the kitchen washing the dishes while Ash used the video communication device to contact Professor Oak. Long time no see, Professor Oak. Oh, it's Ash. Where are you now? We're currently in Shuangye Town, at Xiao Wang's home. Oh, that's wonderful. And who is this? Cheng Cheng stood nearby, and Professor Oak naturally noticed him. Hello, Professor Oak. I'm Ash's friend. You can call me Cheng Cheng. Oh, hello. It's truly delightful to see Ash making new friends. Cheng Cheng felt a surge of happiness. Conversing with Professor Oak was an exhilarating experience. If he could engage with Professor Oak, it would surely simplify his future endeavors. By the way, Ash, how long do you plan to stay in Shuangye Town? We've decided to conduct special training here for a while. I see. Psycho is an excellent Pokémon coordination trainer. I'm sure you'll learn a lot from her. Oh, please don't say that. Psycho interjected as she approached. Professor Oak, thank you so much for agreeing to help us. Not at all. I'm very much looking forward to it. Mom, what did you mean when you said you needed Professor Oak's help? Oh, I'm planning to invite Professor Oak to this year's Shuangye Festival. So, it means we'll see Professor Oak soon. Ash exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Ash. You must do your best. We'll be able to meet then. Very well, I shall hang up now. Goodbye, Professor Oak. Until we meet again. Both parties ended their communication. Cheng Cheng was aware of Professor Oak's impending arrival and felt a wave of excitement. This was an excellent opportunity to interact with him. By the way, Xiaowang, aren't we supposed to engage in battle? Let's get started. All right, Mom. The group made their way to the battleground outside the house, preparing for the contest. However, at that moment, the indecisive duo arrived, once again entangled in trivial matters, necessitating assistance from Kaizi. Xiaowang, I'm truly sorry, but the battle must be postponed. It's quite all right, Mom. You go ahead and handle your matters. Once Kaizi resolved everything, the parent-child showdown was finally set to commence. Kaizi sent forth her Moonlight Fairy and Charm Meow, while Xiaowang chose to battle with Bashaman and Pachirisu. You may take the first move, let me witness your growth. All right, we shall begin. Bashaman unleashed a whirlpool, and Pachirisu followed up with a thunderbolt. The whirlpool spun elegantly, soon adorned with Pachirisu's electric spark, creating a stunning spectacle. Bashaman propelled the electrified whirlpool towards Charm Meow and Moonlight Fairy. Charm Meow, Moonlight Fairy, use quick attack. The two Pokémon executed the move with grace, effortlessly evading the whirlpool with remarkable finesse. Charm Meow, Moonlight Fairy, use Shadow Ball. The duo's Shadow Balls shattered the whirlpool, with residual force striking Pachirisu and Bashaman. Cheng Cheng marveled at the scene. What formidable moves. These Pokémon have indeed been excellently trained. Xiaowang stands no chance of victory. Next, Bashaman initiated a bubble beam. As the beam surged forth, Charm Meow and Moonlight Fairy swiftly dodged, but Pachirisu remained hidden within the bubbles. Pachirisu, use Rage Bite. Pachirisu's Rage Bite successfully landed on both Pokémon. Now it's time for our counterattack. Charm Meow, Moonlight Fairy, use Attract. Both Pokémon simultaneously employed Attract, ensnaring Pachirisu and Bashaman in confusion. Charm Meow, Moonlight Fairy, deliver the final blow with Swift. Their swift attack struck true, incapacitating Bashaman and Pachirisu. The level disparity was overwhelmingly significant. It appears the victor has been determined. Indeed, I have lost. Bashaman, Pachirisu, are you alright? Bashaman, Pachirisu, Mom, you're truly remarkable. No wonder you are a top-tier coordinator. Xiaowang, you've made substantial progress. Keep it up. Thus concluded a splendid parent-child competition as the Twin Leaf Festival was poised to commence. Chapter 57, The Arrival of Professor Oak. The Twin Leaf Festival is officially underway. Good morning, everyone. Ash greeted from the second floor. Good morning, Ash. Excellent. Today's itinerary is set. The Twin Leaf Festival is about to begin. Kaizi stretched as she prepared for the day. Mom, what activities do we have today? The first event is Professor Oak's lecture. Upon hearing Kaizi's words, Cheng Cheng immediately perked up. Yes, Professor Oak should be arriving shortly. Let us go take a look. But we haven't had breakfast yet. Ash, you woke up late. We have already eaten. Let us go, Bashaman. Xiaowang lifted Bashaman. Ash, we left breakfast for you on the table. Eat up and join us. Kaizi packed her belongings and headed out. Just as she reached the door, she noticed Ash had already finished his breakfast in a hurry. Let us set off together. Come on, Pikachu. Pika. The group made their way into town, encountering the indecisive duo, who seemed to be waiting for Professor Oak's arrival. Has Professor Oak arrived yet? Not yet. It's past the scheduled time for the ship's arrival. Where could Professor Oak be? Let us go check it out, Ash proposed. All right then, we'll accompany you. Xiaowang followed with Bashaman. Wait for me. Brock chased after them. I'll join as well, Cheng Cheng decided, hoping to be of assistance. Unbeknownst to them, two individuals and a Pokémon were eavesdropping from the nearby bushes. As Ash and the others dashed along the road, they spotted a vehicle parked at the roadside. In the distance, a figure resembling Professor Oak came into view. Excuse me, is that Professor Oak over there? Indeed, Professor Oak has gone to that marshland to observe Pokémon, replied a driver holding tools. That certainly sounds like Professor Oak's style, Brock remarked. By the way, where is Cheng Cheng? The group realized Cheng Cheng had not caught up. He should be behind us. Indeed, at this moment, Cheng Cheng was lagging behind, unable to match their pace. Let us go find Professor Oak first. Wait, that area is marshland. There are many hidden swamps. Xiaowang suddenly recalled the potential dangers ahead. We must quickly retrieve Professor Oak, Ash urged, leading Pikachu toward the direction of Professor Oak. Xiaowang and Brock followed suit. Not long after, they spotted Professor Oak, but to their dismay, he was being taken away by two Pokémon. How frustrating. The lecture is about to start. Where is Professor Oak being taken? Ash lamented as he watched Professor Oak drift further away. This situation feels off. It appears that Professor Oak is being abducted by those two Pokémon. Let us hurry after them. Wait a moment. Ash, Xiaowang called out. I mentioned that there are many bottomless swamps here. Rushing in would be perilous. What shall we do? We can't just abandon Professor Oak. The marshland is indeed hazardous, but we must proceed with caution, Brock contemplated before deciding they should retrieve Professor Oak. Bashaman leapt down. What is it, Boshaman? Boshaman. Boshaman patted its chest. Are you offering to lead the way? Boshaman. With confidence, Boshaman took the lead. Boshaman is a water-type Pokémon. It should know the safe path, Brock noted. Let us move quickly. The group followed closely behind Boshaman. However, after only a few steps, Boshaman became ensnared in the swamp, struggling to escape but sinking deeper. Xiao Wang, quickly take out Wan Yuan and use Ice Beam. Ash suddenly reminded. Come forth, Wan Yuan. Wan Yuan unleashed Ice Beam towards Boshaman. The icy beam from the frozen ear encased Bojaman in ice, making it effortlessly retrievable. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Pika. With a swift Iron Tail, Pikachu shattered the ice, liberating Bojaman. Bojaman, are you alright? Bojaman. Leaping down, Bojaman was poised to lead again, when suddenly, the mischievous frog sprang forth. Oh, mischievous frog, do you wish to guide us? Oh. The mischievous frog advanced, halting abruptly at a certain spot ahead. It then veered left, while Bojaman continued straight, inadvertently falling into a swamp. The mischievous frog swiftly rescued Bojaman, demonstrating its knowledge of the proper path. Consequently, everyone followed in the footsteps of the mischievous frog, avoiding further encounters with the marshland. Everyone, are you all alright? At that moment, they spotted Cheng Cheng floating in the air. Upon realizing they were in a swampy area, he instructed Moonstone to utilize telekinesis to float, thus circumventing the dangers of sinking into the mire. Do you need assistance? No. With the mischievous frog leading, we are fine. I see. Then I shall descend as well. Return, Moonstone. Cheng Cheng recalled Moonstone and proceeded alongside the others. Cheng Cheng, why are you lagging behind? You all ran too swiftly, alright? I truly cannot fathom your stamina. Alright, let us hasten. Professor Oak is awaiting our aid, and the lecture is about to commence. Suddenly, Brock interrupted their conversation. Thus, everyone followed the mischievous frog at full speed. Soon, they encountered a cave, and as they approached, a mighty frog and two marsh kings emerged unexpectedly. What kind of Pokémon is this? Ash inquired, pulling out his Pokédex to examine the two species. Cheng Cheng skimmed through the information, deeming them not particularly formidable. Ribbit. Oh. At this juncture, the mischievous frog and the mighty frog faced off. What do they intend to do? Dawn asked. They seemed poised for a one-on-one battle. The mighty frog and the mischievous frog stared intently at each other. Then the mighty frog leaped, delivering a powerful kick, while the mischievous frog retaliated with poison sting. Striking back, the two Pokémon narrowly avoided each other, standing back to back. Subsequently, the mighty frog knelt on the ground, injured, the outcome becoming apparent. Cheng Cheng, witnessing this, felt a pang of disappointment. Aren't you Pokémon? Why engage in such a duel? And mighty frog, why resort to kicks instead of utilizing your special moves? Just then, the two marsh kings attempted to intervene, but were halted by the mighty frog. Ribbit. The mighty frog advanced toward the cave entrance, followed closely by the mischievous frog. Let us hurry. Soon, they entered the cave and spotted Professor Oak standing within. Professor Oak. Oh, it's you all. Professor, why were you captured by them? Not at all. They are gentle Pokémon. They brought me here for this Lotad. Lotad. The group noticed a Lotad perched upon a stone deeper within the cave. I recall that Lotad is an optimistic Pokémon. Why has it ended up in this state? Dawn observed that the Lotad appeared quite unwell. Lotad was once very cheerful and loved to play pranks, but for some unknown reason, it has become like this. This is precisely why the mighty frog guided me here. Professor Oak, how do you understand what they are saying? As long as one connects with the Pokémon spirit, one can generally comprehend their intentions. That's impressive. By the way, Cheng Cheng, can you converse with Pokémon too? Cheng Cheng nodded. Oh, Cheng Cheng, you can communicate with Pokémon? Professor Oak expressed surprise. It's merely a manifestation of psychic ability. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. So it's psychic power. I hadn't anticipated you could wield such abilities. Indeed. Though my proficiency is still developing, I can only manage simple exchanges with Pokémon. That is still quite impressive. Why don't you attempt to communicate with Lotad? Alright. Cheng Cheng approached the Lotad, employing his psychic abilities to engage in dialogue. Lotad, what troubles you? Is there anything you require assistance with? After conversing with Lotad, Cheng Cheng fully grasped its thoughts. Professor Oak, I have understood. Do share. After witnessing everyone's evolutions, Lotad felt its own power waning. Thus it yearns to evolve and attain greater strength to better protect everyone. I see. It appears the mighty frog sensed this need as well. At that moment, Professor Oak retrieved a blue stone from his pocket. This is a water stone. Cheng Cheng was astonished, never imagining Professor Oak would carry an evolution stone. This evolution stone was meant for the upcoming lecture, but since Lotad needs it now, let us bestow it upon him. Professor Oak handed the water stone to the mighty frog, which placed it into Lotad's hands. The water stone resonated with Lotad, and a radiant white light emanated from it as Lotad evolved into Lombra. What a delight! Lombra joyfully danced on the spot. It seems all is well now. Oh dear. The lecture has already begun. Dawn suddenly glanced at the time, realizing they were late and needed to rush back. Professor Oak, we must depart swiftly. She tugged at Professor Oak to leave, with Cheng Cheng and the others trailing behind. Everyone, take care. Professor Oak waved goodbye to the Pokémon present. The group then hastened towards the auditorium at an impressive pace. Cheng Cheng recalled that an intriguing event awaited them there. Chapter 58, A New Attribute. After resolving the matter with Lombra, they swiftly returned to the auditorium in Twinleaf Town. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Professor Oak on the platform. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of two Professor Oaks. What is happening? Why are there two Professor Oaks? The unexpected appearance of two professors left everyone bewildered. This one here is the real Professor Oak. The other must be a counterfeit, Ash declared, pointing at the other professor. Cheng Cheng too recognized the imposter, detecting a familiar psychic energy emanating from it. Who are you? Why do you impersonate me? I am, of course, the real Professor Oak. You are the one impersonating me. You are the fake. No, you are the fake. The two professors began to argue. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a youth stood up from below the stage, addressing the two esteemed Professors Oak. My Banjira has recently been exhibiting inexplicable agitation. It seems to be disobeying me. If you are indeed the true Professor Oak, you must surely understand the condition of my Banjira, right? Banjira? At that moment, Cheng Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to curse. How could such a mere child possess a Pokémon of semi-divine caliber? After all his hard work, the strongest Pokémon he had managed to acquire was merely a month stone, without having obtained even one semi-divine creature. At this juncture, the youth ascended the stage and released his Banjira, which landed on the ground with such force that the entire platform trembled. Upon seeing this Banjira, which was, in fact, a Banjiras, Cheng Cheng understood. This Banjiras was not particularly formidable. It was relatively small in size and appeared to be a growing Banjiras. As a trainer, evolving a Pokémon before nurturing it to a certain level is a grave misstep, as it diminishes its potential battle prowess in the future. Professor Oak, could you please examine what afflicts this Banjira? Then let the first Professor Oak take the lead, he replied. Very well. The professor approached Banjira, attempting to soothe its troubled spirit. Good boy, be calm now. Bang. With a swift tail whip, Banjira sent this professor sprawling. What an irritating sensation. Upon hearing this voice, one could surmise his identity. Indeed, it was none other than Team Rocket's Jesse. Cheng Cheng found himself increasingly admiring Team Rocket. Their disguise techniques were so impeccable that they were virtually indistinguishable to the naked eye. Had it not been for Cheng Cheng's ability to sense each individual's psychic aura, he might have been deceived as well. The genuine Professor Oak moved towards Banjira, endeavoring to calm it. Good boy, everything is all right. He locked eyes with Banjira. Is that so? I see. Professor Oak, do you know what the issue is? Ash inquired. Indeed, I do. Banjira has already communicated it to me. Cheng Cheng, you must have realized it as well, correct? Yes, it must be something lodged under its right foot. Precisely. Banjira lifted its right foot, and Professor Oak removed a sharp thorn from it. Banjira had been troubled by this thorn, causing its restlessness. It is now free of the issue. How wonderful. So you are indeed the true Professor Oak. All right, everyone, the matter has been resolved. It has now been established that I am the authentic Professor Oak. So let us commence our lecture. Cheers erupted from the audience. Cheng Cheng and Ash made their way to the front row, where seats had been reserved for them by Keiko. Professor Oak prepared himself and officially began his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, today I shall discuss the relationship between Pokémon and evolutionary stones. First, let us delve into what an evolutionary stone is. Can anyone tell me? At this moment, numerous hands shot up from the audience, and Professor Oak randomly selected one. An evolutionary stone is a stone that allows Pokémon to evolve. Correct. An evolutionary stone indeed facilitates Pokémon evolution, but your explanation lacks precision. An evolutionary stone is a type of stone imbued with magical powers that can trigger the evolution of specific Pokémon. Each evolutionary stone is single-use and can be applied to particular Pokémon, resulting in immediate evolution. Now, can anyone tell me what types of evolutionary stones exist? Professor Oak called upon another individual for a response. Fire stone, water stone, thunder stone, leaf stone, moon stone, sun stone, light stone, dark stone, ice stone. A confident youth replied. Correct, but aside from these, there exists another type of evolutionary stone. Does anyone know what it is? Another one? The audience buzzed with speculation regarding the final type of evolutionary stone. At this moment, Cheng Cheng raised his hand. It is the awakening stone. Indeed, it is the awakening stone. The awakening stone is also a type of evolutionary stone, currently known to facilitate the evolution of two Pokémon. Kairu Lillian evolves into Eluredo upon its use, and Yuki-Ana evolves into Yuki-Ana after its application. This time, Cheng Cheng did not consult the system. He had known about the awakening stone for quite some time. He possessed a Kairu Lillian and discovered that it had two evolutionary forms, leading him to investigate further. Whereupon he realized that an awakening stone was necessary for its evolution into Eluredo. Now, can anyone tell me which Pokémon can evolve using the Firestone? A boy raised his hand. Rokon evolves into Qcon, Guardy evolves into Wind Speed Dog, and Bakahatsu Monkey evolves into Bakahatsuin. Additionally, Eevee evolves into Flareon. Brock interjected. Correct. Eevee is a particularly unique Pokémon, capable of evolving with nearly all types of evolutionary stones. Currently, there are 7 known evolutionary forms of Eevee: Flareon, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Umbreon, Espeon, Glaceon, and Leafeon. Cheng Cheng recalled that there should be 8 forms of Eevee, including the newly discovered Sylveon. Sylveon is a fairy type, and no one has yet identified it. It seemed he needed to hasten his efforts. Subsequently, Professor Oak posed questions regarding other Pokémon that could evolve with various evolutionary stones, supplementing the discussion with additional Pokémon knowledge. One must admit that Professor Oak is indeed a Pokémon expert. Now, I shall address the final type of stone. This stone has the opposite effect of evolutionary stones. It is the Everstone. A Pokémon carrying an Everstone will suppress its evolution, making it suitable for Pokémon that do not wish to evolve. Alright, that concludes today's lecture. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask. The audience bombarded Professor Oak with inquiries for quite some time, and soon it was afternoon. Gurgle, gurgle, hiss. This soup tastes absolutely divine, Keiko. I truly appreciate it. It should be I who thanks you for traveling so far to attend the festival. Not at all. Conversing about Pokémon with everyone is a delightful experience. Professor Oak, may I pose a question? Cheng Cheng inquired. Of course, Cheng Cheng. Professor Oak, are there only 7 evolutionary forms for Eevee? Indeed, only these 7 have been discovered thus far. Perhaps more evolutionary forms will be found in the future. Professor Oak, I actually know of another evolutionary form for Eevee. What? Professor Oak set down his bowl, visibly astonished. At that moment, Ash and his friends also gazed at Cheng Cheng in disbelief. Is that true, Cheng Cheng? What Pokémon is it? Dawn asked excitedly. Dawn, quiet down. Let Cheng Cheng speak. Ash advised. Yes, Professor Oak. Eevee has another evolutionary form called Sylveon. Sylveon? Where have you seen it? Professor Oak inquired, brimming with excitement. I encountered it during my travels. It is a pink Eevee, incredibly adorable. Do you have a photo of it? Alas, I do not. I see. Where did you see it? I wish to go and have a look. Professor Oak, do not rush. What I wish to tell you is not about Sylveon, but rather another attribute. What? Professor Oak was utterly restless. The emergence of new Pokémon and attributes was an entirely different realm. Pray tell, what is this new attribute? Professor Oak, do not be hasty. What will you do upon discovering this new attribute? Naturally, I shall establish a research team to delve into it. It is, after all, a groundbreaking attribute. And it has been quite some time since anyone has unearthed a new one. Might I join your research team? Ah, so that is your intention. Of course, it is no trouble at all. If a new attribute is indeed discovered, your contributions will be invaluable. Oh no, I merely wish to partake in the research. As an aspiring top-tier Pokémon breeder, I must achieve some noteworthy accomplishments. That is acceptable, but we must first ascertain the existence of this new attribute. It certainly exists. The new attribute I have identified is Fairy. Fairy, is it connected to Sylveon? Indeed, Sylveon embodies the Fairy attribute. Then we must locate a Sylveon. No need, Professor Oak. I have also discovered other Fairy-type Pokémon, and I have one right here. What is it? Let us see. Come forth, Flababy. This is Flababy. It should be a psychic type, correct? Indeed, Flababy possesses both psychic and fairy attributes. How do you know this? Because fairy types share a common trait. What trait? Professor Oak, which type of Pokémon do you consider the strongest? Currently, it should be dragon types. Indeed, it is the dragon types that generally surpass others in strength. However, that is no longer the case, as fairy types are immune to all dragon type attacks. What? Chapter 59, the fairy attribute. What? Immune to dragon type moves. Even ice type Pokémon can merely counter, yet they can be completely immune? Precisely, fairy type Pokémon can withstand dragon type moves. I wonder if you have any dragon type Pokémon to test this. Very well. Everyone gathered at the battle arena outside, where the duel would take place between Cheng Cheng and Professor Oak. Come forth, Trapinch. Cheng Cheng, are you ready? Hold on, I shall switch to another Pokémon. Do you have other fairy types? Yes. Come forth, Mawile. Is Mawile also a fairy type? Ash was excited to see Mawile, as he had one at home. Indeed, Mawile is both a psychic and fairy type. Let us commence. Trapinch, use Dragon Claw gently. Mawile, endure it. Trapinch lightly struck with Dragon Claw, but due to the level disparity, Mawile was pushed back. Mawile quickly regained its footing. How does it fare? Mawile possesses only a partial fairy type, thus its immunity is limited, and it did sustain some damage. Cheng Cheng assessed Mawile's condition. This is truly remarkable. I never anticipated a Pokémon could be immune to Dragon-type moves. Brock expressed his astonishment. Indeed, I too wish to have a fairy-type Pokémon. Misty chimed in. Cheng Cheng, I wish to speak with you privately. Very well, Professor Oak. Brock, please take care of Mawile for now. No problem. Brock realized that this time Cheng Cheng had advanced ahead of him. Cheng Cheng and Professor Oak entered the living room and sat down. Cheng Cheng, your discovery is immensely significant, yet it is not suited for public knowledge. Why? Cheng Cheng nearly leapt to his feet. Please, do not be so agitated. The discovery of fairy types disrupts the current classification system. If it were merely a single type, it would be manageable, but since other types also encompass fairy, it would create a new paradigm in Pokémon classification. Isn't that of great importance? Indeed, it would be a monumental discovery for decades to come. However, the downside is that fairy types can nullify dragon-type moves. What is wrong with that? For the Pokémon world, it is certainly advantageous, but for those who breed dragon-type Pokémon, it poses a problem. Given the might of dragon types, their lineage wields considerable power, and they would not permit any entity that could suppress them. Is there no solution? This does not impede our research. We can still report this to the League, but we must keep the fairy type's advantage over dragon types confidential. I see. That is acceptable, as long as it does not hinder our research. Very well, when shall you join the research? In due time. I presume there will be substantial preliminary work. I am not well versed in this, so I shall leave it to you, Professor. Just inform me of any tasks you require. All right, I shall complete the preliminary preparations, and then you may come to my laboratory. Understood, Professor Oak. By the way, for the research, we should start with the Clefairy line, as they are pure fairy types. Clefairy? I had thought they were normal types. It appears there is much work ahead. Do you know of any other fairy-type Pokémon? I am aware of Ralts, Clefairy, Mawile, and Maril. Their evolutionary forms and devolutions should suffice. That is all I know. Very well, if I need anything, I shall reach out to you. Should there be any new discoveries, inform me promptly. Let us exchange contact numbers. Certainly. Cheng Cheng and Professor Oak exchanged contact information. Now, let us step outside. Remember to keep what we discussed confidential. No problem. Cheng Cheng and Professor Oak exited the living room and stepped outside. Cheng Cheng, how did it go? Upon Cheng Cheng's emergence, several people surrounded him. For this was a new attribute. All is well. Professor Oak has decided to pursue research, and I shall be participating. Will you still travel with us? Of course. The research will require some time to prepare, so I will continue traveling with you for a while. That is splendid. Ash exclaimed with joy. All right, everyone. Let us head indoors. I shall prepare dinner. I will help as well. I appreciate your assistance, Brock. Cheng Cheng, tell me more about fairy-type Pokémon. Certainly, Professor Oak. May we listen as well? Of course, Misty. Ash, you should join too. Everyone returned to the living room, where Cheng Cheng fabricated some rather unremarkable tales. Yet Professor Oak and Ash listened intently, as it was a novel attribute, and a touch of novelty was entirely natural. The following day, an exhilarated Professor Oak set off early in a spaceship, reminding Cheng Cheng to keep an eye out for fairy-type Pokémon. Today marked the continuation of the Twin Leaf Festival, and everyone decided to explore the festival's streets together. The streets were lined with numerous stalls selling delectable food, and Cheng Cheng, naturally, would not let this opportunity slip away. In no time, he had acquired a plethora of treats. These takoyaki are delightful, and these candy floss are exquisite. Would you care to try some? Ash said while eating. I find this honey cake to be the most delicious, Misty remarked as she savored the cake. Cheng Cheng chose not to engage in their debate, focusing instead on his own indulgence. Oh, that looks delicious too. Ash sprinted towards a stall and, in a moment of distraction, collided with someone. Ouch, that hurt. What brings you here? Oh, it's Ash. I'm here, of course, to attend the Twin Leaf Festival. Right, I almost forgot that you are also from Twin Leaf Town. By the way, who is that? Pointed towards Cheng Cheng, who was busily devouring food. Oh, I'm Cheng Cheng, but please, pay me no mind. All right then, Ash, shall we engage in a battle? Sure, no problem. I'm going to check on things. Brock, Cheng Cheng, what about you? I'll help out at a stall. So I won't be joining, replied Brock. And you, Cheng Cheng? I'll take a look around. With that, Cheng Cheng purchased a few more snacks and caught up with them. They arrived at a nearby forest, which was rather empty and perfect for a battle. All right, Ash, let us battle here. Okay, go Pikachu. Let us go, Heracross. Pikachu, use quick attack. Heracross, use horn attack. Pikachu and Heracross collided, with it being evident that Heracross possessed greater strength. What is that? On suddenly shrieked. What is wrong on? Look over there. Everyone turned to follow on's gaze, spotting a natural bird soaring through the sky. Cheng Cheng also noticed the natural bird and felt a potent psychic wave emanating from it, albeit slightly weaker than the one he had encountered at the ruins. Cheng Cheng quickly consulted the data on this natural bird. Species, natural bird. Type, psychic, flying. Level, 64. Rarity, epic. Ability, synchronize. Hidden ability, magic mirror. Held item, none. Moves, peck, glare, nightshade, telekinesis, teleport, cosmic power, wish, future sight, miracle eye, strange light, illusion, psychic. Special move, temporal image. This natural bird is formidable. Let us pursue it, Heracross. Hey on, where are you going? The battle isn't over yet. At this point, who cares about the battle? It's that thing. On dashed after it, with Ash and the others following closely. Cheng Cheng suddenly sensed a strong psychic disturbance and decided to investigate as well. A series of cries echoed, seemingly from Ash and the others, prompting Cheng Cheng to quicken his pace. As he ran, he spotted a large tent that seemed somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. Knowing that Ash and his friends must have entered, he pondered whether he should follow them inside. Surely, with their protagonist aura, they would be fine, right? After a moment's deliberation, Cheng Cheng resolved to venture inside. Come forth, Bellossom. He released Bellossom to prepare for any potential danger. Upon parting the tent flap, a blinding light pierced Cheng Cheng's eyes, and when he opened them again, the tent had vanished. Turning to Bellossom, he was startled to see a head larger than his own. Indeed, it was Bellossom's head. Though taken aback, Cheng Cheng quickly regained his composure. He had encountered large Pokémon before. Yet, a nagging thought crossed his mind. Had he somehow traveled back to ancient times? Just as he pondered this, a tremendous buzzing sound reached his ears. Turning, he was met with a swarm of colossal bee drills, their fearsome presence amplified by their newfound size. Left with no option but to flee, Cheng Cheng swiftly took hold of Bellossom, allowing it to carry him away. Before long, they reached safety by a river. However, due to his diminished size, Cheng Cheng nearly got swept away by the current, narrowly avoiding disaster thanks to Bellossom's timely use of telekinesis. Clambering onto the bank, he surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of other Pokémon. Surely Ash and the others were nearby. Bellossom, can you sense where Ash and the others are? Bellossom shook its head. Indeed, the entire space felt enveloped in psychic energy, rendering their abilities futile. Oh, what is that? Cheng Cheng spotted a natural sparrow ahead, heading in a specific direction. Bellossom, let us follow it. Cheng Cheng surmised that everything was likely linked to the natural bird they had seen earlier, so following this sparrow might yield some answers. He hastened after it, and after a while, he finally caught sight of Ash and the others. Chapter 60, Battle Tournament. Ash, are you all alright? Cheng Cheng, you made it. The group had gathered together. Wow, so adorable. Cheng Cheng rushed over to embrace Pikachu, who seemed even cuter in its enlarged form. Pika Pika, look over there, it's a natural sparrow. Ash exclaimed upon seeing the solitary bird. Natural sparrow, you must know how we can return to our original forms, right? Chirp. Suddenly, the natural sparrow emitted a dazzling light. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves restored to their original selves. Wonderful, we're back. I wanted to cuddle Pikachu a bit longer. It was just too adorable in its enlarged state. Look, the natural bird soared overhead once more. Wait, natural bird. On ready to chase it, but collided with someone instead. Bellossom, let us go? Bellossom lifted Cheng Cheng into the air, propelling him towards the natural bird. Though the bird wasn't particularly fast, Cheng Cheng struggled to keep up. As dusk approached, the natural bird abruptly halted. Do you have something to say? It inquired. Turning to face Cheng Cheng. Did you orchestrate everything we experienced today? Yes and no. What transpired today was something you once encountered. I merely allowed you to relive it. Why would you do that? To evoke memories and help you rediscover what you have lost. Lost things? What have I lost? That only you can discern. Can you share more with me? The natural bird regarded Cheng Cheng before its eyes shone with light. I see a crimson hue. I perceive blood in your future. Blood? Is something going to happen? Why blood? Unknown. Blood? Cheng Cheng contemplated deeply, wondering if danger awaited him in the future. Wait. By the time he regained his senses, the natural bird had vanished. Let us head back, Bellossom. As he retraced his steps, Cheng Cheng mulled over the natural bird's words. He pondered for a long while but found no answers, deciding to leave the future for another day. Upon returning to Xiao Guang's home, he found everyone waiting for him. Cheng Cheng, where have you been? I went to chase after the natural bird. I'm sorry for worrying you. It's all right. Did you catch up with it? Cheng Cheng shook his head. All right, let's eat. Kaizi brought the dishes to the table, and after everyone finished their meal, they returned to their respective rooms. Cheng Cheng, there's a battle tournament tomorrow. Are you going to participate? I suppose so, he replied before retreating to his room. Seated on his bed, Cheng Cheng reflected on the past few days, but after much contemplation, he could not arrive at any conclusions and decided to set it aside for now. He began to meditate. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed task 4 and earned 1,000 achievement points. Ding! The second reputation value settlement begins now. Due to the host being in a state of slumber for the past month, this will be a consolidated settlement. Ding! The last reputation value settlement was at 409 points. Your current reputation value is 1,213 points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 804 achievement points. Since your reputation value has exceeded 1,000 points, you have earned the right to access a psychic-type Pokémon habitat once. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Cheng Cheng realized he had been out for nearly 2 months, and his 3-month task had been completed. It seemed that Xiao Li and Ali were indeed working hard. He would give them a raise upon his return. Cheng Cheng opened his panel to check his current status. Cheng Cheng, gender male, age 16, achievement points 1270, host reputation value 117, breeding house reputation value 1214, psychic ability level 6 leaf seedling, items 2 early month lottery tickets, 1 psychic type Pokemon habitat access right, 20 Pokemon shards, 6 leaf seedling. Shouldn't it be a tree? Cheng Cheng was surprised to find that his psychic ability level included something like a seedling. This time, the system page not only displayed the breeding house's reputation value, but also incorporated his own reputation data. Cheng Cheng noticed he hadn't participated in the early month lottery for 2 months and decided to use his chances. System, commence the early month lottery. Ding! The early month lottery is now underway. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a recipe for crafting intermediate energy cubes. An intermediate energy cube recipe? That sounds promising. The few intermediate energy cubes Cheng Cheng had crafted before were based on his own understanding and differed in efficacy from those provided by the system. System, let us draw again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 3 basic Pokemon level candies. System, what is the purpose of these candies? Host, are you oblivious? The name is quite self-explanatory. These basic Pokemon level candies are naturally used to enhance Pokemon levels. Oh, what are the specific effects? Since this is a basic one, I presume you have intermediate and advanced versions as well? Indeed, Pokemon level candies come in 4 varieties: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. Basic candies can elevate Pokemon levels from 0 to 29 by 1 level. Intermediate candies enhance Pokemon levels from 30 to 59. Advanced candies improve levels from 60 to 89. And special candies are for Pokemon above level 90. Additionally, as Pokemon candies infuse a substantial amount of energy at once, Pokemon will require a period of recuperation after use. So please use them judiciously. Are there side effects? What is the point of that? Cheng Cheng placed the candies into his backpack, not intending to use them. After reviewing the system data once more, he entered a meditative state. Everyone, the Twin Leaf Festival has reached its final day, so let us revel wholeheartedly. At that moment, Kaizi, adorned in splendid attire, stood at the center of the battle arena, stirring the crowd's excitement. Come forth, Meowth and Lunala. Meowth and Lunala executed a dazzling move, their elegance captivating the spectators. Cheng Cheng, aren't you joining the battles? Xiaoji inquired, noticing Cheng Cheng with food in hand. I'm not going. You all go ahead. Last night, Xiaoji mentioned participating in the tournament, but upon learning about the battles today, Cheng Cheng felt it better to indulge in food. Thank you all sincerely for attending this Twin Leaf Festival. Now, we present the final battle tournament. Now, let us welcome the special guest, the Battle Master Mr. Guolang. The crowd erupted in cheers, clearly enamored with Mr. Guolang. Mr. Guolang, it's your time to shine. The audience had been eagerly awaiting his appearance. I'll go find Dad, said Asun as he dashed off. Wait, I'm coming too. Xiao Ji and others followed, while Cheng Cheng remained, engrossed in his food. Soon, Asun and the others returned with Mr. Guolang. All right, everyone, let me reintroduce the brain behind the battle development area in the Sinnoh region, Mr. Guolang. Hello. Everyone, I am Guolang. The crowd erupted once more. I am honored to participate in this battle tournament. I hope everyone brings their enthusiasm and battles with abandon. Mr. Guolang continued to elevate the atmosphere, reaching a peak of fervor. The rules for today's battles are quite simple. Each trainer will use one Pokémon per match. The tournament will follow an elimination format, and the ultimate victor will face Mr. Guolang in the final match. Kaizi passionately explained the battle rules. And now, the tournament officially begins. Let us welcome the first group of contestants. The competition progressed step by step, and Xiaoji, with favorable luck and strong Pokémon, made it to the final round, where he would face Mr. Guolang. Delicious octopus balls, tasty octopus balls. Please give me 3 portions of octopus balls. Of course, no problem. Thank you for your patronage. Long time no see. Who are you? It was then that Meowth recognized Cheng Cheng. Oh, it's you. How have you all been? Sigh, we've been short on funds lately. To catch Pikachu, we've had to take on odd jobs. Meowth immediately realized he had let something slip. No, I didn't say anything. Ha, it's alright. I know you've been trying to catch Pikachu. But since you haven't succeeded after all this time, why should I care? Are you looking down on us? Meowth was a bit incensed. Not at all. I've mentioned before that I find you all quite intriguing. Your abilities are impressive, and not capturing Pikachu is simply a part of the challenge. What exactly are you trying to say? Let me be direct. Since you're in need of money, I'd like to hire you. The compensation is quite generous. Would you consider it? Team Rocket does not accept just any employment. I understand, but you are in need of money, right? With my funds, you can finally catch Pikachu. Cheng Cheng threw out a Pikachu. Well, I need to discuss this with Musashi and Kojiro. No problem, we can talk later. Cheng Cheng handed Meowth his contact information. Meowth, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and help out. Coming. Meow continued to sell octopus buckets, and Cheng Cheng observed Meow's silhouette, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With the assistance of Team Rocket, Cheng Cheng's progress would undoubtedly accelerate. As for their intention to use the funds to capture Pikachu, Cheng Cheng felt no pressure. It was utterly implausible that they could ever ensnare Pikachu. When Cheng Cheng refocused on the battle, he discovered that it had already concluded. Regrettably, Ash had lost the match. And that too under circumstances where the opponent had deliberately held back. However, this was hardly surprising, given that the adversary was a member of the Elite Four, a competitor of the same caliber as the champions. After the final festivities, the Shuangya festival came to a close, and Cheng Cheng, along with Ash's party, prepared to continue their journey. Chapter 61, The Rockets of Team Rocket. Upon departing from Shuangya Town, the group pressed onward towards Sleep Lotus Town. Just how long could this valley stretch? At this moment, Cheng Cheng and his companions traversed an elongated gorge, having walked for several hours. Yet the narrow path ahead remained interminably long. How much longer must we endure? Ash complained. Come on, Ash, just hang in there a little longer. Perhaps there's a house up ahead where we can rest, Xiao Wang reassured him. Glancing at the map, Brock estimated they had about another hour to go. As they continued, they stumbled upon a peculiar-looking house. Look over there. There's a house, Xiao Wang exclaimed, astonished that her earlier words had manifested so swiftly. However, the structure was indeed odd. It was small in area, yet impressively tall, tapering from a broad base to a narrow peak. How could there be a house here? Brock pondered. Why don't we go take a look? Xiao Wang suggested. At that moment, the door swung open, and 2 figures emerged. Welcome to our corridor cottage. Please, come in and have a seat. Take a moment to rest, they invited. Shall we go in? Xiao Wang asked the group. Let's go check it out, they agreed, and prepared to enter. Although Cheng Cheng had already recognized the true identities of the two through his psychic abilities, he decided to accompany Ash and the others, curious to see what they were up to. As they stepped through the door, they suddenly found the ground beneath them give way, and they tumbled downwards. Fortunately, it was not a straight drop, but rather a winding slide. They swiftly descended the curvature and landed on the ground. When they stood up, they discovered themselves enclosed by sturdy iron bars, seemingly trapped within. What on earth is happening? I can hear your confusion, a voice like light echoed forth. Wind, earth, sky. Send danger away from this world. Convey the crisis to the cosmos. Whether angel or demon, the mere utterance of that name invokes a shudder in all who hear it. Musashi, Kojiro, I am Meow. We are the protagonists of this era. We are the invincible Team Rocket. Ha ha ha. Listen well, little brats. This time we are thoroughly prepared and will certainly capture Pikachu. Indeed, we amassed a fortune during the Shuangya festival, and we have invested it all into this grand plan. Absolutely. Once we seize Pikachu and deliver it to the boss, we shall ascend in rank. How despicable. Team Rocket, let us out. Impossible, little brats. We have spent a fortune to capture Pikachu this time. How infuriating. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Pika. Pikachu's tail struck the iron bars, but they remained unyielding. Ha ha ha. Don't waste your energy. Our ample funds ensured that your cage is meticulously constructed. There is no way you can break free. Who says we can't escape? Come forth. Kyra Lillian. At that moment, Cheng Cheng released Kyra Lillian. Impossible. Even a Shinado couldn't shatter those bars. Who said I needed to break them? Everyone grasped my arm. The group extended their hands, clutching Cheng Cheng's arms. Kyra Lillian, teleport. In an instant, they were whisked away from the confines of the iron bars. Although Kyra Lillian's strength was not yet formidable, short-distance transport of multiple individuals was certainly within its capabilities. How infuriating. You've managed to escape. Oh no. I forgot about the teleportation. Humph, little brats. Even if you've escaped, it won't matter. Soon, we shall deliver you to Boss Bamboo. Come forth, Mechayama. Arise. Desert Naya. Team Rocket summoned their Pokémon. Go, Pikachu. Come forth, Pokemon. You're up, Bad Frog. Just as the two sides faced off, a Pokémon dashed in from the side. Bokibi. The appearance of Bokibi disrupted the standoff, capturing everyone's attention. Wow, what an adorable Bokibi. Xiaoguang exclaimed, utterly enchanted. Indeed. Bokibi's adorable form could captivate nearly every trainer, particularly female ones. Cheng Cheng, however, did not underestimate this unexpected Bokibi, especially after reviewing its data. Pokémon, Bokibi. Type, Fairy. Level, 51. Nature, Calm. Rarity, Rare. Ability, Vital Spirit. Hidden ability, Super Luck. Moves, Sing, Charm, Baby Doll Eyes, Play Nice, Sweet Kiss, Yawn, Copycat, Gift, Wish, Origin Pulse, Substitute. Mystical Shield, Baton Pass, Last Resort, Final Gambit. This Bokibi is quite powerful. Oh, it's Bokibi. That is a rather rare Pokemon. Isn't it? Let us capture it and present it to Boss Bamboo. Here I come, Wild Grab. Meow Meow lunged at Bokibi, but Bokibi evaded and executed its ultimate move. Upon being struck by Bokibi's attack, Meow Meow froze in place. Oh no, it's Charm. Brock recalled the effects of Bokibi's move upon witnessing Meow Meow's state. Bokibi. Everyone be careful. Bokibi unleashed its Charm move broadly, affecting all Pokemon. Bokibi. As Bokibi waved its hand, all the Pokemon followed suit, entranced. Return, Kyra Lillian. Cheng Cheng attempted to recall Kyra Lillian to dispel the charm effect, but failed. Kyra Lillian did not return to its Pokeball. What is happening? Cheng Cheng was utterly perplexed. It's Bokibi's Follow Me move. Once affected by it, Pokemon cannot be recalled, Brock explained. In the blink of an eye, the Pokemon entered an elevator, leaving no time to react. Hey, what are you doing here? Musashi discovered that her Mechayama was still present. Charm only works on Pokemon of the opposite gender. That Bokibi must be female. Thus, you have become a female, Musashi remarked as she gazed at her Pokemon. Now is not the moment for such discussions. We must hasten to rescue Pikachu and the others. Musashi approached the elevator, only to find it seemingly stuck. Cursed contraption. With a powerful strike, she smashed the elevator button, showcasing her formidable strength, truly befitting of a humanoid Pokemon. I recall there should be an emergency escape route. Everyone, follow me. Kojiro led the group up the stairs. As they ascended, the building suddenly began to tremble. What is happening? This is bad. They must be initiating the hyperdimensional ultimate system. What has Kojiro contemplated? What on earth is that? We, the illustrious Team Rocket, naturally wish to experience a rocket launch. Musashi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you saying this is a rocket? Indeed, and with our ample budget, we have even added a rocket booster. Surely, that is unnecessary. What nonsense. Rockets are the epitome of romance and greatness. They embody hope and dreams. Boom, boom, boom. What is going on? The rocket abruptly began to shake violently. They have indeed commenced the launch. At that moment, the rocket began to ascend gradually. Can this contraption truly fly? Cheng Cheng harbored deep skepticism. He doubted that Team Rocket could fund a legitimate rocket with their earnings in Twin Leaf Town. Of course we can. How dare you question the prowess of Team Rocket? Musashi shouted, nearly deafening Cheng Cheng. However, it seems we can only ascend and cannot return. Kojiro added. What? Quickly, we must stop them. The group dashed upward with remarkable speed. Lunatone Psychic. Cheng Cheng released Lunatone, soaring directly into the air. They arrived in the control room, where several Pokemon were piloting the rocket. Cheng Cheng could hardly believe his eyes. They were capable of operating a rocket. Pikachu, stop. At this moment, a Pokemon stood in their path, Kyrulian. Cheng Cheng promptly used his psychic abilities to awaken Kyrulian. Just then, the other Pokemon launched an attack, and Cheng Cheng dodged, finding no opportunity to unleash his psychic powers. Go, Happiny. Quickly awaken everyone. Brock released Happiny, which repeatedly used Flail, rousing the Pokemon from their stupor. Gakubi. Piplup attempted to use Charm once more, but was intercepted by Happiny, leading to a clash between the two Pokemon. Oh no, a massive object is hurtling toward us. What? At that moment, they saw a Pokémon on the screen. Rayquaza. Cheng Cheng had forgotten that the skies were Rayquaza's domain, though he had not forgotten to check Rayquaza's data. Species, Rayquaza. Type, Dragon. Level, 95. Rank, Purple. Rarity, Legendary. Ability, Airlock. HP, 101105. Attack, 144150. Defense, 8690. Special Attack, 145150. Special Defense, 8890. Speed, 9295. Total, 656680. Moves, Hurricane, Dragon Ascent, Dragon Claw, Crunch, Air Slash, Fly, Origin Pulse, Sleep, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Draco Meteor, Extreme Speed, Hyper Voice, Dragon Pulse, and Light of Ruin. Incredible. Oh no, it's using Light of Ruin. Rayquaza unleashed a devastating beam, narrowly missing the rocket, though it wasn't directly destroyed. The rocket could no longer advance and began plummeting at an alarming rate. This is disastrous. Everyone move aside. Kojuro seized the opportunity to deploy the parachute, reducing their descent speed. However, at this rate, survival was still uncertain, especially for Cheng Cheng. Everyone come out. Cheng Cheng released all of his Pokémon. Together, they utilized Psychic to slow the rocket's descent. Gradually, the rocket stabilized and landed safely on the ground. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. Piplup, what's wrong? Piplup insisted that they settle their rivalry another time, as it was time for it to depart. Depart? It wouldn't be that easy. Cheng Cheng was not Ash. This time, he had narrowly escaped death. You think it's that simple? Mr. Mime, use Psychic, and Lunatone awaken. Mr. Mime restrained Piplup, while Lunatone's awakening rendered it unable to battle. Go Pokeball. Cheng Cheng successfully captured Piplup. He then entrusted Piplup to the system, knowing he would not see it again. Yet, where exactly had the system transported the Pokémon? He would need to seek an opportunity to inquire further. Alright, Team Rocket. Let us leave it at this for now. Agreed. The members of Team Rocket responded in unison. Everyone, let us set forth. Well, at least we are safe now. Cheng Cheng, take good care of Piplup. Indeed. The group continued on their journey. Meowth, I presume you are out of funds. Remember to stay in touch with me. Meowth heard Cheng Cheng's voice echoing in his mind.